Chapter 1 Rebirth. Within a luxurious apartment in CTC, a Ghanaian themed Habrufferod, her hands and feet coldest. Before her, blinding lights flickered. Fire, explosions, experiments. Lynn jolted awake, her hands clutching the bed sheet, a body drenched in cold sweat. She gasped for slowly regaining her senses as she surveyed her surroundings. The room was both familiar and foreign. Shattered curtains allowed sunlight to spill onto the bed. The blinding light she had just witnessed was not flames but sunlight. Was this a home before the apocalypse? Had she not been a night laboratory for her final experiment? How had she returned here? Lynn dazedly reached for the back of her head. Her long hair was untouched, devoid of any wounds. After 3 years of experimentation in an underground research facility, her skull had been subjected to countless incisions, and the thick luscious locks had been shaved away, leaving a scalp mud. As memories flooded back, Lynn climbed out to retrieve her phone from the nightstand the dated September 23, 383 of the social era. The apocalypse was merely 2 weeks away. She hurried into the bathroom and splashed cold water on her face, these droplets jolting her senses. This was no hallucination. Water droplets of cold sweat and a torrent of complex unnameable tears cascaded down her cheeks as Lynn worked out to touch the mirror's surface. The gel reflected back at her was petite, with large water eyes on slightly inward curving short hat length arena reminiscence. None would suspect that such a girl could be transformed into a wretched, ghastly figure in Tefia. Lynn clenched her fists, overwhelmed by a surge of emotion. She tried for the research facility, yearning for vengeance and the elation of rebirth. Bang! Suddenly, a large circular pit appeared in the sink. Lynn stumbled back, disbelief etched in her face. Her supernatural ability, her power had returned with her rebirth. After struggling for 5 years, 6 years in the apocalypse, grappling with the fear of zombies, scarcity of food, and the treachery of humanity, Lynn had walked the resources daily. The relentless tension and the faint display of her ability had initially obscured her awareness of her powers. Only during several large-scale zombie hordes, when she inexplicably escaped unscathed, did she begin to realize her potential, drawing the attention of Research Facility No. 06. During a mission to scavenge for food, a team of men in black had knocked her unconscious and taken her to the underground facility. There, she endured 3 years of ceaseless experimentation and torment. Lynn let out a cold law. She owed a debt of gratitude to the research facility. During those 3 years, her ability had steadily progressed, giving her an advantage in controlling zombies and manipulating gases. Lynn clenched her fists. The immediate priority was to liquidate all her assets and stockpile supplies. She read her face and returned to the bed, checking her phone to ascertain her current finances. Her parents had run a small business during their lifetimes, leaving her a substantial inheritance and insurance money upon their passing, totaling around 100 million plus several properties. Selling them quickly would undoubtedly incur some losses. 340 million. In the pre-apocalyptic world, this small developed linear to live lavishly for a lifetime, but in the post-apocalyptic reality, it was merely a handful of dust. She swiftly dealt Uncle Chen of a Malay acquaintance in real estate. Uncle, it's Lin Wu. Shao Wu? Uncle Chen sounded surprised but remained warm. What can I do for you? Lin Wu covered her mouth in disbelief. What was happening? Skeptically, she attempted again. I wish to sell properties. Lin Wu. Had her speech function malfunctioned? Uncle Chen, ever good-natured, replied, Shao Wu, are you playing tricks on? After a moment of silence, Lin Wu said, a text message. Hanging up, she composed a text detailing her intentions to sell real estate and stocks, fabricating an excuse about needing medical attention. Her ailment was stirring. Uncle Chen found her behavior peculiar, but out of respect for her deceased parents, promptly assisted her with the matter. Lin used her phone down and tried speaking anyone to it. What's going on? She felt deflated. Lin wore a better temples. It must be sigil effect of the last explosion. After all, she had been fused with an entity directly connected to her mental faculties. Recalling thin identity, Lemieux felt an intense heat emanating from the skin behind her. She slipped on her shoes and headed to the bathroom. Behind her was a blooded a luminous four-pointed star pattern. She touched it dazedly, a sharpened shooting through her fingertip, revealing a small wound on her hand. Lynn remembered that the doctor had made an incision there during the fusion with thin entity. Before she could ponder further, her vision blurred, and when she regained her senses, she found herself standing on moist earth. Special ability. Before a lane endless expanse of land, marked by a wooden cabin not far away and a tree bearing several red fruits alongside a still river flowing closely behind. Lin quickly dismissed the notion of special ability. She had never had any special ability user possessing such a vast ecological space, nor had she encountered anyone capable of entering a space. This was a gift from thin entity that fused with her. The suffering endured in her post-life had transformed into opportunity as in Tyson. Lin was mauled both in surprise and derision. Entering the wooden cabin, she examined her surroundings. It contained only a wooden bed and daka with nothing else of note. The tree and rivered her attention more than the cabin. Lin warrior kadupa and placada fruit. The tranquility of this place calmed her spirit as if she shared an extraordinary connection with the entire space she and it were on. This connection conveyed to her that these fruits would greatly benefit her. Lin was swallowed down whole. Her fresh energy surged through her, and she felt a gentle breeze envelop her delight. She realized her power she descended to level 1. In the months following the apocalypse, the authorities classified abilities into 11 stages ranging from 0-10, with 0 level as achieving just to awaken the powers capable of using them for only brief periods. Level 1 presented a threshold many, including Lin in her past life, had failed to recognize their abilities in Temi, missing the optimal window for advancement, making it difficult to catch up and secure better resources later on. If the fruits was beneficial, what about the river? She bent down, cupping her hands to scoop some water and tasting it. The water was sweet, subtly infused where the nugget had nourished the socio-fair powers within your mind. Consistently drinking from this river would undoubtedly enhance her abilities. Lin focused her thoughts, silently invoking the concept of space. In an instant she was back in the bathroom. She grabbed a bitterly facial cleanser from the sink, testing it by attempting to store it in her space. The cleanser vanished. She distinctly sensed its presence now on the ground of her spatial realm. She exhaled in relief. It appeared she could freely control her space, eliminating the need to carry items in act time. Thus, Lin was mauled slyly. Leather spent the very last cent of her fortune. Opening the computer, Lin began planning her procurement of supplies. Her gaze fell upon an email in her inbox. She immediately unsubscribed from a ticket for a meteor shower viewing. At this point, the temperature turned abnormal, with September sheet soaring above 45 degrees for several consecutive days, showing no signs of abating. People complained about weather, oblivious to the impending apocalypse. In her past life, she had purchased tickets for a camping trip to watch the meteor shower with her group, only to discover that the dazzling display heralded the onset of the apocalypse. During that time, she had desperately evaded zombies, using the camping supplies to unseat the grid of water survivor. She did not be for her childhood training in martial arts. She likely wouldn't have survived long enough to be discovered by the research facility. Lin was squinted slightly. As for this meteor shower, let us see how wish to see it go ahead. Chapter 2: Preservation. The first priority for supplies was clothing, food, and shelter. For seasonal clothing, she could purchase inventory from several garment factories. Durability and comfort were paramount, with these heatix being secondary, especially for winter where temperatures plummeted below freezing, claiming many lives. As she typed, she searched online for contact information for reputable clothing factories. On the trading platform, her account was a blagoldisa, and the contacts at the clothing factories quickly responded. Lin negotiated with a few, spending over 6 million to secure the maximum quantity of clothing including gloves, socks, underwear, and shoes, to be delivered with a knack. After paying the deposit, she swiftly arranged for a few large warehouses closer to her apartment, instructing the factories to store their goods there. The factories assured her that deliveries would be made within a week. Lin massaged her Sorenica and noted that it was already 11 o'clock. Her stomach grumbled, empty and demanding sustenance. Having scarcely enjoyed a full meal during the apocalypse, she could not afford to neglect herself. No. After considering her options, she checked her refrigerator and found fresh meat, potatoes, and mushrooms. Lin usually to pasiarid to take a chinto prepare meal. A dish of stir-fried mushrooms with meat accompanied by sauteed potato shreds and fragrant rasi made for a delightful feast. After years of subsisting on instant meals and migrations, Lin felt a lump in her throat as she consumed the meal with great relish. In this life, she would thrive. Lin usually placed the banana bowl of water into her space, planning to cook on them later in the evening to test the preservation and warmth capabilities of her space. Next on her agenda was food procurement. Unlike clothing, food required personal inspection at the wholesale market to avoid being swindled. She needed to visit the house she had rented first. Upon locating the khakis within her bag, Lin changed into simply outfit and descended the stairs. After all these years, she had forgotten what a car looked like. However, the khakis allowed her to control the vehicle's lights, which proved quite convenient. Before long, she found a rudestated block Mini. At this time, she was merely a sophomore with summer vacation drawing to a closet. This car had been purchased specifically for her driving test. During the lessons, she had endured a fair share of scolding from her instructor, as Lin Wu had been quite the road menace back then. Yet, after the apocalypse, she had honed her driving skills to perfection. Even if her instructor were to take her to the racetrack, she could certainly bring home a trophy. Thuori house was about a 10-minute drive away. Upon her arrival, she noticed the security guard patrolling near the entrance and presented her identification to gain entry. The security was adequate. She had secured the majority of the expansive warehouse space, and upon receiving the notification, the administrator hurriedly arrived to hand Lin the keys. Miss Lin, would you like me to show around, or would you prefer to explore on your own? Wearing a mask, Lin tipped on her phone. I will manage myself. Very well, rest assured, this area is absolutely secure. We have collaborated with many large enterprises, the administrator replied. Lin cast a glance at them and inquired through her phone where are the surveillance cameras located. The administrator smiled. Every respect her employer shared the surveillance is installed by the employers themselves, so currently there are none. Not all goods could be the light of day, and most warehouses are required for if the discretion. Lin nodded and typed, I shall take a look. Michelle Fayuma returned to your duties. The administrator promptly departed. Once she saw him vanish around the corner, she took a thorough walk around the house, ensuring that there were indeed no cameras present before exhaling a sigh of relief. On her way there, she had purchased several pinhole cameras from a roadside shop, which she now meticulously installed at various doors and windows of the warehouse. Over the next weeks, she intended to conduct checks each morning and evening to ensure no suspicious individuals are entering or exiting. The space was a secret. Should anyone discover it, should have to eliminate the threat preemptively. It was not that she was ruthless. The apocalypse left no room for mercy. After leaving the warehouse, Lin drove to the wholesale market. Meat was an absolute necessity during the early days of the apocalypse. The significant number of animals had perished, and all consumable meat had been distributed to the elite. Lin had endured quite a while without hit stuff meat in her mouth. She observed her surroundings and, upon spotting Garius on a blind-sized shop, approached and inquired via her phone, can you accommodate an order of over 18? The owner, surprised by the phone, asked bluntly, can't you speak? Lin expressionlessly shook her head and gestured toward her throat. What do I need so much meat for? I don't have to meat to entertain you youngsters filming videos, the owner replied, seemingly unimpressed. Perhaps do it over exposure rate short videos. Lin typed, company procurement coordinated to mountainous regions. Is that so? The owner hesitated slightly. Lin nodded and scanned Q code untold to add the owner's contact information. She waved her hand indicating the owner should check his phone. Deliver to this address, priced with itinerary chicken, duck, fish, beef, lamb and pork. How much can you provide? I will pay off the deposit up front. The owner opened his mouth, taken aback that a company would hire him out for procurement, but recognizing the magnitude of the order, he quickly offered, if I source from the factory, I can manage about 20 tons. 20 tons would suffice enough for a person to offer a lifetime. Moreover, in a few years after the apocalypse, mutate animals would rise. While dangerous, their meat would be exceptionally tender. Lin tipped to inquire, what is the price? Fiona boldly stated 1 million. These included transportation and labor. After calculating, she nodded in satisfaction. While transferring the funds, Fiona frowned at her dress. Miss Dick noticed warehouse Theresa rented a rennet refrigerated. Storing so much meat without refrigeration will cause it to spoil. A sudden realization struck Linu and she cursed herself for overlooking this detail, hastily contacting the administrator to rent several cold storage units. After paying the deposit, Linu continued vegetable procurement. Using similar tactics, the pricing for dozens of vegetables mirrored that of the meat, and an enthusiastic vendor recommended a shop that sold eggs, from which Linu generously ordered entire stock. Rice, flour and oil, along with various seasonings, could not be overlooked. Two wholesale market owner, upon reviewing Linu's list, had the clashing sounds of calculations in his mind, and the smile on his face was soon containable. 10 tons of washing grease, 1 ton each of glutinous rice and block rice, 10 sandbags of flour, 5,000 barrels of soybean oil, 500 barrels each of water oils, along with various seasonings. Linu patiently awaited Italy. The vendors in the wholesale market were familiar with one another, and as long as sufficient payment was provided, she could procure everything from 2 or 3 establishments. This is quite a sum. Please provide a deposit and we'll gather the goods and deliver them within 3 days. The prospect of such earnings left Fiona feeling invigorated, already contemplating purchasing a massage car for himself upon returning home. Linu nodded. The meat would arrive promptly by the following afternoon, while her vegetables would take an additional day. The device assortment of rice, flour, oil, and seasonings would take a bit longer, but 5 days would suffice. Taking a momentary in her car, she retrieved the peeled banana and hot water she had placed in her space earlier. The water was still piping hot, and the banana remained as fresh as ever. Linu smirked slightly. The space had preservation capabilities, ensuring that the provisions would be secure. However, merely having ingredients was not enough. Chapter 3, A Frenzy of Purchases. After dining in the evening, Linu contacted a bottled water factory. While the space did possess river water, Linu trusted the quality of the space's water. However, living outside meant she could not avoid encountering others. When in the company of others, it was undoubtedly safer to choose bottled water. We have 200 cases of bottled water in stock, and we can deliver it to the address you provided by tomorrow. The factory manager yawned. Although he had grievances about working overtime, they paled in comparison to the allure of commission. Having completed the handover at the bottled water factory, it was already midnight. Linu reviewed her accomplishments of the day. And overall, she felt quite satisfied. She parked her car back in the garage and stretched her body. The evening temperature had cooled down, and noticeably more people were out and about, feeling hungry again. Linu stroked her chin. Let us go for some barbecue. Ever since the apocalypse, no one has set up such a delightful stall. The aroma of smoke and fire, how nostalgic. The oppressive heat was unbearable. And electricity costs were exorbitant. Just as Linu parked her bicycle by the roadside, she overheard someone at the barbecue stall lamenting about the weather. I tell you, pollution has become too severe. Global warming is the culprit. Look, it's nearly midnight, and it's still 39 degrees. How can we live? It was a group of white-collar workers. After a few beers, the men began to incessantly voice their complaints about the recent weather. Boss, 10 skewers of crispy bones, gluten, grilled potato slices, steamed buns, and squid, plus a serving of duck intestines and a bottle of beer. The barbecue stall owner, noticing the text Linu was typing on her phone, shouted in a gossiping tone, "Hey, miss, are you mute?" Linu silently nodded and pointed to her throat, then waved her hand dismissively. The stall owner, taken aback, felt a wave of guilt wash over him as he caught her gaze. Even after Linu settled into her seat, the owner continued to sigh. Linu, however, remained unfazed, savoring the delightful aroma of the grilled squid. When a large platter of food arrived, it was evident that the owner had been generous with the portions, causing Linu to nearly swallow her tongue in delight. Her eating was swift, yet she managed to maintain some semblance of decorum. The pile of skewers on the table remained tidy and clean. Yet, even after consuming so much, she still felt a lingering desire for more. She approached the stall owner again, presenting her phone. I'd like to order 2 more servings of what I just had. Her phone had conveniently copied the previous order. Another round. All right, you've got quite the appetite. Just wait a moment, I'll prepare it for you. The owner felt that if he didn't offer Lin Wu some discounts, he wouldn't sleep soundly that night. Oh, by the way, could you help me bring that stool over? I'm worried someone might take it. With his wife absent, the barbecue owner was particularly anxious about his stool. Not to mention there had been several thefts in the area recently, and the local aunties were known for their sticky fingers. He had to keep an eye on things. Lin Wu nodded and, following the owner's direction, quickly retrieved the stool. She placed it down with a thud and patted the table to indicate she had brought it over. The owner looked at her in confusion. Where's the stool? Lin Wu lifted the stone pedestal from the ground to show him. It's right here. The owner was momentarily flabbergasted. This is just a roadside stone. Have all the young girls turned into bodybuilders these days? He gazed at the youthful Lin Wu with a mix of respect and astonishment. You're incredibly strong. You can lift a stone pedestal. Impressive. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't be able to manage it. He quickly set down what he was holding and went to fetch a bamboo stool instead. I meant this stool, the little bench. We call that a stool in my area. Lin Wu understood. Her face slightly flushed. She typed on her phone. Should I put the stone pedestal back? The owner scratched his head. Yep, put it back. We wouldn't want the police to come and fine us. With a composed demeanor, Lin Wu effortlessly lifted the stone pedestal and returned it to its original spot where it had gone unnoticed in the dimly lit path behind the stall. As she brought it back, a nearby table of drunken men finally noticed her, their eyes widening in disbelief as they swayed their heads and gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Girl, you are so strong." Lin Wu smiled. That stone pedestal must weigh around 300 pounds. Yet I lifted it effortlessly. It seemed the fruit from the space had not only enhanced her abilities but also fortified her physical strength. As she contemplated this, Lin Wu quickly finished the newly arrived barbecue. Letting out a satisfied belch, the moon hung round and bright in the sky, and someone captured a glimmer of red light in a photograph that surprisingly trended online. Lin Wu scrolled through her screen, her gaze darkening. This was a portent of the apocalypse, yet no one had noticed. Even if someone joked about the impending doomsday, it was merely a jest. She found a pebble in the park and attempted to exert force upon it. The stone immediately warped under her touch, confirming her enhanced strength. Lin Wu estimated the distance to be around 400 meters and sprinted from one tree to another behind the fountain. Checking her phone, she started a timer and dashed toward her destination. Upon arrival, she glanced at her phone. 20 seconds. She had shattered the world record. Remarkably, Lin Wu maintained her composure, not even breaking a sweat. The physical enhancement brought by the space, coupled with her background as a 7th-degree Sonda practitioner, along with the skills honed in the apocalypse, constituted her arsenal for revenge and survival. This time, she was determined to live life to the fullest. You are the perfect vessel of energy. The mask could not conceal the man's obsession and fervor. He grasped the girl's chin, marveling at her beauty. The girl, devoid of hair, lay on the operating table like a bundle of withered grass. Today let us conduct another experiment together. The man's eyes burned with intensity as he clutched a scalpel tightly enveloped in rubber gloves. He sliced open the girl's abdomen and face, inserting crystals within. Observing the energy reactions with instruments, perfect, simply perfect. Ha ha ha, the man's face contorted as he reveled in the grotesque scene of the girl's mutilated body on the operating table, the sound echoing throughout the laboratory. For the girl, each passing moment felt like an eternity of torment, pain, numbness, hatred, humiliation. These emotions drowned her. Lin Wu suddenly jolted awake, gasping as she hurriedly switched on the bedside lamp. The soft light exuded a comforting aura. Realizing her face was wet with tears, she wiped them away, recalling Zhongcheng. After a night of nightmares, Lin Wu couldn't fall back asleep. She splashed cold water on her face in the bathroom and continued refining her stockpiling plans from yesterday. By the time she stepped outside, dawn had just broken. Lin Wu, just as she exited, preparing to head to the garage, she heard someone call her name. Turning, she saw a boy in a baseball cap jogging toward her. It's really you, the president said. You cancelled the stargazing event 2 weeks from now. Why the sudden change? He asked with concern. Lin Wu scrutinized him, her gaze penetrating as she silently assessed his features. The boy squirmed under her stare, feeling an inexplicable chill, yet Lin Wu maintained her innocent demeanor, leading him to believe it was merely his imagination. I have something to attend to, I can't make it. She typed this on her phone. The boy, puzzled, inquired, Is your voice hoarse? Lin Wu coldly nodded. She remembered who he was, Chen Ji, a senior who had harbored a crush on her before the apocalypse, after the world changed. He awakened a metal-type ability and was known for his insincerity, having garnered a terrible reputation for coercing numerous women. In her past life, although she lacked abilities, she managed to survive through hand-to-hand combat skills like Sonda and Judo. When Chen Ji targeted her, having failed to entice her, he resorted to force. If it weren't for the intervention of a female fire-type ability user, she might have become one of those unfortunate women. What is the matter that day? If it's urgent, I can accompany you. It would surely be much easier with help, Chen Ji insisted, trying to present himself as a caring senior, his tone laced with flirtation. The naive junior would easily fall for such charms. Lin Wu narrowed her eyes and typed, Sure, let us arrange to meet here at 6 in the afternoon that day. You must come. All right, it's settled then. Chen Ji replied cheerfully before leaving. Lin Wu, however, continued to watch his retreating figure, her gaze darkening. Scum like him deserved to rot in hell. Your life will cease to exist from the first day of the apocalypse. Chapter 4, Daily Necessities. Chen Ji's appearance reminded Lin Wu that she was still a sophomore. In her past life, she had maintained relatively good relationships with some classmates at this time. Having been preoccupied with stockpiling supplies yesterday, she hadn't paid much attention to messages on her chat app. As expected, upon checking the chat list, there were numerous red notifications. Most of those familiar classmates had not been seen since the apocalypse. Half had transformed into zombies, and the other half had met untimely deaths. Among those she had encountered, none had not become ability users, pretending not to recognize Lin Wu for fear of being entangled with her. The amicable relationships from peaceful times crumbled under the weight of the apocalypse, rendering any further communication unnecessary. She quickly scanned through the messages, opting not to respond to any. Suddenly, her phone rang. Miss Lin. The batch of bottled water you ordered has been delivered to the warehouse. You may inspect it personally. Should you have any concerns, please feel free to contact me, the factory manager cheerfully stated. Remembering that this girl had difficulty speaking, he kindly added, If there are no issues, I'll hang up now. You can text me if needed. Lin Wu confirmed the delivery and drove straight to her next destination. The small commodity market. After purchasing basic ingredients and water, she naturally shifted her focus to daily necessities. Since the onset of the apocalypse, most individuals had been living with a shortage of essential goods. Where survival always took precedence over quality of life. It was futile to be overly concerned about such matters, especially for women. Lacking sufficient sanitary pads during their monthly cycle could render their lives exceedingly difficult. Lin Wu first headed to the wholesale sanitary pad supplier. To procure the finest quality, purchase the best of its kind. Each type of sanitary napkin requires 1,000 boxes, all to be delivered to this address. She wrapped her fingers on the table, raising her phone for the reclining proprietress to see. The proprietress, squinting and dozing, was abruptly awakened and appeared somewhat displeased. Sitting up, she furrowed her brow as she examined the phone. 1,000 boxes of sanitary napkins. Each type. Suddenly alert, she stood and inquired of Lin Wu, My dear, did you perhaps mistype? One box from their wholesale market is certainly not a trivial cardboard box. Based on their calculations, a woman would only require a little over 300 boxes for a lifetime. 1,000 of each type would suffice for multiple lifetimes. What on earth is this for? A feast? Lin Wu remained silent, typing, For business procurement, I will pay a deposit first. She retrieved a card from her bag and swiftly placed it on the POS machine. The proprietress opened her mouth, intending to convey that this was no small sum. High-quality sanitary napkins hold considerable value. Even a 30% deposit amounts to 800,000. However, after she operated the POS machine, Lin Wu's decisive payment rendered her speechless. Lin Wu directly paid $1 million as a deposit. Prosperity, prosperity. The flurry of jubilant thoughts danced in the proprietress's mind. She could retire early. My dear, the quantity you requested is substantial. I will need 3 days to deliver everything to the address you provided, the proprietress said with a beaming smile. Lin Wu nodded. She was not concerned about these merchants absconding with the money without delivering the goods. Prior to her procurement, she had engaged a hacker to investigate every shop she intended to visit. All the shop owners had local mortgages and families to care for. Seasoned merchants understood that they could not afford to offend significant clients and would never take reckless risks. Toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, facial cleansers, shampoos, body washes, conditioners, body lotions, 500 boxes of each. She specified the brands, ensuring they were durable. The wholesale vendor, a balding middle-aged man and the proprietress's husband, looked delighted as the computer beeped rhythmically, eventually calculating the total price. The grand total amounted to $1,083,500 with a deposit of $500,000. Lin Wu unhesitatingly processed the deposit. A young man in the store, impatiently fiddling with his phone, heard the escalating quotes and looked up in surprise. Oh, a familiar face. Lin Wu glanced at the man and typed a message to the shop owner. The owner awkwardly relayed, "The young lady claims she does not recognize you. Have you forgotten so soon?" The man slapped the table, his arms tattoos glaringly visible. "Beautiful lady, I moved in across from your place last month. We met before. My name is Guku." Lin Wu displayed a look of sudden understanding. Yet she had no recollection and feigned pretense. Upon noticing this, Guku chuckled, his demeanor becoming more brazen. "Why is the beauty suddenly silent?" The shop owner again awkwardly conveyed. "She said it's none of your business." Guku faltered, his expression darkening slightly as he eyed Lin Wu's exquisite face, intrigued. "Buying so many items? Are you opening a supermarket?" Lin Wu offered a faint smile. Geku, a typical admirer of youthful charm, felt his heart flutter upon seeing her smile, his eyes gleaming even brighter. The shop owner, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, continued to relay. "She stated this is for donated supplies and reiterated that it's none of your concern. She is quite busy." Geku, having been publicly embarrassed, contemplated flipping the table, his hands poised at the edge, yet he recalled his parents' admonitions and shot a fierce glance at Lin Wu before taking his seat again. The shop owner wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering how his nephew had chosen to flirt in his shop, fully aware that she could not speak, yet still waited for him to act as a messenger. It served him right for failing to attract the young lady's interest, but the shop owner feared his nephew might cause a scene, and hurriedly stepped between the two to interrupt the conversation. He addressed Lin Wu apologetically. "This is my nephew. His temperament leaves much to be desired. His parents sent him here to learn some humility." This was hardly an act of assistance, it was more of a nuisance. However, she could not meddle in other people's affairs. Lin Wu acknowledged this and, indifferent to Guku's overt gaze, confirmed the deposit's receipt with the shop owner before turning to leave. She made a note of Guku's face. Living across from her, if he harbored any ill intentions, it would not be difficult to deal with. Unbeknownst to Guku, his unabashed interest had already marked him as someone to be wary of. Lin Wu swiftly proceeded to the next shop to purchase wet wipes and tape. According to her gathered information, this shop was also related to a bedding factory owner, thus, she could conveniently procure all bedding supplies in one go, saving considerable time. Before Lin Wu even pushed open the shop door, she overheard voices from within. "Mom, it's sweltering. Turn on the air conditioning. Turn on the air conditioning. Do you know how exorbitant the electricity bill is in this weather?" No air conditioning. The argument between mother and son reached Lin Wu's ears, causing her to pause. How many times had her own mother, with a similarly irritable disposition, lectured her for being picky about food? Whenever Lin Wu failed to eat properly, her mother would tap her forehead, reasoning with her, and would invariably offer her snacks to coax her. Now, reflecting on it, considering her past life, it had already been over a decade since those days. Lin Wu collected her thoughts and cleared her throat softly. The female shopkeeper at the counter shot her son a disapproving look upon seeing a customer, then approached Lin Wu with a warm smile. "Dear, what would you like to see?" Lin Wu displayed her phone. 8,000 boxes each of regular and alcohol wipes, 2,000 packs of tissues and toilet paper of a specified brand, and 2,000 boxes of industrial tape and glue. Surprisingly, the shopkeeper did not seem overly astonished. After pondering for a moment, she stated, "If you're not fibbing, I can have this batch ready for you in 2 days at the earliest. The deposit is not a small amount. I'll keep a record for you. Let me know when you'd like to pay." Having relatives with factories, the shopkeeper had seen numerous large orders and was far quicker in her thinking than the previous shop owners. Lin Wu smiled slightly and retrieved her card, indicating that she could pay immediately. The shopkeeper took out a computer from the counter, carefully calculating, and arrived at a figure. The deposit would be 100,000. After processing the card, the shopkeeper cheerfully said, "If you have any further needs, you can find me. We don't only carry wipes and tissues, I also have new supplies of disposable tableware and can arrange bedding items for you." Lin Wu's eyes lit up. She had initially thought she could merely purchase bedding supplies, but was pleasantly surprised to discover she could also acquire disposable tableware. She had indeed included disposable utensils in her list. "Alright, 3,000 boxes of disposable bowls, chopsticks, and lunch boxes, along with 1,000 sets each of quilts, blankets, sheets, and pillows." "Correct, yes," totaling a deposit of 250,000. The shopkeeper cheerfully responded, "You've given a nearby address, so I can deliver everything to the warehouse within 5 days, or you can settle the remaining balance then." Lin Wu nodded. Chapter 5. Uncle Miss Lin here to check the goods. The manager, sipping tea in a kiosk, spotted Lin Wu and greeted her with a smile. Lin Wu waved in acknowledgement. The manager, astute as ever, averted his gaze. Having been in this line of work for a long time, he understood that prying into others' affairs was inadvisable. Once payment was received, one should remain honest, lest one invites trouble. Before entering the warehouse, Lin Wu inspected several pinhole cameras to confirm everything was secure, then reviewed the surveillance footage at 10 times speed. No one had set foot in the warehouse. She felt reassured and turned her attention to the newly rented cold storage units, where she installed a pinhole camera she had purchased recently. On the way, after confirming it was operational, Lin Wu stepped inside the cold storage. Dozens of tons of fresh meat occupied 2 warehouse rooms. She closed the door, storing the meat along with the packaged boxes within her space. The competition for food had persisted since the apocalypse began, continuing even after she was captured by the research facility, even after years of developing mutated beast meat and edible mutated plants. Not having enough to eat remained the norm for most people. As her consciousness swept over the mountain of fresh meat boxes within her space, Lin Wu could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. With 13 days remaining, she still had much to gather. She needed to be thoroughly prepared before the apocalypse struck. For lunch, Lin Wu chose to dine at a hot pot restaurant not far from the wholesale market. Given the oppressive heat, the hot pot restaurant had no customers at all. The owner, frowning in distress, was taken aback to see a customer. Lin Wu handed the completed menu to the owner. "Wait a moment," he sighed, not questioning why Lin Wu remained silent, and personally went to the kitchen to prepare ingredients for her. As a small cart rolled in, the owner lit the stove, rumbling, "Honestly, I was about to close up and head home if no customers showed up. Just as I was about to leave, you walked in. Not that I'm complaining, but in this sweltering heat, I wouldn't want to eat this either, yet you ordered so much." Lin Wu silently listened. Her eyes lowered, making no moves. She simply wished to savor more of these exquisite Chinese delicacies before the apocalypse. As for the temperature, ever since she consumed a fruit from her space that morning, she had grown increasingly indifferent to it. After rambling for a while, the owner, perhaps realizing Lin Wu was unable to speak, finally ceased his chatter. The struggling hot pot restaurant could not afford to run the air conditioning, so he placed a small fan at the counter to blow air. Idly watching Lin Wu eat while the owner felt disheartened, Lin Wu relished her meal. Plates of tender beef, shrimp, and meat slid into the pot, and within half an hour, she had nearly finished. Content, she wiped her mouth and scanned the QR code to settle the bill. The last order, let me give you a discount. I've decided to close the place down. I'll be putting it up for sale tomorrow after clearing out the ingredients in the cold storage and opening a supermarket instead. As the owner processed the payment, he grumbled about the scorching heat. Advising Lin Wu, "You should eat less, be careful not to suffer from heat stroke." Lin Wu glanced at the owner, whose face was barely past 30. This grand hot pot establishment boasts a refrigerated storage facility for its ingredients, which may well sustain it for a time in the event of an apocalypse. It would indeed be a pity to sell it off. She tapped a few words onto a sticky note to show the owner. The summer heat has intensified beyond previous years, and winter promises to be equally unforgiving. The owner paused as he read the words on her phone, realization dawning. Winter, you are absolutely right. Very well. Let us endure for a while longer. I shall refrain from selling for now. I will keep this establishment and perhaps sell other items instead, making do for the time being. Who knows, winter might bring unexpected fortune. After all, he is a solitary man, with no wife or children to consider, and can simply live as he pleases. Lin Wu curled her lips in a smirk and turned to leave. The sun hung high in the sky, burning fiercely. After gazing at it for some time, one could discern that there was not a single cloud in sight. The scorching rays beat down upon the earth, causing people to lament the heat. Many workplaces have closed, and working from home has sadly become the norm. 82 in the afternoon, the once crowded streets were now painfully sparse. Pedestrians donned tightly fitting hats to shield themselves from the sun. Lin Wu pondered for a moment, not wishing to stand out too much, and purchased a fisherman's hat to wear. She made rounds to procure all the high-demand items herself, while the remaining supplies could be easily ordered online in sufficient quantities, making things considerably easier. Flashlights, batteries, hand warmers, kitchenware, ceramic tableware, masks, rubber gloves, lamps, electric kettles, disposable protective suits. She indulged in a cup of milk tea, leisurely drafting her list. In the air-conditioned tea shop, with electricity prices soaring, the cost of milk tea has more than doubled. Dine-in customers are now required to pay an additional 20 yuan for air conditioning, leading to a significant drop in offline orders as more people opt for takeout. For Lin Wu, who currently finds herself with ample funds and time, this is an ideal location to organize her thoughts. She exhaled deeply, categorizing the items she could purchase online. Next, there were those that could not be bought offline and would require some connections to acquire. First and foremost were pharmaceuticals. Lin Wu frowned as she circled the category. No one in her social circle could procure large quantities of medicine. Even pharmaceutical representatives are now under stringent regulations. Items like band-aids, gauze, and iodine can be easily obtained, but more critical medications would necessitate scavenging hospitals amidst the chaos that would follow the apocalypse. This task was duly noted as one of her priorities post-apocalypse. Following that, she would need gasoline and diesel. No matter how capable a person may be, walking is simply less efficient than driving. In the aftermath, her means of transportation would require a substantial amount of gasoline. Yet gasoline is currently subject to purchase limits, making it difficult to acquire in bulk. Diesel, however, can be used for generators, and the recent lifting of restrictions on its purchase makes it relatively accessible. Thus, gasoline has been added to her list of essential supplies. The next item on her list is a vehicle. If she is to drive, it must be a durable one, capable of traversing through hordes of zombies and over mountains. While ready-made options exist, having one custom-built would be even better. A figure slowly emerged in Lin Wu's mind, causing her to squint her eyes. It may be a challenge, but at least she has a direction. With her thoughts crystallized, Lin Wu focused and listed her final item: solar panels and related tools. If she were to establish a new home in the post-apocalyptic world, these would be vital tools for rebuilding her life. At the very least, they would enhance her quality of living. She knows someone who can procure these items, albeit with a rather complex relationship. Her uncle runs a well-known solar technology company and has a branch in her city. However, her family has always been estranged from her maternal side. They did not even attend her parents' funeral, leaving her uncertain about their willingness to assist. She dialed the number. Lin Wu couldn't help but recall an incident from her past life. The doctor who tormented her daily had once expressed incredulity as he stood by her surgical table, exclaiming, "How curious that someone would go to such lengths to seek out an orphan like you." At the time she was overwhelmed by excruciating pain and had no energy to contemplate anything. Now, reflecting upon it, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Could that person searching for her be her uncle? Chapter 6. Chen Qingming, who had just concluded a meeting, answered his phone casually. "Hello, who is this, uncle?" Chen Qingming was momentarily taken aback. Uncle, the unfamiliar title stirred a wave of suffocating memories within him. His beloved sister had been deceived by a penniless man choosing to sever ties with her family to marry him. After their marriage, she hadn't returned home in over a decade. The only two occasions he had received news of her were when she gave birth to a daughter and when she met with an untimely demise. Yet when he rushed to the funeral, he found an empty room devoid of any attendees. It appeared she truly did not wish to maintain contact with her family, even hiding the location of her funeral. How did this girl come to know his number? Chen Qingming clenched his jaw and casually tossed the phone to his secretary. "You take it, tell them I'm in a meeting." Secretary Liu, reluctantly complying, answered the call. "Hello, I am Mr. Chen's secretary." "Who is this? If you have a message, I can relay it." "I'm looking for uncle regarding business." Liu was taken aback. When did the boss acquire a stuttering niece? Noticing his boss's unexpected interest, he placed the call on speaker. Lin Wu was certain the first person to answer would be Chen Qingming. With the change in voices, it became clear he was unwilling to engage with her. Clearly, she had been overthinking things. "It's not convenient to talk. I'll send a message." Liu, wishing to end the call, was met with a look from Chen Qingming, prompting him to inquire about Lin Wu's stutter. Thus, he steeled himself and asked, "May I inquire why your speech is like this?" Lin Wu replied with a blank expression, "I bumped my head the day before yesterday." After the call ended, Lin Wu composed a text message to clarify her intentions. Swiftly shifting from emotional thinking back to rationality, taking a deep breath of her milk tea, she felt her inexplicably low spirits begin to lift. Just moments later, her phone vibrated again. The caller ID clearly read Uncle Chen. Lin Wu felt an overwhelming desire to remain silent. "Little Wu will handle this business. The solar panels you requested will be delivered from the branch tonight." Liu conveyed the good news to Lin Wu, adding, "Out of personal concern, you ought to see someone about your stutter." Lin Wu pressed her lips together. Liu continued, "I know a neurology expert who specializes in this type of treatment. I've scheduled an appointment for you at a private hospital tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Room 405. Your health is important." Lin Wu, her uncle was rather aloof, but the secretary was genuinely kind-hearted. "If you need anything, feel free to reach out. I have another meeting to attend. We shall speak again later." Lin Wu, "All right." After hanging up, the man in the office, sipping coffee, gazed intently at the rising temperature outside. The solar panels that girl requested must be of the highest quality, but priced as if they were the lowest model. Liu gently placed the phone back on his boss's desk and nodded. "Understood." Within half an hour, Lin Wu received notification that the solar panels were in stock at the branch and would be shipped that evening. After some contemplation, she crafted a message to send. "Uncle, this is Lin Wu. I have a senior who works at a meteorological institute. They mentioned that the weather will soon turn extremely severe, potentially causing traffic paralysis. Please remember to prepare some supplies at home just in case." After sending it, she added, "The more, the better. The current heatwave is indeed abnormal, and the notion of natural disasters is quite apt. In the 3 days leading up to the apocalypse, various regions will experience earthquakes and typhoons, undoubtedly resulting in traffic chaos." She exhaled, feeling that this message in exchange for those supplies would suffice, having previously listed items like flashlights and batteries that could be ordered online. She placed orders for hundreds of each, specifying delivery to the warehouse, with the slowest expected arrival within 5 days. The essentials for survival were nearly accounted for, and she had also ordered a large quantity of basic disinfectants like band-aids and iodine. Counting carefully, the remaining items on her list were a vehicle and diesel. Diesel was manageable, there are numerous second-hand dealers, and with a bit of inquiry, she could easily find a route. The more challenging task would be securing a vehicle. With 12 days remaining until the apocalypse, the only person she knew capable of modifying a car to her specifications was Young Hon from the Jinghon car dealership in C-City. She had heard of Young Hon at the C-City base. He was renowned as the premier car modifier, and any vehicle altered by him would surely meet her requirements before the apocalypse. Young Hon was the second in command at Jinghon, known for his eccentricity and only taking orders based on his mood. Lin Wu stared at his name with a headache. Surely she couldn't simply walk into Jinghon and demand to see this esteemed figure. If necessary, she could once again enlist Shen Qingming's assistance in reaching out to Young Hon. Perhaps that would afford her an opportunity for a meeting. With this thought, Lin Wu settled her bill at the tea shop, placed her computer into her backpack, and headed towards the vehicle. Her mind was preoccupied with the peculiarities she had heard about Young Hon in her past life. A penchant for handsome men. Sleeping with his eyes open, dressing in women's clothing. A sudden shriek startled her, nearly causing her to trip. Stop the thief! A man in black brushed past her. Lin Wu flexed her wrists and ankles slightly. The thief dashed away with remarkable speed, overly confident in his agility. Thanks to his proud footwork, he had successfully completed no less than 10 jobs this month. The oppressive heat had also played to his advantage. With people feeling irritable and their guard lowered just as he relished his success, a sudden jolt of pain struck his back, as if his very insides had been violently impacted, causing his vision to darken as he stumbled to the ground. Damn! The thief instinctively wanted to curse, but his strength waned, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lin Wu picked up the expensive black designer bag from the ground and handed it to the tall girl with long hair who was rushing over. Thank you, I've already called the police," the girl exclaimed, her height towering over Lin Wu by a full head. She was immensely grateful and asked, "Could I have your contact information? This bag means a lot to me." "I sincerely appreciate your help." Just as Lin Wu was about to decline, the girl interjected, "My name is Young Hon. Please, you must share your contact details with me." The words that were half-formed in Lin Wu's mind caught her off guard, causing her to take 2 steps back. Young Hon, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong?" Lin Wu, feeling as if fate had conspired on her behalf, thought to herself that she must have endured great hardship in her past life for fortune to smile upon her now. She quickly typed on her phone and held it up, the screen reading, "Are you the Young Hon from Jinghon car dealership?" Young Hon stroked her chin. "Am I really that famous?" The short-haired girl, with an expressionless demeanor, extended her WeChat QR code. "What a handsome boy, dressed as a girl. How could anyone mistake her for anything but a pure woman?" Although Young Hon was quite well known, very few recognized her. And due to the peculiarities of her sleep habits and the gasoline scent that allegedly clung to her, most people instinctively assumed she was male. Lin Wu's unabashed gaze sent a jolt through Young Hon, making her feel as if this strange, adorable girl could see right through her. Meanwhile, Lin Wu was calculating her next move. A favor in return, that would suffice. A vehicle would do. Chapter 7, a ready-made car. Having obtained Young Hon's contact information and arranged a dinner, Lin Wu felt a surge of elation. However, the thief she had kicked had sustained significant injuries, and the arriving police were shaking their heads in disbelief. After all the commotion, Lin Wu was startled to receive a text notification from the warehouse manager just minutes later. Had the solar panels already been delivered? That seemed exceedingly swift. Pondering this, she made her way to the warehouse. She first stashed the delivered bottled water into her space upon seeing the solar panels neatly stacked. Even Lin Wu, who lacked expertise, could discern their exceptional quality at a glance. With a complex expression, she regarded the panels for a moment before storing them away. Now her space contained meat, bottled water, and solar panels, easily distinguishable items. However, should she need to store supplies in the coming days, it would take considerable effort to find something specific. With this thought in mind, Lin Wu exited the warehouse. hopped into her vehicle and immediately entered her space. Fortunately, the tinted windows of her car provided ample privacy. Even if someone leaned against the glass, they would be unable to discern the interior. It seemed that the items within her space could shift according to her intentions. Lin Wu pulled out a chair from her little wooden house and sat down, surveying her surroundings. Using a row of bottled water as a boundary, she roughly divided food, clothing, daily necessities, and tools into 4 distinct areas behind the wooden house. Once other items arrived, she could further categorize them for easier access. Stretching lazily, Lin Wu's gaze fell upon the peculiar tree. Having consumed 2 of its fruits, her physical prowess now rivaled that of a second-tier ability user in a post-apocalyptic world. There were still a few scattered fruits remaining. She wondered if consuming another would enhance her abilities further. Lin Wu tentatively ate one. The refreshing sensation was significantly diminished compared to the first 2. Yet still present, clearly less potent than before. The 4th fruit barely registered, and had it not been for Lin Wu's tranquil state, she might not have noticed it at all. She gazed at the remaining fruits with mild regret. It seemed further consumption would yield little benefit, but if trustworthy companions came along in the future, she could share them. In her past life, her solitary nature and reluctance to forge bonds had led to dire consequences. Allowing the research facility to easily target her without anyone noticing her disappearance. In this life, if she aimed to dismantle the facility entirely, she could not rely solely on her personal strength. As the thought of establishing her own faction circulated in her mind, Lin Wu gently shook her head, bearing that notion deep within. Her nature was not suited to guile. If she were to navigate among people, she truly could not manage it. If she sought companions, they must be individuals of absolute trustworthiness, an exceedingly rare find in a post-apocalyptic world. Lin Wu plucked a fruit and glanced once more at the solar panels securely stored in her space. Letting out a sigh, she exited her space and found a foam container to pack the fruit, sending it off via express delivery. Qingping Pavilion, the renowned restaurant in CTC, required membership for reservations. And even then, securing a good table was not guaranteed. Young Hon was perusing the menu when she heard the door of the partition slide open. Realizing Lin Wu had arrived, she turned to her, saying, "Thanks to this dismal weather, I was still able to book a private room at Qingping Pavilion today. Take a look at the menu and see what you'd like. It's on me." "On you?" Lin Wu shook her head and typed, "I have something to ask of you, so I'll treat." She couldn't allow Young Hon to feel indebted over a meal after all her efforts. Young Hon shrugged. "I'm fine with that." She feared the petite girl might be overwhelmed by the prices at Qingping Pavilion, which could easily reach tens of thousands. To her surprise, Lin Wu quickly ordered several highly rated dishes from the menu, even selecting desserts and appetizers with remarkable precision, displaying an air of familiarity that suggested she frequented the establishment often. Young Hon sat up a bit straighter, her unease growing as she watched the server carry away the menu. Initially, she had thought Lin Wu might merely seek advice on purchasing a vehicle or perhaps a discount through connections, but now, the dishes Lin Wu had ordered were quite extravagant, even including a bottle of vintage red wine. Indicating that she was utterly unconcerned about any favors Young Hon might offer. Were it anyone else, Young Hon would have insisted on a simpler monetary exchange at this point, yet the bag Lin Wu had retrieved belonged to her late parents, and a financial repayment felt like a desecration of their memory. Observing Young Hon's discomfort, Lin Wu noted that while she was visibly uneasy, she showed no intention of refusing, confirming her initial assessment. The bag they had recovered that afternoon was undoubtedly significant to Young Hon, thus Lin Wu felt her chances of success in this endeavor had increased from an initial 50% to a solid 70%. She remained unhurried, waiting for the server to bring out the dishes before leisurely picking up her chopsticks to eat. From Young Hon's perspective, Lin Wu exhibited remarkable composure. In reality, Lin Wu simply found it easier to remain silent rather than type. Opting to fill her stomach before discussing business, the age-old adage of food should not be discussed held true. With Lin Wu not speaking, Young Hon adhered to her upbringing and refrained from conversation during meals. allowing the two to enjoy their dining experience in comfort. Given Qingping Pavilion's esteemed reputation, the food was indeed exquisitely prepared and delectable, far surpassing ordinary restaurants. The delicious fare, paired with the rich, lingering wine, and the gentle music flowing through the private room, provided a supreme sensory pleasure. Once they had nearly finished, Lin Wu wiped her mouth with a napkin and took her time to compose her thoughts on her phone. Finally, Young Hon spoke. "What is it that you need my assistance with?" Her curiosity was palpable. Lin Wu smiled slightly and pushed her phone towards her. "This?" Young Hon fell silent, staring in shock at Lin Wu. How did Lin Wu know that she had recently designed and modified a vehicle? Had Lin Wu conducted an investigation on her? That seemed unlikely. The vehicle had been constructed overseas and only recently returned with a batch of unremarkable cars. Logically, given the dealership's owner might not be aware of it. Lin Wu spoke earnestly. "Here is my description of the car I desire. If you can produce it within 10 days, I am willing to pay a fair price for it." This statement indicated that Lin Wu was entirely unaware that she already possessed such a vehicle. She merely recognized Young Hon's capability to construct it. Young Hon chuckled dryly. "You need 10 days. I already have a vehicle that meets your specifications." The space could accommodate 6 or 7 people and included a small bed, constructed from durable materials with a ballistic-grade exterior, boasting superior performance with a range of 500 kilometers. Every detail, from the tires to the roof, had been meticulously modified to ensure no vulnerabilities remained. Powered by both solar energy and gasoline, with full air conditioning and heating inside, this was the product of a month's work. Intended for her personal collection in a private warehouse, Lin Wu's eyes sparkled as she smiled and typed, "Please quote your price." Such a vehicle was a rare find. Its value in a post-apocalyptic world was beyond mere currency. Regardless of the cost, this transaction was absolutely worthwhile. Young Hon sighed. "Let's say 10 million. I'll just cover the material costs. The bag you helped me recover is the only thing my parents left me. Vehicles I can always create again. But this favor must be repaid." She regretted not having stored the bag in a bank deposit box on a different day. Lin Wu stared blankly at the bank account number Young Hon had sent. 10 million was remarkably cheap, almost a giveaway. Young Hon's reputation resonated far and wide, and a custom-modified vehicle of this caliber typically commanded prices that soared tenfold above this figure. With a few swift motions, Lin Wu completed the transfer, and Young Hon promptly received the payment notification. "It was 20 million." Lin Wu's message read, "A remarkable bargain, were it not for other significant expenses on the horizon. This vehicle would undoubtedly warrant a higher price." This sum had been set aside from the billions she had liquidated, specifically earmarked for vehicle modifications. However, traveling through the post-apocalyptic landscape with such a conspicuous vehicle was not her intention. She planned to acquire some hammers for transportation instead. Those too would require a substantial investment, and Lin Wu was not inclined to spend this money. In the course of gathering supplies over the past few days, she had fortuitously discovered a warehouse near their community, and after observing it for several days, she was convinced it was the inventory storage for the hammer dealership. As the apocalypse approaches, Lin Wu can swiftly proceed to collect her vehicle. Chapter 8: Strange Examination Results. After finishing her meal, she has another destination to visit, a neurological consultation. She intends to take advantage of the expertise available. She is also curious about how her condition is defined medically. Upon arrival, the neurologist introduced to her by Liu is an elderly gentleman who appears quite robust. Coincidentally, he shares the same surname, Lin. "I understand that you currently have a speech impairment, only able to articulate 2 words at a time. Is that correct?" Dr. Lin inquires. Lin Wu nods in affirmation. "Please say 2 sentences for me. Recite this line of poetry by Li Bai." He gestures towards the calligraphy on the wall. Lin Wu earnestly recites, in obscurity. "The esteemed are valued. What need for solitary heights to rival the clouds and the moon? Is this a result of an impact?" Dr. Lin asks. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wu decides to speak the truth. Shaking her head and typing, I woke up this way. Do you experience dizziness or hallucinations in your daily life? The doctor continues. Lin Wu shakes her head again, with no physical factors at play. We should consider physiological changes or psychological factors. Although your speech resembles stuttering, your enunciation is clear and deliberate, and your cognitive abilities appear intact. Dr. Lin leans towards the idea of psychological influences, out of professional rigor. He recommends that Lin Wu undergo an electroencephalogram, a cranial MRI, and a head CT scan for further insights. While awaiting the results, Dr. Lin presents Lin Wu with a psychological questionnaire filled with straightforward questions, which she completes rapidly. Upon lifting her gaze, she finds Dr. Lin staring blankly at her examination results. Dr. Lin Wu calls out to him. He snaps back to reality and glances at her questionnaire. The results indicate that Lin Wu's mental health is exceptionally robust. Observing his peculiar expression, she types, "Is the examination result not favorable?" Hearing this, Dr. Lin's brows furrow even deeper. The results reveal that your brain structure is remarkably healthy, devoid of any abnormalities, however, for reasons unknown. Your brain waves are significantly stronger than those of a typical individual. This is virtually impossible, he continues. Not only is the young woman before me emotionally stable, but even if she were to lose control, her brain waves wouldn't reach such extremes. Lin Wu is momentarily taken aback, inevitably recalling the experiments conducted by Jiang Cheng in her past life. This phenomenon is likely a consequence of the fusion with that energy entity. With psychological factors largely ruled out, Miss Lin's condition is truly extraordinary. If only. The peculiar light flickers in his eyes. Upon noticing his gaze, a wave of nausea washes over Lin Wu, and she resolutely shakes her head, rejecting the doctor's advances and departing. That gaze is all too familiar to her. It is the same fervent look Jiang Cheng had while dissecting and studying her day and night. Consequently, whenever confronted with such eyes, her instinctive reaction is one of revulsion. Over the past few days, Lin Wu has gradually collected supplies delivered from the warehouse, and merely organizing her space consumes a significant portion of her time each day. When she visits Yang Hon's private garage to retrieve her vehicle, she gleefully borrows numerous spare tires and repair tools from him. As she fondles the car keys, her mind races with calculations. She has come to understand Yang Hon's character well enough. He is a dependable individual. She wonders if she could recruit him, for skilled mechanics are a rare find. He is regarded as the finest mechanic, likely to become a coveted genius in high demand among various bases. A sudden chill runs down her spine. While Lin Wu is lost in her thoughts, she quickly messages Yang Hon, "Have you been in CTC all month?" Yang Hon, having just been swindled out of several vehicles and tools by her, replies irritably, "I've been here for the past couple of days, but I need to head to CTS for a project soon. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me on WeChat." She is responsible for the after-sales service. Lin Wu nods in regret. It seems that CTC's base is relatively reliable, and she has no intention of leaving just yet. It appears Yang Hon will not become her mechanic after all. What a pity. If this were the post-apocalyptic world, she could simply seize him. What kind of look is that? It's quite frightening, Yang Hon remarks, rubbing his arms and patting his beloved vehicle. I hope you take good care of it. Though reluctant, Yang Hon has come to believe that Lin Wu is quite suitable for this car after their interactions over the past few days. Lin Wu smiles, waving goodbye as she gets into the car. "Until we meet again, genius mechanic." Upon returning home, Lin Wu notices a massive map hanging on her room's wall, detailing the road conditions of CTC. In fact, to ensure she does not lose her way after the apocalypse, she has purchased dozens of maps from around the world and stored them in her space. The areas marked in red on the map indicate where the base in CTC will soon be established after the onset of the apocalypse. With a large urban population, the number of zombies is terrifying. For safety reasons, bases are constructed in the outskirts. CTC has opted for the military district, which boasts fortified defenses, high walls, and is difficult to breach. After modifications, it has become a model for other bases. The safety factor is high, but it also restricts Lin Wu from approaching it before the apocalypse. Fortunately, her upscale apartment is situated near the suburbs. And driving there would only take half a day. Additionally, there will be a period of conflict between the start of the apocalypse and the establishment of the base in CTC. The military district during the early stages of the apocalypse is not necessarily safer than outside. In fact, it can be even more perilous. She must endure a period of self-preservation on the outside, waiting until the base is initially established before heading there. During this time, Lin Wu can fully hone her abilities and acquire sufficient strength. The computer screen is inundated with forum posts, the internet speed struggling to keep up with the deluge of information. Lin Wu, however, patiently peruses the content. With only a week remaining until the apocalypse, severe natural disasters have begun to manifest across various regions. CTC's relatively flat terrain offers some respite, however, forums across other areas are rife with heated discussions. Most of the items Lin Wu ordered have arrived, with only the final batch of clothing yet to be delivered. She has spent approximately 2/3 of her funds, which includes a substantial amount for diesel and solar panels. She is well prepared for basic survival and can now focus on acquiring supplementary supplies. The first items that come to her mind are fruits and snacks. There are several large orchards on the outskirts of CTC, and she drives over to rent a few small warehouses near the orchards. After negotiating prices with several farmers, she purchases a large quantity of apples, pears, grapes, kiwis, peaches, jujubes, watermelons, strawberries, and more. Most farmers are uninterested in the intended usage. They are simply happy to earn money. If anyone inquires, Lin Wu vaguely claims she is donating to a school. Due to the proximity, the fruits are delivered directly to the warehouses. By midday, all the fruits have been stored. While paying the final balance, Lin Wu recalls the dark, moist ground in her space, and with a sudden thought, she orders a batch of various fruit tree saplings. Perhaps they could grow, ensuring a continued supply of fresh fruit. By the time she secures the fruits and saplings in her space and locks them in the warehouse, it is already 1 in the afternoon. After a hasty meal, Lin Wu realizes she cannot afford to delay and must expedite the procurement of other essential supplies. If the fruit tree saplings can thrive, then vegetable seeds should be viable as well. Lin Wu drives her Mini to several seed stores, purchasing large bags of various vegetable seeds. The temperature has reached a sweltering 48 to 49 degrees. And there are very few open shops. Even Lin Wu finds the sun unbearably bright. Were it not for the enhancements provided by the fruits in her space, she might have collapsed from fatigue during her daily excursions. After securing the seeds, she turns her attention to snacks. Although they are categorized as snacks, Lin Wu instinctively opts for filling items such as compressed biscuits, bread, beef jerky, and instant noodles when purchasing from the supplier. Only after confirming the quantities does she begin to list her favorite treats, including spicy strips, potato chips, French fries, chocolate cookies, marinated foods, milk, then more. Ordering several thousand boxes of each, she requests expedited shipping within 2 days. Even though the price has nearly doubled, Lin Wu deems it worthwhile. While compiling her snack list, she realizes she has overlooked items like mushrooms and noodles. Adding them to her order, she also spends an afternoon hiring individuals to collect all available fresh seafood from the market. After accomplishing these tasks, despite her robust physique, Lin Wu finds herself utterly exhausted. She rests in the car for a moment, feeling drowsy. Chapter 9, Turmoil. Although Lin Wu meticulously created her checklist, she still identifies several omissions upon review. Nevertheless, she has diligently worked to replenish all missing supplies over the past couple of days. With only 5 days remaining until the apocalypse, Lin Wu has ordered over 1,000 fully charged power banks, dozens of tablets, several external hard drives and projectors, as well as a diverse array of books covering literature, history, physics, and technology, even including highly acclaimed comics and single-player games. After her purchases, she hires people to download an extensive library of films, documentaries and novels, and comprehensive tutorials on various technologies onto the external hard drives, along with videos teaching 100 different languages. The ample supply of power banks and sufficient charging cables will last her until she can begin using the solar panels. Aside from her daily meals, Lin Wu dedicates most of her energy to this endeavor. If she cannot find trustworthy assistance in the future, she can learn to accomplish various tasks on her own. Additionally, Lin Wu inadvertently discovers that the flow of time in her space differs from that in reality. Through calculations, she determines that the time ratio is 1:10, meaning that for every 10 hours that pass in her space, only 1 hour elapses in reality. This revelation allows Lin Wu to rest adequately during her travels. Yawning, she lowers the air conditioning temperature by 1 degree. The temperature outside has soared to unbearable heights, prompting many residential complexes to impose power restrictions. Fortunately, Lin Wu had prepared early, arranging for the installation of solar panels outside her window, which sufficed for her electricity needs. The apartment building has 2 units per floor, and the prices in this neighborhood have escalated significantly over recent years. Aside from a few long-standing residents, new inhabitants are scarce, with only 48 members in the owners group residing on a high floor. Lin Wu finds herself alone, with no one living above or below her, ensuring that her air conditioning unit's incessant operation goes unnoticed. The only individual she remains wary of is the man named Guku, who lives across from her. Having observed her stockpiling daily necessities, he seems to have concocted a pretense of needing to borrow supplies, though it is difficult to ascertain whether he might come knocking on her door, only to discover her air conditioning running and harbor ulterior motives. To err on the side of caution, Lin Wu turns off the air conditioning in her living room, leaving only the one in her bedroom operational. The owners group grows increasingly agitated day by day, with complaints regarding the management's water and electricity supply flooding the chat. In these sweltering times, many are forced to work from home, yet the power limitations have drastically diminished productivity, leading to mass layoffs and a loss of income for numerous individuals. While incomes dwindle, prices continue to surge, a consequence of a pandemic in previous years that ingrained a habit of hoarding in people. Now, with water and electricity in short supply, those sensing a crisis rush to supermarkets to stock up. The stores are teeming with people. Lin Wu dons her hat and mask, coldly sidestepping the throngs, completing a brief circuit before returning home. In her past life, she would have been preparing to watch a meteor shower in the neighboring city at this time, clinging to the romantic fervor of youth, determined to witness the celestial event despite the dismal conditions, only to find herself escaping from hordes of zombies in a state of utter disarray. If memory serves, tomorrow will herald not just water restrictions but a complete water cutoff. As the community begins rationing drinking water based on occupancy, this measure will inevitably lead to a further spike in supermarket traffic. Consequently, during the outbreak of the zombie virus, the mortality rate is expected to skyrocket. Upon awakening that day, Lin Wu glances at the date. This marks the penultimate day before the apocalypse arrives, the night after tomorrow, when the meteor shower graces the sky. 80% of the world's population will transform into zombies. As anticipated, the community is now experiencing water shortages. The weather grows increasingly hostile, with soaring temperatures and frequent typhoons severely disrupting transportation and causing a shortage of goods in supermarkets, prompting purchasing limitations. To avoid raising suspicion, Lin Wu dutifully collects her allotted water from the management office each day. Grandma, I want ice cream," a small boy cries, tugging at the elder's clothing. The other residents waiting to collect water cannot help but be drawn to the commotion. Turning their heads to look, the elderly woman's expression betrays her discomfort. Where could one possibly find ice cream now? Electricity is expensive, and supermarkets no longer stock such perishable items. Some individuals, possessing patience, are unfazed, while others, unable to tolerate the incessant wailing, quickly escalate into disputes. "Stop crying, can't you be quiet? Control your child. If he cries again, I swear I'll hit him. Damn it, I was already agitated today. What kind of person are you? It's just a child, why argue over him? You think you're so noble, what can you do? I'm just annoyed." The exchange of harsh words intensifies, and amidst the gasps of the crowd, The entire management office descends into chaos. Stop fighting. Where are the security guards? Blood, it's over. Someone's dead. Who's calling the police? The cacophony of voices intertwines, and Lin Wu silently withdraws, taking her 2 bottles of water and leaving the management office. If even this upscale apartment complex, with its sparse population, can erupt into such turmoil, one can only imagine the state of other neighborhoods. Indeed, by lunchtime, she sees discussions in the owners' group regarding the deceased being removed from the scene of the riot. While the police merely arrived to inquire briefly, taking no further action, this reality leaves the owners feeling deeply unsettled. The lack of immediate punishment for murder only indicates that such incidents have become alarmingly commonplace. Overwhelming the police's capacity to respond, online discussions continue to simmer, with netizens expressing their outrage. Despite the efforts of cyber police to control the narrative, Lin Wu observes the messages in the owners' group. Pondering thoughtfully, when those in authority are overwhelmed, resources are scarce, and public sentiment is inflamed, the crime rate is bound to rise. The pinhole camera she positioned at her door reveals that Guku has been loitering in front of her apartment for several days. Seemingly torn between knocking and his own hesitations, Lin Wu hopes his intentions are not too fervent. She is not a bloodthirsty person, but should anyone harbor ill intentions towards her, she will undoubtedly eliminate the threat. Switching to the surveillance feed on her phone, she sees Guku standing at her door. Finally mustering the courage to knock, Lin Wu opens the door, her gaze icy. "Beautiful lady, do you have any food left? I've run out on my side and was hoping to borrow a bit from you." Guku seems to have forgotten his previous grievances, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, his eyes wandering into Lin Wu's apartment. Noticing her frown, he raises his eyebrows and adds, "What, are you afraid I'll take your stuff? I'm not short on money, I'll pay double the price." Guku still remembers the favor Lin Wu did him a few days prior. But after several days without proper meals, he finds himself with cash yet unable to procure anything substantial. If this continues, he might starve alongside his money. Lin Wu assesses the situation and opts to stabilize it. Adopting a softer demeanor, she types, "I only have some compressed biscuits and instant noodles left, not much. I can sell you a third, which should last you a couple of days." This statement conveys to Guku that her own supplies are limited. Should he harbor any doubts, observing her kitchen door ajar and the lack of food accumulation, Guku's impulsive thoughts begin to wane. Fine, a little is better than nothing. After concluding the transaction, Guku, eyeing Lin Wu's fair complexion, leans in suggestively, "Perhaps we could share a meal sometime, that would make us friends, wouldn't it?" As he says this, he can't help but brush against Lin Wu's arm. Her expression grows colder. Without hesitation, she slams the door shut. Guku kicks the adjacent wall in frustration, spitting out unappreciative. Not receiving her contact information, he struggles to contain his temper, yet soon lets out a derisive laugh. After all, living just across the hall, he can bide his time. Chapter 10, Weapons. That evening, Lin Wu finds herself deep in thought. She has made considerable progress in stockpiling supplies, yet one crucial aspect remains: weapons. Even though she possesses supernatural abilities in the post-apocalyptic world, Lin Wu resolves to rely on weapons for concealment in most situations. After all, her powers may wane under high-demand circumstances. Now might be the perfect opportunity to acquire suitable weaponry. Contemplating this, sleep eludes her as time slips away, and even the slightest delay fills her with anxiety. Weapons. The current state of societal order leaves much to be desired, and acquiring prohibited items is now more feasible than ever. With the lights at their brightest, Lin Wu sits at her computer, hiring a hacker to access a domestic intermediary website, commonly referred to as the black market. This platform trades in a variety of strictly forbidden items. And as long as one has the right connections and funds, nothing is truly unattainable. With the government's grip tightening, the availability of firearms in the black market has dwindled, making them increasingly sought after. Ordinary individuals find it nearly impossible to procure them in bulk. For instance, Lin Wu has her eyes set on a silver handgun, compact and exquisitely crafted with minimal recoil, ideal for beginners, currently embroiled in a heated bidding war. While the affluent dismiss it, ordinary folks cannot outbid one another, leading to a stalemate that drags on for half an hour. Weighing her balance of 130 million, Lin Wu notes that the highest bid for the handgun has reached 50,000. A chorus of anonymous bidders lambasts the seller. Scam artist, the production cost is at most 5,000. How can you expect to sell it for 10 times that? Greedy fools, watch your step, damn it. If it weren't for the scarcity in our country, who would be willing to be this gullible? The seller's page is inundated with complaints, yet it is not just the handgun that piques Lin Wu's interest. The seller's note mentions that shipments originate from CCT, with delivery to addresses within the city taking half a day, while longer distances experience delays of a day or more. Her cursor hovers over the seller's nickname, Baji Ding Dang. Since the shipments are dispatched from CCT, it stands to reason that this individual must be from there. Surely, someone like him wouldn't only possess a single handgun for sale. A determined smile graces Lin Wu's lips. San Chu-san, I want to purchase your handgun along with any other goods you have at your disposal. Can we negotiate? As expected, the seller promptly replies. Baji Ding Dang, sure, as long as the funds are sufficient. San Chu-san, money is not an issue, I simply wish to know what else you have available. This time, the seller does not respond immediately. Lin Wu waits for 2 minutes, surmising that he is contemplating his options. She elaborates, feel free to disclose your inventory, regardless of whether I purchase anything else, I will definitely take the handgun. Lin Wu swiftly concludes the prolonged bidding at a price of 100,000. Who would pay such a ludicrous price? She muses. Upstairs, there are still plenty of wealthy individuals. Time to wash up and sleep. I'm feeling weary. This transaction essentially serves as a deposit, signaling to the seller that Lin Wu can offer a satisfactory price. Moments later, the seller finally responds. Baji Ding Dang, I have over 20 rifles including models HK433, 233, and AR, as well as 20 handguns, each of the M9 and .45 caliber. As for the handgun you just purchased, it's one of a kind, there's only one in the world, hence the price cannot be low. Lin Wu chuckled softly. In her past life, her supernatural abilities were later developed, and when she could not rely on them, she was compelled to exchange the resources she painstakingly accumulated for firearms and ammunition to safeguard her life. Through prolonged training, she could naturally discern the uniqueness of that silver handgun. 100,000 was hardly excessive. San, in his third year of junior high, said, you quote a price including a sufficient amount of ammunition, and I will pay up front. Lin Wu was not concerned about the possibility of the seller absconding after receiving payment. Every user registered as a seller on this platform underwent meticulous identity verification. Anyone attempting to flee would automatically find themselves on an international mercenary blacklist, and within a week, they would likely lose their lives. The price offered by Baji Ding Dang was 3 million, a sum that greatly pleased Lin Wu. In turn, she disclosed the location of the previous warehouse. Though the rent for that warehouse was exorbitant, its greatest advantage lay in the astute management, which never inquired about the goods. With the firearms secured, Lin Wu felt a slight relaxation in her spirit, and drowsiness began to wash over her. She browsed the website and ordered a batch of durable triangular military daggers, throwing knives, tang swords and Nepalese carved knives, mountain knives, and other cold weapons, all of which, combined, cost no less than the firearms. She had specifically selected sellers in CTC to ensure prompt delivery by the next day. Otherwise, the quantity would have doubled. Lin Wu stretched her neck and focused on sensing her supernatural abilities. Her power to control zombies was only at the first level, seemingly far more difficult to enhance than abilities related to gas manipulation. At the first level, her control over zombies allowed her to mask her presence from zombies of the same level or lower under the interference of the research facility in her past life. This ability had reached the 5th level. Before reaching the 5th level, Lin Wu could merely mask her presence to avoid harm from zombies. Upon reaching the 5th level, she was able to communicate with zombies. Achieving preliminary control, the researchers speculated that if this ability were developed to its utmost potential, she might command a horde of zombies. However, upgrading this ability was notoriously challenging. The research facility had spent mountains of crystal cores over the years, barely elevating it to the 5th level. With a sigh, she pondered what level she could achieve in this life. While her gas manipulation ability had considerable potential for development with the aid of the special fruit, gas manipulation had steadily advanced to the 2nd level, resonating with gases within a 5-meter radius. With her mind in disarray, Lin Wu shut her computer and quickly fell asleep. The next day, aside from the supermarket still operating, the streets were devoid of leisurely wanderers, all having retreated indoors to escape the heat. Upon entering the garage, she sensed several malevolent gazes behind her. With a cold glint in her eyes, she drove out of the community. Navigating several turns, at a few corners, she discerned the identities of those trailing her, a group of motorcycle thugs, with Goku leading the pack. The motorcycle gang slowed down as she reduced her speed. Lin Wu, parked by the roadside, opened the door and coldly regarded the pursuers. Geku waved his hand, signaling the motorcycle gang to halt. He interpreted Lin Wu's gaze and nonchalantly remarked, "I noticed a beautiful lady venturing out alone, and I thought I might offer my protection." Protection? Lin Wu scoffed, her eyes brimming with unmasked derision. Did he truly wish to protect her, or was he seeking an isolated spot for ulterior motives? Such a crude ruse was easily discernible to anyone with a discerning eye. Geku grinned, pulling forth a young nonconformist, patting the boy's head. "Go, tell the mute sister what we are here for." The young thug swaggered over, neck arched defiantly. "Since you ventured out, you must have something going on. A few days ago, my boss noticed you frequently going out. You must have bought some food. With so much food, why not share it with us? We brothers can look out for you." Asa man, he towered over Lin Wu, his voice booming with an implicit threat. Geku squinted, lifting his chin to scrutinize Lin Wu. Recalling how she had previously dismissed him, she was merely an attractive woman. Her temper warranted a sound lesson. The young thug leered at Lin Wu. "You are disrespectful to my boss. If you upset him, you must apologize." Geku stepped closer to Lin Wu. "You now owe me a bow of apology, and after returning, you must hand over all your food. If you do, I might spare your life. Or would you rather let my brothers have their fun with you and then drag you back for your supplies?" As he spoke, the thugs behind him erupted into laughter, unabashedly revealing their desires. Regardless of Lin Wu's response, she could not escape disaster. Geku reached out to touch Lin Wu's face, unaware that they had inadvertently struck her sore spot. Suddenly, Lin Wu let out a low laugh. In this desolate and remote location, Goku was caught off guard by her demeanor, retracting his hand inexplicably, a chill creeping up his spine. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Wu tilted her exquisitely cute face, gently gesturing around. "This place is quite nice." Geku frowned in confusion, unable to fathom Lin Wu's words. 3 minutes later, a group of thugs lay bloodied and struggling on the ground. Geku's legs had turned to jelly. As he watched Lin Wu approach, he frantically threatened, "If you dare harm me, my parents won't let you off the hook." Do you know who my parents are? Out of nowhere, a knife whizzed past his nose, and Lin Wu's expression remained tranquil, as if she were unaware that it had narrowly missed him by a mere millimeter. Geku swallowed hard. Lin Wu casually discarded the knife, exerting a bit of force. Clang! Goku's eyes widened in terror as he realized that the knife had embedded itself deeply into the pavement. How was this possible? How could a human accomplish such a feat? Lin Wu curled her lips into a wicked smile. "Disappear." With an indifferent hand gesture, she manipulated the air, enveloping the splattered blood and guiding it steadily into the earth beside the road. Likewise, she left no residue behind, ensuring that not a single trace remained. The lifeless bodies were discarded in the bushes, easily concealed. Lin Wu returned to her car, closing her eyes for 2 seconds. This was her first act of killing since her rebirth, yet she felt no remorse. Those who dared to commit crimes in the pre-apocalyptic world would only become more brutal and unrestrained in the aftermath. The dual disappearance of moral and legal constraints had catalyzed the emergence of countless scoundrels. This place was ideal, secluded and uninhabited, with insufficient power and surveillance on the opposite side of the road turned off, leaving no loopholes. Eliminating these individuals here was a mere trifle. The apocalypse would soon descend. And if she allowed Goku and his companions to survive, it would undoubtedly pose a risk to her own safety. Chapter 11. Before the apocalypse. Setting aside these unexpected interludes, Lin Wu proceeded to the warehouse as planned. The firearms and cold weapons she had ordered the night before had all been delivered. After meticulously counting them, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Bajidingdang had been quite generous, providing an ample supply of various bullets. Justifying the high price Lin Wu had paid, she stored everything in her space and turned her gaze to the pinhole camera she had installed, since she had already taken all the supplies. These cameras had become obsolete. For precaution's sake, Lin Wu decided to retrieve them all. The warehouse administrator, enjoying the uninterrupted air conditioning for 24 hours, remained diligently stationed in his little pavilion. Upon seeing Lin Wu exit, he greeted her with a cheerful smile. "Miss Lin, are you here to inspect the goods?" Lin Wu nodded. She typed a message to the administrator. "Given this weather, when will you take a break?" If the administrator continued working here once the apocalypse struck, he would inevitably cast his eyes on the warehouse's goods and discover that it was empty. In such a scenario, Lin Wu would have to rent a truck, making multiple trips in and out to feign the transportation of goods. Although it would be somewhat troublesome, it would minimize potential risks. Fortunately, the administrator replied, "I won't be working tonight, Miss Lin. You should quickly relocate the goods. It's not very safe here with no one guarding them." Lin Wu nodded and typed back, "I will transport the goods the day after tomorrow." The administrator smiled. "This dreadful weather is exhausting. The storage fees have been waived during these days. I don't even know when my vacation will end. Miss Lin, you should head home quickly. It's too hot. That vacation could extend for quite some time." Lin Wu bid him farewell, feeling a sense of relief. With a few days of vacancy, even if the administrator returned to find the place empty, he would merely assume she had moved her goods out. After all, no one had witnessed anything, making everything seem reasonable. Feeling a bit hungry, Lin Wu returned to her car and entered her space. She unpacked a steaming box of sauteed mushrooms and pork, along with a portion of dry-fried cauliflower and a box of rice, placing them on the wooden table as her lunch. In just over 10 minutes, she had devoured every last morsel. These disposable utensils would inevitably become trash, but she discovered that her space seemed to possess a self-cleaning function. As long as Lin Wu classified these items as garbage, they would automatically vanish. This was indeed convenient for Lin Wu, allowing her to erase traces of her presence. She pondered for a moment and gathered materials from the tool storage area to assemble a simple sink, complete with a trough at the bottom to collect wastewater. This way, washing the utensils would become significantly easier. Lin Wu suddenly realized that her understanding of the space was still lacking. Glancing at the clock she had placed in the space, she noted that only half an hour had passed, while merely 3 minutes had elapsed outside. With renewed enthusiasm, she exited the space and hurried back home. Upon closing the door behind her, Lin Wu re-entered the space. This time, she attempted to manipulate the objects within. Designating a section of land, Lin Wu planted an apple sapling she had purchased in this plot. Observing the changes with keen interest, the seedling sprouted tender green leaves at a visibly accelerated rate. Leaning down, she touched the leaves and arrived at a general conclusion: objects in the space would maintain their original state unless planted in the soil, whereupon their growth would far exceed that of the outside world. Lin Wu smiled with delight. Thus, it can be said that she has truly reached a state of carefree indulgence. Even if she chooses to remain in this space indefinitely, survival is assured. Yet Lin Wu would never make such a choice. Setting aside her vendettas that require resolution, humanity is, after all, a social species. Staying in isolation for a week or two might be bearable, but prolonged seclusion would inevitably lead to complications. However, she could indeed cultivate a greater variety of flora. With unwavering enthusiasm, Lin Wu planted a seedling of every fruit and vegetable, and by the time she completed her task, only a mere 10 minutes had elapsed. In the outside world, she had ample time to arrange her space. As evening fell, the sounds of dogs barking incessantly from the balconies of other residents filled the air. Animals preserve a greater instinct for survival than humans. They were restless, howling and trembling day and night. The residents complained in their group chat, lamenting that their pets had become increasingly ill-tempered, disturbing their sleep. Some, driven by hunger, cast covetous eyes on their neighbors' pets, resulting in several incidents of dog and cat theft, with the unfortunate owners discovering too late that their beloved animals had been consumed by the thieves. In response, pet owners with deep emotional ties to their animals clashed violently with the culprits, leading to reports of injuries serious enough to warrant hospitalization. In a brief span, pet owners found themselves in a state of fear, reluctant to take their beloved companions out for walks, fearful that they might fall prey to ill-intentioned individuals. As Lin Wu listened attentively, her heightened senses, amplified several times by the space, allowed her to discern the cacophony from several neighboring units, the sound of objects crashing violently to the ground, women's piercing screams, men's shouts of anger, and the cries of children. Shaking her head, Lin Wu turned and retreated to her room. The zombies had yet to appear, but the seeds of humanity's decline in the post-apocalyptic world were already beginning to sprout. Goku was a prime example of this. That night, how many people waited with empty bellies for dawn to break, eager to rush to the supermarket? How many engaged in violent altercations over household items? Fortunately, the soundproofing in Lin Wu's community was relatively good. As long as she stayed away from the balcony and kept her door shut, she could still enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. At the break of dawn, Lin Wu awakened. Perhaps it was the anticipation of the meteor shower and the zombie virus descending together within a few hours that stirred her unique energy, causing her to rise early. After having breakfast, she donned her hat and sun protective clothing and set out in her car. This hour, many were already on the road, primarily hurrying to supermarkets for supplies, making her presence not at all conspicuous. Passing by several stores, she vaguely observed the throngs of heads moving within. If these supermarkets could close their doors a bit earlier, perhaps before the meteor shower, the casualties among humanity would not be so dire. 60% of the population had turned into zombies, while a third of the remaining had perished at the hands of those who had suddenly transformed. The world's population, nearly 8 billion, had plummeted to 2 billion in an instant. It was undeniably tragic. This represented the immediate demographic shift at the onset of the apocalypse, and as time passed, the numbers would dwindle further, those who starved, those devoured by zombies, those slain by fellow humans. The survivors among humanity would be exceedingly few. Lin Wu reigned in her thoughts, choosing not to dwell on these matters. Her objective was the 4S car dealership, despite nearly every company shutting down for the time being. This particular garage had retained a dozen or so security personnel on high alert, and the security systems remained operational, not for any other reason than to safeguard the vehicles worth hundreds of millions inside. At this moment, Lin Wu was still unable to approach, but her purpose for this visit was not to seize the cars immediately. She had merely come to familiarize herself with the quickest route from the community to this location. In addition to locating the nearest gas stations and hospitals, this would be her primary goal come dawn the following day. Chapter 12, Change CTB.Liu lounged on the sofa, taking a screenshot of the chat history to send to Chen Qingming. Saying, "I have already inquired," the young girl stated that she does not require assistance. Chen Qingming, still typing away at his computer, responded with a noncommittal acknowledging her statement, "If she doesn't need help, that's just as well, it saves us the effort." Liu, sitting cross-legged, yawned, "You can be stubborn if you want, but your little niece truly doesn't need our help. She reminded you to stock up on supplies, so she must have made her own preparations. If you're free, why not tidy up the company's documents?" Chen Qingming replied coldly. Liu shrugged, ignoring his remark, and continued, "Did you eat that fruit someone sent you anonymously a few days ago?" "I did," Chen Qingming replied, refusing to waste food. Liu exclaimed, "You're quite daring, aren't you?" Chen Qingming paused, his actions lost in thought. The fruit that had been sent to him recently had piqued his curiosity. It emitted a fragrant aroma reminiscent of large cherries. The only ones who knew his home address were family and Liu. Lately, the only person he had disclosed it to was his distant niece. Realizing who it was, he had decisively eaten it. However, after consuming it, he sensed something was amiss. The fruit melted in his mouth, bringing a profound sense of comfort to his insides, as if he had been purified. Even the chronic neck pain from his profession vanished without a trace, and his senses sharpened considerably. This was no ordinary fruit. Calling it a miraculous elixir would not be an exaggeration. Lin Wu was concealing a secret from him. Chen Qingming was undoubtedly curious, but since Lin Wu had chosen not to reveal it, he opted to remain silent. Even with Liu, whom he was closest to, he had kept this to himself. He gazed quietly out the window of the villa, a sense of unease creeping in. The strange fruit, the continuous natural disasters occurring around the globe, the reports of mutations in flora and fauna, all seemed to foreshadow something ominous. CTC. A message from Liu appeared on WeChat. Her uncle's secretary had been quite cordial towards her. In light of recent material shortages, Liu had inquired about her well-being and whether she needed assistance. Even expressing gratitude for her earlier reminders, Lin Wu needed no mental effort to deduce that this was undoubtedly Chen Qingming's doing. A warmth spread through her chest, apart from her parents. She had not felt familial affection in her past life. Lin Wu rummaged through her parents' old belongings in the living room, organizing them to place in the wooden cabin of her space, among which a family portrait caught her eye. The photograph depicted a middle-aged couple alongside their 2 children. Lin Wu paused momentarily, her gaze softening slightly. This must be her maternal grandparents. The youthful, beautiful girl in the picture was undoubtedly her mother. So much time had passed, her grandparents had long since passed away, and her mother had severed ties with her maternal family upon marriage, yet she had retained this family portrait. Many times Lin Wu had seen her mother gazing at this photograph. Lost in thought, she wiped the photo clean, took an empty frame, and carefully placed it inside. The boy in the picture appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, a whole generation younger than her mother. This must be her uncle. Lin Wu's eyes dimmed. A sharp knock on the door pulled Lin Wu from her reverie. She stored the items in her space, composed her expression, and opened the door. A man slightly older than Lin Wu stood before her. Hello. Lin Wu nodded, waiting for him to state his purpose. My name is Miao Feng, from the property management. I wanted to ask if you need any assistance at home. Property management. Lin Wu shook her head and typed, no. Miao Feng scrutinized her closely, surprisingly unperturbed by her inability to speak. After a moment, he said, all right, if you need anything, just call me. I'll be on duty at the property management office. As Lin Wu closed the door, Miao Feng furrowed his brow. Ku had been keeping a close watch on this woman named Lin Wu for a few days. Why had he yet to make a move? Furthermore, no one responded to his knocks at Guku's door today. What was going on? Miao Feng lingered by Lin Wu's door for a while, his expression shifting. Lin Wu, meanwhile, closed off her surveillance. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sky took on an eerie purplish red hue due to the sweltering heat, a stark contrast to the usual beautiful sunset clouds. Everyone took note of it. But for Chen Ji, who was sweating profusely while waiting for his beloved in the garage, it felt like a romantic omen. He paced back and forth, eagerly anticipating the moment he would see Lin Wu. Determined to have his way with her, his plans were grand. There were no surveillance cameras here, and in these times, who would care about murder? Society had stabilized. He was resolute in his silence, knowing that by then, without evidence, no one could hold him accountable. If he were to force himself on her, and she dared to speak out, she would have to forsake her reputation. Lin Wu, the beautiful, endearing girl, turned to him. Chen Ji's heart raced, and he dashed forward, reaching out to touch Lin Wu. Her expression remained calm, yet her eyes were icy. The turmoil of the world had stripped away Chen Ji's usual facade. His gaze was devoid of pretense, brazenly revealing his desires. This was the man who had ravaged countless innocent girls in the post-apocalyptic world. He deserved to die. When Lin Wu evaded him, his displeasure was palpable. But upon meeting Lin Wu's exquisite face, his anger dissipated, and he said meaningfully, before helping the junior should also assist me. that would be fair. Lin Wu crossed her arms, listening coldly as he continued to spout his lewd words. The senior hasn't touched a woman in over 10 days. I'm nearly at my wit's end. Chen Ji completely dropped his pretense, unable to contain himself, lunging to embrace Lin Wu. Insisting that the junior ought to help the senior, blood began to flow from his chest. Chen Ji's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the dagger embedded in his torso. The memories of being pinned down by Chen Ji in her past life, crying out in despair, flooded her mind, leaving her with only the thought of death had it not been for the girl with fire abilities who had saved her. Preventing Chen Ji from succeeding, Lin Wu knew she could not have survived if she had been defiled. At that moment her murderous intent could no longer be contained, and Lin Wu wore a sinister smile. It should be noted that a knife thrust deep into the chest does not lead to immediate death. Lin Wu slowly withdrew the blade, twisting it to ensure Chen Ji experienced excruciating agony before stopping. The air was thick with the scent of blood that flowed into the gutter, and Lin Wu calmly placed his lifeless body back into the car he had arrived in. Her movements were swift. Yet the blood left behind still stained the ground, turning a portion of the tile crimson. How filthy! Each second spent in the company of a beast like Chen Ji filled Lin Wu with revulsion. She endured for 2 weeks and finally awaited this moment before the apocalypse. With only a few hours remaining until the end of the world, Lin Wu felt a sense of satisfaction after dealing with a certain individual. She couldn't help but ponder, if she had altered the fates of the girls tainted by Chen Ji in her past life, could it not imply that her own destiny could also be transformed? Chapter 13: The Coming of the Apocalypse. Lin Wu drove the vehicle containing Chen Ji's corpse to a remote corner where few ventured, and exited with grace after managing the last few supplies before the apocalypse. She did not head directly home but instead made her way to an unfinished building nearby. During the drive, the car windows were not fully closed, and through the gaps she could faintly hear the broadcasts from various shops. Lin Wu turned on the car radio. Dear friends, a once-in-3,000 years grand meteor shower is set to grace our planet in just 1 hour, promising a breathtaking spectacle. The best viewing spot, as you all know, is atop Xilin Mountain in CTC. Even as we endure these trying times, we must not forgo the opportunity to appreciate romance. Tickets for Xilin Mountain have already sold out, and in 1 hour the sky will be ablaze with shooting stars. How exhilarating! The vibrant neon lights and the endless sea of color will illuminate the night. While life presents humanity with its current hardships, it also offers an unparalleled romance. I believe this meteor shower will mark the turning point in our lives. The broadcaster's fervor grew increasingly impassioned, inspiring many who had turned to their radios due to power outages. Point 1 and all ventured outdoors to rooftops and their balconies, heads held high and tears in their eyes, awaiting nature's baptism. Humanity believed this was an omen of good fortune. Inside the dimly lit car, the girl's expression remained obscured by the glow of the car's screen. It was unclear whether her demeanor was one of mockery or sorrow. How beautiful the meteor shower was! Countless meteors streaked across the boundless night sky, weaving a romantic beginning to the apocalypse. Lin Wu parked the car and quickly ascended to the rooftop of the building. She retrieved a mat from her storage space, laid it on the ground, and sat upon it to gaze at the heavens. The time was 8:20 in 40 minutes. The meteor shower and the apocalypse would descend together. She stared at the pitch-black sky, feeling a profound sense of tranquility within. Once again, Lin Wu found herself devoid of fear towards the zombies. Instead, a hint of anticipation lingered. She recognized that she was no longer the romantic student yearning for love in the schoolyard. She had grown unaccustomed to the tranquility of life before the apocalypse. The years spent in the research institute had subjected her to relentless torment, and she had grown accustomed to walking on the edge. Her temperament hardened and shaped by slaughter and hatred. The girl who once screamed at the sight of a slaughtered chicken had become accustomed to resolving matters with violence. Lin Wu closed her eyes, quietly savoring the moment, the remaining half hour before the world as she knew it would cease to exist. When she opened her eyes again, the night sky was illuminated. It began with a few scattered stars streaking across the sky, soon followed by a dazzling display of starlight that lit up the entire expanse. Magnificent and captivating, she could hear the excited screams of people echoing through the night, awestruck by the scene before them, but soon, the atmosphere shifted, the meteor shower lasted nearly 10 minutes, and the wishes made beneath it began to change. In an instant, someone lunged at the person beside them, blood splattering from their neck. Lovers who had been sharing tender words suddenly convulsed, their declarations of love transforming into screams, partners lying nearby morphed into grotesque monsters. In a single night, the world descended into chaos. The timing was not yet ripe, the zombies were most active at night, and she would have to wait until dawn. Lin Wu bided her time. Retreating to her storage space to lay down a bed and comfortably restore her energy, when she awoke, she tidied up the vegetables and fruit trees within her space. The apple tree she had initially planted had grown taller than her. Its branches lush and teeming with life, promising fruit in the near future. Lin Wu's spirits lifted as she observed this. These days, she had been relying on the spring water from her space for bathing and drinking. And both of her energy sources in her mind had been enhanced, most notably her skin, already fair, had become even more supple and radiant, making her appear enchanting. Anyone who glanced her way would never suspect that a delicate girl could shatter granite with a single punch. Emerging from her space, the time had progressed to the late hours of the night. Lin Wu stretched, gathered her belongings, and returned to the car. The weather was warm, and the nights had grown shorter. It wouldn't be long before dawn arrived. Lin Wu drove swiftly, disregarding speed limits, with the windows rolled down to let the breeze in. Along the way, the anguished cries of people and the growls of zombies filled the air. The apocalypse had arrived, she whistled, her eyes shining with determination, heading towards the direction she had planned the day before, the 4S car dealership. Parking the car by the roadside, Lin Wu stepped out to survey her surroundings and swiftly decapitated a zombie with her knife. She paid no mind to the crystal core nestled within the zombie's brain, perplexed as she turned her gaze toward the car dealership. What could be happening? Logically, there should have only been a dozen security guards at the dealership. Even if they had all turned into zombies, Lin Wu could easily handle them. Yet as she looked around, she saw a throng of zombies amassed before the dealership, easily numbering over 100. This was a gathering of all the zombies in the vicinity. Lin Wu stood there, staring intently at the dealership for a while. What could be inside that was drawing these zombies near? Past experiences warned her that the only things capable of attracting zombies, aside from human flesh and blood, were the remnants of the meteor shower, such as the energy entity she had been forced to merge with. However, that energy entity had now fused with Lin Wu, rendering her undetectable to the zombies. What had fallen here during the meteor shower? Though the zombies clustered at the entrance, they did not attempt to break down the door, indicating that something within was commanding them. The only beings capable of controlling zombies were higher-tier zombies. Lin Wu's heart raced. The apocalypse had only just begun. Could there already be higher-tier zombies? She quickly dismissed the thought. It was impossible. In her past life, second-tier zombies had first appeared 2 weeks after the apocalypse commenced. This was far too early, thus there was only one explanation. Lin Wu shrank back into the car. Peering through the window at the dealership. It was an ability-wielding zombie, one that could control zombies just like herself. The post-apocalypse world was not solely inhabited by zombies, there were also rare ability users among them. Ability users were exceedingly scarce. Research had shown that only 1 or 2 would emerge among every 100 survivors, and many perished before discovering their own abilities, leading to a highly esteemed status for ability users within the base. An ability user possessed an energy source within their mind, while the zombie virus endowed zombies with a crystal core in their brains. Ability users could enhance their powers by absorbing these cores. Gradually, humanity discovered that the energy acquired from absorbing cores of zombies with the same abilities was hundreds of times greater than that from ordinary cores. However, such zombies were equally rare. Lin Wu's smile grew brighter. Just a few more days, and this ability-wielding zombie should stabilize at the first tier. At that point, absorbing its crystal core should significantly enhance her own second ability. Dawn broke. Lin Wu spent some time scrolling through her phone. Indeed, the emergence of zombies had plunged the world into despair. The remaining survivors sought military assistance online, too fearful to venture outside, yet Lin Wu understood that the military was equally chaotic. The zombie virus did not correlate with physical fitness, it was entirely determined by genetics. Until the military managed to stabilize their operations, they would be unable to dispatch any aid. On the streets, hordes of zombies roamed, some crashing against shop doors, drawn by the scent of flesh. The supermarkets and hospitals were suffering the heaviest casualties. Yet for now, setting aside the 4S dealership, Lin Wu's primary objective was the hospital. Medicines were vital to survival, and she needed to collect supplies as swiftly as possible. Chapter 14, Shang Xian. As she had anticipated, the first floor of the hospital bore no signs of life, as a group of zombies clad in nurse uniforms occupied the area. The upper floors might offer a different story, perhaps there were still survivors hiding in some patient rooms. Upon entering, she swiftly dispatched a lunging zombie with a precise strike to its neck, grimacing as she wiped the blood from her coat. Fortunately, these were merely slow-moving zero-tier zombies, making them quite manageable. One-tier zombies, however, posed a greater challenge. Although their physical strength was comparable to that of zero-tier zombies, their agility was significantly heightened, resembling the terrifying zombies from Train to Busan. This was the difficulty faced when scavenging for resources after some time had passed in the apocalypse. Imagine a mountain of zombies surging towards you. No ordinary person could possibly survive. She carved a bloody path through the horde, kicking in the glass door of the pharmacy. The hospital's pharmacy was well stocked, containing countless medications to sustain daily medical operations. After eliminating the zombies within, Lin Wu immediately set about sorting through the supplies. She sought antibiotics, insurance needles, adrenaline, and a plethora of emergency medical equipment. Having gathered a substantial amount of medication, she exhaled in relief, her gaze unexpectedly falling upon a box labeled Asmiai. Asmiai was an asthma treatment, and after a moment's hesitation she decided to take a few boxes of this specialized medication as well as some heart-related drugs. She refrained from taking them all. A few pharmacies were located not far from here, and CTC had at least 5 hospitals. Lin Wu chose to preserve her own safety while providing hope for other survivors. A zombie suddenly lunged at her, and Lin Wu swiftly countered with her knife, dispatching it with a second decisive blow. Donning rubber gloves, she opened the zombie's head to extract a transparent crystal core. It appeared this zombie had already advanced to the first tier, having consumed a considerable amount of human flesh. Adhering to her principle of waste not want not, Lin Wu systematically opened the heads of all the zombies in the pharmacy, obtaining 5 or 6 crystal cores in the process. Outside, there were still over 20 zombies that she had dealt with. She decisively chose to abandon her current task, prioritizing the urgent matter of obtaining gasoline. Venturing into the hall to retrieve the crystal core posed the risk of being seen by survivors above. If any survivor were to call for help, it could spell disaster. Lin Wu was acutely aware of human nature in the post-apocalyptic world, where the principle of a grain of rice in kindness, a grain in enmity was vividly illustrated. She was not one to save others. These individuals would either wait for someone else to rescue them, muster the courage to fend for themselves, or simply await their demise. As soon as the crystal core was secured in her space, Lin Wu took a step towards the exit of the pharmacy. "Boss, isn't it inappropriate for us to be here for medicine?" one voice protested. "Robbery is against the law. Are you foolish? Can't you see? So many people have turned into zombies. Who the hell cares about the law?" A chorus of male voices echoed from outside, causing Lin Wu's heart to race. Quickly, she smeared some blood on her face, crouching into a cabinet and shutting the door, rumpling her clothes a bit. A languid voice emerged, silencing the other men. "Someone's been here before." A cheerful voice chimed in. "All those zombies have been taken care of. Wow, the person who did this is impressive. Let us head to the pharmacy. That person is probably after the medicine too." A steadier voice remarked, "This individual is not ordinary. They arrived even before us and possess considerable boldness." "I thought we were early," another man commented, as their footsteps approached the pharmacy. Lin Wu's senses heightened, keenly observing their movements. The chatter of those men was insufficient to raise her alarm. What concerned her was the first man, who noted that others had been there before. His steps were deliberate and unhurried, exuding a casual demeanor unlike the caution displayed by the others. Yet in this moment, such nonchalance was precisely what made him more alarming. "Grab the antibiotics and emergency supplies," the man said casually. "Yanji, you have a heart condition, be mindful of what you take." "Yes, boss," replied the steady voice. As the boxes and shelves were rummaged through, Lin Wu realized that the items she had taken could no longer be concealed. "Empty." "This one is empty too," Yanji hesitantly reported. "It seems all the supplies have been taken, however, the medicine I need is still sufficient." Lin Wu distinctly heard a vague, mocking laugh, followed by the sound of footsteps drawing closer. The cabinet door was yanked open, revealing the man crouching down to inspect Lin Wu, a smirk playing on his lips. "Look, there is a little cut here." Inside the cabinet, the petite and delicate girl was smeared with filthy blood. Her charming face mad and trembling pitifully, resembling a forlorn kitten. Lin Wu feigned terror. The man tapped on the cabinet, inquiring, "Did you see who took the medicine?" With trembling hands, Lin Wu retrieved her phone and typed, "A very tall man. He was formidable and killed those zombies." The man snatched the phone, glanced at it, then handed it to Yanji. "He can't speak, he is mute," he remarked with interest. Yanji returned the phone to Lin Wu, gently encouraging, "You can come out now, there is no danger for the moment." "Wow, she is beautiful," the slightly overweight young man exclaimed, squeezing through to introduce himself. "Hi, I'm Chition, let us exchange contact info." Yanji coughed twice, signaling the boss's presence. Chition glanced at the standing leader, recoiling slightly, then fell silent. Another slender man with glasses, seemingly introverted, had yet to utter a word. In truth, the moment the cabinet door opened, Lin Wu was taken aback by the man who had done so. She had encountered many celebrities before, admired for their striking appearances, yet none compared to him. He was remarkably handsome, with deep-set eyes that were perpetually half-closed, wielding with an air of indifference. What intrigued Lin Wu even more was the palpable fear the others exhibited towards this man. They respected and feared him in equal measure. Lin Wu concluded that he was not someone to be trifled with. "Have you been here long?" Yanji asked her. Lin Wu had already formulated an excuse. Timidly she nodded and typed, "I have asthma, it flared up at night and I got trapped here while retrieving medication." Yanji understood immediately. The leader of the group walked a circuit around the pharmacy, suddenly laughing as he rounded Yanji to stand before Lin Wu, leaning down to question, "You say you arrived here at midnight?" Lin Wu nodded, gripping a dagger hidden beneath her sleeve. The man grasped her plump, translucent earlobe with a curious interest in his eyes. "The doctors and nurses on night duty have all turned into zombies. And the pharmacy door is a smart door. If the time is frozen at 5:23, it indicates that the person who killed the zombies and took the medicine entered at that hour." He slowly rubbed the girl's earlobe, his gaze fixed intently on her eyes, his actions exceedingly suggestive, yet his words sent a chill down Lin Wu's spine. "Tell me, how does a timid mute like you manage to survive until someone comes to rescue you?" The air fell silent in an instant. The other men, too, realized the implications, looking at Lin Wu with disbelief. Indeed, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for anyone to enter the hospital pharmacy. When they arrived, Lin Wu had already been hiding in the cabinet. She tightened her grip on the dagger. This man was exceedingly dangerous. To her astonishment, the man chuckled again, releasing her earlobe and gently brushing her hair. "You wanted to kill me." He was remarkably sensitive to murderous intent, because I guessed correctly. The bespectacled man winced as pain shot through his arm, involuntarily gasping. Chition exclaimed, "How did you get hurt?" The glasses-wearing man frowned. "I must have cut myself on a splinter while rummaging through the boxes." The girl's tear-filled eyes appeared pitiful, devoid of any murderous intent. Chition could no longer bear it. "Boss, you've got it wrong. Even if this girl is lying, where could she have hidden the medicine?" he whispered, seemingly unconvinced. Even Yanji shared this sentiment. "It really doesn't seem like it." The girl's aura of murder had indeed dissipated. Vanishing almost as swiftly as an illusion, the man shrugged and stepped back a few paces. Lin Wu relaxed slightly, cursing her misfortune. She had indeed harbored murderous thoughts towards him moments ago, but now those feelings had subsided. These individuals were clearly formidable, especially their leader. Lin Wu sensed that without her abilities it would be exceedingly difficult to take his life. Acting against him at this juncture could potentially alert the powerful forces behind him. Unearthing traces of her abilities are leading to further complications. Avoiding conflict was preferable. The man narrowed his eyes. I was deceiving you. There is no timestamp on the pharmacy door. Lin Wu ground her teeth in frustration. Damn it, she had almost been tricked. Boss, zombies are coming, Chi Tian pointed outside. Zombies from other floors of the hospital seemed to have been stirred into a frenzy, leaping down and charging towards them. Lin Wu glanced at the bespectacled man, noting his grim expression, clearly aware that his injury had attracted the zombies. A horde of zombies surged in, and the man paid Lin Wu no mind. Swiftly dispatching the zombies with his movements efficient and decisive, Lin Wu, her enhanced senses sharpened by her space, clearly read the inscriptions on the blade. This man was Lin Wu had heard of this name, the infamous killer god of base CCT. Known for his volatile temperament, with no one aware of his abilities, those who knew were all dead. Seizing the opportunity as the men fought the zombies, Lin Wu concealed her presence, allowing the lower-tier zombies to sense nothing, and stealthily slipped away. When and his group burst out of the hospital, they spotted a black mini speeding away, disappearing into the night. When had she left? Chi Tian was left. Agape. Yanji shook his head, wiping the blood from his face. The boss was right, this girl is no ordinary person. He turned to the bespectacled man. We need to tend to Subo's injury immediately, if he gets infected with zombie blood. We redone for. Watched the car vanish into the distance, clicking his tongue. Chapter 15, Robbery. After scavenging several gas stations, Lin Wu had procured a sufficient amount of fuel. She had been prudent, only taking half of the available supply from each station. By the end of a long day, when her stomach reminded her it was time to eat, Lin Wu realized that night had fallen. She suddenly felt a wave of relaxation, her first thought being to return to her community for a good night's sleep. However, driving at night was hardly a wise decision. The lights and sounds would attract both zombies and other survivors. Though she could retreat into her space, relying on it in such a manner during the apocalypse could prove fatal. After much contemplation, Lin Wu parked her vehicle by the roadside. This was a pedestrian street that had seen heavy foot traffic in the days leading up to the apocalypse, making it a hotspot for scavengers and, consequently, the gathering place for zombies. Supermarkets and department stores, bursting with food, were often the first choice for survivors, and places Lin Wu aimed to avoid with a swift strike. She dispatched one zombie after another while collecting crystal cores, ultimately halting at the entrance of a clothing store. This will do, she declared, pulling open the door only to hear someone call out from within. Who is there? A zombie? How could a zombie open a door? There must be others here, Lin Wu thought to herself. Well, isn't this luck? In the dim light, she discerned the individuals inside, approximately a dozen young people who appeared to be university students, huddled together, likely hiding from the zombies. One young man frowned upon seeing the frail girl enter, hastily rushing over to shut the door, grumbling under his breath, just a girl, she is of no use. They had been trapped here for the better part of the day. Apart from the girl with the high ponytail, the others could only whip their legs, trembling in fear. Lin Wu sensed that among the group of over a dozen, the 10 boys regarded her with disdain, their gazes dismissive, akin to that directed at refuse. Even the girls seemed to harbor an unspoken animosity towards her. Indifferent to their sentiments, she casually chose a spot to sit, distancing herself from them, clutching her inconspicuous backpack and shutting her eyes to rest. Just before closing her eyes, Lin Wu felt an urge to glance towards a girl in the corner who stood apart from the rest. The girl, sporting a high ponytail and clad in athletic wear, was tall and striking. When she happened to be looking back at Lin Wu. It was her. Lin Wu offered a slight smile before leaning back against the wall and closing her eyes. Yu Chansen, the class leader of this group of students, had brought his classmates for a team-building exercise, only to find themselves at a KTV until the meteor shower ended, after which they stumbled upon a horde of zombies. Half of his classmates had perished, leaving only a few behind. He had always leaned towards a somewhat chauvinistic demeanor, and at this moment, the presence of girls only added to his irritation. He found each of them intolerable. Although his male classmates shared a close bond with him and echoed his sentiments, they still hesitated to openly dismiss the girls for fear of losing face. Just then, another girl arrived, and Yu Chansen felt utterly exasperated. These girls were utterly useless. Upon seeing a zombie, they could only scream. With their rations already insufficient, he resented the thought of having to share food with them. He and a few boys conspired that if Lin Wu asked for food, no one would oblige. The girls' portions would also need to be reduced. They couldn't allow the boys who were putting in the effort to protect them to go hungry. While one boy was muttering this plan, he suddenly froze and nudged Yu Chansen, saying, "Class leader, that girl has a bag. Look." He pointed towards Lin W. Why Yu Chansen's lips moved, clearly struck by a thought. The fact that she hasn't asked us for food could imply she has some. The lenses of his glasses glimmered in the dim light as the group huddled together, murmuring amongst themselves before they all stood up in unison. Lin Wu opened her eyes and calmly inquired, "Is there something you need?" Her heightened senses had already picked up on their whispered discussions. Why Yu Chansen moved closer, finally getting a good look at her face. He momentarily froze, and it was only when one of his companions nudged him that he snapped back to reality. Adopting a stern expression as he commanded, "Hand over your bag." It's rather peculiar. None of them had ever engaged in wrongdoing before, yet now, in their desperate bid for survival, they felt justified in their malicious intentions. Lin Wu lifted her bag slightly and replied, "What if I refuse?" One boy licked his lips and quietly advised Yu Chansen, "Class leader, she's more attractive than the girls in our class." The implication clear. Lin Wu's gaze turned icy. She had grown numb to the violence surrounding her. Anyone who provoked her would face retaliation, and she would ensure that they suffered no losses. Yet the violation of women was something she could not tolerate. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a loud crash. "Jeong-to, what are you doing? There are zombies outside." The girl with the high ponytail, Jeong-to, shouted at Lin Wu. "Run!" The zombies, drawn by the noise, began to stagger closer. Jeong-to kicked away, a hand reaching for her eyes frantic as she looked towards Lin Wu. The boys, terrified by her actions, abandoned thoughts of Lin Wu's bag and rushed to push Jeong-to aside. Desperately trying to close the door, "Jeong-to," Yu Chansen yelled at her, his expression dark. "Are you trying to get us all killed?" "Exactly, Jeong-to, what are you doing?" another voice chimed in. "You don't even know her. Just let them do as they please." The girls joined in, berating Jeong-to. Lin Wu observed them with a cold stare. Even among women, not all would empathize with the suffering of their kind. Jeong-to, no matter how furious, was merely a minor member of the taekwondo club, and faced with 7 or 8 boys, she was hopelessly outmatched, quickly captured and rendered immobile. "So you only want to let her go if you hear us say we want to have fun with her?" Yu Chansen gripped her chin, malice evident in his gaze. "I'll have my turn first. I've long desired to have a go at the campus beauty from the sports academy, and now I have the perfect opportunity." Jeong-to, indignant, spat, "Get lost, you creep, remove your filthy hands." She had always detested such loathsome individuals, but never imagined that the class leader, who usually appeared somewhat refined among the jocks, could be so repugnant. Enraged by her insult, Yu Chansen exchanged glances with his companions and raised his hand to slap Jeong-to. However, mid-swing, his hand was intercepted. Everyone turned in astonishment to find it was Lin Wu. Yu Chansen instinctively attempted to retract his hand, but found himself unable to break free from Lin Wu's powerful grip. With a forceful shake, she sent him stumbling to the ground. I and the stunned gaze of Jeong-to. Lin Wu swiftly dispatched the remaining boys, then extended her hand towards Jeong-to. Jeong-to. A gentle smile graced Lin Wu's lips. "Hello." Jeong-to grasped her hand, steadied herself, and exclaimed in surprise, "You're amazing." She expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you." Feeling slightly awkward, she had initially intended to rescue Lin Wu, but unexpectedly found herself saved instead. Lin Wu shook her head, her eyes sparkling with unspoken gratitude towards Jiang To. She still had not had the chance to thank her properly, but now was not the time for such sentiments. Lin Wu's demeanor shifted as she coldly kicked Yu Chansen, who was writhing on the ground and clutching his stomach. Now it's her turn to take charge. Chapter 16. I can protect you too. Not only Yu Chansen, but everyone in the room was left bewildered by Lin Wu's audacious maneuvers. Why Yu Chansen gritted his teeth, rising from the ground with a glare, declaring, "Let us see what you can do." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Wu struck the wall with her fist, creating a circular indentation in the concrete. The boys' legs buckled as they realized they stood no chance. This was beyond what any human could achieve. She was clearly a monster. Half an hour later, a girl strode confidently down the street. Another girl following behind her with a large bag of food slung over her shoulder. "I'm Lin Wu." Lin Wu suddenly turned and smiled, effortlessly kicking away a lunging zombie. Jiang To noted her name. Feeling a mix of confusion and admiration. "Where are we headed now?" she asked. To sleep. Jiang To hesitated to get too close. Despite Lin Wu having just saved her, she was still taken aback by Lin Wu's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Yu Chansen was incapacitated both physically and mentally. Lin Wu sought out another eyewear store, and this time luck was on her side. The store was empty. The two zombies roaring inside likely belonged to the store's owner. But Lin Wu crossed her arms, choosing not to act immediately. Jiang To, unsure of what to do, saw the zombies tense up and grabbed a stool to smash over one of their heads. As she struck one zombie, the other seized the opportunity to claw at her. Jiang To's pupils constricted as she stumbled back a few steps, the two zombies closing in on her. "Feel your hands," Lin Wu instructed, her gaze unyielding, offering a hint. Hands. Jiang To had no time to contemplate Lin Wu's obvious stutter. She fixated on her hands, bewildered. Her hands, the zombies were mere steps away. And if Lin Wu did not intervene, even if Jiang To managed to defeat them, she could still be caught and turned into a zombie herself. She had just witnessed a classmate get captured and slowly transformed into a mindless creature. Jiang To had no choice but to trust the hint Lin Wu had provided. Although they were practically strangers, she had to gamble that this person would not harm her. Yet her anxiety mounted as she could glean no answers from her hands. The two zombies lunged at her. "Get away." In that life-or-death moment, Jiang To felt a surge of rage. She refused to succumb to a mere handful of zombies. As she gripped the chair, warmth surged through her hand. And suddenly, with a resounding explosion, a massive burst of flame erupted, engulfing the two zombies, who shrieked in agony before quickly succumbing. Panting heavily, Jiang To sat on the ground in shock, staring at her hands. Just now, she had unleashed a ball of fire. Lin Wu's eyes sparkled with unhidden admiration as she retrieved a piece of fresh meat bun from her backpack and offered it to Jiang To. "You truly are the legendary fire goddess Jiang To of the apocalypse. Your first use of power is already at this level." Jiang To, still in a daze, accepted the bun and took a few bites. Gradually regaining her composure, she looked at Lin Wu intently, asking, "Is this a supernatural ability?" "I've heard of it in dramas." Lin Wu nodded. "Just practice more, you stutter," Jiang To remarked, surprised. "I wouldn't have guessed. I thought you were just taciturn." Lin Wu responded, "Indeed, she is merely a reticent individual." "Let us sleep," the little stutterer said coldly, deftly extracting the crystal cores from the zombies. The current zombies were still too weak. The cause held little value. Jiang To watched in wide-eyed astonishment. She had thought slaying zombies was bloody enough and had almost come to terms with it, but she never expected there was also the grim task of extracting their brains. Her stomach churned violently, nearly causing her to vomit the bun she had just eaten. Lin Wu forcefully pressed a crystal core into Jiang To's hand, instructing, "Absorb it to enhance your abilities." Jiang To, suppressing her nausea, clutched the core in her hand. Before long, she found herself calming down, feeling a warm current flow from her palm into her body and up to her head. However, this warmth was fleeting. When she regained her senses, the crystal core had already turned to powder in her hand. Meanwhile, Lin Wu was experimenting with her own abilities, attempting to compress air to slice through a zombie's head and extract its core. Slice at a crystal core rolled to the ground, which Lin Wu picked up, clearly satisfied. Such actions, which demand a high degree of precision, are undeniably taxing on one's abilities, rendering them unsuitable for continuous use at this time. It appears that manual labor is the only option left. The eyewear store has a bed just ample enough for the two of them to rest, perhaps due to exhaustion, as soon as they lay down. Lin Wu heard Jiang To muttering a curse. "This damn day feels like a dream, may the world be destroyed." Following that, a deep rumbling snore emanated from her. Lin Wu chuckled softly as she gazed at the girl's sleeping visage. Momentarily lost in thought. In her past life, it was Jiang To who rescued her from beneath the oppressive weight of Chenji. "Get off me!" Chenji's gaze was fierce, pinning her firmly to the ground. The strength of an ordinary person could hardly match that of an ability user, especially when Chenji possessed metallic powers, with metal extracted from the ground gripping her wrist tightly. Lin Wu's desperate struggles only seemed to amuse him further. "Chenji, you touched me today, I will haunt you even in death. Chenji, please." Lin Wu recalled the tears that had nearly dried up. No one came to her aid, even those who passed by. Unable to bear to intervene, after all, Chenji was an ability user, and no one wished to offend an ability user for the sake of a stranger. Suddenly, a fiery explosion struck Chenji, searing through his shoulder. In agony, Chenji's eyes turned bloodshot as he rolled on the ground, exclaiming, "Who the hell are you, Jiang To? I hold no grudge against you." Yet Jiang To did not even glance at him. Instead, she gently burned away the restraints on Lin Wu's hands and draped a garment over her. It's all right now. The entire day had been overcast, devoid of sunlight, but Jiang To, much like her powers, radiated warmth and brilliance. In her state of shock, Lin Wu barely had time to express her gratitude before the zombie horde besieged the base. Chaos erupted throughout the facility, and Jiang To, as an ability user, unhesitatingly chose to defend the base despite being merely a messenger sent from the CCT base. Later, Lin Wu escaped the zombie onslaught, never to see Jiang To again. Memories flashed vividly in her mind as Lin Wu peacefully closed her eyes. "You see, Jiang To, I too can protect you." The following morning, Lin Wu retrieved 2 bottles of water and a pair of toothbrushes and toothpaste from her backpack, which was in reality from her special storage. Urging Jiang To to wash up alongside her, Jiang To raised an eyebrow. "Why do you still carry these items?" Carrying a toothbrush seemed rather peculiar. Nevertheless, Jiang To obediently followed Lin Wu to brush their teeth, for her instincts told her that failing to comply would result in Lin Wu insisting upon it. "Where shall we go now?" After they had finished washing up, Jiang To stretched and inquired. She had automatically classified herself as Lin Wu's companion. Lin Wu led her outside, pointing at the zombies. "Follow me, we shall slay the undead." "Your abilities?" Jiang To understood. "I need to practice my powers." She lifted her gaze to the zombies lining the street. Yesterday she had been filled with dread, but now the thought of her own abilities ignited a spark of eagerness within her. Chapter 17, The Test. "How do you feel?" Lin Wu asked, glancing at Jiang To, who slumped in the passenger seat like a lifeless fish. Jiang To rolled her eyes, too fatigued to respond, even though she had just begun to harness her powers. Jiang To recognized that she was clearly overexerted, yet she had only slain 5 or 6 zombies. Frustrated, she stared at her hands. Lin Wu tossed a dozen crystal cores from her bag to her. "Absorb these. Only by exerting oneself can one progress swiftly, and replenishing one's abilities afterward yields the best results." Half an hour later, they arrived at the residential complex where Lin Wu resided. The air had grown warmer, almost uncomfortably hot, and as Lin Wu turned her head, she found Jiang To awakening. My powers seem to have stabilized significantly, Jiang To remarked thoughtfully. "I feel like I could crush a zombie with a single punch." She attempted to envelop her fist with flames, brimming with anticipation. Lin Wu was pleased. "Level 1 fire control is excellent," Jiang To quipped. "Why do I feel like a lighter?" Accompanying Jiang To was not solely due to her past life's act of saving Lin Wu. But also because of Jiang To's remarkable abilities, the month preceding the apocalypse had been bearable as temperatures gradually dropped, initially a cause for celebration among survivors, yet soon people realized that the temperature continued to plummet. Even dipping below freezing, the extreme cold claimed numerous lives. Such weather anomalies became exceedingly common after the apocalypse. Jiang To's fire abilities were not only potent offensively but also practical, making them an essential asset for any journey. Lin Wu delightedly mused. Is this your neighborhood? Upon receiving a nod from Lin Wu, Jiang To could not help but exclaim, "You are quite the affluent lady. It is you who allows me to enjoy peaceful days." Currently, there was still electricity, but the elevator was deemed unsafe, potentially prone to malfunction. Thus, Lin Wu had no choice but to guide her up the stairs to her home. "Wait, you have a guest room? I must take a nap." After the outbreak of zombies, she had been on high alert for so long that upon seeing the guest room, she felt an overwhelming urge to collapse into it. Lin Wu grasped her collar. "Hold on." Jiang To looked at her in confusion, only to see Lin Wu head to the bathroom and tap the pre-prepared large water tank. Expressionless shower, Jiang To, with an expression that was hard to describe, protested, "With water and electricity rationed for so long, water is precious. You want me to shower?" Lin Wu nodded, arms crossed, unable to resist Lin Wu's insistence. Jiang To reluctantly engaged in this extravagant endeavor, while Jiang To bathed. Lin Wu took out fruit from her special storage, arranging it on a plate. This served as her final test for Jiang To. One must always remain cautious, and even with Jiang To, Lin Wu could not extend her basic trust. However, leaving someone untrustworthy by her side would only hinder her progress. Trust those you employ, distrust those you do not. "I'm done." Jiang To emerged wrapped in a towel, her hair damp, yawning. "Do you have a hairdryer?" Lin Wu looked at her as if she were foolish. "Oh, I forgot about your abilities." Jiang To slapped her forehead, then worriedly mumbled, "I hope I don't set my hair on fire." It turned out that an ability user's powers would not harm themselves. But this was only true for elemental abilities. For instance, a wood-type ability user could still be injured by their own vines. After Jiang To finished her antics, Lin Wu handed her the fruit. "Eat this." Jiang To hesitated, holding the vibrant red fruit. "Eat it." Given the current weather, fresh fruits and vegetables were hard to preserve, and this fruit appeared unusually glossy and vibrant. Lin Wu stared at her, and as Jiang To's mind wavered, she felt a stirring within her. If Lin Wu intended to harm her, she would have done so already. Having witnessed Lin Wu's prowess, Jiang To knew that if Lin Wu wished to strike, even with her abilities, escape would be futile. Resolutely, she decided to consume the fruit. Contrary to her expectations, she experienced no discomfort. Instead, a refreshing sensation coursed through her body, and after taking a few steps, she felt remarkably at ease and surprisingly light on her feet. "There are 2 more," Lin Wu stated calmly. "Time for sleep." She placed the remaining 2 fruits on the table, not sparing them a glance as she retreated to her room. Appearing utterly exhausted, Jiang To inspected her hands. Attempting to lift the refrigerator, her eyes widening in astonishment, her strength had indeed increased significantly. This fruit was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Jiang To's gaze shifted to the 2 remaining fruits on the table. In her room, Lin Wu monitored the surveillance cameras via a local network on her phone. What would Jiang To do? Human greed knows no bounds. Once one acquires something, the desire for more arises. Furthermore, Lin Wu was testing Jiang To's trustworthiness. Although Jiang To had displayed righteousness in her past life, whether she was truly deserving of trust remained to be seen. Certain matters must be clarified within a controllable scope. Lin Wu waited patiently. In the next moment, Jiang To reached for the plate. Lin Wu felt a pang of disappointment. Perhaps on the road ahead, she was better suited to walk alone. Truly, even if one stutters, one should not so brazenly place such precious items on the table. Wasteful girl. Jiang To, while complaining, took both fruits along with the plate and placed them in the refrigerator, her hands on her hips as she shook her head. "Time for sleep. I'm utterly exhausted." The girl, still wrapped in a towel, rudely kicked open the guest room door and leapt onto the bed, leaving the door ajar. Instantly falling asleep, Lin Wu chuckled softly, rubbing her forehead, feeling warmth bloom in her heart. The Jiang To of her past life, who had unhesitatingly helped strangers, would not turn to greed to harm others in this life. 18 noon, Lin Wu arranged a meal of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour pork or vinegar stir-fried shredded potatoes, and sweet and sour ribs on the dining table alongside 2 servings of rice. Jeong To, having just awoken and washed her face, entered to find the table laden with dishes. Her eyes widening in disbelief. No way, she slapped herself forcefully. I can't be dreaming, can I? Lin Wu had already begun to eat. Ignoring her, Jeong To picked up a piece of scrambled egg. Still warm. This is too extravagant. Isn't it? Is it a bit excessive? This is delicious. She relished the meal, and after finishing, she noticed the absence of any cooking orders in the kitchen. These dishes clearly appeared freshly prepared. Yet the kitchen bore no trace of smoke. Jeong To shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. All she needed to know was that Lin Wu would not harm her, and that life alongside Lin Wu was quite agreeable. As for matters Lin Wu preferred to keep secret, Jeong To did not need to pry. However, she did possess a keen interest in Lin Wu's martial prowess, pursuing her with questions. You don't practice taekwondo, do you? Lin Wu replied candidly. Sonda, that explains it. Jeong To's eyes sparkled. Teach me, that is so cool. My taekwondo skills are nowhere near as impressive as yours. To her surprise, Lin Wu flatly refused. No, she walked towards the balcony, pointing below. They will teach you. Jeong To followed her finger downwards, only to behold a horde of grotesque zombies. You mean zombies? Jeong To exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Wu nodded. The skills they had learned were merely theoretical. It was the real-life combat amidst life and death that proved most invaluable. In the apocalypse, one merely needed to master lethal techniques. Everything else was futile labor. Chapter 18. Peeking darkened blood splattered in midair as a girl with a high ponytail disdainfully wielded a dagger to excavate a zombie's skull. Damn, zombies are truly revolting, she remarked. While her physical skills were somewhat lacking, her abilities complemented her well enough to stand alone. Before long, she had cleared a sizable area. Jeong To surveyed her achievements with satisfaction, thinking to herself, I am indeed formidable. However, she soon noticed Lin Wu, who dispatched zombies with precision. Not a single movement wasted, her bag already brimming with crystal cores. Jeong To mused, you are something else entirely. Lin Wu wiped her forehead, her attire splattered with zombie blood. For the past few days, she had been assisting Jeong To in eliminating the zombies in their vicinity, while also scavenging at deserted gas stations, yielding substantial rewards. Of course, she had concealed her oil-gathering activities from Jeong To. The existence of her special powers was Lin Wu's closely guarded secret. She neither intended to keep it from Jeong To nor disclose it too soon. Lin Wu believed that the food and resources they had gathered over these days had already made Jeong To aware of her unusual circumstances, though Jeong To could hardly fathom the extent of Lin Wu's abilities, which extended far beyond mere storage space. It was a realm where living beings could be stored and time stood still. Within their community resided other survivors. Jeong To brandished her knife and remarked, the last time we returned, someone was peeking from a windowsill. She tilted her head towards a nearby window. Like that one. Lin Wu chuckled nonchalantly. They had nearly eradicated the zombies in their neighborhood. If these individuals had any courage, they ought to venture out in search of food rather than lurk and spy. Upon reaching their doorstep, Jeong To sighed. The other units have lost power, the internet is down, and the hope of survivors awaiting rescue has all but vanished. Lin Wu secured the door. The apocalypse had persisted for 3 or 4 days, and she estimated that if the remaining survivors did not venture out for supplies soon, they would perish from starvation. Sure enough, when she and Jeong To ventured out again that afternoon, they spotted a group of men congregated in the open space below, discussing something earnestly. Among them, Lin Wu recognized Miao Fong, someone she had encountered before the apocalypse. It appeared Miao Fong held a significant voice within the group. Before long, Lin Wu understood why. Miao Fong greeted her with a smile. Out again, are you? Lin Wu nodded. You know him? Jeong To asked, astonished. She had presumed that someone as formidable as Lin Wu would share her own lack of acquaintances. Lin Wu replied, I've seen him, indicating a lack of familiarity. Miao Fong smiled and introduced himself to Jiang To. I'm from the property management. Miao Fong, nice to meet you, Jiang To, she replied. Miao Fong extended an invitation. We have a sizable group, and I possess abilities. Would you like to join us? Abilities? Jiang To exclaimed in surprise. Lin Wu understood immediately. Miao Fong was shrewd, and with abilities, it was no wonder he had reason to lead this motley crew. A hint of arrogance flickered across Miao Fong's face as he waved his hand downwards. And instantly a charred mark appeared on the ground. He possessed the rare lightning-based abilities, Lin Wu appraised. Quite impressive, thank you for the compliment, Miao Fong responded, glancing at the two girls' striking appearances. So, will you join us? Ladies, Jiang To felt a shiver run down her spine. Do you think you're quite charming? However, Lin Wu remained silent, opting not to retort immediately. She shook her head, pulling Jiang To away, clearly conveying their refusal. Observing their retreating figures, a man asked Miao Fong, why bother inviting them? Miao, two women aren't of much use. Miao Fong squinted. Do you think they harbor any secrets? One of the men replied, I think those two are quite bold. With so many zombies around, they still venture out daily. Miao Fong nodded. I know where they reside. I shall look into it when the opportunity arises. Thus, unbeknownst to the two who were diligently slaying zombies and honing their abilities, they had caught the attention of not only these solitary men but also families seeking a way out. Gradually, more individuals began to discover their own abilities. That evening, upon their return, Jiang To frowned. I feel like more and more people are watching us. Lin Wu cast a cold glance, ignoring the prying eyes. Once home, Lin Wu handed Jiang To a walkie-talkie. This will be convenient. I can't be with you at all times. It's best to have a means of communication. Jiang To fiddled with the device, astonished. Wow, you truly have everything. At that moment, Jiang To had no time to wash off the zombie blood on her face. Engrossed in the walkie-talkie, testing, Lin Wu, fresh from the shower, emerged and noticed Jiang To's flushed complexion, leading her to suddenly realize a critical issue. They appeared far too normal, unlike others whose faces were pale and gaunt from hunger. The two of them were well-fed, completely devoid of any signs of malnutrition. It would be apparent to any discerning eye that they had ample provisions. Lin Wu shook her head. Never mind, it is what it is. In this apocalypse, having food will incite caution in others. The weak are always preyed upon. One should neither start trouble nor fear it. With that thought, Lin Wu prepared dinner in the kitchen and sliced some fruit for vitamins. Over the past few days, she had been organizing the items they could take with them. Although their current location seemed relatively safe, it would inevitably be overrun by zombies in due time. True safety could only be found at a base. They would eventually have to make their way to the base. Before sleep, there was a knock at their door. Since the power outage, they had not turned on any lights. And when they opened the door, they could barely discern a middle-aged woman in the candlelight. Lin Wu, finding communication inconvenient, left the task to Jiang To. Auntie, how may we assist you? Jiang To inquired. The woman peered inside their home, scrutinizing for a while but yielding no results. Much to Jiang To's annoyance, her tone grew sharper. Auntie, do you need something? If not, I'll close the door. The woman, crestfallen, replied, do you have any food? My family of 4 is truly starving. Tears began to well in her eyes. It's one thing for us adults, but the children cannot go without food. Upon hearing the mention of children, Jiang To's expression softened a bit. We don't have any food either, but I recall a few supermarkets nearby. You might want to check them out. Upon hearing this, the woman became agitated. Check what? They're filled with zombies. Wouldn't that be a death sentence? It became evident she was seeking a handout. Jiang To scoffed. Sorry, but we have no food either. You'll have to fend for yourselves. With that, she shut the door. The woman's immediate reaction was to shove against it. Had Jiang To not been more forceful and closed it firmly, she might have squeezed her way in. Outside, the woman's voice could be heard cursing. Jiang To sighed, turning to see Lin Wu behind her. Did you hear that? You won't blame me for being cold-hearted, will you? Jiang To rubbed her nose. I feel like they're capable individuals, but a few of them could easily handle zombies together. They simply want a free ride. Besides aiding them once ensure continued assistance, it's best not to give them any leeway. Lin Wu smiled. Excellent, this is the right mindset in the apocalypse. Chapter 19. Observing it became evident that at the onset of the apocalypse many people were still struggling to comprehend the gravity of their situation. For instance, some instinctively sought out property management for assistance or attempted to call the police with their dwindling battery phones. Naturally, the calls were met with silence, while a few robust individuals remained from property management, inadvertently becoming the community's leaders, especially after discovering their abilities. With power comes the potential for conflict. Then Lin Wu speculated that since Miao Feng had maintained his leadership for such a duration, he must have uncovered the secrets behind the crystal cause. Indeed, one night, she inadvertently witnessed Miao Feng utilizing his abilities to slay zombies in the community. His lightning strikes were executed with growing proficiency, easily dispatching zero and fast-tier zombies. To be frank, Miao Feng's abilities appeared somewhat lacking in her eyes, yet he had already surpassed the majority of others, achieving fast-tier status with more stable and potent powers. Enough to instill fear. At this rate of development, given time, he might even rival Jiang To from her previous life. Refocusing her thoughts, Lin Wu lifted her teacup and took a sip. Shall we visit that square today? I noticed there were an abundance of zombies last time. Jiang To eagerly rubbed her hands together, her eyes alight with combativeness. Lin Wu shot her a glance. Quite bold of you. When the zombie virus initially spread, the square had been teeming with people gazing skyward at the meteor shower, making it impossible to count the number of zombies. Given their prevalence, there must be numerous fast-tier zombies present. Anyone inexperienced with their abilities could easily lose their life. However, she slammed her cup down decisively and declared, "Let us go." If she were to fear a horde of mindless zombies, then her vengeance would remain unfulfilled. Jiang To cheerfully slung her bag over her shoulder, ensuring her supplies were in order, and briskly followed Lin Wu out. The square was indeed swarming with zombies. The top of the fountain was crawling with contorted undead, while several bodies lay motionless on the exercise equipment, and a mass of zombies congregated to feed. "Wow, there truly are a lot," Jiang To exclaimed, glancing up at Lin Wu, who stood high above. Rubbing her hands together, she called out, "Hey, down here!" Attracted by the noise, the zombies surged towards her. Lin Wu met her triumphant gaze with incredulity. "What is there to boast about? Your strange sense of competition," she thought to herself, smirking wickedly as she settled down comfortably. Amidst the throng of zombies, Jiang To unleashed a torrent of flames with fervor, displaying an assertive yet calculated demeanor. As she wielded her fiery blade to slice through the undead, she conjured a ring of flames around herself to deter any grasping hands. Not far off, the group was busily loading supplies from a department store, preparing to depart in trucks. Yanji, possessing keen hearing, discerned the unusual roars of zombies emanating from the square. Upon noticing the contemplative gaze of their leader, Shang Xian, directed towards that direction, he promptly fell silent. Moments later, Shang Xian fixed his gaze on the area and instructed Subo, "Accompany me to investigate. The rest of you wait here and report any developments to Yanji." Yanji nodded affirmatively. Subo, the bespectacled man, said nothing and silently followed Shang Xian as they sprinted towards the square. Upon arrival at the square, the two men effortlessly scaled the outer ledge of a 5-story building. Standing firm as they surveyed the scene below, Shang Xian calmly addressed Subo, "Share your observations." Subo adjusted his glasses and replied, "The woman in the square exhibits a mastery of her abilities that far surpasses my own. To prevent fatigue, she has been consuming numerous crystal cores, demonstrating both bravery and strategy." He concluded, "Boss, she is worth recruiting." Shang Xian scrutinized the situation below, his reaction to Subo's words inscrutable. After a moment, he clicked his tongue and remarked, "Your perception still lacks a touch." Subo was taken aback. "Someone has beaten us to it." The man's eyes betrayed a mix of emotions. "Look, it's a familiar face." Below, Jiang To, having exhausted her supply of crystal cores, spat in frustration and shouted, "Stop staring, sister, you are my sister, hurry up and help me." Subo soon spotted a girl in black seated against the wall, her dark attire rendering her almost invisible against the shadowy backdrop. She perched atop a rain shield, leisurely observing the chaos. Realizing it was the little mute, he lamented his oversight in not noticing her presence sooner. The mute girl brushed the dust from her backside, opting to leap down rather than slide down the wall. Subo's pupils dilated in alarm as he instinctively held his breath. Was she truly about to commit suicide by jumping from the 6th floor? Shang Xian watched with intrigue, confident that this little mute was not as harmless as she appeared. Lin Wu focused intently on the air within a 5-meter radius, condensing it into footholds that allowed her to maneuver effortlessly through the fray. In mere moments, she brandished a cold steel blade, severing the heads of several zombies. Jiang To rushed to Lin Wu's side, exasperated. "You've been watching me fight. Why did you just now decide to help?" Lin Wu shaped dozens of compressed projectiles with one hand, instantly taking down a circle of zombies and clearing space. She shrugged. "If you enjoy slaying zombies, then go ahead." Jiang To, reading her expression, fell momentarily silent. A package of crystal cores was tossed to her, accompanied by Lin Wu's calm voice. "Absorb." With a resigned sigh, Jiang To unceremoniously tossed the cores into her mouth and continued her battle against the undead. When did she develop such a habit of consuming them raw? Lin Wu's lips twitched slightly. These cores were extracted from the brains of zombies, merely rinsed with water, hardly sanitary. Fortunately, abilities granted some immunity to the zombie virus. As long as it did not enter through an open wound, infection was unlikely. One could only say this woman was quite reckless. With Lin Wu's intervention, the encounter was swiftly concluded. Jiang To remained slumped on the ground like a discarded fish. Resting as Lin Wu advised, "We should extract the crystal cores." Just then, she detected the presence of others nearby. Before Jiang To could react, Lin Wu leapt onto an air conditioning unit situated near Shang Xian. The girl squinted, observing them silently. Prior to descending, she had sensed the presence of others but prioritized assisting Jiang To, hence her delayed arrival. The air conditioning unit was significantly higher than the ledge, allowing Lin Wu to stand almost level with Shang Xian. He chuckled, an enigmatic glint in his eyes. "Not particularly tall, yet commanding quite the presence." Lin Wu shot back. "Does being 6'3" make you special?" The little mute, her expression darkened, would not allow her own height of 5'3" to be belittled. As she thrust her blade toward the air beside him, the sharp edge gleamed, and while an ordinary person would instinctively recoil, he remained unfazed. The blade caught the light, causing Shang Xian to squint slightly. "Having fun? Care to join us?" He casually held Subo back, seemingly indifferent to the blade hovering perilously close to his face. "Subo, what is your assessment of the little mute?" Subo regarded his leader, then, restraining his aura, responded earnestly. "Her abilities appear to be wind-based, powerful and adept. Her combat skills rival yours, making her difficult to control. The likelihood of recruitment is minimal." Shang Xian sighed with a hint of regret, though his demeanor suggested otherwise. "What a pity." Lin Wu held her blade aloft, unwilling to provoke the feared Shang Xian from her past life. "Yet unafraid of him, are you not weary of holding that up?" The man slowly pressed down on the blade's back, playfully tapping it. "Since we cannot travel together, let us save our next encounter for another time. Subo, we are leaving." Lin Wu retracted her knife. The man's retreating figure was etched in her mind, cloaked in an aura of mystery and caution. Suddenly, a first-tier zombie lunged from the shadows, but he merely raised a finger nonchalantly, and an almost imperceptible beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, extinguishing the zombie's life. The man lingered momentarily, turning to make a silent gesture. "You are not mute." Lin Wu tightened her grip on her knife. Chapter 20, The Confrontation. Upon returning home, Jiang To set down her bulging backpack. Outsiders assumed they ventured out in search of supplies, but in truth, the pack contained little more than a few loaves of bread and a bottle of mineral water. The rest being crystal cores. Jiang To pulled up a chair and curiously inquired of Lin Wu, "What level is your ability?" With her eyes closed in repose, Lin Wu replied succinctly, 2. Jiang To tapped on the table, clicking her tongue. "Only 1 tier above me, yet you seem significantly stronger." "Preposterous." Lin Wu offered no response, her fatigue evident, though she appeared to dispatch zombies with ease and glide through the air effortlessly. She knew all too well that she pushed her abilities to their limits, extracting precisely what was necessary without excess. Each time Jiang To returned, she was utterly drained, and Lin Wu felt no different. Struggling even to lift a finger after consuming a small packet of crystal cores, Lin Wu finally took a shower. Standing at the window, she gazed outside. The apocalypse had been upon them for over a week now. And the zombies in the garage had undoubtedly reached the first tier. It was time to retrieve their crystal cores and the vehicles within. The appearance of Shang Xian instilled a sense of urgency within Lin Wu. She sensed that if she did not act swiftly to secure those hammers, she would risk losing them to Shang Xian's swift advance. Delays were no longer an option. The number of zombies surrounding them had increased significantly. Jiang Te, drying her hair, leaned against the window ledge, muttering, "Look at Miao Feng's group, they haven't dared to venture out for supplies in 2 days, they must be starving by now, they haven't gone out for 2 days. Lin Wu paused, swiftly stowing their belongings into storage. As Jiang Te pondered her actions, they had a knock at the door. "Who is it?" she called, peering through the peephole. Lin Wu, having finished organizing, asked, "Who is it?" Jiang Te scratched her head. "It's an old lady, coughing persistently. Should I open the door?" With Lin Wu's consent, Jiang Te swung the door open. In that instant, Lin Wu's sharp eyes caught a flicker of lightning beside her, and she swiftly yanked Jiang Te behind her. The bolt struck the ground instead of them. Lin Wu pulled Jiang Te back into the living room, casting a cold glare at the intruders. It was Miao Feng and his group of 4 ability users. Miao Feng wore a disingenuous smile as he surveyed the tidy living room, stating, "A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We are neighbors after all. We merely wish to chat and assist one another. Wouldn't you agree?" They openly rummaged through the living room, their intentions unmistakable, given that only they had ventured out of the community recently and returned with a large haul. It was clear they had gathered a substantial amount of food. "What the hell? Helping each other means striking me with lightning. Do you have no shame?" Jiang Te nearly exploded, her temper flaring as she unleashed a barrage of insults at Miao Feng. She angrily kicked the hand of an ability user who was rifling through a cabinet, exclaiming, "What are you rummaging for? Can't you exhibit some manners? Didn't your mother teach you not to touch other people's belongings?" The wood-type ability user scowled, raising his hand to strike Jiang Te in response. "You filthy woman!" The sound of meat sizzling from the flames flicked from the man's hand, accompanied by pained screams. Miao Feng could no longer maintain his false smile, his expression darkening as he warned, "Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame us for being uncivil. What's that?" Lin Wu restrained the impulsive Jiang Te, lifting her gaze to Miao Feng. "Food." Miao Feng's patience was thin, his demeanor ominous. "If you wish to live, hand over the food. We remain neighbors, after all. Don't let selfishness ruin our rapport." "Neighbors?" Lin Wu nearly laughed aloud at the audacity of his words. The pretense was utterly farcical. Jiang Te's temper reached a boiling point. She withdrew a knife from her pack in the corner, enveloped in flames like her ability. "Lin Wu, are you going to fight? If you want teeth, I will." Her teeth ground together in fury. "I am determined to teach them a lesson today." Miao Feng scoffed, "Spare us, everyone here possesses abilities. What's so remarkable about that?" He gestured to his companions, ordering, "Since they refuse to cooperate, bind these 2 women, or kill them, or we'll divide their food afterwards." The eyes of several men lit up, then various abilities surged toward them. Lin Wu smirked, "Then let us see who remains." Miao Feng felt an unsettling sensation. Initially it was due to Jiang Te's supernatural ability. Jiang Te's power had ascended to the first tier just like his own. He was taken aback, yet he understood there was no turning back. He could only grit his teeth and forge ahead, clinging to the hope that he too was a first-tier supernatural being. After all, lightning abilities naturally held a significant advantage over other powers. Lost in his thoughts, he barely managed to evade a torrent of flames from Jiang Te, only to find himself kicked to the ground moments later. He was not the only one sprawled on the earth. His companions, also supernatural beings, lay beside him. Jiang Te scoffed, "What does it matter if you have powers? If you can't win, you can't win. I could take you down without my abilities." With sheer combat skills, Jiang Te had made considerable progress over the past few days. Miao Feng's gaze was fixed on the ground. How could this be? He had miscalculated. Everything was a miscalculation. They had assumed these 2 women were merely bold due to their powers, venturing out daily for supplies, struggling to survive amongst the zombies just like them. Yet now it seemed they were likely seeking the zombies' cause outside, which explained the rapid enhancement of their abilities. His chest heaved violently as Miao Feng shook his head. No, ascending to the first tier was no simple feat. One person reaching that level was a stretch, let alone two. If Jiang Tao was a first-tier supernatural being, then Lin Wu must be significantly weaker, which was why she had remained inactive, convinced he had unraveled this mystery. Miao Feng's gaze shifted toward Lin Wu, who was contemplating how to handle these individuals. Should she kill them or spare them and leave one alive? In the next moment, she caught sight of a crackling bolt of electricity lunging toward her. It was Miao Feng, enveloped in high-voltage electricity. His plan was clear: incapacitate Lin Wu and by time perhaps even negotiate with Jiang Tao to save his life. What he failed to notice was Jiang Tao's look of pity. Jiang Tao shook her head and sighed. Why couldn't he just live well? Why did he have to court death? In the next instant the electricity vanished, and Miao Feng dumbly gazed down at the gaping hole in his chest. The following second, he collapsed to the ground. Lin Wu coldly surveyed the quaking individuals around her. From outside the unlatched door came the faint sound of gasps. It was the ordinary people without abilities. Jiang Tao, holding her long knife, looked disdainfully at the group and asked Lin Wu, "Are there still a few supernatural beings left? Shall we kill them all?" They were merely pawns stirred by Miao Feng's provocation. Driven by greed to reach this dire state, surely they had the support of the ordinary people outside. Ultimately, they were all the same. If they could kill these individuals, would they also need to exterminate all the ordinary people outside? Lin Wu glanced at them with indifference, as if regarding mere ants, and shook her head. We must leave. This place is no longer safe. Chapter 21, Second-tier zombies. As they stepped outside, the sky was shrouded in darkness. The moonlight obscured by clouds, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The darkness undoubtedly heightened their other senses. The two of them, armed with flashlights, made their way to the garage to retrieve the vehicle. Upon turning on the headlights, Jiang Tao, reclining with her legs crossed in the passenger seat, queried, "Where are we headed now?" "It's the dead of night, and I'm exhausted." Lin Wu typed a message on her fully charged phone. "Drive the car to a safe location. We'll make do and sleep inside." Jiang Tao glanced over, reclined her seat, and closed her eyes. "Wow, you fell asleep so quickly, and you snore so loudly. It's quite something." Lin Wu sighed, quietly steering the vehicle onto a road a few kilometers from the community. The road was less populated, with fewer zombies than the streets, making it considerably safer. Despite the deepening night, Lin Wu did not feel drowsy. She took out a crystal core and closed her eyes to absorb its energy. The supernatural energy in her mind was comprised of two sources, one strong and one weak. Thus, the energy absorbed from the core was always uneven. The progression of her elemental power was the fastest. And even at just the second tier, she had already developed techniques to traverse the air. Perhaps at higher tiers, she could indeed have a midair akin to the flying scene in films. However, her control abilities had stagnated at the first tier. With the energy absorbed seemingly vanishing into the void, yielding minimal response, she wondered how much the zombie core from the garage could enhance this ability. As her thoughts swirled, Lin Wu found herself gradually drifting into slumber. Lulled by Jiang Tao's rhythmic snoring, the next day, Jiang Tao took a bite of her sandwich and mumbled with her mouth full, "Hey, where are we going?" "Zombies," Lin Wu replied, accelerating the vehicle and careening around a corner, sending a group of first-tier zombies flying before smoothly turning onto the roadside leading to the garage. Jiang Tao nearly choked, startled by the drift, and after a moment of coughing, she rolled her eyes. "Why are you driving like a madwoman? You nearly suffocated me." Lin Wu closed the car door, flexed her wrists, and fixed her intense gaze on the garage. She was there to collect crystal cores. Why were there so many zombies here? It was outrageous, Jiang Tao exclaimed in astonishment, but her body remained undaunted. Instead, she brandished her knife with excitement. "So many crystal cores, I can definitely elevate my powers to the second tier." Lin Wu typed instructions for her. "You can kill as you please, or I'll handle some matters inside." Jiang Tao gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. She had no concern for Lin Wu's intentions. All she needed to know was that she required the abundant crystal cores from these zombies to enhance her abilities. Lin Wu smiled slightly, appreciating Jiang Tao's willingness to act independently. This was precisely why she valued Jiang Tao as a companion. Jiang Tao, wielding her knife with fervor, engaged the zombies, while Lin Wu swiftly glided through the garage's entrance, seemingly walking on air. Though she remained airborne, numerous first-tier zombies leapt to seize her while evading them. Lin Wu's mind raced. With such a multitude of first-tier zombies, could the unique zombie inside truly only be at the first tier? After all, second-tier zombies had been the sensational headline when human bases were first established, clearly stating they had only appeared 2 weeks into the apocalypse. It had only been a week now. Was that not too fast? Surrounded by the sprawled bodies of zombies, Lin Wu perched atop a beam on the garage roof, meticulously discerning which one was the supernatural zombie. They all appeared identical, lacking any discernible differences. Frustrated by her inability to identify it, she descended to eliminate a few zombies. Controlling zombies required formidable mental strength, and human mental fortitude often manifested in intelligence. Hence, the zombie's intellect should be more akin to that of a human child, possessing the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. It must have sensed her formidable abilities, hence coordinating the other zombies to obscure its presence while it concealed itself in a corner, perhaps even plotting an escape. Lin Wu's grip tightened around her knife. She couldn't allow it to flee. The garage floor was teeming with the heads of zombies, indicating that the unique one was likely underground. She swiftly cleared a path and soon discovered the entrance leading below. Upon busting through the door to the underground garage, she was immediately met with a horde of zombies, their faces twisted in snarls as they lunged at her. The visual impact was overwhelming. Compressed air exploded from around her, clearing a space, and darkened blood splattered across her. Yet she remained oblivious. She leapt into a vehicle blocking the underground garage's entrance. Lin Wu squinted as she paced beside each car. She began to suspect that the unique zombie had hidden within one of the vehicles. One particularly slender, distinctive zombie caught her eye. Unlike the others, it was cautiously observing from within a partially open window. Lin Wu immediately deduced that this was the supernatural zombie. Confirming her suspicion, she dashed toward it. She moved swiftly, but the first-tier zombies were equally quick, charging toward her in a mass. She struck down swiftly, but the zombie slipped away just as quickly, and before long, it had vanished from sight. With the garage entrance blocked by her vehicle and the doors and windows securely locked, the vehicle remained intact, indicating the zombie was still inside, having not escaped. The underground garage was vast, housing numerous vehicles, and with so many zombies, it was impossible to pinpoint where the unique one was hiding. Even if Lin Wu located its position each time, it could employ the same tactics to delay her. Shifting to another hiding spot. It was exhausting Lin Wu's energy and stamina. Understanding the zombie's strategy filled Lin Wu with a mix of amusement and irritation. Clearly, this was a second-tier zombie. A first-tier zombie would not possess such a level of cunning. Lin Wu knocked her knife against the wall, a playful smile curling her lips. So it wished to stall for time. How fortuitous, for she had just the remedy for that. Whistling, she began to draw the Humvees into her space. Time to loot. A few minutes later, the supernatural zombie, staring at the now empty garage, fell into contemplation, while Lin Wu approached with her knife drawn. As she retrieved her misaligned blade, she tilted her head. The second-tier zombie boasted greater speed. Its strength doubled compared to ordinary zombies, and its physical resilience had significantly improved. Most importantly, it had developed some animalistic instincts, making it far more challenging to deal with than a foolish first-tier zombie. This particular supernatural zombie, endowed with considerable mental power, exhibited intelligence akin to that of a human child, rendering it even more cunning. Speed. Lin Wu raised an eyebrow. Her speed, enhanced by the fruit of her abilities, was on par with that of the zombie. The strength and resilience of her physical form had reached the level of a third-tier power user. This was an excellent opportunity to enhance her hand-to-hand combat skills. Lin Wu retracted her supernatural abilities, wiped the zombie blood from her face with her knife, and felt a surge of determination. Without relying on her powers, she could still take down this zombie. Chapter 22, Third Tier. Po Jeongto grimaced as she wiped the zombie blood from her neck and gulped down a bottle of mineral water. The cause she had absorbed had fully invigorated her abilities, and she could feel the familiar stirrings of energy within her. Jeongto was on the verge of a breakthrough. She grinned, exhilarated after slaughtering the horde of zombies, and without haste to collect the cause, she hefted her knife and ventured deeper into the garage to find Lin Wu. What a predicament! Why is this door still blocked? With a swift strike, I severed the head of the zombie, and as I tapped on the car door, I could faintly discern the silhouettes of a struggle through the window. How intriguing! It turns out there was a fight happening inside. I leisurely leaned against the vehicle, contemplating my abilities, as a small flame flickered steadily in the palm of my hand. Quite delicate. Boom. Startled, I jolted, causing the flame to surge dangerously large, nearly igniting the surrounding area. What on earth is going on? How did it come to this car? I could easily deduce that Lin Wu must have hurled that zombie onto the vehicle, given the commotion. I couldn't help but wonder what formidable zombie could keep Lin Wu engaged for such an extended period. Finally, as the car was maneuvered away, the scene in the underground garage gradually came into view. Lin Wu emerged from the vehicle, clutching a purple-blue crystal core. Goodness, in such a vast garage, is there only this one car? I swallowed hard, grappling with disbelief. Lin Wu, catching my bewildered gaze, nodded nonchalantly. It's me. Goodness, such a spacious area. I almost let out an expletive but managed to suppress it. I had always suspected that Lin Wu possessed a relatively expansive special ability, which explained how she could consistently produce such an abundance of supplies, yet I never anticipated her space to be this vast. Lin Wu gestured towards the scattered zombie corpses. Crystal cores, what are you dawdling for? Let's collect the cores. Accepting the directive, I pouted and joined her in extracting the cores. Our haul this time was substantial. Aside from the hammers, there were easily over 1,000 zombies amassed in this garage. Moreover, the first-tier zombies exceeded 200. If it weren't for the presence of a second-tier zombie controlling the others, this obscure garage would hardly have attracted even a fraction of that number. Lin Wu pondered while gathering the cause. The emergence of second-tier zombies was slightly ahead of the records from my previous life, indicating that historical records were merely that, records. The reality could not solely rely on past conjectures. She needed to elevate her abilities swiftly to ensure she remained in a position of advantage. Today, we shall absorb the crystal cores in the garage and evolve before departing. Lin Wu typed, you are on the brink of evolution. A breakthrough is imminent. Naturally, I was eager to comply. We piled all the crystal cores we had failed to absorb over the past few days onto the ground, forming a small mountain, and sat cross-legged to gradually absorb them. Lin Wu decided to elevate her first ability to Tier 3, leaving the second ability to chance. Over the past few days, her powers had been repeatedly depleted, and she was but a step away from Tier 3. Achieving Tier 3 would be a cinch. Within a 10-meter radius, the air trembled as Lin Wu exhaled softly, gradually controlling the leakage of her abilities, striving to avoid disturbing me. And then there was the second ability. Her gaze fell upon the purple-blue crystal core in her palm. I'm counting on you. As the core was absorbed, the somewhat feeble energy within her mind began to glow, akin to a black hole drawing in this energy. Lin Wu's lips twitched, typically as finicky as a picky child. She had scarcely absorbed any energy from the core, yet now she was consuming it so eagerly. Though she grumbled, seeing her energy finally strengthen brought her some solace. However, once she had fully absorbed the crystal core, her second ability still failed to touch the threshold of evolution. Still insufficient, Lin Wu sighed, stroking her chin. At least one more would be needed. The enhancement of this ability proved exceedingly challenging. Ordinary crystal cores were beneath her notice, and the enhanced cores were exceedingly rare. It was indeed a conundrum. Nevertheless, her current strength did not rely on the second ability. Although she held hope, she could accept its absence. Conversely, my powers were heating up as I approached Tier 2, the surrounding air becoming unbearably warm as I absorbed the pile of crystal cores before me, hinting at a trend toward Tier 3. Truly, she was the fire goddess of my past life. Goodness, have you reached tier 3? It was evident that Lin Wu's energy signature surpassed mine, and that gap contained an even greater disparity. I could only exclaim weakly, you truly don't act human. Lin Wu shrugged, her smile radiant. For a moment I was entranced by her smile, left in a daze. Lin Wu waved her hand, pulling me back to reality. My face flashed as I propped myself up, saying, your smile is genuinely beautiful, you should smile more often. What kind of girl acts like a block of ice all day? It's not endearing at all. Lin Wu merely responded with a nonchalant oh. Her gaze fell, and when she stepped out again she wore that same impassive expression. Observing her retreating figure stirred an inexplicable discomfort within me. Having spent considerable time with Lin Wu, I had come to realize that she always appeared harmless in front of those she mistrusted, exuding an innocence that evoked sympathy, yet in my presence she shed those facades, perpetually serious, cold even to the point of being gloomy. Only in rare, unexpected moments did her genuine, vivid self emerge, such as that recent delightful smile. I quickened my pace to match hers. Lin Wu, oh Lin Wu, what kind of person are you, truly? Why do you present yourself in such a manner? The sun hung low in the dim sky, casting the city into a gradual descent alongside it. I was dozing off when the car abruptly slammed to a halt, nearly causing me to bump my head. What is happening? Rubbing my face vigorously, I began to regain my senses. We had been taking turns driving, scouring the highways for a gas station, and it was Lin Wu's turn now. Lin Wu flashed the headlights. Up ahead, the soundproofing of the car was quite effective, and coupled with my accustomedness to the cacophony of zombie groans outside, I initially failed to realize that the raucous cries were not from zombies, but from humans. As I glanced outward, I discovered a group of high school students in uniforms. Are they blocking our car? I exclaimed in surprise. Lin Wu nodded. She was driving when suddenly a human wall appeared ahead, shouting something. Realizing they were not zombies, Lin Wu could not possibly ram into them and had to brake abruptly. I slapped my forehead. Great, here comes another trouble. Over the course of these days in the apocalypse, I had come to understand human psychology. Auntie, we haven't eaten in days, there are so many zombies here. Please take us with you, the female student pleaded tearfully. Upon hearing the term auntie, I rolled my eyes. I'm only 2 or 3 years older than you. Call me sister, not auntie. I had tolerated being called auntie by elementary school kids, but high school students were truly pushing it. The girl was interrupted, choking on her words, and managed to utter, please take us with you. There were 4 of them in total, 3 boys and 1 girl. Lin Wu regarded them with a cold gaze. Quite clever, they knew to send the girl to plead, as it would evoke more sympathy. However, seeing my exasperated expression, it seemed this woman could handle the situation alone. Lin Wu calmly stood behind me, watching the unfolding drama. Chapter 23, neither more nor less. Just as I had begun to drift into slumber, I was jolted awake by the noise. My already irritable temperament flared at this moment, and standing there with my arms crossed in front of the group of students, I exuded an air of intimidation. The girl who had blocked the car spoke softly. There are many zombies at the school. If we take just a few steps, we'll be chased. We've been stuck here for several days. Her eyes glistened with tears. We are all scared and want to go home. Lin Wu seemed to grasp the situation. These students were likely boarders who had snuck out to witness a meteor shower at night only to encounter zombies. Now they found themselves trapped near the security booth, too afraid to enter or exit. It must have been quite a struggle for the 4 of them to squeeze into the booth for such an extended period. Their ordeal could not have been pleasant. Thus, upon spotting our vehicle, they were determined to stop us at all costs. I maintained a stern expression. Those zombies aren't particularly fast. With a few strong men here, isn't there anyone brave enough to run? The 3 boys exchanged glances, one muttering, what if we get caught by zombies, then we become zombies too, just like Didi. I scoffed, so you are all cowards. I pointed out their weakness bluntly. Lin Wu's gaze remained fixed on the security booth behind them. Sensing something amiss, there were torn biscuit wrappers inside, yet no signs of cups or water bottles, indicating a lack of water. One can survive without food for 7 days, but without water one could perish within 4 or 5 days. What had these students been drinking? The girl glanced at our attire and, summoning her courage, said, "Sister, I can provide water." Look, she raised her hand, and a trickle of water flowed from her fingertips. Lin Wu and I were momentarily taken aback. Water ability? Lin Wu realized no wonder they had managed to last this long. It was likely all thanks to this girl's powers. "I can provide water for you," the girl said softly. "I'm quite useful." The boys, still bearing the youthful naivety of high school, shrunk behind the girl, their gazes evasive. Compared to the girl's ability, they had little to offer. I exchanged glances with Lin Wu. Our water ability was undoubtedly a significant asset for survival. Yet Lin Wu appeared indifferent, and I shrugged, directly rejecting. "We don't need that, nor can we take you with us." The girl bit her lip. "All right." I surveyed the group of students. They were still children. Their thoughts laid bare on their faces, making it easy to feel sympathy. These zombies were not difficult to kill at the moment. If they wished to live, they should do so swiftly. I recalled Lin Wu telling me that zombies would continue to evolve, and we should not venture into the city but head for the outskirts. One boy interjected, "But we don't have a car, how can we walk that far?" Clearly, the others shared the same sentiment. Suddenly, Lin Wu, who had been silent, pointed at the road. "Cars!" I exclaimed. "Look, there are cars on the road. Eliminate the zombies inside, and you can drive away." The interior of a car was cramped, making it relatively easy to dispatch the zombies contained within. The young man who had posed a question still wished to speak, but was interrupted by a taller boy beside him. "The sisters are right. We are men and cannot continually evade the zombies." Even the girl who appeared the most timid clenched her fists tightly. "If we keep hiding here, we will inevitably perish." We learned in biology class that it is survival of the fittest. Her eyes sparkled with clarity. "Thank you, sisters. We now know what must be done." Under the watchful gaze of Lin Wu and Jiang To, these high school students chose the nearest car as their target. The zombies inside occupied the back seat, possibly left there by the driver who had gone out to witness the meteor shower, which conveniently aided the students. The car door was unlocked and armed with several fire axes from the security booth. They swung the door open and launched an assault. Two astute individuals grasped the zombies' hands to prevent any injury, while the other two wielded axes to strike at the creature's head. The sight of such brutality was foreign to them in peaceful times. As the zombie's head was cleaved partially off, blood splattered, causing several to gag. Before long, the students managed to drive the vehicle behind Lin Wu's car. Disembarking with evident delight, Lin Wu's gaze flickered, youthful and eager to improve. Ultimately, whether before or after the apocalypse, the future of this nation and the world still rested in the hands of these children. They sincerely expressed their gratitude to her. One girl introduced herself. "My name is Zheng Mitsai." She looked expectantly at the two, hoping they would reveal their names. Lin Wu replied calmly, "Lin Wu." Jiang To tilted her head. "Jiang To, wait." Lin Wu tapped the trunk of the car they had procured and instructed them to open it. They looked puzzled. "Is there a problem?" Lin Wu observed carefully, her expression unruffled. "None." She swiftly closed the trunk. Once Zheng Mitsai and her companions departed, Jiang To prodded Lin Wu with her elbow. I saw that. Lin Wu lowered her gaze. "Get in the car." Jiang To smiled, lying back in the passenger seat while stealing glances at Lin Wu's profile for an extended time. She noticed Lin Wu had placed a small box of compressed biscuits in the trunk of that car moments ago. While the students were dispatching zombies, Lin Wu had quietly eliminated several approaching ones from the shadows. This person, when she decides to be ruthless, truly is. Killing is but a fleeting act for her. Vengeance is a must, and she never desires to be the victim. Though she appears cold-hearted, she consistently maintains a measure of kindness. Not too much, as she does not readily invite trouble upon herself, yet enough to offer others a chance at survival. If Lin Wu were inherently indifferent, she would not have halted the car to allow Jiang To converse with these students. Ultimately, she pointed them down a path, instructing them on how to survive in this dystopian world. Upon awakening once more, Lin Wu had prepared breakfast. During their meal, Lin Wu texted Jiang To, "Do you wish to return home to find your family?" Although Lin Wu sensed that Jiang To did not seem unwilling to accompany her, she felt it necessary to inquire. Upon mentioning this, Jiang To paused mid-bite, eventually saying, "I have no family." She spoke nonchalantly, "I grew up in an orphanage with no relatives or friends." In truth, Lin Wu was her first friend. Lin Wu regarded her for a moment before tossing her a piece of chocolate. Jiang To chuckled. Such a direct approach to comfort could only come from Lin Wu. The sweetness of the chocolate melted on her palate as Jiang To stretched, finishing the last bite of her sandwich before shouldering her weapon and exiting the vehicle. They found themselves at a factory filled with hundreds of workers turned zombies, with a horde lurking just around the corner. Another day of confronting the third tier, Jiang To plunged headlong into the throng of zombies, observing her enjoyment in battle. Lin Wu decided to practice her abilities amidst the structures. Jiang To's power was conspicuous, and the noise of her fighting soon attracted a sizable horde of zombies. After a brief time, Lin Wu heard her shout, "Damn it! I forgot to grab the crystal core." Lin Wu, help. Chapter 24. The trap. In recent days, first-tier zombies had proliferated, while second-tier zombies were gradually surfacing, no longer a rarity. Just moments ago, Jiang To had nearly fallen victim to a second-tier zombie due to carelessness. That very zombie now circled below, eyeing them hungrily. Lin Wu handed Jiang To a tissue to wipe the blood from her face. "There's still a second-tier zombie outside. You go ahead, I need a moment." Jiang To gulped some water. "You got it." It wasn't that Jiang To was weak, the zombies outside were formidable. The sheer number of first-tier zombies was overwhelming, their speed significantly surpassing that of zero-tier zombies, making the effort required to kill them exponentially greater. Lin Wu acknowledged with a hum, casually absorbing several first-tier crystal cores, focusing intently for the second-tier zombie to leap up. They were currently concealed at a window on the second floor of a derelict building, with the door behind them blocked by a stone slab that Lin Wu had placed, leaving the only entrance the unshielded window. Suddenly, the second-tier zombie lunged, its pale and purplish claws still dripping with fresh flesh. Reaching for Lin Wu, who stood nearest the window, she struck its wrist with her knife, merely breaking the skin. In a flash, she launched a military dagger, accurately embedding it in the zombie's temple. The blade penetrated the brain, resulting in a gruesome explosion of red and white matter. As zombies increase in level, their flesh and bone density strengthen, with the only soft spot remaining being the temple. Thus, the second-tier zombie was no more. Jiang To, having rested sufficiently, gave Lin Wu a thumbs up. "You still got it." She too needed to enhance her powers, not wanting to hold Lin Wu back. "Let's extract the crystal cores from this area and then leave." The instructions on her phone were clear. Lin Wu's gaze grew somber as she looked outside. The rapid evolution of zombies was alarming. Even solitary first-tier zombies posed little threat, but in groups, they became a significant nuisance. She and Jiang To had to exercise increased caution in their recent endeavors. Since the onset of the apocalypse, over half a month had passed. The base in C-City was likely established by now. In a few days, she intended to take Jiang To investigate. If it proved to be a suitable base, they might linger there for a while. Jiang To diligently excavated the crystal cores, dispatching numerous zombies. In the process, she climbed back to the second floor and kicked down a first-tier zombie, hands on her hips, inquiring, "The cores are all extracted? There are so many zombies outside. Do you think a regular vehicle can make it through? Should we fight our way out?" No sooner had she spoken than a piercing scream echoed from not far outside. "Help! Ah!" The woman's shrill voice pierced the air, drawing all the zombies towards her. "Damn it, who the hell is courting death?" Jiang To exclaimed, her gaze sweeping across the terrifying sight of the advancing horde, prompting her to curse. Lin Wu furrowed her brow. This was the downside of urban life. A city typically housed tens of thousands of people, and C-City, being a first-tier metropolis, boasted a population of over 10 million. Over 10 million people meant that the number of zombies was also nearing 10 million. Even the slightest disturbance could attract a massive wave of zombies, making escape exceedingly difficult. Lin Wu tagged Jiang To, signaling her, "Wall, jump to the windowsill. We can't go below." Jiang To understood instantly, tugging at her sleeves before leaping to the windowsill of the adjacent room alongside Lin Wu. She lacked Lin Wu's abilities for assistance and could barely keep pace with her. The woman screaming below must have accidentally driven into this area, her companion in the passenger seat having been caught and turned into a zombie. After overcoming the transformation of her friend, she found herself surrounded by zombies. The mass of zombies prevented any chance of escape, even if the car windows were sturdy. If a second-tier zombie appeared, they would likely hold up for only a brief time. "Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, are you over there? Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao." The man's cries startled the horde of zombies, causing several to leap about wildly, scratching at Jiang To's legs multiple times. Despite the flames protecting her, Jiang To was startled enough that she nearly lost her footing. Had she not concentrated on her feet, she would have been cursing by now. Lin Wu pulled Jiang To back. Ensuring she steadied herself on the new windowsill, she cast a cold glance at the individuals below, cautioning Jiang To, "Be careful. I'm here. Lu Ha is dead." The woman in the car heard her companion's voice, sending her into a frenzy of joy. They began to move slowly away, while the men nearby seemed to confirm Jiao Jiao's location, appearing distressed. "There are too many zombies below. We can't rescue her." A man with a stubbly jaw glared at Lin Wu and the others, turning to a lean man beside him. "Get a pack of blood and spill it on those two women." The lean man hesitated. "Boss, isn't that a bit much? If we do that, won't those two women essentially be signing their death warrants?" The man shoved him. "I only have one sister, Jiao Jiao. If anything happens to her, I won't spare you," threatened. The lean man reluctantly complied. "Your ability is incredibly impressive. If not for your assistance, I surely wouldn't have made it over." Jiang To rubbed her waist, patting Lin Wu's shoulder in admiration. Just as Lin Wu smiled slightly, her peripheral vision caught something flying towards them. Without a moment's thought, she yanked Jiang To aside. The object missed them but shattered against the wall, sending liquid splattering everywhere, leaving them with no escape. "It wasn't sulfuric acid." Lin Wu breathed a sigh of relief. "What the hell is that?" "Blood." Jiang To, startled by being yanked away, hurriedly leaned in to check Lin Wu's back. Sensing the commotion among the zombies, Lin Wu's expression turned grave. "Stay still. If they intended to use them as bait, they had better be prepared for the consequences." She caught sight of a swiftly retreating figure, squinting her eyes as she propelled herself into the air. Realizing what had transpired, Jiang To's fury ignited. "I won't rest until I get my revenge. I swear I won't bear my family name if I don't." With a cold laugh, she retrieved an item from her backpack. The fog enveloping Lin Wu was anything but gentle, stained with human blood. She drew the attention of the zombies far more effectively than any sound could, making her an irresistible target among the horde, akin to a walking delicacy. As numerous undead attempted to sink their teeth into her flesh, only to have their heads severed in return. "Jiao Jiao, run this way, boss, she's coming," the gaunt man gasped, casting a furtive glance behind him. The leader of their group was taken aback, mentally bracing himself for a confrontation, only to witness Lin Wu seemingly gliding through the air, inexorably advancing towards them. "What kind of ability was this?" He urgently called for the gaunt man to fetch Old He and take Jiao Jiao away. Understood. Lin Wu was nearly treading upon a mountain of zombies, but two second-tier undead emerged, momentarily hindering her progress. Amidst the chaos, she continued to observe the movements of the group. The gaunt man was a speed-type ability user, which accounted for his capacity to splatter her with blood. Most speed-type users were tasked with luring zombies, mere pawns for their masters, who she surmised was the brooding man. Taking a deep breath, she shed her bloodied coat and hurled it at him. The leader instinctively sidestepped, only to feel a sharp pain in his forehead, blood trickling down as a stone rolled away. Quite the diversionary tactic, he thought, his cold gaze piercing towards Lin Wu, who plunged her blade into the temple of a second-tier zombie, an aura of murderous intent radiating from her. Chapter 25. Replay. With blood now on the man's hands and Lin Wu having discarded her coat, the majority of the zombies surged toward him. Alleviating some of her burden, this was a classic case of using one's own methods against them. Chen Cheng's position as the leader of a small organization indicated he was no fool. Realizing he might not be able to contend with Lin Wu, he shouted, "Since you are unharmed, why not both step back and leave this place?" Chen Cheng unleashed his ice-type ability, swiftly dispatching several zombies that leapt to block his path. Turning the ground into a sleek, icy surface, step back, as if she were merely a human without the formidable abilities that made him wary, Lin Wu scoffed, casting him a sideways glance before turning towards Jiang To. Still pursuing, Jiang To was ready, eager to exact vengeance on those scoundrels. She understood that Lin Wu was not one to let matters go easily. "Pursue," Lin Wu smirked and started the car. Jiang To scratched her head. "Drive, we can't get a regular car out of here, can we?" Before she could finish her thought, Jiang To gasped, "Wow, this vehicle is incredible." She was momentarily dazzled by the suddenly appearing modified car. A standard vehicle was indeed insufficient, but Yong Hon's modified car was another story. Lin Wu gestured for her to get in. Once inside, Jiang To, like a curious child, began to explore, exclaiming, "I thought vehicles like this only existed on television." "What a rare sight," Lin Wu casually remarked. "Let us go." No sooner had she spoken than the car surged forward like the wind, crashing through a throng of zombies. The grotesque bodies flew past the windows in a spectacular display. "Impressive," Jiang To exclaimed, her mind racing with thoughts of revenge. "When we catch up to those scoundrels, I'll have a surprise for them." She was not one to shy away from retribution. Lin Wu smiled slightly. Soon the car plowed through another cluster of zombies, rounding a corner to spot a convoy preparing to flee. "Brother Chen, there's a car coming." Chen Cheng's eyelids twitched. Could it be that they had not yet vented their frustrations after smashing his head? Gritting his teeth, he ordered, "Forget about them, we must leave quickly. There are too many zombies." The rest of the convoy shared his sentiments. Any disputes were overshadowed by the overwhelming presence of the undead. Even for ability users, Lin Wu chuckled softly. Was it that simple to walk away? There were others carrying blood packs besides Chen Cheng. Over the past few days, they had raided countless hospitals, collecting not just medicines but also a large supply of blood on the verge of spoiling. If she did not take it, the hospital's refrigeration would fail in a few days, rendering the pre-apocalypse blood banks useless. She handed Jiang To a pack of the most common type, O blood, succinctly instructing, "Throw it." Jiang To immediately grasped her intent, grinning maliciously. "Not just this, oh, I have another gift for them." Climbing onto the sunroof, one hand wielding a knife and the other clutching the present for Chen Cheng's group, she prepared her surprise. In the passenger seat, Chen Cheng felt an ominous premonition as his eyelids twitched incessantly. "Boss, look behind us," the driver exclaimed in terror, glancing into the rearview mirror. Chen Cheng's gaze followed, his pupils narrowing. A woman in the trailing vehicle stretched her body, her eyes sharp, holding something aloft before hurling it towards them. It was a blood pack. Chen Cheng's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Step on it, the zombies are coming after us," but the accelerator was already floored. The blood pack exploded upon impact, splattering blood across the vehicle occupied by Chen Cheng and Jiao Jiao, the pungent scent inciting frenzy among the horde. Jiang To dodged a lunging zombie, slicing its neck, then kicked the rotting corpse off the car. Assessing her items, she cast a sinister glance at Chen Cheng's vehicle before spinning around to toss her gift. "Done, let us go." Jiang To reclined in the car, crossing her legs, watching the commotion with keen interest. Lin Wu, curious about her preparation, soon discovered what it was, a small recording device they typically used to attract zombies. Chen Cheng, sensing something strike the roof of the car, anxiously inquired of the driver, "Did you see what it was?" The driver, on the verge of tears, thought, "How could I see anything while driving?" Not daring to oppose Chen Cheng, he reluctantly replied, "It doesn't seem to be a blood pack, it looks like a metal object." A metal object? Chen Cheng paused, then suddenly heard a male voice blaring from the roof, "I'm an idiot. I am an idiot, I'm an idiot." Chen Cheng, the driver, Jiao Jiao, and the rest of the convoy, Lin Wu, the recording device remained steadfastly lodged in the dented roof, undeterred by the vehicle's bumps and the zombies' roars. Looping its proclamation, "I'm an idiot," Jeongto, leaning over the passenger seat, laughed uncontrollably, unable to contain herself. With such a distraction drawing the zombies away, Lin-Woo gladly steered the car in another direction. "Where's old he? Get him over here," Chen Cheng bellowed into the only walkie-talkie. The person on the other end weakly replied, "Boss, brother, he is still passed out from drinking." Chen Cheng spat in frustration. Grumbling, "Still drinking at a time like this, what a useless fool." Yet the convoy relied on old he's abilities, forcing him to endure the situation repeatedly, after holding back his anger for a long while. Chen Cheng finally spoke, "Your vehicles take another route, we'll regroup once we've resolved this." "Understood, boss." As for those two women, Chen Cheng wiped the blood from his forehead with a grim expression. The next time they crossed paths, he would not let them escape unbeknownst to anyone. Amidst the chaos, several figures crouched on the rooftop observing Yanji. "When did they arrive?" Subo inquired, polishing his blade. Yanji stroked his chin, offering a gentle smile. "It seems they drove in a few minutes ago." Subo's glasses glinted in the sunlight as he provided his candid assessment. "Those two played a team of people. They are quite formidable." "Ha ha ha," Yanji chuckled. "Consider it spirited thinking, quite entertaining." Subo shook his head. "Things went smoothly because that convoy has a tier 3 ability user who is still inebriated. If he were awake, those two women might not have made it out." In his view, while Lin Wu was also tier 3, the opposing team had more ability users, and the two of them could not possibly contend against them. Yanji shrugged. "Did you sense something? How does it compare to the boss?" Subo replied, "Naturally, it pales in comparison to the boss." That little mute he paused. "I feel her ability fluctuations are rather peculiar." Yanji asked in confusion, "What's peculiar about it?" "Can't quite articulate it, but it seems somewhat similar to the boss's." Yanji was taken aback. "Are you suggesting?" Subo's gaze flickered. Chapter 26, The Couple. This district is rife with factories, and there are indeed a staggering number of zombies, Jeongto grumbled as she fiddled with the radio. "Now that the world is out of power, all electronic devices have ceased functioning, with the lone exception being the radio." Lin Wu instructed Jeongto to adjust the frequency daily in hopes of catching any military updates. She was aware of the previous location of the base in CTC, but given the early stage of events, she could not ascertain whether the base had undergone changes. Keeping an ear on the radio was certainly a wise choice. For dinner, they feasted on roasted chicken and duck, and Jeongto, with a hearty appetite, mumbled through a mouthful of chicken leg, "I've seen so many more living people lately." Previously, they had only encountered those cowering in their homes, paralyzed with fear. Now, an increasing number of individuals ventured out in search of supplies, clinging to the hope of survival. After finishing their meal in a narrow alley, Jeongto asked Lin Wu, "Are we sleeping in the car tonight?" Lin Wu surveyed the surroundings. The towering buildings cast ominous shadows, and the distant growls of zombies echoed eerily in the dark, with the potential for lacking eyes peering from the windows. It was unsuitable for them to extract the car from its confines. She shook her head. "Let us find a suitable place to spend the night." Jeongto patted her backside, tightening her hair tie. "All right then, let us go hunt some zombies and see if I can level up." As they approached the second-tier Jong Tower, it became evident that advancing one's abilities was indeed a formidable challenge. Progression, reliant on the ample absorption of crystal cores, also hinged on the probability of the metamorphosis of one's energy source. With a stroke of luck, one could ascend effortlessly. Conversely, misfortune could lead to prolonged stagnation at a certain tier. Lin Wu's powers remained steadfastly at the third tier, not due to ill fate, but because the energy from her crystal cores was perpetually siphoned by two competing energy sources, resulting in a lower absorption efficiency than others. This implied that Lin Wu required a greater quantity of crystal cores. Under the cover of night, the two silently advanced while dispatching zombies. In the absence of second-tier zombies in the vicinity, they refrained from using their abilities, opting instead to hone their reflexes with blades back to back. It must be said, both individuals possessed extraordinary courage. Lin Wu and Jong Tower found themselves at a supermarket. Lin Wu turned and said, Take a look. Jong Tawa touched the rolling shutter door of the supermarket. Sighed, it's locked, there are people inside, let us move on. The two immediately changed direction. Quick, come in. The rolling shutter was suddenly yanked up with a loud clang, and a middle-aged woman's voice echoed from within. Jong Tawa paused momentarily, her gaze shifting to Lin Wu, awaiting her response. The woman, likely anxious about the zombies outside, urged more insistently, why aren't you coming in? It's far too dangerous out there. She sounded like a well-meaning aunt. Lin Wu promptly replied, come in. Upon receiving Lin Wu's affirmation, Jong Tawa hurriedly rushed inside the supermarket, her mind filled with thoughts of snacks. As soon as they entered, the shutter descended with a thud, and someone inside lit candles. As more candles were ignited, the interior brightened considerably. Lin Wu discerned the supermarket's proprietors, a kind-looking middle-aged couple. Little girl, why aren't you hiding at home? It's so perilous outside, the woman chided gently, her demeanor warm and inviting. She approached with a packet of instant noodles, saying, hurry, eat something, would you like some water? For the first time, Jong Tawa received the care of an elder, typically a firecracker of a girl. She shyly accepted the offering, murmuring, thank you. Meanwhile, Lin Wu hung her head, lost in thought. The middle-aged man, wielding a fire axe, spoke soothingly, you needn't be afraid, young lady, the zombies cannot breach this place. Eat well and rest, we shall deal with everything else tomorrow. Lin Wu silently moved to a shelf, selecting an unopened bag of chips. Crunching away. You are quite casual about this, Jong Tawa remarked, observing Lin Wu. She offered an apologetic smile to the couple. Then I shall grab some snacks too, thank you, uncle and aunt, seeing the girls choose only snacks. A nostalgic smile graced the woman's face. Are still children at heart, just like our daughter who also adores snacks, Jong Tawa casually inquired. Aunt, do you have a daughter? Yes, she is about your age but has gone abroad and hasn't returned yet. The woman forced a smile, uncertainty clouding her thoughts about her daughter's situation abroad. As she mentioned her daughter, the man, who was pouring water from a kettle, paused and sighed. Jong Tawa clumsily attempted to comfort them. It's all right, she will be fine, don't worry. She looked at the couple and suddenly found herself fantasizing. If she weren't an orphan, would her parents worry about her in such a manner? Lin Wu finished her bag of chips and slowly walked along the wall, finding two small stools for Jong Tawa to sit on. You should drink some water, it's not good to eat snacks without anything to wash them down. Lin Wu scrutinized the cup, unsure of its contents, her gaze flitting about the supermarket. It's rusty. Suddenly breaking her silence, Lin Wu fixed her gaze upon the fire axe in the man's hand. He paused, chuckling lightly. It's for hacking zombies, it's a bit rusty. Look, there is still some zombie blood on it. Lin Wu shuddered, seemingly startled by his words, unwilling to contemplate the gruesome imagery. Old man, what are you saying? Don't scare the girl, the woman admonished, moving closer to pat Lin Wu's back. Drink some water to calm your nerves. Don't be frightened, the zombies cannot enter here, there is a door separating us. Lin Wu leaned against the woman's arm, softly murmuring in response. Jong Tawa, however, was left speechless, thinking, scared, why not say the zombies are scared of her? Yet, she chose not to expose Lin Wu, attributing it to the quirks of a strong individual. Suddenly, the wails of zombies grew louder, causing Lin Wu to flinch. Her action of raising the cup to drink halted midair, and the cup fell to the ground. Overwhelmed, she buried her head in the woman's embrace. Whispering, I'm scared, she appeared as a timid little girl. The woman instantly softened further, gently assuring, do not fear, my husband is here, everything will be all right. Jong Tawa thought, seriously, this is overdoing it, with her thoughts swirling. She noticed the man lost in contemplation, gazing at a photo of their daughter on the counter. Momentarily struck dumb. What a lovely family, Jong Tawa mused, taking a sip of water. The candlelight was warm, and the woman spread a small mat for them to sleep on. Jong Tawa and Lin Wu squeezed together, barely able to fit. Just as Lin Wu was about to speak, she turned to find Jong Tawa intently watching the couple converse softly at the counter. Lin Wu, they are truly wonderful, Jong Tawa remarked. Lin Wu cast a sidelong glance at the couple, her emotions inscrutable, remaining silent. Back at the orphanage, I always fantasized about having such a pair of parents. Jung Tawa's face was illuminated by the recent candlelight, her ponytail loosened, long hair cascading down, softening her previously bold demeanor. The content of the couple's conversation was inaudible to them, yet they could see the woman tenderly touch the man's forehead. And the two exchanged a smile filled with unspoken warmth. Jung Tawa rested her chin on her hands. Perhaps I was abducted into the orphanage and I actually had a set of parents. She lowered her gaze. Lin Wu closed her eyes, her heart pondering, is it truly so? Chapter 27, The Truth. That night, Jung Tawa slept soundly, dreaming vividly. In her dream, the couple transformed into her parents, apologizing for their past mistakes, expressing regret for having abandoned her, and revealing they had regretted it all these years. In response to their apologies, Jung Tawa nodded joyfully, agreeing to share dinner with them. The couple took her shopping for dresses, hair clips, and toys that little girls adore. Eventually, they came across a taekwondo advertisement, with the woman cheerfully saying, with your parents protecting you, little Tawa doesn't need to learn taekwondo. Really? Jung Tawa nodded vigorously. Dinner was a feast, a whole roasted lamb placed on the long table, surrounded by an array of side dishes. Eat up, child, the couple urged. Jung Tawa smiled, reaching for the knife to cut the meat, only to feel a sharp pain in her body. The scene abruptly shifted, and Jung Tawa snapped back to reality, realizing there was no roasted lamb on the table. Instead, she was lying on it. The lamb, now dressed in human clothes, grinned at the couple, urging, dig in, Mom and Dad. The kind couple patted the lamb's head and lowered the knife without hesitation, mercilessly slicing into her flesh. The stench of blood filled her nostrils, enveloping Jung Tawa in terror, and she screamed. The dreamscape was like a water pool, and she surfaced, gasping for air as light flooded back in. Under the glass window, Jung Tawa clutched her chest, feeling her heartbeat. Awake, Lin Wu leaned slightly to gaze at her. Jung Tawa calmed herself, finally registering her surroundings. They were still in the supermarket, but daylight had broken. The skylight was open and light streamed in through the cracks. Did I sleep for so long? A throbbing headache accompanied her realization, and Jung Tawa was astonished to find she was not on the small mat but on a soft tatami mat, evidently laid out by Lin Wu. The faint scent of blood lingered, stirring her senses. Jung Tawa rubbed her head vigorously. Are there zombies? Lin Wu sighed, squatting down to pinch Jung Tawa's cheek. Seriously, prepare yourself mentally. Lin Wu had heard much about such matters since the apocalypse, yet for Jung Tawa it was still too abrupt. Jung Tawa stood up, confused, and followed Lin Wu to see what lay ahead. On the ground were two corpses, indeed. The couple from the previous night. Lin Wu coldly concluded, they are dead. Jung Tawa's hands trembled as she crouched down to process this revelation. Lin Wu afforded her the time to digest the grim outcome. Clenching her fingers, Jung Tawa steadied herself. The scene was quite clear. The bodies lay lifelessly, their wounds unmistakably inflicted by Lin Wu. Yet, Jung Tawa understood that Lin Wu was not the type to kill indiscriminately. They must have dragged the tea last night, right? Lin Wu gently nodded, confirming her suspicions. Following another trail of blood, the entrance to the basement lay exposed before them. Last night, Lin Wu had not swallowed the water. The chaos outside had been instigated by her modest second-tier ability, a diversion to spit out that mouthful of water. In the apocalypse, one could never afford to carelessly drink any water offered by anyone. Lin Wu had never forgotten this lesson. Indeed, after Jung Tawa consumed that cup, she had succumbed to slumber. To uncover the couple's intentions, Lin Wu had feigned unconsciousness, allowing them to toss her into the basement. Darling, time to eat. The zombie's growl starkly contrasted with the woman's gentle voice. Lin Wu immediately grasped the situation. In the dim candlelight, the girl confined within a cage bore a face marred with bruises. Her fangs protruding, she had unmistakably transformed into a zombie. Women and men thrust them into a cage, standing outside and saying, have something to eat. How can you endure without food, madman? Lin Wu muttered under her breath. Ready to act at any moment, the zombies, unable to resist the allure of the living, immediately lunged towards the two, their fangs bared in a desperate attempt to sink into their flesh. In a critical moment, Lin Wu kicked Jung Tawa aside, and a tongue knife suddenly appeared in her hand, cleaving down onto the zombie's shoulder. Darling, the woman, in a frenzy, flung open the cage, disregarding her husband's attempts to restrain her. and threw herself onto the zombie, tears streaming down her face. Darling, are you hurt? Darling, are you injured? Linwoo had no time to concern herself with them, prioritizing the act of tossing Jeongta out of the cage. Ensuring she wouldn't be harmed, her strike had likely severed the zombie's left arm, and the woman's wails escalated upon seeing the wound. Stand back, the zombie's teeth had already sunk into the woman's shoulder. But she seemed impervious to the pain. You can't kill my daughter, she is only 15, Linwoo scoffed. How many of those they had sent to the jaws of the zombie were of a similar age? The basement was strewn with tattered clothing. How long had the apocalypse been upon them? People's vigilance was alarmingly weak. They had likely been devoured in their slumber by this very zombie. A zombie deserved to be slain. The air erupted with gunfire, and 2 bloody holes appeared on the woman's back. Please don't kill my daughter, she still possesses human consciousness, she still calls me mommy. Mommy, Linwoo was taken aback observing the zombie, whose ferocious visage was now glistening with tears. The woman cried out, did you hear that? My daughter can still return to being human, please don't kill her. Linwoo tightened her grip on the knife. Even if, hypothetically, this girl had a chance to revert to humanity, what about the souls lost in this basement? Did they possess any hope of resurrection? To feed zombies with the living, regardless of the reasons, these individuals had to perish. Suddenly, the man swung a heavy iron lock towards the back of Linwoo's head, gritting his teeth in fury. Let my daughter be your meal. Exasperated, Linwoo sidestepped, delivering a kick that sent the man sprawling. The blade swept down, blood splattering. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Linwoo's typically composed features. Just moments ago, that girl had transformed into a zombie by impaling herself on the very blade. A countenance once recognizable now bore an expression of utter liberation. Nuan, darling, my child. The woman collapsed over the zombie's corpse, wailing inconsolably, her shoulder wound taking on a purplish hue, her skin beginning to unnaturally pale. This was the harbinger of her transformation into a zombie. Even if she avoided infection, Linwoo felt compelled to end her life. The actions of this couple had transcended the boundaries of humanity. The man, having been knocked down by Linwoo's kick, lay gasping on the ground for a time, only to lift his head and find his wife lifeless. Ingzi, after years of marriage, the death of his wife was an unbearable blow. Tears streamed down the man's face, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He understood all too well that everything they had done was wrong. The love for one's child was no justification for harming others, yet witnessing his own flesh and blood transform into a grotesque zombie before his eyes had kept a flicker of hope alive within him. Now that hope was extinguished, with his wife gone, what meaning did his existence hold? The man's gaze dimmed, and he slammed his head against the cage. Chapter 28. What horror, is it truly like this? Linwoo retrieved her phone, nodding with an unsettling calmness. In the wake of the apocalypse, such tragedies were all too common. Jeongta, in a daze, mused, so this is how much parents love their children. She quickly shook her head, adding, thank goodness for you. Without you, I might have perished here. Linwoo patted Jeongta on the head, offering what comfort she could, causing Jeongta to stifle a laugh. To help Jeongta grasp the harsh reality, Linwoo deliberately dragged out the 2 corpses. She was curious to see how Jeongta would react to the sudden death she had inflicted. Would she perceive it as senseless slaughter or discern deeper motives? Linwoo was not disappointed, observing Jeongta beginning to stir. She took out breakfast. In life sustenance remained paramount. As she handed a caramel bread to Jeongta, she noticed Jeongta lost in thought again. What is it? Linwoo's expression inquired. Jeongta replied dryly, I just feel that this world has suddenly become terrifying. The zombies were not frightening, nor were the rising temperatures and incessant calamities. Jeongta lowered her head, confessing, I find humans to be truly terrifying. Some abandon their kin, while others cherish their children to the extent of harming others to feed zombies. Humanity, at times, can be profoundly chilling. Linwoo said nothing. Of course, this little stutterer was not one for lengthy discourses. With a blank expression, she gestured to Jeongta, then pointed to herself, shoving the bread into Jeongta's hands. In an instant, Jiang To was enlightened, taking a hearty bite of the bread. Upon exiting the supermarket, they noticed there were significantly fewer zombies outside. Lin Wu sensed that someone was watching them from the buildings lining the street. "Be careful," she warned. Jiang To nodded. Inside one of the rooms, a person by the window exclaimed, "Brother Fong, look, 2 people just came out of that supermarket." The man drinking water paused, wiping his mouth. "We haven't even gone yet. How could anyone have beaten us to it?" Brother Fong's first thought was that someone was attempting to seize their supplies, but the lookout clarified, "No, Brother Fong, they didn't take much, they only carried a small backpack." "A small backpack?" Brother Fong cleared his throat, asking how many people. 2. Brother Fong breathed a sigh of relief. "Just 2 people, they can't carry much, let them be." The lookout scratched his head. "Then Brother Fong, when are we heading to that supermarket?" "Let us go now." 10 minutes later, a group of burly men stared blankly at the corpses within the supermarket. Brother Fong called over the lookout, "You said 2 girls went out just now?" The lookout, bewildered, replied, "Yes, and they were 2 beautiful girls." Brother Fong stroked his stubbled chin, deep in thought. "They seem quite capable, they might possess special abilities. 2 adults and a first-tier zombie. Most importantly, that couple looked particularly untrustworthy. Capable of luring one into their trap with a moment's inattention." Brother Fong had been keeping an eye on this supermarket for quite some time. Despite his rough appearance, he was meticulous and cautious. Having observed the supermarket for several days, he noted that no one had come out of this supermarket recently. The fate of those who remained inside was all too clear to Brother Fong. Originally, he had intended to claim the supermarket for himself, believing he was doing a good deed. However, he hadn't expected to be preempted by these 2 girls. Where had they gone? Brother Fong summoned the lookout again. Many strange abilities had emerged in the apocalypse. For instance, Yang Chen, a nearsighted high school student before the cataclysm, had gained powers related to his eyesight, enabling him to see great distances, Yang Chen stated. They headed towards the square. "I don't know what their objective is." "The square?" Brother Fong pondered, asking the others, "Is there any news on the radio?" "None." He decisively stated, "We'll head to the square shortly." Unbeknownst to them, the 2 were being watched by a peculiar group as they fiddled with the radio in their vehicle. Trying each frequency was proving to be quite time-consuming. Jiang To felt disheartened. Lin Wu contemplated for a moment, typing on her phone, "Try those frequencies used for large listening exams." If the government chooses a frequency to disseminate information, they would likely prefer those familiar to everyone. Jiang Ta's eyes brightened. "You are right, I'll give it a try." Before she could adjust it carefully, voices from outside began to approach. Lin Wu pressed the radio off, shaking her head. "Next time." Jiang To lowered her voice in confusion. "Zombies?" Lin Wu subtly shook her head. Such organized footsteps could not belong to mindless zombies. The footsteps moved from the back of the car to the front, and they caught sight of those approaching. Lin Wu, peering through the car window, scrutinized the group. There were quite a few of them, although dressed in casual clothes. Each bore a solemn expression and appeared well-trained. Led by a woman. It was evident that they were either military personnel or part of a significant faction. However, it mattered little. The car windows were one-sided, and as long as they remained silent, the outsiders would not discover them. Lin Wu thought this, and Jiang To clearly shared her sentiment, quietly waiting for the group to pass. "The zombies have all been cleared away, Chief." Lin Wu caught this term. The woman nodded, then commanded, "Check each car by the roadside. Everyone should take one." Lin Wu and Jiang To exchanged glances, realizing with dismay that these individuals were not here for supplies but rather for vehicles. Lin Wu gestured for Jiang To roll down the window, accepting their fate. Jiang To retorted, "What are you reluctant for, little stutterer? In the end, it's still me who has to negotiate with them." Despite her grumbling, Jiang To swiftly rolled down the window to greet the female officer. "Hi." The group was momentarily startled, quickly adjusting their stance to inspect the vehicle, shifting their focus onto Lin Wu and Jiang To's car. The woman approached and extended her hand. "Hello." Jiang To, mimicking her, shook her hand. "Are you military?" The female officer did not deny it, replying, "Yes, we are here to collect vehicles, whether for transporting supplies or executing other operations." Vehicles were of utmost importance, the female officer's brow furrowed slightly. Survivors like this often call for protection upon hearing the name of the military, while safeguarding the populace is indeed their duty. These timid individuals invariably attract zombies, impede operations, and even lead to the needless sacrifice of soldiers. By conviction, she is willing to sacrifice her own life to protect the people. However, in terms of reality, she does not wish for the survivors to rely solely on the military. After all, this is an apocalyptic world, and the doddering Dodder cannot survive. Yet, Jeong-to simply stated, "My friends and I are passing through here. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." The female commander paused for a moment, her gaze falling upon the delicate and slender Lin Wu in the passenger seat. Strangely, she felt that had she not ordered a vehicle such, these two individuals would likely not have lowered their windows to engage in conversation. She watched as their vehicle drove away, then instructed, "Continue the search." Understood. Chapter 29. Jenny Young. The map indicated that ahead lay a pack. "Shall we take a look?" Jeong-to inquired, pointing to the map. The apocalypse descended with the appearance of a meteor shower, during which many people crowded the park to enjoy the view, resulting in a substantial number of zombies in that vicinity. Lin Wu scrutinized the map. With the ongoing scavenging for gasoline and supplies, their current location was quite distant from the former city base. Under normal circumstances, it would take approximately 2 days to drive there. And factoring in the current traffic congestion and detours, the time required would double. However, a later arrival at the base could also be advantageous, allowing for some time for development and construction. The direction of the park conveniently aligned with their route, prompting Lin Wu to make a decision. "Let us go." When it comes to enhancing their abilities, one can never be too cautious. Confirming their itinerary, Jeong-to stowed the map, pressed down on the accelerator, and jested, "Since you've spoken, I shall humbly obey." Lin Wu shot her a glance and roughly stuffed a peeled orange into her mouth. They traversed a well-maintained green belt, the shadows of trees dancing around them, leaving Lin Wu to ponder the potential dangers lurking within. Just then she noticed some movement in a thicket and warily observed, "Surely, they wouldn't be so unfortunate as to encounter those who rob passing vehicles." In the next moment, a large net ensnared their vehicle. Lin Wu thought, "Truly, luck has abandoned us." The net appeared to be woven from fire hoses, impenetrable by ordinary vehicles, since they were not in an armored car and had to be cautious of potential tire punctures. They could only wait for the assailants to make their move. Several miles away, Yang Chen leaned closer to Fenggu and said, "Fenggu, those two girls took the road to the park." "The park?" Fenggu shook his head in disappointment, having initially thought they might be individuals worth recruiting. It seemed they were destined to fall into the hands of that group. With Yang Chen's ability to see the extraordinary, Feng Ji's intelligence was naturally sharper than others. According to Yang Chen's observations, there was a sizable faction operating in the vicinity of the park, which had formed over 10 days ago, and anyone passing through there would be robbed. While men were somewhat safer, women with any semblance of beauty faced extreme danger. The two individuals Feng Gu's group had discussed were currently being accosted at their vehicle. "Should we take action?" Jeong-to silently inquired of Lin Wu. Lin Wu indicated a negative gesture. She was curious to see what this gang intended to do. A group of people suddenly burst forth from the bushes, and the impatient one knocking on the car door struck even harder. "Get out of the car. If you don't, I'll blow your brains out." "They have guns." Lin Wu signaled Jeong-to to exit the vehicle and act accordingly. Upon seeing the car's occupants disembark, the assailants brandished ropes to bind them, causing someone to exclaim, "They're just two girls." The one with the gun approached for a closer look and could not help but break into a grin. "What are you binding them for? With such tender skin, if you ruin them, the boss will have your head." He aimed his gun at Lin Wu's forehead, while another person held Jeong-to in place, cheerfully saying, "Take them back. The boss will surely reward us this time." Lin Wu glanced at the gun in his hand and scoffed. A Type 54 pistol. It appeared they had raided a nearby police station. She was astonished that these individuals had the audacity to rob a military arms depot. It seemed she had overestimated them. Once they boarded their vehicle, Lin Wu discreetly noted the route they were taking. "This skin, oh my brother, this is top-notch," remarked a man standing beside the gunman, who was grinning with pride. Just wait, the boss will be thrilled this time. A generous reward means you'll also get a share of the spoils. Laughter erupted from the entire vehicle. Lin Wu focused on the hand reaching towards her. Her powers surging at her fingertips. Should this person dare to touch her, she would ensure he met a gruesome end. Fegu, cough, cough. The man grabbed the gunman, suggesting, with her looks, the boss will surely be interested. If you blab, just think about the repercussions. Having learned the hard way about the consequences of such words, the gunman sheepishly withdrew his hand. Lin Wu retracted her powers. As they approached a line of warehouses, Lin Wu realized they had arrived at their captor's stronghold. The gazes she and Jiang To received were far from friendly. Both men and women scrutinized them with suspicion, yet this group did not immediately act against them, merely confining them within a small storage room. Once the captors locked the door and left, Jiang To leaned closer to Lin Wu and asked, "Why did they lock us up?" She had anticipated a chance to unleash chaos. "Because they intend to starve us," a pale-faced young boy interjected. The storage room was dimly lit, and initially, the two did not notice others present until the boy spoke, startling them, utilizing the faint light from a small window high above. Lin Wu examined the boy closely. He appeared to be merely 15 or 16, with gaunt cheeks, likely having gone several days without food. Jiang To engaged him in conversation. "Why do they want to starve us? Aren't such people usually forceful?" The boy replied with some impatience. "The leader here is lecherous but dislikes those with a temper. His men will starve the captured women for 3 or 4 days to break their spirit. Hunger is the most effective means of eroding human will. Eventually, very few can withstand it." Jiang To felt a shiver run down her spine, spitting in disgust. What a foolish, beastly thing. An idea struck her, and she curiously asked the boy, "Since this place is meant for holding women, why are you locked up here?" The boy hesitated, his expression revealing a hint of embarrassment as he stammered, "That leader is a pervert. He likes both women and men." Lin Wu and Jiang To were left utterly speechless. Suppressing a laugh, Lin Wu took another careful look at the boy. Indeed, his features were strikingly handsome, his skin fair and tender, embodying the very essence of youthful allure. It was no wonder the leader had taken an interest. The boy glanced at Jiang To and weakly said, "Feel free to laugh. After all, you are both in the same predicament as me." No sooner had he spoken than Jiang To burst into laughter, filling the storage room with her mirth. "Heavens, you really do find this amusing," the boy exclaimed. "Sister, you are truly audacious," with an air of nonchalance. Lin Wu found a spot to sit, settling down on a patch of hay. Once Jiang To had quelled her laughter, she found the boy quite entertaining and pursued him with questions. "What is your name?" "Jian Yong." Jian for simple, E for easy, and Yong for sunshine. Jian Yong. Lin Wu, who had been resting her eyes, opened them at the sound of the name. "I'm Jiang To." Jiang as in scallions and garlic, and Ta as in tower. Jiang To sincerely remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to someone I once knew." Jian Yong replied, somewhat incredulously, "Sister, I don't have such a common face, do I?" Jiang To lowered her gaze, chuckling softly. "You do bear a resemblance. If he were to grow to your age, he would likely look just like you." Upon hearing this, Jian Yong fell silent. He coughed lightly, attempting to change the subject. "And her, what is her name?" He was referring to Lin Wu. Jian Yong could tell the two were familiar, yet he found it peculiar that Lin Wu had not spoken a word, which made him somewhat uneasy. There was something about Lin Wu that he could not quite articulate, evoking an instinctive wariness in the still inexperienced Jian Yong. Jiang To glanced at Lin Wu, then cheerfully declared, "Her name is Lin Wu. She is mute and cannot speak. Is that how you introduce me?" Chapter 30. The criminal. "Are you hungry?" Jiang To asked Jian Yong. He rolled his eyes in response. Of course. He had resolutely refused to yield, as this gang had confined him here for 4 days, during which they had only provided him with a bit of water. He surmised that it would not be long before he succumbed to starvation. Jiang To looked at Lin Wu, scratching her head. "Shall I fetch you something to eat? Where will you find food?" Jian Yong replied, but fell silent. Upon witnessing Jiang To's actions, she lifted her long coat Producing a small package from her waist containing dried meat and compressed biscuits, she handed him the biscuits and Jackie, here, eat. Having not eaten anything for 4 days, even the faint aroma of food was enough to send Jen Young into a frenzy. Yet he mastered his resolve and took a couple of steps back. You keep it, I can hold on a bit longer. Lin Wu raised her gaze, appreciating his resilient spirit. Jiang Ta casually remarked, what are you afraid of? We already had a meal before coming here, we're not short on food. She shoved the items into Jen Yang's hands and plopped down beside Lin Wu. Jen Yang glanced at the food in his hands, then sat down to devour it ravenously. Are you curious why I'm being so kind to this boy? Jiang Ta whispered. Lin Wu remained silent. Jiang Ta continued, observing Jen Yang. In the orphanage, the headmaster was a lecherous old man who often molested the girls. One day, he set his sights on me. At that moment, a boy who was a head shorter than I was clung desperately to the leg of the director. And it was under this fortunate circumstance that I managed to escape. Jiang Ta's face was obscured from the light, making it difficult for Lin Wu to discern her expression. Later, when I was adopted by another orphanage and returned secretly to see that boy, I discovered he had been beaten to death by the director. Orphanages filled with children who go unnoticed. Even if one were to perish inexplicably, it would raise no concern. Thus, when Jiang Ta beheld that eerily familiar face, she could not help but soften towards Jen Yang. Lin Wu clasped her hand. Jiang Ta quickly composed herself and leaned closer to whisper in her ear, give me some, Jackie, I want to eat meat. Biscuits would not suffice. Lin Wu expressionlessly tossed her a pack of beef. Time passed swiftly. The first day was manageable, merely a night's sleep, but by the second day, Jiang Ta could no longer bear it. I'm bored, Lin Wu, let us just kill those people. If I stay here any longer, I'll suffocate. Jiang Ta lamented. She was a restless soul, frequenting the gym before the apocalypse and now battling through hordes of zombies every day. Sitting idly was simply maddening. Jen Yang, hearing her words, scoffed. The leader here is a third-tier ability user. If you had the capability, would you have been captured? Jiang Ta replied, do you think I'm serious? I meant we did it on purpose. She sulked as she sat down, contemplating how impressive a third-tier ability user could be. She was on the verge of breaking through to that level herself. Just then, a few crystal cores were slipped into her palm. Surprised, she turned to glance at Lin Wu, only to find her with closed eyes, holding the cores and absorbing their energy. Jen Yang couldn't see from his angle and assumed Lin Wu was merely resting. Jiang Ta scratched her head and whispered, are you planning to break through to the 4th tier here? They had killed countless zombies along the way, and the accumulated cores had formed a small mountain. The rate of consumption was far less than the rate of accumulation, so there should indeed be enough for a breakthrough. Lin Wu nodded, casting a deep look at her. Alright, I should be advancing too. Jiang Ta sighed in relief. Well, at least it wasn't a waste of time. Once she was out, she could practice her skills against that third-tier leader. Jen Yang yawned and lay down on the hay to sleep. The warehouse was enveloped in silence as Lin Wu raised her eyelids to glance at the sleeping youth. Jen Yang, an uncommon name, and judging by his age, he must be the same person. In the second year of the apocalypse in her previous life, a boy named Jen Yang emerged, renowned for his exceptionally aggressive wood-type ability across major bases. No one knew his origins, they only knew that he had wiped out an entire small base overnight, employing methods that were exceedingly brutal, causing countless individuals to regard him with dread, making him an S-class fugitive pursued by all bases. Lin Wu had a vivid impression of him due to his ability. Wood-type abilities were often utilized for cultivating food, lacking the offensive power of fire or lightning types, yet Jen Yang had developed it into an S-class weapon for killing. Initially, she had expected him to be a psychologically twisted individual. But unexpectedly, he appeared as innocent as a blank slate at this moment. If Lin Wu's conjecture was correct, had she and Jiang Ta not come here, the experiences Jen Yang endured after being confined in the warehouse would have been the catalyst for transforming him into an S-class criminal. She watched as a crystal core disintegrated into powder, pondering that perhaps it was feasible to take him in the afternoon. Jen Yang fanned himself and remarked, puzzled, why has it become so hot? Because Jongta is about to advance, Linwoo shifted aside, wary that he might inadvertently set her ablaze. The temperature continued to rise, causing beads of sweat to trickle down Linwoo's forehead, let alone for Jin Yang, whose abilities were still undeveloped. Silently, she thought that when Jongta advanced again, she should isolate herself. It was unbearably hot. Jin Yang was no fool. He guessed that Jongta's ability was advancing, exclaiming in surprise, "No way. She's an ability user, advancing here." His curiosity piqued about Jongta's current level of ability. First tier, second tier, surely not third tier. Linwoo felt the temperature gradually decrease and resumed her own focus. The red energy in her mind swelled violently, compressing energy while absorbing it. The energy from the crystal cores flowed into her meridians, and with the transformation of the energy, her meridians expanded drastically. Jongta gritted her teeth, seemingly hearing a shattering sound beside her ear. The energy halted its expansion and then violently contracted, ultimately transforming into an energy source of a deeper hue than before. Delight surged within Jongta as she stretched, feeling her joints move. "I've reached the third tier. I am ready to take on that leader." However, upon noticing Linwoo still absorbing crystal cores, she could only sigh, resignedly stating, "All right, we'll wait until you're ready." Jin Yang pursed his lips, his eyes betraying an undeniable envy. So both of them possessed abilities. That was why, even when captured, they did not behave like the previous women who merely cried and wailed. Abilities, abilities, why was he devoid of such power? If he too had a formidable ability, he would possess the means to eliminate those beasts outside and would not have to endure such humiliation being confined here. Jin Yang gazed at his hands, filled with discontent. In the shadows where he could not see, a small vine broke through the soil, swaying and flourishing with vigor. Chapter 31. Together Linwoo gazed at her hands in despair. Had she succeeded? Jongta inquired as she leaned closer. Linwoo nodded gently. Her gas system ability had reached the fourth tier. Jongta exclaimed in excitement, "Then let us break out. I can't stand this wretched place for another second." Linwoo sighed, voicing no objections. She felt regret that despite absorbing countless crystal cores, her secondary ability remained at the first tier. The distance to the second tier felt like an insurmountable chasm. Thankfully, she did not rely on her secondary ability, otherwise it would have truly been a heart-wrenching predicament. Rising to her feet, she intended to break the iron door with her abilities when she heard commotion from the door. Linwoo restrained the eager Jongta, observing the situation. "Fij, it's only been 3 days, let those 2 women out already." Fija's voice boomed with unmistakable pride. "What is there to fear? Women can't withstand hunger. They must be at their limit by now. I need to see if they've fainted from starvation." The leader was growing impatient, shushing him. Jongta could no longer tolerate the disgusting remarks and was about to ask Linwoo to toss her a knife when she noticed Linwoo had already donned that familiar expression, delicate and pitiful. Jongta, even Jin Yang was rendered speechless. The same person who had effortlessly slain a rat with one hand yesterday now wore a face that seemed on the verge of tears. The iron door of the warehouse swung open, and Fij, holding a gun, immediately spotted Linwoo's frail appearance and recognized that she had reached her limit. He promptly pointed at Linwoo. "You, come here." Linwoo obediently approached. "Once our leader returns from drinking, serve him well. If you satisfy him, your days will improve." Fij gestured, but then he saw Jongta approaching as well. "Big brother, can I join her?" Jongta feigned shyness. "We'll serve the leader together." Linwoo nearly lost her balance, nearly collapsing at such brazen words. The subordinates outside gasped in shock. "Damn, are they really that bold?" Fij stroked his chin thoughtfully, finalizing his decision. "Fine. I wonder if the leader can handle it. If not, he can always call for his." He hurriedly cast aside those lascivious thoughts, leading the 2 women away. Along the way, whispers filled the air. Linwoo listened intently, feeling disgusted. The men were brazenly discussing her and Jongta's figures, while the women bore hostility towards them, perceiving them as a threat. A grotesque power dynamic. The central building was a spacious reception room, filled with food and drink, where men and women indulged in merriment. Jongta's eyes widened in disbelief. She was astonished to see 2 men passionately kissing without a care in the world. One of them reclined on the other's lap, clothes askew. The scene was undeniably shocking. What are you staring at? The one in the middle is the leader, remember to serve him well later. Lin Wu cast a fleeting glance, remaining remarkably composed. In her past life, she had witnessed far more outrageous scenes. And this was but a trifling matter, yet it made Jiangta feel utterly nauseated. Her fists clenched as she struggled to maintain a smile. Fitch escorted them to a bedroom and, with a significant look, said, "Handle it yourselves." He then locked the door from the outside and left. Jiangta couldn't help but gag. Once she recovered, she asked Lin Wu, "When that foolish leader comes in, should we make our move?" Lin Wu retrieved her phone from her space to type, "Should we strike directly? You want to spar with that leader?" She grasped Jiangta's thoughts. Jiangta responded, "I want to see how my abilities compare to others. That leader is just right, then I'll deal with the other ability users." A force of this scale must have more than one ability user. The numbers were still up for discussion. Lin Wu cautioned, "Be careful, these are humans, not zombies. Under equal tiers, humans are far more challenging to deal with than zombies." Jiangta acknowledged her warning. After several rounds of drinking, Xue Feng was thoroughly inebriated, lazily pushing away the man from his lap and wandering toward the bedroom. Lin Fei had promised him a surprise, something he had anticipated for a long time. That kid always knew how to handle things. Upon opening the door, Xue Feng was greeted by a fragrant breeze that set his heart aflutter. But abruptly a curved knife sliced toward him. Startled, Xue Feng shook off his stupor, and an ice arrow shot forth, blocking Jiangta's blade. His brows furrowed in anger. He opened his mouth to speak, but Jiangta ignored him, launching a blazing fireball directly at Xue Feng. Damn, despite Xue Feng's quick reflexes, he was still burned by the intense heat. Spitting in frustration, that rascal Lin Fei truly prepared a grand surprise for him. As the two clashed, Lin Wu quietly slipped away, intent on attending to her own matters. "Lin Wu, I can't match him, he's a tier 4. Lin Wu replied, "Jiangta is remarkably swift, and shows no hesitation. Let's switch." Xue Feng, unable to corner Jiangta, felt a deep sense of shame for his loss of dignity as a tier 4 ability user, his anger dissipating slightly as he glanced at Lin Wu. "Little girl, are you an ability user?" Lin Wu's timid appearance, appearing fragile and pitiful in stark contrast to the assertive Jiangta, led Xue Feng to unwittingly assume that Lin Wu was merely a pawn used by Jiangta to buy time. Lin Wu slowly murmured an affirmative. Meanwhile, Jiangta was creating chaos outside, having slain numerous ability users and inadvertently freeing Jian Yiyong. "Grab your weapons, that woman possesses abilities." The sounds of gunfire and clashing blades filled the air, creating a chaotic scene. When Jian Yiyong emerged, he was momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness of the sun, and once accustomed, instinctively began to assess his surroundings. The previously scattered factions, having lost several ability users, armed themselves and charged at Jiangta, some even wielding firearms. Fortunately, their marksmanship was lacking, allowing Jiangta to evade their attacks effortlessly. Her method of killing was brutally efficient, typically a swift slice to the throat. Apart from Xue Feng, the others present were merely tier 1 and 2 ability users, making it easy for Jiangta to handle them. Jian Yiyong, not wanting to hinder Jiangta, quietly retreated. However, a familiar voice caught his attention, prompting him to halt and look back. "I am now tier 4, little girl, you stand no chance against me." Observing the trembling hand that gripped the dagger, Xue Feng couldn't help but smile wider, his thoughts straying into inappropriate territory. "How about I teach you how to fight?" His tone was laden with ambiguity as he edged closer. Lin Wu appeared genuinely frightened, her grip on the dagger slackening. A tier 4 ability user, how could this woman possibly contend with Jiangta? Jian Yiyong clenched his teeth, despair creeping in as he thought they might not escape this place rather than face humiliation. He considered, but when he glanced back at Lin Wu, he was startled to see Xue Feng standing still, their faces mere inches apart. And the next moment, Xue Feng's chest erupted in a spray of blood, his body collapsing to the ground, a grotesque hole gaping in his torso. Lin Wu was splattered with blood, her face no exception. She turned with indifference, noticing Jian Yiyang's gaze upon her. A malicious smile crept across her lips. Chapter 32, Blood Vine. Half an hour prior, this had been a place of debauchery. now it lay in chaotic ruins, devoid of human presence. Jeongta refrained from killing those women, instead it was the men who, sensing their impending doom, preemptively slaughtered their subservient women. Lin Wu surveyed the heap of corpses and discovered the vehicle they had arrived in. Where are you planning to go? Jeongta inquired of Jen Yi-young. Her gaze softening slightly at his expression, Jen Yi-young looked up to meet Lin Wu's eyes, instinctively shivering but resolutely stating, I want to follow you. He was a man of immense pride, never willing to be beneath others during his school days, yet in this apocalyptic world survival took precedence over all else. Only by aligning himself with the powerful could he live with dignity. Lin Wu stepped closer, narrowing her eyes. Are you afraid of me? Hearing her speak, Jen Yi-young flinched, suppressing his urge to retreat, and nodded. I am indeed a bit afraid, but you are very strong. His honesty was disarming. Jeongta shrugged, draping an arm around Lin Wu's shoulders. Then you should try to win her favor. She's quite the big shot. Stick with her, and you won't have to worry about food. Though she jested, she understood that Lin Wu was unlikely to accept a weakling. Lin Wu was not a woman overflowing with compassion, yet to Jeongta's astonishment, Lin Wu replied, Sure, really, you said sure. Jeongta's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Wu shot a glance at Jen Yi-young before nodding. Given her previous life as an S-rank criminal, she had no reason to decline such combat potential. Jen Yi-young was taken aback. While he desperately wished to join them, he knew he lacked abilities and would only be a burden. But I don't have abilities. Oh, aren't you afraid I will hold you back? You do. Lin Wu yawned, gesturing for them to get in the vehicle. Once seated, Jen Yi-young struggled to process what had just transpired. He repeatedly contemplated Lin Wu's words. You do? Did that mean he actually possessed abilities? I have abilities. He couldn't resist asking Lin Wu, who was driving. Lin Wu affirmed with a sound, glancing at Jeongta. Jeongta, catching her implication, leaned back towards Jen Yi-young and said, Try feeling your palm. Is there any unusual energy? Jen Yi-young spent a while attempting to sense something, only to despondently declare, Nothing. A calm voice from the front seat urged focus. His impatience was counterproductive. The more anxious he became, the harder it was to recognize his abilities, much like Lin Wu in her past life. Upon hearing her words, Jen Yi-young took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. He needed to harness his powers. He did not wish to rely solely on others. As evening fell, Lin Wu set up a small table and had just arranged their dinner when she heard the boy's excited shout, I did it. She smirked. Indeed, someone so formidable in her past life would not falter in this one. Sister Lin, I have wood abilities, Jen Yi-young exclaimed joyfully. Jeongta, intrigued, clambered out of the car. Let me see. Jen Yi-young extended his hand, and a slender red vine sprouted from his palm, appearing eerily enchanting. Jeongta, puzzled, remarked, I've seen wood abilities before. Aren't they supposed to grow from the ground? Why does yours sprout from your body? Blood vine. Lin Wu thought with satisfaction, securing this child was a significant gain. I don't know, but I think I can also induce plant growth from the ground. Jen Yi-young crouched down, concentrating to activate his powers. A vibrant green vine broke through the soil. The green vine emerging from the ground contrasted with the red one sprouting from his body. Jeongta patted his shoulder. Practice on zombies, and leveling up will be just around the corner. As they sat to eat, Lin Wu gently tapped the table, reminding the two it was time for dinner. The engrossed duo snapped back to reality, their noses catching the delightful aroma of the meal, causing them to involuntarily swallow, especially Jen Yi-young, who had scarcely eaten in days. The scent was tantalizing. The table was laden with stir-fried potato shreds, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and a pot of crucian carp soup. Jen Yi-young stared in disbelief. Sister Lin, am I hallucinating? Though it was the most ordinary of home-cooked dishes, its presence here felt profoundly out of place. Lin Wu had already settled onto her small stool, while Jeongta happily dug in, prompting the two to look up at her. Aren't you eating? Lin Wu's gaze was unyielding, clearly conveying her message. If you want to eat, then eat. Stop wasting time with words. Jen Yi-young jumped slightly, eagerly sitting down and responding, I'll eat. Despite his lingering doubts, the allure of the food proved irresistible. After days of consuming only compressed biscuits, the meal brought him to the brink of tears. Lin Wu soon finished her meal, quietly observing Jen Yi-young's face. She felt no need to guard against Jiang To, whose character was reliable. As for Jen Yi-young, he posed no immediate threat to her. Until he grew stronger, should he display even a hint of greed or unwarranted desire, Lin Wu's fingers would twitch, her gaze turning icy. Having resolved the issue with the bandits, the path to the park was now significantly more treacherous. Based on the crowd flow before the apocalypse, she could surmise that a sizable horde of zombies was likely present there, with the abundant crystal cause undoubtedly a tremendous temptation. Lin Wu, if what you say is true and there is a zombie horde, do you think we can make it out unscathed? Jiang To said cautiously. I certainly can't handle that many. Jen Yi-young, who was driving, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had only just become an ability user, barely breaking through to Tier 1 that morning, or a small group of zombies would easily overpower him. Lin Wu, fiddling with the radio, smirked. Confront them head-on. She had no intention of doing so. Jiang To, puzzled, could only trust her. Fine, I'll follow your lead, just don't get us killed. Having boarded Lin Wu's ship, all she could offer apart from her abilities was trust. Leaning forward, Lin Wu ambiguously asked Jen Yi-young, are you afraid? In her previous life, she had been a notorious S-rank criminal, yet she feared raising a failure. Jen Yi-young gripped the steering wheel, gazing ahead, and gritted his teeth. I'm not afraid, given that this person had taken him in. She wouldn't let him perish easily. Was he afraid of death? Yes, but he feared living without dignity even more. Lin Wu smiled, adjusting the radio to a familiar frequency. Survivors, the military has established a safe survivor base at 542 Pingjing Road. Wanxia District survivors receiving this message, please proceed immediately to 542 Pingjing Road, Wanxia District. A base, Jiang To exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. Is it news from the military? Jen Yi-young, a high school student, was equally thrilled. The military of Huagua had always provided the populace with a sense of security. Their announcements were like guiding lights for all survivors, instilling hope with each tidbit of information. CCT base. Lin Wu recalled having previously encountered Shang Qian and Chapter 33, the three boss. Yang Qian was flushed and stammering, clutching Brother Feng's arm, unable to articulate what he had seen. Straighten your tongue and speak. Feng Gu impatiently slapped the back of his head. Have those two girls died? He could roughly guess their fate, feeling a moment of regret. They're dead. Yang Qian, however, was even more agitated, exclaiming, they're all dead. Feng Gu sighed and took a sip of mineral water. That bandit den, the leader, they're all dead. Feng Gu sprayed water onto the car window, disregarding the waste, and after choking for a moment, seized Yang Qian by the hair. What did you say? Yang Qian animatedly replied, that bandit den, everyone is dead, not a single one left, including that leader with abilities. How is that possible? Feng Gu murmured. He had dealt with the leader of that bandit den once. There had been no conflicts of interest, thus no disagreements. He was well aware that the other's abilities were at least Tier 3. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't follow him. Just those two women alone could wipe out everyone there. Feng Gu patted the driver. Drive to that bandit den's base. He wanted to see for himself how those people had perished. Yang Qian's current ability range was 5 kilometers, so it would take just over 10 minutes to drive there. Feng Gu jumped out of the car, immediately hit by the stench of decaying corpses. Although the place was remote, it had attracted a few scattered zombies. Wow, this smell! Yang Qian pinched his nose. It was worse than zombie blood. Corpses lay piled upon one another, and after a thorough inspection, Feng Gu confirmed one thing, the bodies of the two women were not among them. He opened his mouth, struggling to find words. Were they really that strong? Two individuals annihilated an entire bandit den. Chenzi, how far was that park from here? Feng Gu hooked his arm around Yang Qian's neck, his tone slightly trembling. Yang Qian replied, it's a bit far, at least 10 kilometers, driving there would take half the day. Let us go check the surroundings. Feng Gu made his decision. We are not going to the base, Yang Qian exclaimed in surprise. Feng Gu touched his knife. Of course, we are going. First, let us see if those two girls went to the park. The pack, Yang Chen thought it was absurd. Brother, there is a horde of zombies there. They should realize how many zombies are around and definitely take a detour. A normal person would certainly take a detour. Yet Feng Gu narrowed his eyes and said, it's just a matter of time, let us go take a look. He had a gut feeling that these two women would surprise him. Yang Chen scratched his head, perplexed. They weren't the only ones who discovered the tragic scene at the bandit den. There was also a survivor team moving with the military. Commander, are all these people dead? A man crouched down, cautiously asking. The female commander responded with a terse hum, her brow furrowed deeply. The deputy, crossing his arms, remarked, it doesn't seem like the work of zombies. There are signs of slashing wounds. Likely human. The female commander shook her head, considering another possibility. What do you mean? The female commander stated, a high-tier zombies. Currently, there is no evidence to prove that zombies do not increase in intelligence as their tiers rise. Such brutality is difficult for humans to execute unless the person is a sociopath. Jiang, sociopath. Achu, she rubbed her nose, pondering if she had caught a cold recently. Lin Wu pointed in that direction. What is the situation? She was inquiring about Jen Yong's status. Jiang To pressed the intercom, patiently listening, then said, his abilities are depleted. He is absorbing crystal cores to replenish. They were currently positioned on a rock formation in the park. Jiang To was baffled by how Lin Wu managed to navigate through a crowd of zombies without being detected. This woman harbored too many secrets. About 10 minutes later, after finishing Jen Yong's report, Jiang To stretched her neck. He is done over there. Jen Yong was now crouched by an artificial lake, fervently urging plant growth. Initially, he had refused to engage in such activities amidst the horde. But Lin Wu assured him that no zombies would harm him, so he reluctantly came here. To his astonishment, the zombies seemed to ignore him entirely, passing by without a reaction. Lin Wu patted Jiang To. Wait. Jiang To swallowed hard. She vaguely sensed what Lin Wu intended to do, yet the thought was too audacious, and Jiang To found it hard to convince herself. Suddenly, Lin Wu stepped into the air, deactivating the protective layer of her secondary ability, and launched several compressed projectiles to the ground. The zombie horde erupted into chaos, surging toward her like a tidal wave. Run! Lin Wu turned and shouted at the still dazed Jen Yong. I told you to leave once it's over. Why are you still standing there? Jen Yong, momentarily stunned, snapped back to reality upon hearing Lin Wu's voice and dashed toward the rock formation where Jiang To stood. Craters began to form on the ground, and the zombie horde slowly moved toward the now dry artificial lake. Before the apocalypse, water was scarce, and the lake had been drained, leaving just a large pit. A clump of earth grazed Lin Wu's cheek, and she glanced up. Indeed, there were tiered zombies. Evading the attacks of the tiered zombies, she watched as the once empty lake bed became crowded with heads. Still lacking substance. A bucket of liquid appeared in Lin Wu's hand. Utilizing her tier 4 manipulation abilities to the fullest, she seemed to soar through the air, dispersing several buckets of liquid across the artificial lake, saturating the vast expanse of vines Jen Yong had been nurturing at the lakebed. Jiang To, she hadn't clarified her intentions to Jiang To beforehand, but Jiang To had already surmised what was about to happen. Gritting her teeth, Jiang To stuffed a tier 2 zombie crystal core into her mouth. Standing at the edge of the artificial lake, she gazed down, horrified. I can't fly, you need to come and pull me up. Jiang To rolled her eyes. Lin Wu smiled briefly, extending her hand toward Jiang To. Great, you are truly insane. Jiang To felt Lin Wu's hand at her waist and sighed, I have no choice but to accompany your madness to the end. A dazzling inferno rained down from the sky, igniting the oil-soaked vines, and in an instant the flames erupted like molten lava, transforming the entire lake bed into a sea of fire. Within the inferno, the wails of zombies echoed incessantly. The looming threat of death compelled them to instinctively crawl toward the shore, but the soft earth made it easy to descend yet difficult to ascend, leaving them to tumble back into the lake like drenched rats. The heat from Jiang To's flames was extraordinarily intense. Within minutes, the cacophony from the sea of fire had diminished significantly. Truly extraordinary. Jeong-to stood firmly on the ground, dispatching several tiered zombies that emerged from the flames, marveling at Lin Wu's remarkable abilities. The majority of the pack's zombies had congregated here. With only a few scattered elsewhere that posed no threat, Jin-young stood atop the rock formation, his mouth agape in disbelief. Did the three of them just wipe out a horde of zombies? Chapter 34, Mississippi. The one expending abilities wasn't setting the fire but extinguishing it. Jeong-to resigned herself to the labor, gradually controlling the blaze to diminish. The benefit of a fire is its thoroughness. It makes collecting crystal cores much easier, simply needing to pick them up. Jin-young carried a bag collecting the cores while grinning. With these cores, his abilities would surely enhance, and at tier 2. He wouldn't be a burden to the two sisters. Their movements were swift. Within half an hour, they had gathered nearly all the crystal cores from the lake bed. Exhausted, Jeong-to collapsed onto the ground, disregarding the dirt, and sighed. So many crystal cores, enough for us to last a month, she thought blissfully. 7 days, Lin Wu replied nonchalantly. Jeong-to momentarily did not comprehend, bewilderedly asking, what 7 days? Suddenly, a bold idea struck her. Her eyes widening. Are you suggesting we use up all these crystal cores in 7 days? Upon seeing Lin Wu nod seriously, Jeong-to felt despair. Are you trying to kill us? 7 days, we are doomed, Jin-young declared solemnly. I will do my best. Lin Wu patted his shoulder with satisfaction, as if to say, well done, young man. Jeong-to, what kind of charm has she cast on this kid? All right, I'll give it my all. Jeong-to rose from the ground, rubbed her sore back, and said, let us not linger here too long. The traces here are too shocking. If discovered by others, it will attract unnecessary trouble. Lin Wu shared the same sentiment, and the three quickly returned to the car, accelerating away from the site. Unbeknownst to them, 5 kilometers away, someone had witnessed the entire process of them incinerating the zombie horde half an hour prior. Fong-gu and his group stared in astonishment at the flames in the direction of the artificial lake, engaged in fervent discussion. Is there no way through? Fong-gu took a deep breath, patiently inquiring of his subordinates. The subordinate stammered, the road is blocked, it will take some time to get through. Damn it, he needed to see his leader. The inferno at the artificial lake deeply shocked the towering Fong-gu. In his heart, where strength reigned supreme, Lin Wu was his leader. Although he knew Lin Wu had two companions, the astute Fong-gu could discern that the true leader was the stern-faced girl. Slaughtering the bandit den and setting ablaze the zombie horde, just the thought sent his blood racing, and he immediately waved his hand. From now on, I am no longer your leader, Young Chien and the other subordinates. With grand ambition, he proclaimed, our leader from now on is the woman who set fire to the zombie horde. She is my leader and she shall be yours too. Fong-gu rubbed his hands together, delivering a solid punch to the back of the nearest subordinate. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and clear the road. Don't delay me from finding my leader. Thus, unbeknownst to Lin Wu, she gained a group of followers. Meanwhile, the parties involved were staring blankly at the congested road. There is no way. All the cars here are abandoned. We can't move them. Jeong-to crossed her arms. Jin-young glanced around the vehicles, helplessly stating, indeed, they are all filled with zombies. If we want to leave, we can only go on foot. The most direct route to the base in CTC is right here. All other paths require a considerable detour, and it is highly likely that they are congested. For this very reason, Lin Wu resolutely decided to walk. A little journey is nothing to fret over. It provides an excellent opportunity to eliminate some zombies and expend the crystal cores harvested from the artificial lake. She glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before stowing the vehicle into her space, signaling her companions to follow as she shouldered her backpack. The road was rife with zombies, and making it an ideal scenario for Jin-young to hone his skills. Thus, Lin Wu chose to ignore the zombies, allowing Jin-young to take the lead. As Jin-young pondered over his abilities, he realized the glaring weakness of his wood-based powers, their lack of offensive strength. His typical attack methods were limited to binding and striking with vines, which proved to be rather slow. With a sigh, he stared blankly at the red vines in his palm. Help! That the sound of distress. The trio turned their attention toward the gas station, where a girl lay on the ground, crying out while two men seemed poised to commit unspeakable acts against her. Jen spat in disdain, rolling up her sleeves, but recalling the events in the supermarket, she hesitated. Was what she saw truly reality? Jen Young, brimming with youthful bravado, immediately shouted, "Scoundrels, leave her alone." The two men paused, swearing, "Damn it, there are actually people here, just a couple of women and a kid, what's there to fear?" One man, with rat-like features, leered at Lin Wu and Jian Ta, his eyes glinting with lascivious intent, commenting that the two women were quite appealing and would be a delightful diversion for both of them. Jian Ta's expression darkened, her anger boiling over as she brandished her knife with a menacing smile. "I'll make sure you enjoy yourselves." 3 minutes later, the two men lay unconscious on the ground. The girl repeatedly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, I truly appreciate it." With tears in her eyes, she added, "My brother should be arriving soon, I'll make sure he thanks you properly." She had acted impulsively, running away to clear her mind after an argument with her brother, never expecting to encounter such dangerous men. Had it not been for these three, she feared she might have lost her virtue. Seeing Lin Wu's lack of reaction, Jen Ta waved her hand dismissively. "It's no trouble, it's everyone else's responsibility to teach scoundrels a lesson. My name is Shang Shihi, and I will ensure my brother thanks you properly." "You have my word," the girl said, clenching her fists. "May I know your names?" Lin Wu blinked. "I am Lin Wu." "Jian Ta," came the reply. Jen Young shyly added, "I'm Jen Young." Speaking with such a charming girl made him inexplicably nervous. Shang Shihi fidgeted with her fingers, feeling embarrassed. "My brother should be here shortly. Until then, could you stay with me for a while?" The fear from earlier had dissipated, and with the road now deserted, she finally grasped the meaning of terror. She resolved never to sneak out again. Jian Ta glanced at Lin Wu, who had become the de facto leader, Jen Young having spent a few days with them. Instinctively awaited Lin Wu's decision. "All right," Lin Wu replied, acknowledging the need for a brief rest after a long day of travel. Shang Shihi smiled brightly. Her attire was pristine and elegant, devoid of any unpleasant odors, and her youthful, innocent appearance suggested she had been well protected. Maintaining such a state amidst the apocalypse indicated her brother's considerable strength. Lin Wu pondered countless possibilities but never anticipated that Shang Shihi's arrival would be heralded by a helicopter. "What the heck?" Jian Ta exclaimed in disbelief, glancing at Shang Shihi. "How indulgent can this girl be? Miss, you've been quite reckless. The young master is furious." A woman descending from the helicopter remarked. Shang Shihi pouted. "I snuck away for a while before my brother noticed. If it weren't for these people, I would have been at the mercy of those disgusting men." The woman's expression turned cold as she followed Shang Shihi's gaze to the two half-conscious men on the ground. "Wow, she's fierce." Jian Ta glanced at the gruesome state of the men's lower bodies, clicking her tongue in admiration. The woman huffed. "Let us go." Mississippi Chapter 35. Brothers. Shang Shihi tugged at the woman's hand. "Sister Huan, they helped me. Can we take them back to the base?" The mention of a base caught Lin Wu off guard, prompting her to reevaluate the girl's identity. The woman named Huan hesitated before looking at Lin Wu, the evident leader of the trio. "You saved Xiao He. I can take you to the base." The offer was enticing to many, yet for Lin Wu it held little appeal. Traveling to the base would mean she couldn't absorb the crystal cores within 7 days. She shook her head. "No need, such favors should be reserved for a more valuable occasion." Shang Shihi, puzzled, insisted. "Sister Lin, the base is very safe. If we go there, we won't have to face so many zombies here. Please come with us." Lin Wu exchanged a knowing glance with Jian Ta. Understanding her intent, Jian Ta stepped forward to speak on their behalf. "Really, it's unnecessary. We hope to enhance our abilities along the way. We'll eventually reach the base. I see," Huan replied, a hint of appreciation gracing her features. "In that case, we shall meet at the base, and I'll ensure to express my gratitude properly then." "Farewell," Shang Shihi said, clearly enamored with the trio. "Please hurry and join us, or I'll treat you to a meal." "Goodbye." The three watched as the helicopter ascended into the sky. What on earth is Shang Shihi's background? Jian-to marveled, still in shock, pondering how that woman had located her abilities. Lin Wu remarked. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, various peculiar powers had emerged. Possessing such abilities was not unusual. She cast a glance at the two men lying on the ground. Let us move on, we should continue our journey. Jian-to weighed her heavy bag of crystal cores, taking a deep breath before resigning herself to the task of dispatching zombies. On the road, Shang-Chi, he quietly asked the woman, Sister Huan, has my second brother returned to the base? The woman, having just completed the helicopter handover, shook her head. No, miss, it's better not to mention the second young master. He might be displeased, but he is my brother. Shang-Chi, he pouted, he is so stingy. Chen Huan sighed, please don't get involved in this matter, the young master is awaiting dinner with you. I am not going. Tell my brother I'm going to sleep. I'm exhausted. After being frightened by those men earlier, Shang-Chi, he felt utterly drained and had no desire to confront her brother's cold demeanor. Chen Huan could not stop her and reluctantly allowed her to go while she reported back to Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi, he glanced back at the place where her brother usually worked. Pouting, she wondered when her second brother would return. Without him, no one would take her paragliding. Where is Xiao He? The man reading a book raised his gaze to Chen Huan. Chen Huan lowered her head, saying, the young lady said she is very tired and wants to go back to sleep, so she won't be joining for dinner. Shang-Chi frowned. How old is she? Still throwing temper tantrums? She was probably frightened today. She almost fell victim to those two men, Chen Huan whispered. A tense atmosphere enveloped the room as he slammed the book to the ground, his expression darkening. How was the situation handled? Chen Huan hurriedly replied, fortunately, 3 people rescued the young lady. Those 2 men have been dealt with, so there are no issues. What were the protectors I sent doing? Shang-Chi demanded. Chen Huan lowered her voice. The young lady dismissed them. In truth, Shang-Chi, he possessed abilities, speed-based powers, making her untraceable when she wished to escape. The moment the 2 men had cornered her, her powers had just run out, plunging her into danger. Shang-Chi's expression soured further, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. Provide her with a gun. She is to practice at the shooting range tomorrow. No one is allowed to take her out without my permission. She was his only sister, and he could not afford to let anything happen to her. Understood, Chen Huan acknowledged, recalling the individuals who saved the young lady were named Lin Wu, Jian-to, and Jian Yiyong. They will likely come to the base in the future. Shang-Chi picked up the book. Make a note of it. Arrange decent accommodations for them. He gestured toward the food on the nearby table. Deliver it to Xiao He's room. Yes, Chen Huan replied dutifully. On the road, Jian Yiyong spotted a group of people emerging from a convenience store. They are probably travelers from another route, he remarked. Their destination was the CTC base. Jian-to shrugged. Let them be, we'll continue on our path. That makes sense. The group ahead seemed competent, each member possessing abilities and well-versed in dealing with zombies. Their speed outpaced Lin Wu and her companions, and the 2 groups proceeded in tandem. As time passed, Lin Wu began to feel increasingly agitated. The opposing group had cleared most of the zombies on the road, leaving precious few for practice, yet they had the advantage, and Lin Wu could not voice her grievances. As they continued in silence, the sun began to set, and the group ahead appeared to be preparing to rest. Lin Wu contemplated seizing the opportunity to push ahead while they took a break. However, to her surprise, the girl from that group suddenly shouted impatiently, "Stop following us, are you all that annoying?" The 3 were momentarily taken aback. Jian-to, known for her short temper, was momentarily speechless, then found the situation amusing. It turned out they were perceived as freeloaders. Lin Wu stifled a laugh and said, "Let us go ahead." Upon witnessing their approach, the other party was instantly incensed, prompting the girl who shouted to unleash a torrent of abuse. "I told you not to follow us. Do you not understand human language?" In that moment, Jiang-to could no longer endure the provocation. Habitually rolling up her sleeves, she retrieved her knife from her bag and pointed it menacingly at the girl, declaring, "Mind your tongue, or I shall wash it out for you." Jiang-to's tall stature and the sight of her brandishing a weapon rendered the girl momentarily speechless. Is this a single path? If we walk behind, does that mean we are following you? Jeong-ta taunted, "Very well, we shall walk ahead now, I trust you comprehend human speech." The girl attempted to retort, yet was restrained by a nearby man. "You way, cease your words," he said apologetically. "My apologies, we were indeed impolite." "As long as you understand," Jeong-ta replied, ungrateful for his concern. It was evident he had not intervened when Yue had spoken disrespectfully earlier, only now, seeing their formidable demeanor, did he attempt to mediate. As if taking others for fools. "Wait, may I see your dao knife?" inquired a man with dyed yellow hair from the group. Jeong-ta suspiciously retracted her knife. "On what grounds? I fancy wielding knives." "If you are willing to trade, I could offer you 31st-tier crystal cores for it," the yellow-haired man proposed eagerly. 31st-tier crystal cores were not an insignificant sum, especially considering many lacked the capacity to slay such a number of zombies. He believed his offer to be quite generous. However, Jeong-ta merely scoffed at him. With a substantial pack of crystal cores on her back, she deemed his conditions utterly unworthy. She waved her hand dismissively. "No trade, I am accustomed to this weapon and have no desire to exchange it." This knife was a gift from Lin Wu, and she wielded it with unparalleled ease, its quality impeccable, showing no signs of wear. "Consider this, or how about 50 crystal cores?" the yellow-haired man pressed on, undeterred. "I am not lacking in crystal cores, or more would be of no use to me," Jeong-ta replied impatiently. "Not lacking in crystal cores?" The yellow-haired man mistakenly interpreted this as an indication that she was not an ability user, swiftly suggesting, "Then how about compressed biscuits or bread?" "No trade," Jeong-ta stated, realizing that Lin Wu and Jen Yi-young had already strayed far ahead. Her expression darkened as she hastily pursued them, exclaiming, "Wait for me, damn it." I turned around and everyone vanished. "What are you staring at?" Jeong-ta teased, wrapping her arm around Lin Wu's neck. "Abilities," he replied, "Jen Yi-young's abilities." Jeong-ta craned her neck in curiosity. What is so fascinating about his abilities? Inspired by Jeong-ta's earlier display of her knife, Jen Yi-young was experimenting with directing his blood veins towards a sharper form. And the results were promising. How audacious, to refuse to sell her knife, Xie Yue fumed, stamping her foot. "If it were me, I would simply seize it." Yue, do not act rashly, the man who had restrained her earlier cautioned. Disheartened by the rejection, the yellow-haired man's gaze remained fixated on Jeong-ta's knife. "It is getting late, let us rest for a while and resume our journey in the morning," the man commanded, glancing towards Jen Yi-young with newfound interest. "So, wood abilities can be utilized in such a manner? What an eye-opener." Xie Yue, it sulking angrily, opened a car door and crawled inside to sleep. During the night, Lin Wu, who was resting in the passenger seat, suddenly opened her eyes. There was a disturbance. Straining her ears to listen, she found silence. Oddly enough, she had distinctly heard muffled human sounds moments ago. After a brief period of attentive listening yielded nothing, she resigned herself to closing her eyes again. When she next awakened, she was greeted by Xie Yue's piercing scream. "The dong is dead. The dong is dead," she cried, cradling the lifeless body on the ground. Lin Wu recalled the sounds she had heard the previous night, her heart sinking slightly. Upon inspecting the wounds on the corpse, she realized the gravity of the situation. The deceased was the yellow-haired man from the previous day, his body seemingly drained of life, appearing as a desiccated corpse. To Lin Wu's dismay, several vine leaves adorned the corpse. As expected, the leader of the group immediately turned to question Jen Yi-young. "Did you do this?" Jen Yi-young, taken aback, stammered, "What?" He had just awakened, his disheveled hair still in place, looking utterly bewildered. The man Yue glared at him with suspicion. "Your abilities are wood-based, correct? Did you kill the dong?" Jen Yi-young's crimson vines were indeed striking, and the sharpness displayed yesterday matched the wounds on the dong's body. Whether or not they could drain blood remained uncertain. Jen Yi-young was utterly perplexed. "I have no grievance with him. Why would I kill him? Am I insane?" Last night, Lin Wu had seen Jen Yi-young snoring in the back seat. It was impossible for him to be the culprit. Setting aside all else, Jen Yi-young was still a young boy of upright character, incapable of such cruelty. Lin Wu positioned herself between Jen Yi-young and Yu Huai. Creating distance. Evidence. Discussions require evidence. Are these leaves not evidence? Yu Huai scoffed. Xie Yue, still sobbing, stood up, her eyes red. It must be that woman's doing. Seeing the dong covet her knife, she commanded this man to kill him. Suddenly called out. Jiang To interjected. Lin Wu frowned. Foolish, who are you calling foolish? Xie Yue, incensed, attempted to grab Lin Wu's clothing. Jiang To's intervention was necessary once more. What she means is neither Jian Yiyong nor I are foolish. If we intended to kill, why would we leave such conspicuous evidence? If it were me, I would have surely strangled him and then burned the rope, leaving you all to find the culprit yourselves. This reasoning held merit. No one would be so foolish as to leave such overt traces. Jian Yiyong suddenly had an epiphany. However, I truly wish to test whether my vines can drain blood. That is an intriguing idea, Jiang Ta and Lin Wu remarked. Do you believe it is polite to say such things now? Yu Huai's group glared at him as if ready to devour him. Xie Yue seethed. If it were not for him, who else could wield wood abilities to kill? Jian Yiyong is the only wood ability user here. Lin Wu pondered. Zombies, and more specifically, ability zombies. Their rank is unknown. The expressions of the group shifted. This hypothesis could not be immediately verified, and Jian Yiyong still bore the suspicion of murder, with Yu Huai's group watching them closely, shadowing their every move. Damn it, we have been followed for an entire day, Jiang To grumbled, rubbing her temples. I dare not even use the restroom, Jian Yiyong said with a wry smile. I went earlier, and 3 people were watching me. It is truly unbearable. Lin Wu suppressed a smirk, advising, be cautious. She sensed that the ability zombie was likely above the second tier. To silently kill a person suggested a level of intelligence surpassing that of a second tier being. If it were a third-tier zombie, they would face a far more formidable challenge. Third-tier zombies vastly outclass second-tier ones in all capabilities, their physical strength being particularly formidable, easily surpassing human ability users of the same rank. Under these circumstances, Jian Yiyong silently absorbed crystal cores, fearful that the ability zombie might target him who shared similar abilities. Sister Lin, I am about to level up, Jian Yiyong murmured in the evening. Jiang To remained engaged in a silent standoff with the group. Lin Wu seated herself beside him, adopting a protective posture. With a newfound sense of security, Jian Yiyong placed a handful of crystal cores before him, closing his eyes to attune himself to the energy within. So that is why they looked down on the Dong's crystal cores. They possess so many, Xie Yue said, consumed by envy. I wonder how they managed to slay so many zombies. Yu Huai's gaze remained fixated on Lin Wu. This girl appeared delicate, and any man would instinctively feel a pang of pity upon seeing her, yet she exuded an air of coldness, seeming incredibly difficult to approach. Her silence betraying her status as the leader among the 3. Given that Jian Yiyong, as an ability user, was not the leader, it implied Lin Wu's greater strength, with such a vast collection of crystal cores. It was evident that none among the 3 were ordinary individuals. He felt fortunate that he had not engaged them in conflict that morning. Suddenly, Lin Wu looked up and met his gaze, raising an eyebrow in warning. Yu Huai instinctively averted his eyes, feeling the weight of her scrutiny. In this moment of being observed, Lin Wu discreetly surveyed the dimming surroundings. She sensed an ominous presence watching them, a gaze filled with malice. Chapter 37, Ascension. I can't believe it, Jiang To exclaimed, nearly tumbling from the car roof as she beheld the transformation in Jian Yiyong. A dense mass of crimson vines enveloped him, creating a rather terrifying sight. Lin Wu reached out to poke the vines, finding them surprisingly soft. Is this how would ability users ascend? Xie Yue inquired of Yu Huai. Yu Huai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I am uncertain. He had yet to encounter a wood ability user. Other wood ability users did not transform in such a manner. Though Lin Wu had some knowledge, she recalled witnessing a wood ability user's ascension in a previous life at a base where numerous plants had burst forth from the earth, lush and vibrant, a far cry from Jian Yiyong's alarming appearance. A quarter of an hour later, the crimson vines gradually receded, and Jian Yiyong joyfully opened his eyes. exclaiming, "I am now at the second tier." With this advancement, he would be able to handle a greater number of zombies. As night fell, Lin Wu stood up, brushing off her backside, and pointed toward a nearby vehicle. Time to sleep. Jiang Ta had already found a car and was fast asleep. Jen Yong, upon entering the vehicle, glanced back at Lin Wu, puzzled. "Sister Lin, aren't you resting?" Lin Wu shot him a sidelong glance. "Wait a moment." Hearing this, Jen Yong obediently returned to his spot and lay down to sleep, as he was indeed exhausted, collapsing into slumber as soon as he reclined in the back seat. In a state between wakefulness and dreams, he faintly heard Lin Wu opening the car door and taking a seat in the front. Is it because he possesses wood-based abilities that the zombies are likely attracted to him? Amidst the hazy sense of security, Jen Yang had a delightful dream. The following morning, they were once again stirred awake by the piercing screams of Xie Yue. Another member of Yu Huai's team had perished, meeting the same fate as the Dong, both having died in the dead of night while attending to nature's call. Yu Huai's expression darkened. Their small squad, consisting of 7 or 8 individuals, had now lost 2 members. Although the others remained reticent, they began to whisper amongst themselves, speculating on the circumstances. "This cannot be attributed to us. We have never even conversed with this individual." Jiang Ta was determined to clear Jen Yang of suspicion. Jen Yang scratched his head. "I slept quite soundly last night." Indeed, he had, as Lin Wu had refrained from awakening Jen Yang, who was snoring peacefully. Curious, Lin Wu crouched beside the corpse and prodded it. The body appeared to have been drained completely, indicating that this zombie had been fixated on them for some time, capable of accurately identifying those who ventured out at night. If this were a third-tier zombie, had it truly been biding its time solely to ambush someone in the middle of the night? Lin Wu was unconvinced that the truth was so straightforward. It was scheming something, yet it remained hidden so well that Lin Wu felt powerless to act. Opting instead to take things one step at a time. "Let us refrain from getting out of the vehicle at night to relieve ourselves," Yu Huai advised, but the urge to alleviate himself was becoming unbearable. At this point, there was little choice but to resort to a mineral water bottle. He had considered confronting the zombie directly, yet its powers made him wary. For now, he could only hide and hope to encounter others, as having more people would bolster their chances against the zombie. As if in answer to his thoughts, he did indeed encounter others. By noon, they reached a bend in the road where voices could be discerned emanating from a nearby building. This appeared to be an old structure situated a mere 10 meters from the road. After days of anxiety, they finally stumbled upon other survivors, and Yu Huai was elated, eager to knock on the door. "I advise against knocking," Jiang Ta suddenly interjected. Yu Huai paused, puzzled by Jiang Ta's warning. However, Jiang Ta merely conveyed Lin Wu's sentiment, shrugging, "It's best not to knock, you won't want to regret it." But it was too late. Someone inside had already spotted them through the window. "Don't move." Gunfire erupted, and Yu Huai realized they had stumbled into a den of thieves. Lin Wu cast a dispassionate glance upwards. There were numerous armed individuals, many wielding rifles, indicating that this was an organized group that had possessed firearms even before the apocalypse. The sense of being watched lingered. Acknowledging the firearms, Yu Huai scowled and raised his hands, signaling his compliance. Firearms were always effective. Soon a group descended from the upper floor, binding Yu Huai and the others with ropes. When it was Lin Wu's turn, she cast a tearful glance at the man holding the rope and feigned vulnerability, saying softly, "Loosen it, it hurts." The restrained Yu Huai and Xie Yue nearly stumbled. "Damn it, you weren't this delicate when we fought that second-tier zombie yesterday." Jiang Ta and Jen Yang, accustomed to such antics, remained unfazed, calmly indulging in Lin Wu's performance, offering considerate advice. "Her skin is delicate, be gentle, or she might twist your head off." The rough bandits, unaccustomed to such a beautiful girl, were visibly captivated, inadvertently loosening the ropes binding Lin Wu. As they had surmised, the ones tasked with binding them were merely ordinary individuals, while those above wielded abilities. As they were led upstairs, Lin Wu surveyed the interior architecture of the building. The first floor was inaccessible from the outside, With the door leading directly to a staircase to the second floor, the space was spacious and well organized. This group had considerable clout, likely involved in illicit activities even before the apocalypse. Jeong-to leaned closer. Tilting her head to scrutinize Lin Wu's eyes, seemingly attempting to gauge her thoughts, Lin Wu, under scrutiny, looked pitiful, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet devoid of any discernible emotion, leaving Jeong-to at a loss. After a moment, Lin Wu offered a faint smile. This subtle smile, juxtaposed with the moisture at the corners of her eyes, created a striking contrast that sent a chill down Jeong-to's spine, prompting her to swallow hard and avert her gaze. Very well, regardless of what this madwoman intended, she would follow along. Their pace was slow, and the distance was not great. Soon they were ushered into a small room. The room was bare save for a circular ventilation hole high above. Lin Wu glanced at the footprints and dark red stains on the floor, gently prodding with her toes. It was blood. This room had evidently housed others before them. Clearly, they were not the first captives. After ushering them inside, their captors shut the door and departed. The ropes were virtually meaningless to those with abilities. As soon as the door closed, Xia Yue immediately attempted to use her powers to break free. Wait, Yu Huai said, nudging her with his shoulder to halt her. Xia Yue frowned in frustration. You Gu, what are we afraid of? They only have guns, right? Now is the perfect time to strike. They have more than just guns. Lin Wu thought silently. Why? Yu Huai shook his head. I believe it's unwise. There are many people here, and there are likely abilities among them. With firearms and abilities combined, we may not have the upper hand. Moreover, there is a significant risk of casualties. Yue, we cannot afford to lose another brother. Why? Yu Huai spoke earnestly. Xia Yue hesitated, her gaze drifting to the comrades with whom she had shared life and death for dozens of days in the apocalypse. Her resolve wavering. I'm sorry, I acted too impulsively. The others offered forgiving smiles, reassuring her that it was nothing. They had all lost their loved ones in this harsh world, treating Xia Yue as if she were a younger sister. And no one blamed her for her outburst. Chapter 38, Mutual Introductions. The door was kicked open once more, revealing a man in a black shirt, gun aimed at the occupants of the room. How many of you have abilities? He glanced at the ropes binding them, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed there were not many with abilities, otherwise the ropes would have been torn asunder. The group exchanged glances. And Yu Huai quickly calculated in his mind, declaring, I am a metal-based ability user. Me too, I possess wood-based abilities, Jian Yang added, feeling Lin Wu's foot nudge him. Jian Yang responded quickly. The man, deep in thought, remarked, with so many people, just two with abilities, seems about right. His gaze settled on Jian Yang, the gun pointed at his forehead. Kid, what tier are you? The potential of wood-based abilities was tremendous. A few seeds could alleviate concerns over food. Under the threat of the gun, Jian Yang's face darkened as he spat out a few words. Second tier. He truly detested having his life threatened. Second tier. The man nodded with satisfaction. If you cooperate with us, you'll be well taken care of. Feeling another gentle kick from behind, Jian Yang suppressed his irritation and feigned a timid demeanor. Understood, I will do my best. It must be said, his youthful appearance genuinely made others lower their guard. Considering the rather unimpressive offensive capability of wood-based abilities, the man did not press Jian Yang further, instead striding towards Yu Huai. Lin Wu turned her head to glance outside the room. As expected, at the staircase directly facing the door, several guns were trained on them. Had Xia Yue impulsively rushed out earlier, she likely would have been shot the moment the door opened. Conversely, the man was far less amiable towards Yu Huai, who possessed the more aggressive metal-based abilities. He crouched before Yu Huai, gun aimed directly at his forehead. Be compliant and come with me. Why? Yu Huai said nothing, following him out the door. This was the outcome Lin Wu had anticipated. She surmised the purpose of this group. Had Yu Huai been even slightly foolish, he might not have been able to escape unscathed. Time ticked away when Xia Yue and the others grew increasingly restless. Yu Huai had concealed the fact that everyone here possessed abilities, granting them a slight advantage. The door swung open again, and Lin Wu keenly noticed a tear in Yu Huai's pants at the knee. It seemed he had suffered some indignity, but his expression remained relatively normal, suggesting he had not endured any significant harm. Lin Wu's guess was accurate. Once his captors departed, Yu Huai whispered, "These people are drug traffickers." "What the hell?" Jiang Ta exclaimed. Okasing Xie Yue anxiously asked, "Yugu, they didn't." She feared that these individuals would use drugs to control Yu Huai. Why? Yu Huai shook his head, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. "No. I told them you are my little sister," and he glanced awkwardly at Lin Wu. "She is my girlfriend." Lin Wu, who had been floating in her own world, was taken aback. Jiang Ta and Jian Yang chimed in. "You really dare to say that the distinction between girlfriend and sister could serve as leverage against Yu Huai, making drug use unnecessary? Furthermore, the harm caused by such substances was substantial, making them a less viable option for control." Lin Wu maintained a stoic expression. Lin Wu. Yu Huai paused, not comprehending her intent. Jiang Ta, rolling her eyes, interjected, "Her name is Lin Wu, as in the fog. Didn't you just say she is your girlfriend? At least remember her name." How absurd, not even knowing her name. Yu Huai felt quite embarrassed. Even Xie Yue could not rebuke Jiang Ta, leaving him to awkwardly inquire, "And what about that young man? What is his name?" "I'm Yu Huai." After traveling together for days, they had yet to learn each other's names. Jiang Ta, Jian Yang. Jiang Ta, feeling drowsy, leaned her head against Lin Wu and closed her eyes, seeking solace in her presence. Xie Yue, straining her neck, chimed in. Xie Yue. "I'm Liang Jing, Yang Zijiang, Yang Tian, Shang Xiong." Lin Wu surveyed the faces of the people around her, committing their visages to memory. At that moment, her secondary ability unexpectedly came into play. She calmed her mind, quietly attuning herself to the fluctuations emanating from the nearby horde of zombies. They were drawing closer compared to a few days prior. The number of zombies surrounding them had significantly increased. None of them would venture outside tonight. The unique zombie would be unable to consume anyone, and it was likely to become enraged. The ropes that had bound her had long since been untied, and Lin Wu brushed back a few strands of hair from her ear, feeling a tinge of regret. The leader of this bandit den was clearly not a lecherous man, and thus her acting skills could not be fully utilized this time. "Are you really just going to sleep?" Yu Huai inquired, leaning close to her with a puzzled expression. "What else is there to do?" Lin Wu replied, lifting her eyelids slightly, "with the drug trafficking organization shielding them. What was there to fear?" Unable to decipher the girl's thoughts, Yu Huai settled down beside her and soon fell asleep. In the dead of night, a faint metallic scent wafted through the cracks of the door, dispelling Lin Wu's drowsiness. This was soon followed by the sounds of gunfire and frantic shouts, resonating in a chaotic symphony. Everyone in the room awakened. "What is happening?" Xie Yue asked anxiously. "Are there others coming to clash with us?" Jiang Ta stretched lazily, noticing the burnt ropes on the ground, and cast a languid glance at Xie Yue. "Are you stupid? Didn't you hear the zombies' cries?" She placed a hand on Lin Wu's shoulder and added, "Is that what you meant?" Jiang Ta was referring to the drug traffickers outside who had temporarily held off a wave of zombies. "Indeed," Lin Wu replied, a wickedly gentle smile gracing her lips. "Those drug traffickers deserve their fate. They are just what we need to help whittle down the horde." Jiang Ta felt a chill run down her spine and gave Lin Wu a thumbs up. "Brilliant." The only variable was how long those individuals could hold out. Considering the abilities of the special zombies and their ammunition, they should last at least 10 minutes, right? "Let us go," Lin Wu said. Her head bowed as she utilized her secondary ability to sense the surroundings for a moment, feeling a twinge of unease. Her secondary ability could only detect zombies of the same or lower tier. She could not sense those of a higher tier. The presence outside was profoundly unsettling. "Now," Jiang Ta asked hesitantly, "didn't we say to let those people hold them off?" Jiang Ta was already preparing to collect crystal cores. "Yes," Lin Wu affirmed, seeing her determination. Jian Yang stood up without hesitation and proceeded to open the door. His vines made it quite easy to pry it open. The building's internal staircase twisted and turned, which worked to their advantage. For the moment, only the roars of zombies and gunfire could be heard from below, and no zombies had yet ascended to their floor. "Upward," Lin Wu declared decisively, ascending the stairs with Jiang Ta and Jian Yang in tow. Meanwhile, Xie Yue and the others hesitated, asking Yu Huai, "Brother Yu, should we follow them?" In truth, they found the safety of the room quite comforting, hoping the zombies would soon disperse. "We should follow them," Yu Huai concluded after weighing his options. Gritting his teeth and deciding to take a gamble, Lin Wu, "Please don't let me down." Chapter 39. A wave of second-tier zombies. The rooftop of this building was open-air. At this moment, aside from them, a few bloodied individuals were staggering toward the entrance, one of whom was the man who had previously pointed a gun at Jian Yang. "Should we save them?" Xie Yue whispered. Jiang Ta immediately retorted, "What are you talking about? Those are drug traffickers, they deserve to die." With that, a ball of fire appeared in her hand, ready to hurl at the group. However, before her flames could reach them, several green vines suddenly erupted from the staircase, ensnaring the individuals in a tangle, their screams muffled as they gradually faded away. It was evident that the previously deceased yellow-haired man had met a similar fate. "It was that special zombie," Lin Wu remarked, patting Jiangta on the shoulder. "Give it a try." Jiangta, caught off guard, instinctively unleashed her fiery attack, which blazed fiercely against the vines, Lin Wu observed thoughtfully. It was effective, but the vines proliferated endlessly and were not the zombies' true form, rendering them likely ineffective. A blade would be more effective. Be cautious, those vines can drain blood, Yu Huai warned his companions. Xie Yue passed her lips. "Brother Yu, I also have fire abilities, I can protect everyone." "Fire?" Lin Wu looked at Xie Yue in surprise. Could it be that those with fiery tempers all possessed this ability? "Sister Lin, look around the rooftop," Jian Yang suddenly interjected. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Lin Wu was taken aback by the sight. The rooftop was ensnared by a dense network of vines that continued to grow, threatening to envelop the entire building. Wait. As Xie Yue gasped in alarm, Lin Wu leaped off the rooftop. "What is she doing?" Xie Yue murmured. Yu Huai cast a complicated glance in the direction Lin Wu had jumped. This was the first time he had witnessed her using her abilities, yet he still could not discern what type they were. Lin Wu landed gracefully on a windowsill, narrowly avoiding a zombie's lunge. The zombie fell short and plummeted to the ground. Second-tier zombies, Lin Wu gasped slightly. In her reflection, she saw numerous second-tier zombies scurrying within the building, their destination unmistakably the rooftop. No wonder that group had fallen so quickly. They had been besieged by second-tier zombies. The special zombie had spent the past few days summoning its kin, knowing it could not defeat them all alone, thus attracting every second-tier zombie within a several-mile radius. Lin Wu touched the windowsill, pivoted, then jumped back to the rooftop. Second tier, she gravely informed the others. Why? Yu Huai was taken aback. "What do you mean, second tier?" "All of them," Lin Wu clarified, indicating that every zombie present was of the second tier. Jiang Ta gasped, incredulous. "Are you serious? How many?" Lin Wu estimated about 100. Second-tier zombies meant that on average each of them would need to contend with at least 10. Aside from Lin Wu and Jiang Ta, the highest tier among them was only second tier, with even 2 first-tier members present. Even if Jiang Ta and Lin Wu could handle half of the second-tier zombies, the others would be unable to manage the remainder. Lin Wu could potentially take Jiang Ta and Jian Yang into her space to escape, but that would undoubtedly expose her greatest secret. She would not consider such a course of action unless it were the last resort. Xie Yue's face turned ashen, her voice trembling. "It's over, we are going to die." "No," Yu Huai replied calmly, "the door to this rooftop isn't large, we should be able to handle the zombies as they charge in." However, he was more concerned about the lacking special zombie, fearing it might launch a surprise attack while they were preoccupied with the second-tier zombies. Lin Wu tugged at Jiang Ta, gesturing towards Xie Yue and the vines. Jiang Ta understood. "You mean for Xie Yue to burn the vines while the others deal with the zombies?" "Yes, indeed." Jiang Ta grasped her intentions. Xie Yue hesitated. "But can I really do it? I am only second tier." "What do you mean, can you? If I say you can, then you can channel that fiery spirit you had before," Jiang Ta retorted sharply. Normally quick-tempered, Xie Yue remained silent, bowing her head. Jiang Ta ground her teeth. Reluctantly softening her tone, what is there to be afraid of? I have fire abilities too, I'll keep an eye on you, thank you, Xiayue managed to utter, though she felt the compliment was awkward. Jiangto thought to herself that it was better to just scold her. Incoming, Liang Jing, who had been vigilantly watching the staircase, suddenly shouted. And the next moment the group began to execute their plan to slay zombies and incinerate vines. Where are you going? Xiayue asked, noticing Lin Wu leaping down again as she prepared to burn the vines. Lin Wu merely met her gaze with calmness, saying nothing. You're not trying to run away. Are you? Xiayue fumed. What does it matter to you? Have you finished burning the vines? Jiangto shot Xiayue another exasperated look. Sure enough, Xiayue was incensed. Her face flashed, yet the vines multiplied too rapidly. She could not afford to bicker with Jiangto and instead focused on setting the vines ablaze. Meanwhile, Lin Wu sought out the special zombie. A third-tier zombie, similar to Jian Yang, would greatly benefit her. Resolving it was the correct course of action from any perspective. However, the building's complex structure left Lin Wu uncertain as to where to begin her search. Bang! The sound of a fire extinguisher crashing to the ground echoed through the air. She concealed herself near the window, pondering which zombie had knocked it over. Following the sound could lead her to the location of the zombie that had caused it. What good would knowing the zombie's position do? Lin Wu scolded herself inwardly but found herself frozen in realization. If she could deduce the location of the sound, then she could also trace the special zombie through the vines. Third-tier zombies possessed animalistic instincts. They would do everything in their power to protect themselves, making the area with the most vines the likely hiding place of the third-tier zombie. Vines. Lin Wu leaped down to the second-floor windowsill, where significantly fewer zombies roamed. In truth, had the building not been 7 stories tall, she would have considered having the group jump down, but aside from her, who could maneuver through the air with ease? The others would likely be ensnared by the vines. Upon landing, the rooftop safety stemmed from the zombies instinctively fearing Jiangto and Xiayue's flames. Lin Wu followed the trail of vines, discovering they all converged beneath a carpet. Although she had done her utmost to conceal her presence with her secondary ability, the tier difference was still apparent, and the zombie quickly sensed her approach. A mass of vines erupted from beneath the carpet, resembling monstrous tentacles, lunging toward Lin Wu. Chapter 40. Her strength. Lin Wu deftly swung her knife, severing several segments of the creeping vines, and rolled aside to evade the object thrusting at her from behind. This was untenable. The vines seemed to grow endlessly, leaving her trapped and unable to descend. Damn it, this was a zombie akin to a lurking demon. Lin Wu's foot brushed against the floor, suddenly stomping down heavily. It was hollow beneath her. She recalled that upon entering this building, she had noticed the door led directly to the second floor, easily deducing that the first floor must harbor some unsightly secrets. The path to the next level was likely the carpet from which the vines emerged. However, Lin Wu brushed aside her slightly disheveled short hair and coughed softly, as if choked by the wind stirred up by the swirling vines. Calming herself, she sensed the faint growls of zombies emanating from below. The air around her momentarily stilled, then abruptly thinned, and a visible vortex materialized beneath her hands. Fortunately, her abilities had reached the 4th tier. Otherwise, her powers would have been drained by now. Lin Wu's expression remained unchanged, but her lips turned a shade paler. Since you won't come up, I shall descend instead. Boom! On the rooftop, Yu Huai, entangled in combat, had just plunged a metallic blade into a zombie's skull when the deafening sound startled him, causing his hand to tremble as he momentarily forgot to withdraw the weapon. What was that sound? A voice called out, belonging to a man named Yong Zijiang. Yu Huai regained his composure, kicking the lifeless zombie aside and dodging another second-tier zombie that lunged at him, muttering, I don't know, let's focus on this side for now. He suspected it was Lin Wu causing the commotion. How audacious of her to tackle that third-tier mutant zombie alone. Damn, Yu Huai cursed under his breath, feeling particularly frustrated. He had always protected others, yet this was the first time a woman had shielded him. In a foul mood, he became even more ruthless in dispatching zombies, seizing one by the head and impaling it on the metallic spike in his other hand. Nearby, Yang Zijiang and Liang Jing instinctively shuddered, sensing their leader's sudden ferocity. Jiang To, with a mouthful of crystal cores, playfully raised an eyebrow at Jian Yang. "Did you hear? Lin Wu is at it." Jian Yang chuckled as several blood vines sprouted from behind him, their sharp tips lunging at the approaching zombies. "TSK." Jiang To intermittently glanced at Jian Yang while slaying zombies, finding his evolution of abilities somewhat peculiar, reminiscent of an anime about ghouls she had seen long ago. The vines receded, and Xie Yue, panting heavily, collapsed onto the ground. Jiang To understood that zombie had likely concentrated its focus on Lin Wu as the greater threat. Meanwhile, Lin Wu found herself amidst the rubble on the empty first floor. Thankfully, the load-bearing walls remained intact. She brandished her knife, fixing her gaze on the massive, green zombie lurking in the corner. No wonder they had failed to notice it. Its appearance closely resembled that of an ordinary landscaped area, making it nearly impossible to detect while lying motionless among the foliage. Quite fortunate indeed. Lin Wu absorbed several second-tier crystal cores, her eyes glinting with a strange light as she regarded the zombie. In her previous life, she had lacked the strength to confront a third-tier mutant zombie, but now she finally had the chance. How could she not feel exhilarated, having undergone transformation from the special fruit? Coupled with her honed skills from daily skirmishes amidst hordes of zombies, Lin Wu maneuvered through the dense vines unscathed. However, she found it challenging to approach the mutant zombie, realizing the precariousness of its situation. The zombie retracted all the surrounding vines, desperately obstructing Lin Wu's advance. Unable to get closer, Lin Wu leaped onto a box, a sniper rifle materializing in her hands. Then within moments, the sound of gunfire erupted. A hit, yet the outcome mattered little to her. In that instant, she charged deep into the vines, returning the gun to her special realm. The compressed, explosive air coalesced around her knife, which she thrust into the frenzied zombie's skull. The entire sequence took less than 10 seconds. Without needing to glance, her confidence stemmed from the marksmanship honed in her past life. The zombie, preoccupied with utilizing its abilities, exhibited poor reflexes, and its corpulence, due to consuming ample flesh, made the endeavor significantly easier. Lin Wu collapsed to the ground, her chest rising and falling violently. She had expended a considerable portion of her powers during the building's demolition, and though the energy used in that strike appeared minimal, it demanded precise control. At this moment, her powers were severely depleted, though not to the point of exhaustion. It was certainly uncomfortable. As the vines gradually dissipated, Lin Wu absorbed several second-tier crystal cores, calming the turmoil within her energy reserves. She withdrew her knife and excavated the zombie's core, holding it in her hand to inspect. Astonishingly, it was the size of a small egg, entirely emerald green. On the rooftop, Xie Yue peered over the edge in astonishment. It's gone. All the vines have disappeared. If it's gone, then come over and help kill the zombies. Why are you just lounging around? Jiang To retorted impatiently. Sister Jiang, has Lin's sister finished? Jian Yang, whose powers were also dwindling, noted that half of the crystal cores in his pocket had been utilized. In truth, Jiang To's straightforward method of consuming the cores was the most efficient. Yet few could overcome their psychological barriers to eat what had been extracted from a zombie's head, including Jian Yang himself. Jiang To, exasperated, replied, "Of course, you focus on your own kills, don't worry about the rest." Afterward, she added apologetically, "I've grown accustomed to snapping at Xie Yue, please bear with me." Jian Yang, Xie Yue, Jiang To. A familiar voice rang out, and Jiang To's eyes brightened, immediately breaking into a smile. "Hurry, there isn't much time left, it's all yours, Lin Wu." "Of course," Jiang To only said so. After sensing Lin Wu's glare, she dutifully returned to dispatching zombies. For a fourth-tier mutant, handling these zombies was quite effortless. Although Jiang To was a third-tier, she had been stretched thin, multitasking between incinerating vines while attending to Xie Yue and dealing with the zombies Yu Huai had overlooked, leaving her utterly exhausted. In Yu Huai's eyes, this seemingly weightless girl merely needed to stand there, and with a mere lift of her hand, he heard the whoosh of wind as the heads of several troublesome zombies were instantaneously punctured. "Just how strong is she?" his powers subtly stirred, hinting at a breakthrough to the third tier. As Lin Wu stood before him, the distance allowed her to perceive the unusual energy fluctuations emanating from Yu Huai. And she understood the situation, offering kindly, "Let me handle this, you focus on your breakthrough. The remaining second-tier zombies are perfect for practice." Though she claimed it would be easy, by the time all the zombies had been dealt with, evening had fallen. When the last zombie's core was extracted, everyone collapsed onto the ground in silence. For those utterly drained, action was prompted only by life-threatening crises, urgent needs, or sheer hunger. Chapter 41, Touching Moments. "I'll go find something to eat." Jian Yang rose from the ground, preparing to head downstairs to see if the dealers had any food left. With Yu Huai and the others present, Lin Wu would undoubtedly refrain from retrieving food from her peculiar special realm, leaving them to search for readily available sustenance. "I'll go with you." Xia Yue hurried after him, closely trailing behind while whispering, "What is up with her, Lin Wu? She seems so aloof every time she speaks. It's only a couple of words. I've never heard her say a complete sentence." Jian Yang scratched his head. "Maybe she's just not naturally chatty." Suddenly, Jiang To, resting on the ground with her eyes closed, erupted in laughter, sounding like a goose honking. Lin Wu thought to herself, "How offensive. You're guessing why I speak in fragments? Because I'm naturally not inclined to converse. Damn it. As Jian Yang had anticipated, they discovered a room specifically designated for food storage. The tightly locked door had preserved the food remarkably well. "I see there's a gas stove and some cooking utensils over there. We can prepare a proper meal," Xia Yue exclaimed, exchanging glances with Jian Yang before eagerly gathering ingredients suitable for cooking. When they were ready to cook, Liang Jing and Yang Zijiang, who were more adept in the kitchen, took over the task. It must be said, though the zombie encounters had been trying, they had greatly enhanced their abilities, successfully progressing from the first to the second tier. Everyone's spirits were high. "Yang," Lin Wu suddenly called out to him. Jian Yang hurried over, asking, "What is up, Lin sister? Take this." Jian Yang was momentarily taken aback when a round object was thrust into his hands. He assumed Lin Wu was secretly handing him an egg or something, only to realize upon closer inspection that it was a large green crystal core. "Lin sister, this?" Jian Yang was dumbfounded. Why would she not keep it for herself? The benefits a third-tier crystal core offers far surpassed that of a second-tier core. Who would willingly forgo such a treasure? Lin Wu rested her elbow on the high rooftop edge, propping her chin in her hand as she casually replied, "It was meant for you." It was the first time she had spoken a lengthy sentence in front of Jian Yang, inadvertently revealing her stutter. However, Jian Yang paid no mind to this. Instead, he lowered his head, swallowing hard, and replied emphatically, "I understand, sister." So, she had unflinchingly leaped down from the rooftop to confront a third-tier mutant zombie, solely to retrieve the crystal core for him. The young boy, still in his youth, gazed at Lin Wu with glistening eyes. Lin Wu was taken aback. Although the third-tier crystal core was undeniably precious, it held little value for her as a fourth-tier mutant. Its true worth lay in Jian Yang, who was still at the second tier. She was merely extending a favor. Why was he so moved? "Dinner's ready, you two hurry up and eat," Jiang To called, and Jian Yang rubbed his eyes before sprinting toward the table set by Yu Huai and the others. Lin Wu was also heading in that direction, but was diverted to a lower floor by the rushing Jiang To. Observing her mysterious demeanor, Lin Wu felt a flicker of curiosity about Jiang To's intentions. Clearing her throat, Jiang To lowered her voice, rubbing her hands together with gleaming eyes. "Give me 2 spicy marinated chicken feet," Lin Wu responded, and Jiang To urged, "I brought a bag when I came. Just put it in my bag and say we brought it along." "I've already thought of the excuse." Amused, Lin Wu handed her 2 fully wrapped marinated chicken feet. With a group of ravenous supernatural beings around, the meal was consumed swiftly. Once their hunger was satiated, these individuals had nearly rested enough. After the meal, Yu Huai solemnly apologized to Lin Wu and her companions. "We wronged you. I am truly sorry. Please forgive us." Lin Wu lightly acknowledged him with a nonchalant Jiang To yawned and said, "All right, let's consider this settled. We are not ones to hold grudges. Besides, with the crystal core division being 50-50, they haven't suffered any losses. So where are you planning to go next?" Yu Huai inquired. We intend to head to base C. If we happen to be on the same route. His implication was clear, they could travel together, having gotten to know these three individuals. Yu Huai believed that journeying with them would be advantageous. Jiang Ta and Jen Yong awaited Lin Wu's response in silence. They indeed planned to go to base C, but whether to accompany Yu Huai's group was uncertain. However, Lin Wu shook her head. No, aren't you going there? Yu Huai was taken aback. Lin Wu offered a vague reply, not for now. It was evident that Lin Wu had no desire to journey alongside them. Disappointment flickered in Yu Huai's eyes. Unmasked. All right then, the building they currently occupied served as a crossroads, meaning they would part ways at dawn. Why Yu Huai relayed this news to his companions. They think we are too weak. Xie Yue blurted out, voicing her pent-up frustration. Initially, she believed these individuals were deliberately trailing them for an advantage, but in just a few days, the tides had turned. The more steady-minded Liang Jing shook his head. They likely prefer to operate alone. He could tell that these individuals harbored secrets, and traveling with them would likely lead to complications. Xie Yue sulked off to sleep. The building, with minimal damage, provided several rooms for their rest. Liang Jing, lying down, glanced at Yu Huai, who was staring blankly at the ceiling, deep in thought. It seemed the typically proud leader had suffered a significant blow from Lin Wu, and was now tossing and turning in sleeplessness. This sentiment was shared among his teammates. Only Yu Huai himself knew the thoughts swirling within. In the upstairs room, the three individuals huddled together with pillows, discussing their next steps. So you mean you don't want to travel with Yu Huai? Jiang Ta said, her weariness evident. Lin Wu nodded. They're a distraction. The others did not meet the standards she held for companions. She was inherently reluctant to spend day and night with outsiders. The larger the group, the less effective their training would be. Sister, means we should take another route, a longer detour to base C. Jen Yong pointed at the map, noting that although the alternative route was longer, it likely involved less walking through the outskirts. The pros and cons were evident. Upon hearing that they wouldn't have to walk, Jiang To packed up, cheerfully exclaiming, that sounds good, let's do it. After a moment of contemplation, she pointed at the map. There is also a farm here, perhaps we can barbecue there. Though Lin Wu seemed to lack any shortages in her space, stockpiling was an instinct ingrained in the people of Huagua. Naturally, the more they could gather, the better. Let us sleep. With that decision made, further discussion seemed unnecessary. Lin Wu concluded. As soon as she spoke, the sound of snoring emerged beside her. This guy really falls asleep quicker than anyone. Chapter 42, Motion Sickness. The next day, Lin Wu and her companions quickly washed up and had breakfast before heading out. They assumed Yu Huai's group had already left, only to find Xie Yue waiting with her hands on her hips, looking at them with a mix of amusement and irritation. You're leaving already? She asked awkwardly. Lin Wu responded with a simple passing the rest of the conversation to Jiang To, feeling somewhat out of place in this scenario. Jiang To swaggered over, poking Xie Yue's forehead playfully. Of course we are. What, do you want me to stay? Was this girl addicted to being teased? Did she feel uncomfortable if a day went by without a jibe? Xie Yue glared. Who would want you to stay? Don't flatter yourself. Despite the underlying tension between the two teams, their banter had fostered a certain familiarity over the past few days, and as the moment of parting drew near, Xie Yue felt a flicker of reluctance. That feeling quickly evaporated as her cheeks flushed red. Let us hurry and go, get this crazy Jiang To moving. Jiang To shot her a sidelong glance, lifting her chin as she retied her hair into a high ponytail, unfazed by the prospect of thinning hair. With a huff, Xie Yue climbed into the car and said, Jinggu, let us go. Liang Jing, who was driving, glanced at Yu Huai. Why? Yu Huai rolled down the window, speaking in a flat tone. Let us go. His words were directed at Lin Wu. Distracted by her choice of vehicle, Lin Wu looked over, lazily waving her hand in farewell. Why? Yu Huai's hand on the car door paused for a moment. In the gentle morning sunlight, the girl's cool profile turned to face him, as if questioning why he hadn't left yet. Drive on, he instructed, leaning back in his seat, eyes closed, lost in thought. Xie Yue muttered, if they're not going to base C, where will they go? Next time we meet, I hope they're still alive. After driving for some distance, Yu Huai suddenly opened his eyes. Stop, the others were puzzled. Without hesitation, Yu Huai jumped out of the car, gazing deeply in the direction the three had departed. They were long gone, leaving behind only a vanishing vehicle. Brother Yu, what is wrong? Xia Yue asked, confused. Yu Huai took a moment to regain his composure, apologizing. Nothing, just a bit of motion sickness. The four individuals in the vehicle, whether aware of something or not, remained silent. Only the somewhat dim-witted Xia Yue persisted with her questions. Brother Yu, why did you suddenly get motion sickness? I remember you didn't usually have this issue, Yu Huai replied with a vague Then added somewhat cryptically, it really was quite sudden. This unexpected bout of motion sickness left him feeling unwell. Meanwhile, the ever-yawning Jiang To remarked, if we head towards the farm, there should be fewer zombies. Right, Lin Wu exchanged a glance with Jiang To in the rearview mirror, replying, should be few. Confirming this response elicited a bright smile from Jiang To, her mood buoyant. That's good, it seems we might not deplete all those crystal cores in 7 days after all. She even feigned a semblance of regret. Lin Wu smiled faintly but said nothing. That is not certain. Jen Yong, not overthinking it, inquired about the time from Jiang To, estimating he had enough time to absorb a third-tier crystal core and chose to focus on it. The energy brought by the supernatural crystal cores was doubled and could potentially induce a degree of evolution in their powers. This conclusion had been derived from research in his previous life. Lin Wu watched Jen Yong with interest. Without the shadow of that dark, despairing experience, it was uncertain how long it would take this child to grow. Everyone in a city perished, and their deaths were gruesome. Look at how you phrase that, death is death, or how gruesome can it be? I'm not lying. The men there, well, down there. What do you mean down there? That part, it was all trampled to bits, strung together and hung high. I was one of the first to discover it, and I was utterly terrified. What kind of grudge could lead to such cruelty? Who knows? In a small diner, those who had returned from the zombie-infested streets shared gossip animatedly. With no internet, humanity's most primal means of communication thrived. At that time, Lin Wu was shrouded in black cloth, fearful of being recognized as a woman of decent appearance, intently listening to the world outside. Among the stories was a description of Jen Yong. Lin Wu glanced at the boy's fair, youthful face before ultimately turning her gaze outside. Lacking the strength of an S-class criminal from her past life was inconsequential. Both good character and formidable power were equally vital to her. One could not exist without the other. Speaking of which, transitioning from the third to the fourth tier is exceedingly difficult. Absorbing crystal cores feels like a bottomless pit. Jiang To lamented. Weren't you progressing quite rapidly back then? Lin Wu remained silent. Jiang To sighed. The farther along you go, the harder it becomes to advance. I feel like I can't even touch the threshold of the fourth tier now. Who knows when I'll surpass you? Despite her words, Jiang To understood well that Lin Wu's strength was not merely due to talent but stemmed from her relentless self-discipline, just like now. While she appeared to be lost in thought, her hand concealed beneath her black coat was clutching a crystal core for absorption. One night, awoken by a pressing need to urinate, Jiang To noticed Lin Wu had her eyes wide open. She was always so vigilant. In the span of just a quarter of an hour without sleep, she too was extracting several crystal cores for absorption. There had never been a moment when she truly rested. Jiang To was perplexed by Lin Wu's insistence on pressing her so tightly, as if something were relentlessly pursuing her from behind, a constant reminder that even sleep eluded her. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from beneath the vehicle, jolting the drowsy Jiang To into alertness. Upon stopping to investigate, she found the situation intolerable and cursed. Damn it, the tire's blown. With a resigned expression, she yanked a green vine from beneath the tire, exclaiming, look what that brat has done. This was evidently linked to the crude sun absorption of the third-tier crystal core. Lin Wu nonchalantly remarked, let us wait for him. Thus they lingered in place, anticipating the arrival of the crude sun, otherwise they might encounter further complications along the way. Jiang To climbed into the car, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she requested, give me a chicken leg and make it a double. Lin Wu raised an eyebrow and handed it to her. Just then, a vine shot out from beneath the car. Piercing through the brake disc and skewering the chicken leg onto the roof of the vehicle, the crude son, roused from his transformed state, exclaimed joyfully, "Sister Lin, Sister Jiang, my powers have strengthened." However, he soon sensed the unusual intensity in the gazes of the two women. Linwu's eyes held an odd anticipation, while Jiangta looked as though she might devour him, gritting her teeth as she said, "Good, very good, I am happy for you." The crude son thought to himself, "This doesn't feel right." Chapter 43, Not Human. Thus the vines grew increasingly aggressive. The crude son awkwardly met Jiangta's scrutinizing gaze, feeling somewhat elevated but still far from the third tier. Linwu patted the backpack on his back, encouraging him, "Keep it up." The bag was filled with crystal cores, and he needed to absorb every last one. The crude son nodded earnestly. "I will." Jiangta, not in the best of moods, retorted, "Thanks to you, I missed out on a chicken leg. Now drive me, I'm exhausted." "All right," he replied. Meanwhile, Jiangta began absorbing the crystal cores herself. "Fourth tier, oh fourth tier, why must you be so difficult to break through?" Linwu was attuned to the energy within her mind. The fifth tier was a watershed for ability users. Beyond this point, their abilities transformed into crystal cores, becoming far more enticing to zombies than mere flesh and blood. The process of forming crystal cores was fraught with peril, causing many fourth-tier ability users to stagnate at this stage. Those who successfully broke through to the fifth tier became coveted by various bases. It had only been 2 months since the onset of the apocalypse, and third-tier ability users were still a rarity. No one had yet uncovered the secrets hidden within the minds of fifth-tier users. Indeed, there are fewer zombies around, Jiangta mused, peering out of the car window. But this is alarmingly sparse, isn't it? The cornfields, dense and impenetrable, appeared devoid of life. Outside, only a few scattered zombies roamed, while the rural population was diminished. "It shouldn't be this scant." "Stop the car," Linwu commanded. Jiangta, taken aback, asked, "Here, we could still drive a bit further." "No." Linwu's expression was grave now. Reluctantly, Jiangta disembarked as the crude son halted the vehicle. The car was a mere roadside find, unworthy of Linwu's special storage, so she simply disregarded it. "Be careful," she cautioned, though internally she felt a thrill. Her purpose for coming here was not merely for the animals of the farm, but rather for the mutated creatures that had emerged. "Did you hear that noise?" Jiangta queried, gripping her saber tightly. As she scanned the surroundings, they stood at the roadside near the entrance of a village with fields stretching out before them. A kilometer ahead lay a cluster of buildings. The corn in the fields appeared to have been affected by the apocalypse, towering nearly 2 meters high, evoking a peculiar sense of oppression. The crude son listened intently, his abilities unusually sharp in this area, and soon concluded, "It seems something is moving within the corn. There are quite a few. It doesn't seem like zombies," he added gravely. Jiangta, puzzled, asked, "Not zombies, could it be humans?" The crude son shook his head. "Not humans either, they are much smaller in size. They are mutated beasts." Linwu provided the answer. "Mutated beasts?" Jiangta exclaimed in surprise. "What on earth are those?" The crude son, aware of Linwu's speech impediment, speculated, "Are they animals infected by the zombie virus?" Linwu confirmed, "Precisely. As part of the natural world, the obscure structure of the zombie virus not only infects humans but also targets more formidable animals. Humans refer to these animals collectively as mutated beasts." Jiangta, exasperated, retorted, "So, when you said there are fewer zombies, you meant there are more mutated beasts here?" "Damn it, I've been duped." Linwu blinked. There were indeed fewer zombies. They had all been consumed by the mutated beasts. Just as Jiangta was about to unleash another tirade, a shadow leaped out from the corn beside her. "Damn!" She hurled a fireball at it. The struck creature fell to the ground, appearing lifeless. Is it dead already? Jiangta poked it with her saber, her expression shifting to one of bewilderment. It was a mutated chicken, its claws and beak elongated and hardened, its feathers sparse, its body a deep purple-black, now charred. It surprisingly emitted a somewhat appetizing aroma. Linwu used her knife to sever the chicken's head, retrieving a crystal core. "A crystal core. There's a crystal core in this." Jiangta took the core, feeling its energy, and was instantly astonished. For a chicken of this tier, It shouldn't even be at the first tier, yet this core contains energy equivalent to that of a first tier. Linwu nodded. This was the very reason she chose to venture here. The energy within mutated beast crystal cores surpassed that of their zombie counterparts of the same tier. And with their meat being non-toxic and delectable, this discovery had once sparked a fervent hunt for mutated beasts. However, in contrast to the stronger energy of the crystal cores, mutated beasts were considerably more formidable than zombies of the same tier. And many hunters never returned. At this moment, third-tier mutated beasts should not yet be present, making it an opportune time for hunting. Linwu stored the charred chicken in her special storage and smiled at the two. Keep it up. Jiangta knew that since this guy had promised to let them exhaust the pile of crystal cores in 7 days, he would undoubtedly keep his word. Linwu picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it into the cornfield with force. The stone seemed to hit something, causing the corn to erupt like boiling water, with countless shadows springing forth. A dark cloud obscured the sun as fireballs shot towards the swarms of shadows, extinguishing their existence upon impact. Red, spiky vines sprouted from the boy's back, enveloping him while rapidly piercing the bodies of the mutated beasts to absorb their blood. Linwu had it relatively easy. She sliced through the air, dispatching one with every stroke, scarcely employing her abilities. These were merely 0 to first-tier mutated beasts. Soon, Jiangta realized that while these creatures were fast, their physical strength was still at the first tier. She ceased using her abilities and resorted to wildly slashing with her saber. Only the crude sun continued to wield his powers. Linwu noted the crude sun's situation. Every mutated beast he dispatched turned into a desiccated corpse. Despite the prolonged exertion, there were no signs of fatigue in his abilities. This was unusual. Just as Linwu severed a mutated duck's neck, blood splattered across her blade. Blood, desiccated corpses. Linwu was taken aback. Could it be that the crude sun could absorb the blood of living creatures? Just as he had with the previous ability user zombie, when he discovered that the ability user zombie could kill, the crude sun had tried to see if he could achieve such a feat with his vines, concluding at the time that he could not, leaving him quite frustrated, and yet now it seemed he could. Linwu snapped back to focus, conjuring a powerful gust of wind that drew all mutated beasts within a kilometer radius towards her. If they were to hunt, they might as well be bold. She had a premonition that the crude sun's advancement would surpass her original expectations. Damn it, Linwu, you really don't act human, Jiangta shouted, exhausted from swinging her saber. Chapter 44. Her name boss. No, Fenggu. If the boss and his crew are headed to the CCT base, this is the closest route. They must be taking it. Yang Qian patted his chest, saying, I calculated their pace. They should be nearby. Fenggu, satisfied, patted his shoulder. Good. To catch up with the boss he was convinced of. They had taken a shortcut not marked on the map and finally arrived here. He wondered if the boss would accept them as his subordinates. With a leader like that, they could surely carve out their own territory in this apocalypse. Fenggu mused happily, after waiting for what felt like an eternity. They finally spotted a vehicle approaching. Yang Qian rubbed his tired eyes, squinting to get a better look, only to feel disappointed. Fenggu, it's not them, not them. Fenggu frowned, saying, go ask, they might have seen something. After all, according to Yang Qian's calculations, this was the time the boss and his crew would pass by. Yang Qian obediently ran out to the middle of the road to flag down the vehicle. Fenggu, unable to contain his anxiousness, joined him in waiting for the car to stop. The ones who disembarked were a short young woman and a young man dressed in blue, who appeared to hold some authority among the passengers. What is the matter? The young woman looked somewhat displeased, but the presence of more people had restrained her from voicing any harsh remarks, having learned a lesson from the previous incident with Jiangta. Xie Yue decided to keep her mouth in check to avoid causing trouble for her companions. She is, in fact, a genuine, pampered young lady, while Yu Huai is her cousin who has watched her grow up since childhood. In the post-apocalyptic world, she has acquired a formidable fire-based ability, and with the indulgence of her companions, her spoiled temperament remains unchanged. It is only when she encounters Jiangta, who shows her no regard whatsoever, that she begins to feel the sting of reality. Xie Yue seems to have been intimidated by Jiangta's scolding. Yang Qian, speaking gently, inquires, we would like to ask if you have seen 3 individuals traveling together. Xie Yue immediately thinks of Lin Wu and her companions, her eyes widening in surprise, noticing her unusual reaction. Yang Qian gleefully surmises, yes, 2 women and a young child, have you seen them? Xie Yue shifts her gaze to Yu Huai. The individuals before them appear menacing, yet this refined-looking man seems relatively amicable. Surely, they aren't seeking revenge against Lin Wu and her group. Yu Huai, maintaining his composure, asks, may I inquire what you intend to do with them? Brother Fong, growing impatient, retorts, just tell us what you know, it's none of your business. Why the delay? Don't waste our time searching for our leader. Yu Huai and Xie Yue exchange glances. This temper indeed suggests a quest for vengeance. Unfazed, Yu Huai replies, they were ahead of us, driving swiftly as if they were in a hurry, perhaps to the CCT base. Lin Wu and her companions' ultimate destination is indeed the CCT base. Strictly speaking, he isn't lying, he simply hasn't disclosed their direction. Brother Fong furrows his brow at this information, thanks Yu Huai, and takes Yang Qian back to their gathering place. Is the leader in a rush? Yang Qian scratches his head, pondering whether a relative of theirs might be in the CCT base. Before he can form a conclusion, another thought strikes him, and his eyes widen. Brother, we don't even know their names. He urges, let us go ask them. Yang Qian scurries over excitedly. What, you don't know their names? Xie Yue can hardly believe her ears. They're seeking revenge yet remain unaware of their adversaries' identities. Could it be that Lin Wu and Jiang To inadvertently provoked these individuals along the way? Yang Qian sheepishly admits that is indeed the case. We haven't caught up with them. Could it be that Lin Wu and her companions are avoiding this route because they are being pursued? Xie Yue and Yu Huai suddenly grasp the reality of the situation. Quick to react, Yu Huai states, I only know the name of that cold woman. I'm unaware of the others. It would be wise to reveal just one name to avoid exposing too much. That one name is the most crucial. Yang Qian chuckles. Meanwhile, Yu Huai and Xie Yue confirm that Lin Wu is indeed the source of the trouble. Why Yu Huai calmly states her name is Lu Miao Miao. Is it the Miao that signifies water? Yang Qian inquires. Why Yu Huai nods. Lu Miao Miao. Xie Yue pinches her thigh, stifling her laughter. Yang Qian diligently notes down, thank you very much. Once we locate Lu Miao Miao, we will express our gratitude properly. Having acquired the desired information, Brother Fong and his group immediately set off. Their leader is named Lu Miao Miao. Brother Fong excitedly writes her name in large letters on a cardboard box, lamenting, once we find a stable place, I must seek out someone skilled in calligraphy to beautifully frame our leader's name for display. Meanwhile, in the vehicle, Xie Yue can no longer contain her laughter, clutching her stomach as she bursts into fits of giggles. Yugu, you are truly something else, ha ha ha. Lu Miao Miao will likely be furious. Lu Miao Miao is a familiar figure to them. Half a month ago, they and Lu Miao Miao's group both laid claim to supplies from a supermarket. Since both parties discovered it simultaneously, after eliminating the zombies, Yu Huai proposed a division of the goods, 3 to them and 7 to Lu Miao Miao's side. After all, they had a larger team, and a fair split might not be accepted. However, Lu Miao Miao, relying on her numbers, refused to part with any supplies, resorting to force to drive them away. At that time some of their companions were injured, and for their sake Yu Huai endured the provocation to avoid conflict. Xie Yue harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Lu Miao Miao, now that Lu Miao Miao has also headed to the CCT base. It promises to be quite the spectacle. Xie Yue, reveling in schadenfreude, remarks, if they happen to mistake us for someone else and come looking, we'll just claim we misheard. After all, with Uncle overseeing things at the base, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on us. Both Xie Yue and Yu Huai hail from military and political families. A faint smile graces Yu Huai's face as he thinks this should alleviate some of her troubles. The other companions in the vehicle also find solace in the situation, laughing heartily. Meanwhile, Lu Miao Miao, far away at the CCT base, is eating noodles when she suddenly sneezes several times in succession. Caught a cold? A middle-aged man inquires with concern. Lu Miao Miao shakes her head. I don't know, it just came on suddenly. Her eyes sparkle with excitement. Daddy, I heard that the second young master of the merchant family is returning to the base soon. Is that true? Why do you ask? it's none of your concern, her father replies sternly. Lu Meow Meow pouts, but daddy, I've met Shang Xian. He is exactly my type, can't I ask about him? Her father lightly taps her forehead with his chopsticks. Exasperated, why can't you like anyone else? What is wrong with him? Just because he has a conflict with Shang Ziting? Lu Meow Meow shrugs nonchalantly. Can't I have a relationship? Her father, frustrated, admonishes. What do you understand? He is the leader of the base. Just stay out of merchant family affairs and mind your own business. Then why do you want me to get along with Shang Shiha? Lu Meow Meow retorts defiantly. Chapter 45, Alcohol Tolerance. At the dining table, Lin Wu raises her voice slightly to remind the two individuals who are sprawled out like limp fish. What are we eating? I'm exhausted and can't think of anything. Jiang To doesn't even want to lift a finger, while Jian Yang is too fatigued to speak, feeling as if he has been run over by a vehicle. Lin Wu smirks, well aware that they are genuinely worn out. For 8 hours they fought relentlessly against mutated beasts without food or water, and it was only when the beasts, terrified, retreated that they were granted a moment of respite. Now they find themselves in a desolate courtyard. Seemingly devoid of any living souls, Jiang To struggles to open her eyes and turns her head to observe Lin Wu busily preparing. Unable to help herself, she asks, aren't you tired? She feels as though her arms are too heavy to lift. Lin Wu pauses momentarily, her hand instinctively tightening, the ache in her muscles reminding her of her fatigue. How could she not be tired? Yet this fatigue brings her a profound sense of security. Affirming that she is moving forward, growing stronger, and not squandering a single moment of her rebirth. It reassures her that she has indeed been granted a second chance. Lin Wu remained silent, merely tending to her belongings. Observing her demeanor, Jiang To refrains from further comments, mustering the strength to sit up and exclaim, I'll help you. Honestly, it's always like this, harboring a trove of secrets yet telling no one. Jiang To watches Lin Wu, feeling her own weariness. Lin Wu chuckles softly, are you pretending to be a barbecue grill? Jiang To perks up, barbecue. Tears of excitement stream from the corners of her eyes as she exclaims, I want chicken legs, chicken wings, and grilled squid. Lin Wu pays her no mind, retrieving the ingredients for grilling and meticulously removing the innards with a sharp knife. Mutated beasts, Jiang To gasps, can we eat that? It won't be infected with zombie virus, right? Lin Wu assures her it's edible. Having regained some strength, Jian Yang also rises to assist them in preparing the ingredients. The processed meat is skewered on iron sticks, with Jiang To overseeing the cooking, sprinkling the seasonings Lin Wu had prepared earlier. The flames for grilling do not need to be too high, around 200 degrees is just right. As the red flames dance, the meat sizzles, exuding an irresistible aroma from the grill. Wow, it smells divine. Jiang To cannot contain herself and takes a bite, singing praises, not to mention this is even more tender than chicken or duck. Although it was indeed a chicken before it was infected, Jian Yang devours his portion voraciously, nodding vigorously at Jiang To's comment. At this moment the aches in their bodies are forgotten, satisfying their long empty stomachs takes precedence. Lin Wu eats at a leisurely pace, pulling out a few cans of beer. What is a barbecue without beer? Jiang To exclaims. Lin Wu, you're amazing. Jiang To yield to no one but you, overwhelmed with emotion. Jiang To's eyes glisten with tears. A barbecue without beer is incomplete. Jian Yang hesitates, but I'm not of age yet. Isn't drinking a bit inappropriate? Jiang To slaps his head, annoyed. It's just beer. You want to get drunk? It's practically soda. You're 16 now, what is the big deal? Alright then, Jian Yang concedes, curiosity piqued as he takes a sip. The taste is surprisingly pleasant, refreshing even, prompting him to gulp down another large mouthful. In the next moment he collapses to the ground. Jiang To and Lin Wu. Jiang To is dumbfounded. He want to be drunk, will he? Just from that little sip. Lin Wu face palms, crouching down to check on Jian Yang. His pupils are slightly dilated, breathing steady, cheeks flushed, and heartbeat normal. She breathes a sigh of relief, realizing it's not an allergic shock but simply drunkenness. Jiang To still finds it hard to believe. Lin Wu shrugs, exasperated. Yes, how can someone get drunk from such a small amount of beer? Jiang To muses, holding the remaining half bottle of beer in astonishment, exclaiming, looks like we need to keep him away from alcohol in the future. With that, Jiang To drags Jen Yang to the bed in the room, ensuring he gets a good rest. She had just arranged the people, and under the moonlight, she cast a glance at the young man's face on the bed. How strikingly similar. Jiang To smiled bitterly. She shook her head and hurried back to indulge in barbecue. Lin Wu, save some for me. This fellow, silent as ever, was devouring more than his fair share. The next day, Jian Yong awoke still in a daze. He only remembered eating barbecue, and then his memory faded away. How could he have blacked out? Jiang To laughed, saying, you better not drink when you go out in the future. No fruit wine or beer for you. Your tolerance is simply pathetic. You could be drugged without the need for any sedative. Just drowning you in liquor would suffice. Jian Yong scratched his head awkwardly. I've never drunk before, so I had no idea I couldn't handle it. So well behaved, not even a sip of beer. Jiang To remarked, intrigued. What about smoking? Jian Yong replied oddly, my mom would break my legs. Mentioning his mother rendered Jian Yong silent. Jiang To noticed his sudden drop in spirits, realizing she had touched on a sensitive subject, and deftly changed the topic. Breakfast is over there, help yourself. Lin Wu and I have already eaten. Alright. Jian Yong picked up the sandwiches, sushi, and milk wrapped in foil on the small table, eating while lost in thought. Mom, look, I'm doing well now. So, don't worry about me up there. Don't you find this village rather peculiar? Jiang To crossed her arms, leaning towards Lin Wu. Lin Wu responded, indeed, it is quite strange. This place is almost overrun by mutated beasts. Normal people wouldn't choose it as a stronghold, nor would they linger here for long. However, they noticed smoke rising not far away yesterday, as if someone was cooking, and the smoke was rising right next to the breeding farm. Jiang To queried, choosing to set up camp there is akin to courting death. Isn't it, unless there is a possibility. Lin Wu stretched her body, anticipating someone would come looking for them. After all, they had killed quite a few mutated beasts yesterday. She contemplated whether they should make a run for it. Meanwhile, at the breeding farm, a pair of twin brothers had just awakened from their drunken stupor. Bro, come quick, Feng Er urged his still dazed elder brother, shouting anxiously. What? Feng Er grumbled, let me sleep a bit longer. Feng Er grew frantic, saying, I just went out to relieve myself, and I saw that we've lost more than half of our chickens. You need to come see. What? Feng Er tumbled out of bed, hastily dressing and rushing to the chicken coop. Where are my chickens? Not only the chickens, but also the ducks, geese, and pigs they had raised were all missing in large numbers, leaving behind only a small patch. Witnessing such a scene, Feng Er felt as though he could collapse to the ground. Chapter 46. I have a heart condition outside the breeding farm by the cornfield. Old he, I'll give you the liquor tomorrow. Uve finished today's share, Chen Cheng said with irritation. Drink less. Even in the apocalypse you still have such a carefree attitude. He Jun rubbed his nose, his cheeks still slightly flushed from drinking. Helplessly huddled in the back seat without speaking. He had always been a heavy drinker, but his lack of moderation had delayed the team on many occasions. Last time, when the team was toyed with, he was so drunk he couldn't contribute. Since then, Chen Cheng had started to regulate Hee-jun's drinking. Bro, look, there are hardly any zombies here, Chen Jiao said curiously. Is it because there are fewer people in the countryside? Chen Cheng frowned. Be careful. No matter how few people there are in the countryside, it wouldn't be so sparse as to leave only a handful of zombies. Where there is an anomaly, there is a reason. Bro, look over there. What is that? Chen Jiao exclaimed. They saw dark shadows darting out from the corn stalks by the roadside, frantically lunging at the tires of their vehicle. Damn it, realizing they were about to get a flat tire, Chen Cheng cursed angrily. Get out of the car. Hee-jun assessed the situation for a while and concluded, we can handle it. Jiao. Stay in the car while we get out. Chen Jiao, without any powers, would only be a burden if she went out. She knew it herself and stayed put in the passenger seat. Not daring to move. Hee-jun possessed lightning abilities, making him highly effective against these mutated beasts. His powers created quite a commotion, and soon a multitude of mutated beasts lay dead, their bodies piling up, the stench driving away the others. In contrast, when Lin Wu and her group killed mutated beasts, they had always collected the corpses swiftly, keeping the noise down, allowing them to continue hunting for 8 hours straight. Hee-jun and Chen Cheng, however, worked much faster. After barely half an hour, Chen Cheng knocked on Chen Jiao's car window. Calm down. The other team members lined up behind Chen Cheng and Hee-jun, instinctively surrounding Chen Jiao in the center. It seems like someone is over there, said Yi Hao, who possessed speed abilities. I'll go take a look. His abilities often served as reconnaissance. At that moment, Lin Wu, who was discussing whether to leave quickly with Jiang To, was startled when she locked eyes with Yi Hao, who was peeking in from outside. Upon seeing her, Yi Hao immediately froze without a second thought, turned on his heel and ran back. Who is it? Jiang To, with her back turned, couldn't see who was approaching. Lin Wu adjusted her attire with a smirk. Someone familiar. She hadn't expected to encounter them here. Jiang To tried to guess. We haven't run into many people, have we? Could it be? After mentally eliminating possibilities, she exclaimed in surprise, those idiots who set us up. Lin Wu nodded with a smile. Well, I'll make sure to teach them a lesson this time. Jiang To rubbed her hands together, eager to go over and give them a good thrashing, just as Jen Yong, who had just finished breakfast, felt puzzled. Who is it? Outright, Jen Yong wasn't there at that time. Jiang To called him over and recounted the whole story. Anyway, that bunch will definitely come looking for trouble, so we just need to fight back. Lin Wu climbed onto the wall, glancing at the chaotic breeding farm in the other direction, suddenly jumping down and shaking her head. No need. No need for them to get involved. Jiang To, puzzled, asked what is going on. Lin Wu texted them to explain her idea. Hearing this, Jiang To and Jen Yong were left speechless, staring blankly for a while before speaking. You really know how to play. A few minutes later, Chen Cheng, leading Chen Jiao and the others, approached with a fierce demeanor. Isn't it a coincidence? You could say it's fate, Chen Cheng said ominously, since we've crossed paths today. Let us discuss what happened last time. Just 2 women and a child. Even if they were powerful, they couldn't withstand their sheer numbers. Besides, they had Hee-jun, a killing machine, on their side, Jiang To remarked with a knowing smile. What a coincidence indeed. I thought you'd have learned your lesson from last time, but it seems you haven't. Perhaps this time we can ensure you truly remember. A bunch of fools, she said disdainfully. Where's brother he? Chen Jiao whispered to Yi Hao. Yi Hao replied helplessly. Brother, he said he had a stomach ache and went to find a restroom. Chen Jiao. Chen Cheng's face darkened as he raised his hand. Attack. Just as his voice fell, a loud crash suddenly resounded from outside the courtyard. Everyone turned to see the ground cracking open, something emerging from beneath. Upon realizing what it was, everyone's expressions changed. Jiang To instinctively shivered and exclaimed, what on earth is that? What emerged were 2 enormous black snakes, but they looked rather different from the pythons they were familiar with. It's a blind snake. Jen Yong, who had lived in the countryside as a child, quickly recognized it, albeit much larger than usual. The blind snake is known as the smallest snake in the world, often mistaken for an earthworm when dug up from the ground. Yet the 2 mutated blind snakes before them were at least 20 meters long, with sharp fangs, appearing exceedingly terrifying. I'm afraid of snakes, Jiang To said bashfully, retreating behind Lin Wu. So it was you who killed my chickens? A robust male voice rang out, and upon closer inspection, it was Feng Yi emerging from beneath the belly of the blind snake. I want you to pay for their lives, chickens. Chen Cheng frowned tightly, cautiously saying, we don't know what you are talking about, bro. Chen Jiao whispered, could it be those things that attacked us earlier, although those creatures didn't resemble the chickens they had seen before? They vaguely retained the outline of chickens. Chen Cheng was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing her brother like this, Chen Jiao stilled herself and said to Feng Yi and Feng Er, It was your chickens that attacked us first. Should we just stand by and let ourselves be killed? Lin Wu's eyes lit up. That girl made a good point. Speak up more. Indeed, it's you. Feng Er shouted angrily. Jian Yong quickly interjected. It has nothing to do with us. We were just passing by. We are not with them. Jiang Ta chimed in. Exactly. We didn't touch your chickens. We were merely passing through. Besides, we wouldn't be able to handle your chickens. You're talking nonsense. If you were just passing by, how could you not be attacked by those chickens? Chen Jiao's face twisted as she yelled at them. Jiang Ta weakly coughed a couple of times, looking innocent. I would have liked to be attacked. You've already killed all the chickens, and we've been quite safe coming this far. Besides, I have a heart condition. How could I possibly kill so many chickens? At that moment, pale-faced Jiang Ta had let her hair down instead of tying it up in a high ponytail. Appearing genuinely frail, Chen Jiao, you are throwing a radio at our car while claiming to have a heart condition, Feng Yi said impatiently. That little girl, do you think we are fools? Jiang Ta was startled, fearing her makeup and act had been exposed. With just 3 of them, 2 frail women and a boy, they wouldn't have been able to withstand an attack from her chickens. Let alone kill them all. What nonsense. Jiang Ta wished to pat her chest, exclaiming how fortunate they were. Indeed, such matters were best left to Lin Wu. Bro, stop chattering with them. Let the little snake take care of them all. Feng Er's gaze flitted between Lin Wu and Jiang Ta, finding the 2 women quite appealing, perhaps suitable as wives, particularly the one who seemed untroubled, her teary eyes melting hearts at a mere glance. Chapter 47, The Young Lady. Chen Cheng intended to say more, although they were 2 women. Before he could finish, the snake lunged at them, its tail sweeping a multitude off their feet. Curse it, Chen Cheng's leg was struck, causing him intense pain, and icy spikes erupted from his hand in response. However, the ice spikes merely ricocheted off the hook-blind snake's body, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Lin Wu and the others huddled in a corner, eagerly watching the struggle between Chen Cheng's group and the 2 hook-blind snakes. Lin Wu, what level are these 2 snakes? Jiang Ta inquired, sensing their strength surpassed that of second-tier zombies. Lin Wu glanced at the snake's lengths and replied, second tier. Indeed, aside from their intellect, mutated beasts far exceed humans. Jiang Ta mused. Jenny Yong suddenly asked, Sister Lin, why do these 2 snakes obey those individuals, including those chickens? Lin Wu explained, it's due to their abilities. It's a control-type ability similar to hers. She can control zombies while they can command mutated beasts. Lin Wu felt a pang of sorrow. Despite sharing a control-type ability, hers remained stagnant at the first tier, merely allowing her to evade detection from zombies of the same or lower tier. While her opponents wielded at least a second-tier ability to control mutated beasts. Such disparities in the world, Jenny Young realized. So these twins possessed the same ability. Lin Wu remained non-committal. The abilities conferred by the zombie virus indeed related to human genetics, and given the inherent similarities in twin genes, it was not surprising they manifested identical abilities. As Chen Cheng and his party found themselves in dire straits, with Chen Jiao being carried off by Yi Hao in a frenzied escape. Jiang Ta was thoroughly amused, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. This served as a lesson for these individuals. To be fair, Chen Cheng's third-tier ice ability was formidable, and his team boasted 5 or 6 second-tier and first-tier ability users, clearly stronger than the 2 snakes. However, Chen Cheng's overconfidence led to his injury, and the presence of several ordinary individuals in his team hindered them from fully engaging without worrying about being swept away by the snakes. Just as Lin Wu thought Chen Cheng's group was doomed, 2 bolts of lightning suddenly struck Feng Yi and Feng Er on their foreheads. The hook-blind snakes halted in their tracks, bewildered as they twisted their massive bodies. Old Chen, aim for their eyes and their 7 inches, He Jun shouted. Lin Wu admired the newcomer with a glance, targeting the leader first. This individual was quite astute. Without human control, the reckless animals became much easier to handle. Chen Cheng spat, and with the assistance of a few comrades successfully drove an ice spike into one of the hook-blind snake's withered eyes. He Jun, on the other hand, single-handedly dispatched the other snake. His ability being lightning, Jiangta felt a twinge of competitiveness, wondering who would prevail in a confrontation between them. Linu cut to the chase. He is stronger, Jiangta replied. No need to be so honest. Linu assessed a fourth tier. A fourth tier lightning ability user. Among the various abilities, lightning is undeniably powerful, and now he has already advanced to the fourth tier. He is not to be underestimated. Linu mentally reviewed the renowned fourth tier lightning ability users from her past life. Attempting to discern the identity of the man before her, brother you finally arrived, Chen Jiao exclaimed, rushing towards Jun, pointing accusingly at Linu. It was them who played us last time. And now they are pretending again. Jun, unable to tolerate such familiarity, pushed Chen Jiao away, suppressing his irritation for Chen Cheng's sake. He turned his gaze towards Linu. With the snakes gone, Jiangta dropped the pretense. Wetting a towel with mineral water to wipe off her foundation, Chen Jiao seethed. I told you she was faking it. Yes, I am indeed faking it. So what? Jiangta boldly retorted. Come at me. Jenny Yang could not help but chuckle softly. Chen Cheng's leg still throbbed painfully as he gritted his teeth and said, Old kill them all, I leave this to you. Old he called out several times without a response, prompting Chen Cheng to shout again. Jun approached Linu, staring at her face for an extended moment. Linu, wary, instinctively touched the knife at her back. Are you Linu? Jun suddenly inquired. Linu was taken aback. How do you know? Jun regarded her intently before turning back to Chen Cheng's group. This person, I will not kill. Brother what is going on? Do you have a crush on that girl? Chen Cheng was incredulous. Frustration welled within him. He pressed Jun. Old explain yourself. She saved me. I won't make a move against her or her people. Jun brushed off the dust from his clothes, asking Chen Cheng, shall we continue our journey? Jun's gaze held firm on Chen Cheng, who glared back defiantly. The two remained at an impasse for several minutes until Chen Cheng, exasperated, slammed a brick onto the ground. Let us move. What could he do against Jun? Jiangta leaned closer to Linu. Do you know him? Not at all. Linu quickly denied, feeling equally confused. She did not recall knowing anyone by that name. Hey, let me ask him for his name, Jiangta suggested, raising an eyebrow. Linu felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Jiangta picked up a small round stone from the ground and hurled it at Jun. Is this how you call out to people? Linu chided. Jun, moving leisurely, swiftly caught the stone before turning his head slightly. Is there something you need? Jiangta shouted. She is asking for your name. He appeared like a rogue teasing a girl. Linu felt an acute embarrassment. Jun paused as seemingly amused. Don't remember her, that is understandable. He waved towards Linu. Jun, the one with the upper and lower structure. Until next time, young lady. Jiangta shivered, rubbing her arms. Why does he seem somewhat dashing yet still a bit greasy? Jenny Yang wholeheartedly agreed. Linu found the title oddly familiar, as if someone had called her that during her childhood, yet having lived two lives, those memories were distant, merely vague impressions. However, she distinctly recalled the name Jun from her previous life. He was renowned for his exceptional lightning ability, sought after by various bases, with a notorious penchant for drinking. It was said he spent 7 out of 10 days intoxicated, making it impossible to discuss serious matters with him. Thus, he was dubbed the Drunken Monster. So, the Drunken Monster Jun had originally associated with Chen Cheng's group. Linu pondered, recalling that in her past life, Jun was a lone wolf. Brother don't mind him. He is just in a bad mood, Chen Jiao said softly. Chen Cheng, having skipped dinner, sat silently in the back seat of the vehicle, his expression grim. He knew he was at fault, and Jun waved dismissively. It is fine, things will settle in a few days. He cast a disdainful glance at Chen Jiao, who had been repeatedly rebuffed. Why did this woman persist in approaching him? Chapter 48, Practicing with Guns. In just this week, how many robberies have we encountered? Jiangta mused, chewing on a piece of grass she had found, counting on her fingers with a sigh. I don't want to kill anyone. The outcome had been that they had banned, killed and robbed a group of individuals who sought to do the same to them along their path from the breeding grounds. Linu shot her a glance, noting the time, and turned to Jenny Yang. How many? 30. Jenny Young, exhausted from doing push-ups, collapsed onto the ground. Lin Wu offered a sincere evaluation. Not bad. Few could perform push-ups with perfect form, while many could claim to do hundreds in a minute. Most were merely substandard. For someone like Jenny Young, who lacked regular exercise, it was even more challenging. Jiang Ta had spent nearly half a month training him, improving his physical condition. Ordinary people might think their expectations of Jenny Young were too high. But only he understood that compared to the week he had spent absorbing a mountain of crystal cores, this training was trivial. Thanks to that week of intense training, Jenny Young had managed to elevate his ability to the third tier. In contrast, Jiang Ta felt quite frustrated, as she had yet to approach the fourth-tier threshold. The fact that Jenny Young, who had awakened his ability much later than hers, had already reached the third tier while she remained stagnant was infuriating. If Lin Wu were aware of her sentiments, she would likely explain the underlying reasons. Jenny Young's determination to grow stronger was far more intense, and he held himself to standards that mirrored Lin Wu's. While Jiang Ta's laid-back attitude resulted in a slower progression. Sister, I wish to learn some footwork techniques. Jenny Young gazed longingly at the tang knife in Jiang Ta's hand. After all, what boy had not dreamed of wielding a sword or knife during childhood? Jiang Ta exclaimed, "Oh, I suppose I should teach you some of that. Let me ask Lin Wu, she knows more about this than I do." She dashed over to Lin Wu, who was absorbed in absorbing crystal cores while fiddling with a gun, and asked, "Xiao Yang wants to learn some combat techniques. How do you think he should go about it?" Jiang Ta glanced at the gun in Lin Wu's hand, unperturbed as she did so, taking a rocket from Lin Wu's hands. She wouldn't feel the slightest surprise. Jenny Young, Lin Wu set down the gun and typed a message for Jiang Ta to see. His unique ability is not suited for martial arts. Surrounded by blood vines for protection, no one of the same rank can approach him. Instead of practicing martial arts, he might as well focus on enhancing his speed. After listening to Lin Wu's explanation, Jiang Ta found her reasoning compelling and hesitantly remarked, "I think he is looking for a weapon. Do you have anything suitable for him?" Lin Wu pondered for a moment, her peripheral vision catching the gun beneath her. Tilting her head, "I do." 5 minutes later, Jenny Young attempted to follow Lin Wu's guidance, resting the gun against his shoulder and aiming at a distant tree. Bang! A slight tremor jolted his shoulder as the bullet struck the ground. He scratched his head in embarrassment. "Not so good." Lin Wu calmly questioned him via text, "Do you think a rifle is appropriate for you when using your unique ability?" "Not really." Jenny Young replied seriously, "Not only is my aim currently off, but the rifle's motion is too large and would hinder my blood vines application." Satisfied, Lin Wu reclaimed the rifle and handed him a semi-automatic pistol. "Understanding is enough." She appreciated a companion with intellect. After briefly explaining the correct grip for the pistol and ensuring Jenny Young had understood, she felt comfortable allowing him to practice. The pistol was more challenging to aim than the rifle, and she estimated this boy would need considerable practice. Curious, Jiang Ta asked Lin Wu, "Isn't it said that the recoil from guns can cause injury? I don't see that happening here." Lin Wu explained, "Indeed, firearms do produce recoil, but as long as the stance is correct, it typically results in only a slight jolt to the shoulder or wrist, without causing bodily harm. I want to try too." Jiang Ta exclaimed eagerly, "Help me pick one that suits me. For a novice unacquainted with firearms, a sports rifle would be most suitable." Lin Wu guided her through the process for a while before allowing her to practice independently. Learning more is always beneficial. Their lunch was simple, and with tasks at hand, time passed swiftly. As they approached areas where others might be present, they stowed the firearms away. The closer they got to Wanxia district, the more survivors they encountered, not only ordinary people and ability users but also some peculiar individuals. For instance, a young man draped in a black cloak muttering ominously, "The Lord will bless us, let us embrace the Lord." Jenny Young hesitated to drive straight at him, instead stopping the car and casting a pleading look at Jiang Ta in the passenger seat. After all, he was still a naive student and had no way to deal with seasoned veterans. Jiang Ta, with an air of maturity, patted his shoulder. "Just watch how your older sister handles this." With that, she opened the car door and stepped out. Jenny Young, noticing the tang dao in her hand, felt a pang of concern and anxiously asked Lin Wu, "Sister, is this okay?" He was somewhat worried about the zealous individual below. No problem, Lin Wu replied, finding amusement in Jiang To's confrontational nature. Upon seeing a woman exit the car, the zealot hurried over, his eyes aflame with fervor. "Madam, join us in the judgment sect and worship our Lord." Jiang To's tongue Dao pressed against his throat. "Worship what?" The zealot's proclamation of "my lord" was cut short by the sharp sting at his neck, forcing him to swallow hard as he awkwardly replied, "Worship you." Jian Yong interjected, "That is hardly necessary." Jiang To flipped the blade and forcefully pushed the man aside, coldly declaring, "If you want to worship me, then clear the way, or else face death." With someone so misguided, threats to his life were the only effective means of communication. Returning to the car, Jian Yong admired, "You really are something, sister, straightforward and effective." Jiang To wiped the blade with a tissue, saying, "Just average, really." Lin Wu silently reflected. She couldn't shake the feeling that following Jiang To was leading her down a peculiar path. Although Jiang To had always had a fiery temper, she never used to resort to violence so easily, yet perhaps this was not entirely a bad thing. After their vehicle had distanced itself, the cloaked man trembled as he pointed at their departing direction, repeatedly muttering, "Devil, devil." Soon after, a group of similarly cloaked individuals arrived, pulling the man aside to console him. Among them was a woman with a prominent red birthmark on her face, giving her an unusual appearance. The woman inquired, "Who frightened you so?" The man recounted the events that had transpired moments before, detailing the woman wielding a Tang Dao. Tang Lon, intrigued, asked, "What was her physique like?" The man, caught off guard, faltered, "I didn't get a close look. She was quite tall and presumably fit." Tang Lon smirked, "Once we reach the base, find this woman for me." The man quietly replied, "You seek her for what purpose?" Tang Lon rubbed her neck, revealing a black tattoo beneath her fair skin, and chuckled lightly. "To avenge you, of course." She dismissed him with a haughty glance and returned to her own seat in the vehicle. Commanding drive, the CCT base was vast, and she knew there would be ample opportunities to hunt for beauty, just like that woman mentioned earlier, she surmised, surely not far from her grasp, with a temperament that intrigued her. Tang Lon's fingers traced the fabric of her cloak, her mind already racing back to the CCT base. Chapter 49, High-Level Zombies. News of the CCT base had circulated for 2 months, during which many had received updates through their old radios, particularly the youth who frequently used them for exams. Lin Wu drove at a measured pace, blending into a conspicuous flow of traffic. "There are quite a few people here. It seems registering survivors at this base must be quite a task," Jian Yong observed curiously as their vehicle turned a corner, revealing towering walls in the distance. Exclaiming, "They say this base was converted from a large prison. I've never been to one myself." Lin Wu noted that a low wall had been erected outside the prison, presumably constructed by Earth-based ability users, enclosing a designated area for incoming survivors. Several individuals adorned with shoulder insignia were engaged in registering survivor information, while those who had completed their registration formed a line to the lounge for health checks, primarily to screen for zombie infections, as the base could not permit any infected individuals to enter. "What is the point of going into a prison, just to waste time?" Jiang To reclined with her legs crossed, pointing at the lengthy queue. "This line seems quite long, we might be waiting a while." Jian Yong scratched his head, "It feels pretty secure. This base seems decent," yet he couldn't shake the feeling that it differed from his expectations. Unable to articulate why, a person responsible for registration approached, tapping on car windows to relay information. When they reached their vehicle, he instructed, "Please park your vehicle in the designated lot over there. We will have personnel to watch over it." Lin Wu, finding it difficult to speak, remained silent as Jiang To leaned forward to ask, "Will we be able to retrieve our car after registering?" The official replied, "Yes, you can collect it after entering the base." He added confidently, "Rest assured, we won't touch anything in your vehicle." A hint of pride graced his expression. The base acquired its supplies through merchants who assigned tasks to ability users to scavenge in CCT. Never deigning to pilfer from survivors, "Thank you," Lin Wu replied softly, and both Jiang Ta and Jen Yong smiled in gratitude. The official, feeling a newfound fondness for the trio, assigned them a parking spot in a more favorable location. After all, out of all the vehicles he had approached, only these three had thanked him. Jiang Ta pondered, should we wear masks or something? After all, the three of them were quite striking, easily noticeable in a crowd, which could lead to trouble. I think that's a good idea, Jen Yong agreed. Lin Wu distributed masks to each of them and, at Jiang Ta's request, handed her a baseball cap to conceal their presence. All three carried sizable backpacks filled with compressed biscuits, bottled water, and crystal cores. As they exited the vehicle, Jen Yong tied his shoelaces, shaking his head at the figures of the two women. One was tall and slender, her high ponytail and wide-legged pants failing to conceal her long legs. The other had short, elegant hair, her sparkling eyes exuding vitality, standing upright with a graceful gait. Such a presence rendered masks nearly useless. If they appeared at their school, the confession wall would surely erupt. Unfortunately, it seemed neither of them had a clear understanding of their own allure. Look, there's a line forming over there, but some people are just hanging around, Jiang Ta remarked, puzzled. Why is that? Lin Wu pointed to the queue, soloists. Then she gestured to those idling pairs. The two groups were categorized differently. Soloists were easier to process, while the paired individuals presented a more complex mix of ordinary people and ability users. Jiang Ta nodded in comprehension. I see, then should we find a spot to wait? Jen Yong began scanning for a place. They didn't mind the dirt and settled right on the ground, eavesdropping on the discussions around them. Although Jiang Ta had few friends, she was quite thick-skinned and, after a moment of listening, remarked, they seem to be talking about zombies. Should I go ask? Go ahead, Lin Wu encouraged. It would be beneficial to gather intelligence. Still clutching a crystal core, Lin Wu's gaze flickered, catching sight of a familiar figure. Upon turning back, however, she met only unfamiliar faces and withdrew her gaze. Pondering it might have been an illusion, Jiang Ta found herself amidst a considerable gathering of survivors in a lively enclave, seated and engrossed in the chatter of others. Humans are inherently social creatures, and gossip has long served as one of the most delightful pastimes throughout history. This eclectic group, having met by chance, was composed of vivacious individuals who relished the buzz of conversation, their words flying about like spittle as they recounted their experiences on the road. Jiang Ta listened with rapt attention. Moreover, I must caution you, it is wise to hasten towards the base. The outside world is fraught with peril. Why do you say that? Is it not the same whether we enter now or later? Indeed, but why? That is not the case. Out there, we are facing advanced zombies. As the mention of advanced zombies was made, the speaker's voice lowered slightly. Naturally, some were skeptical. After all, these zombies have only emerged for a mere 3 months. How advanced could they possibly be? Generally, people avoid congregating in areas swarming with zombies, and thus far, they had only encountered second-tier zombies. This classification, however, was largely fabricated by those well-versed in zombie novels, yet everyone accepted it as a given. After all, it was evident that both zombies and those with special abilities are indeed growing stronger in a tiered manner. Seeing the disbelief in some faces, the speaker shook his head disdainfully. You simply have not witnessed it. Our group has encountered several horrifyingly mangled corpses on multiple occasions. The scenes were nothing short of grotesque, with bodies present. Surely it must have been human hands at work, right? Don't zombies consume humans? The speaker retorted, hey, don't be ridiculous. Initially, we thought it was the work of antisocial individuals, but those types are not fools. Why would they only kill people while leaving supplies untouched? That's nonsense. Only zombies would kill humans while leaving everything else intact. If they were indeed zombies, shouldn't they leave the corpses behind? Many shared this thought. The speaker resumed, Tisk, do you think those advanced zombies are lacking in sustenance? The crowd fell silent as if struck by a revelation. If they were not in need of food, then why would they slay so many? To demonstrate power, the speaker, munching on some sunflower seeds, continued, you wouldn't believe it, But those bodies are scattered between Minghu district and Wonshe district, forming a line towards the base. This clearly indicates that those advanced zombies have acquired a semblance of intelligence and are displaying their might to humanity. How do you know this? The young man, in his early 20s and clad in a faded white shirt and dress pants, likely a fresh-faced office worker, pointed towards another group. I came with them alongside the military. If you don't trust me, you can always inquire among our crowd, and you'll find that I'm telling the truth. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to buzz with discussions about advanced zombies. This was indeed a significant threat to their lives, and many felt relieved to have reached the base in time. Had they lingered outside, their lives would surely be forfeit. Having relished his moment of storytelling, the young man tossed aside the sunflower seed shells and stood to leave, only to have his arm seized by someone. Wait a moment. The person who stopped him was a tall woman wearing a baseball cap. The young man instinctively adjusted his disheveled bow tie. Is there something you need? Wow, a beauty. Chapter 50. Order Jiangta inquired peculiarly of this young man. Where did the deceased you mentioned meet their end? A suspicion lingered in her mind that required verification. The young man pondered briefly before responding. In a factory, a shopping mall, and a pharmacy. He tugged at his shirt hem and joked, those advanced zombies even know to close the doors to preserve the bodies for their display. Quite clever, aren't they? Jiang, the advanced zombie, taunted. They merely haven't forgotten the civilized habit of closing doors behind them. The deceased were no innocents, they were merely bandits lying in wait to plunder passing survivors, only to be slain in turn. Who would have thought such a colossal misunderstanding would arise? Jiang forced a smile. I see, thank you. I shall take my leave now. I must hurry. The embarrassment was such that she felt her toes could carve out a Barbie dream mansion. By the time the young man realized what had happened, Jiangta was already far away, muttering to herself, I didn't even get to ask her name. Why did she leave so swiftly? Meanwhile, Linwu had impatiently turned down the advances of a third suitor. The abilities granted by the apocalypse instilled a sense of confidence in ordinary individuals, leading them to believe they had the means to find partners they could not secure before the world fell apart. Had the person seeking Linwu not been her, they might have had a chance. Sister Jiang, did you manage to gather any information? Jenny Yong asked upon Jiangta's return. Jiangta, her face scrunched in displeasure, sat down on the ground. I have indeed learned that there are rumors of advanced zombies over there. Are there truly advanced zombies? Jenny Yong exclaimed in surprise. Linwu glanced at her in confusion. This doesn't add up. She recalled that in her past life it wasn't until a year after the apocalypse that 5th-tier zombies appeared. At least for the next 3 months, 4th-tier zombies would be exceedingly rare. Jiangta rolled her eyes in exasperation. What advanced zombies? They're all just creations of our own making. She recounted the events in full detail. Linwu and Jenny Yong were left astonished. So they were merely overly polite. Just as they prepared to voice their thoughts, a shriek pierced the air. There is a zombie. They had noticed that the vicinity surrounding the base had been largely devoid of zombies, having been mostly cleared out by patrolling guards. How could there possibly be zombies now? Chaos erupted as the atmosphere shifted dramatically. While the individuals with abilities maintained their composure, the majority of ordinary people were thrown into a frenzy, rushing into the base without a second thought. Their simple logic prevailed. With zombies approaching, who cares about registration? Let us just get inside. Everyone remain calm. There are merely a few first-tier zombies. Our personnel have already subdued them. Do not panic, and please adhere to the instructions of our guards. With several gunshots ringing out, the first few ordinary individuals to rush into the base fell to the ground, their foreheads bearing gaping wounds. In the hushed silence that followed, the man who had fired the shots bore a stern expression. Zombies are of little concern. Those who disrupt order shall face the death penalty. The brutal display of authority quelled most of the crowd, and after a brief pause, the man continued, in the face of the apocalypse, what is a base without order? It becomes merely a shelter. Any hint of disorder could spell doom for the entire base. We must ensure that this is not just a refuge, but a sanctuary where all can feel secure. If anyone can disrupt order, what will become of this base? The empowered may still protect themselves, But what of the ordinary people? What about the ordinary people? The crowd, initially aggrieved by the killings, fell into an uneasy silence. Ultimately, those with abilities constituted a mere minority among the nearly 200 individuals present. Over 150 were ordinary citizens, and the man's words served to awaken them to their own vulnerability. How, then, could they ensure their safety? The answer was singular: uphold the order of the base. A classic case of a slap followed by a sweet date, Linwu thought. Tsk. Linwu distinctly heard someone click their tongue from behind her left side. Without needing to turn, she recognized that alarming sensation. She had a fair idea of who it was. The figure she had seen earlier was no mere figment. The person had indeed accompanied her to the base. Shang Xian, recognizing the individual, Linwu had no inclination to greet him. Her focus tightly fixed on the recently disposed zombie corpses. They were undeniably first-tier zombies, yet it was illogical. Given the presence of so many guards, these zombies should have been detected long before they reached the wall. But they were only discovered once they had already crossed into the low wall, forming an orderly line. The man barked. Does anyone have any objections? No, the sparse crowd murmured in response, with most of those speaking being students. Jeongta felt a tug on her arm and glanced down at Linwu's phone screen, then proactively sought out the previously encountered supervisor, asking, "Excuse me, I would like to know how much longer we will have to wait according to the prior schedule." She displayed a hint of embarrassment. "You see, my sister isn't feeling well." The supervisor, having a favorable impression of them, nodded sympathetically. "It will likely be about another hour. If it's inconvenient for you, feel free to move to the back of the line. It should work out. Thank you very much." Jeongta expressed her gratitude. Linwu, upon hearing Jeongta's response, blinked and messaged, "I'll step away for a moment. Please wait for me here." Understood. Stay safe. Jeongta crossed her arms, knowing that Linwu would want to leave. Jenny Young wished to inquire where she was headed but ultimately refrained, only saying, "We will wait for you." Linwu donned the hood of her black jacket, attempting to minimize her presence, and slowly made her way towards the low wall. However, the crowd was rather dense, and simply climbing over would create too much noise. Risking detection, Jeongta's cough drew Linwu's attention. She suddenly saw Jeongta pressing Jenny Young to the ground, covering his eyes, and shouting, "Brother, what's wrong? Were you bitten by a zombie? What's the matter?" Jenny Young, feeling as if his shoulder might shatter. Linwu paused for a moment, then immediately reacted by vaulting over the wall. Bitten by a zombie. This information instantly captured the attention of everyone present. "Look at that kid, his face is twisted. Could he have truly been infected by the zombie virus? It certainly seems that way." "Jenny Young, I'm just in pain." Guards rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Hastily carrying Jenny Young to the infirmary for a thorough examination, there were no visible injuries. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Among them a female doctor spoke sternly. "Please remove your pants." Startled, Jenny Young clutched his trousers tightly. Stammering, "Is it really necessary? I shouldn't have any injuries down there." No way. Observing his demeanor, the female doctor grew increasingly suspicious. It is important to note that zombies do not concern themselves with your private areas. Once caught, you are caught. Many survivors who were apprehended adamantly refused to undergo a physical examination, fearing rejection from the base. "No, sister, I truly wasn't beaten." "Really? What are you doing?" Chapter 51. Hyjin Jeongta awaited the release of Jen Yang outside the lounge. He appeared as if he had endured some form of torment, continuously tugging at his trousers, his expression rife with existential doubt. "They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Jeongta inquired hesitantly, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Albeit a minor one. How come your trousers are torn?" Jenny Young's lips twitched, exhausted and unwilling to elaborate. That female doctor turned out to possess extraordinary abilities, her strength considerable enough to rip his trousers apart in an instant. Jeongta stifled a laugh, her gaze fixed on his woeful expression, and boldly patted the young man's shoulder. Relax, relax. When Linwu returns, she'll get you a new pair of trousers." Those who aspire to greatness shouldn't sweat the small stuff. Easy for you to say, it wasn't your trousers that were torn. Jen Young, feeling dejected, returned to his original seat, fervently wishing for Lin Wu's swift return. If he didn't hold on to his trousers, they would surely fall. And he had no desire to appear in such a state during registration. Sister, is your brother all right? Someone inquired curiously, drawing closer. Not just him, but those nearby were also attentive, wary of a potential zombie outbreak. Jeong-to smiled reassuringly. He's fine. She pulled the person aside and lowered her voice to the crowd. He's just having a moment. My brother, has some cognitive issues. Instantly understanding dawned upon the crowd, and their gazes towards Jen Yang were tinged with sympathy. What a handsome boy, how could he have such issues? With keen hearing, Jen Yang realized he had succumbed to Jeong-to's honest nonsense. The crowd dispersed, and the one who approached was none other than the young office worker who had previously discussed high-level zombies while munching on sunflower seeds. He cheerfully addressed Jeong-to. Shall we be friends? My name is Jong Wei-sheng. What about you? Noticing Jeong-to's playful demeanor, he found her quite intriguing. Indeed, she was quite sociable. Jeong-to asked curiously, do you have any other siblings? Perhaps ones who speak civilly and politely. Jong Wei-sheng paused, perplexed by her meaning. Oh, it's nothing. I was just rambling. Jeong-to waved her hand, not wishing to dwell on the topic. I am Jeong-to. Like the tower, after contemplating, Jong Wei-sheng produced a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and offered them to Jeong-to. Care for some? Jeong-to gladly accepted, and they settled down to crack seeds and chat. Although Jong Wei-sheng seemed somewhat unreliable, his gregarious nature and eloquence revealed a wealth of knowledge about the base. In no time, Jeong-to learned numerous things about the establishment. Meanwhile, matters on Lin Wu's end were far less harmonious. After scaling the wall, she sought traces of the zombies that had infiltrated, and to her surprise, she discovered them. Following these tracks, Lin Wu stealthily ventured into a once picturesque natural reserve. The ability to command several first-level zombies to scout the human base suggested the presence of a second-level or higher control-type zombie. The thought ignited a fervor within Lin Wu. Her secondary ability had stagnated for quite some time. Acquiring a second-level control crystal core could elevate her to the next tier. It was difficult not to be tempted. Lin Wu had visited this scenic area long ago, famed for its stone forest, where lush grass and rocky formations harmonized beautifully, complemented by a serene lake that exuded a natural ambience, often attracting newlyweds for wedding photos. Now, having ascended to a higher vantage point, Lin Wu peered down at the scene below. There were over 20 zombies gathered, among them a few second-level zombies, while the rest were first-level, posing little threat. However, the ability to control second-level zombies heightened Lin Wu's interest. The zombies' vacant eyes wandered aimlessly, their restless growls suggesting they awaited some command. After a brief wait, she finally spotted the control-type zombie's silhouette. Concealed within the crevice of a massive rock, this particular zombie was entirely black, its slender frame exuding immense strength as it maneuvered the boulder to encircle itself. It displayed a sense of self-preservation. Such intelligence and power indicated it was a third-level zombie. Lin Wu's excitement surged. This could hardly be blamed on her for taking advantage. The zombies were of no assistance to it. With that thought, Lin Wu swiftly sprang into action. Leaping onto the massive rock, the zombie abruptly turned towards her, preparing to lift a boulder. Lin Wu sensed the roar of the surrounding zombies intensifying and observed the third-level zombie's movements. A smirk creeping onto her lips. A mere third-level zombie was hardly a concern for her. Indeed, the stone was hurled towards her. Lin Wu was not foolish enough to confront it directly. Instead, she deftly stepped onto the rock. Utilizing it as a foothold to approach, drawing her blade, she engaged the zombie in combat. The physical strength of a third-level zombie was not easily pierced by a single strike. To inflict damage, she would either need to repeatedly strike the same area or employ a powerful ability or target its vulnerable spots, like the temple. With the outcome already apparent, Lin Wu opted for the blade to resolve the issue. Engaging in combat with these zombies would hone her physical instincts rather than relying solely on her abilities. The clash of her blade against the zombie's resilient skin produced a cacophony of sounds. and the stone forest around them suffered from the chaos of their battle. Its structure skewed and disrupted. The zombie's dark arm lunged towards her, and Lin Wu raised her foot to step upon it. Her gaze sharpening as a brilliant light flickered in her eyes. Now, the sharp trident pierced through the air, its speed and force creating a shrill whistle as it aimed squarely for the zombie's temple. Just then a sudden pain shot through her arm. A normal person would instinctively withdraw their hand from such acute pain, or falter in their attack, but Lin Wu was not ordinary. She felt no pain. Her attack's trajectory unwavering, even exerting additional force. She thrust the blade deep into the zombie's temple. The third-level zombie's body gradually collapsed. The blade swiftly extracted the crystal core, which she pocketed without a glance. Lin Wu cast a cold stare at the bloodied stone, her arm still throbbing with pain. Quite resilient, perched atop the highest boulder sat a grinning man. Lin Wu aimed her knife at him. Uttering not a word, yet the meaning was clear. Had it been someone else, not only would they have failed to eliminate the zombie, but they might have even been killed by it. This man posed a dire threat to her life. Sensing the chilling aura of impending death, Shang Qian casually brushed off his legs and rose, casting a condescending look down at her. What is the rush? I'm merely playing with you. However, he genuinely regarded her with newfound respect. Few could maintain their composure in such dire circumstances. Chapter 52, Inspection. Why hasn't Sister Lin returned yet? Jian Yang mimicked Jiang To, twirling a blade of grass, and the two of them indeed resembled siblings. Jiang To pondered the information Zhong Weisheng had just divulged when she heard Jian Yang's remark and casually replied, perhaps she is caught up with something that requires her attention. As she spoke, a sudden explosion echoed from afar. Startled, Jian Yang bit down on the grass stem, staring in the direction of the blast. What was that noise? Jiang To recalled the sound of the explosion, which bore a faint sharpness and friction. Could it be that woman Lin Wu is responsible for that compression explosion? While they stood there in a daze, the base's guards were already alerted. Within minutes, a team was organized under the command of the man who had previously opened fire. Hastily driving a vehicle towards the direction of the explosion, Jian Yang noticed a detail. Sister Jiang, the guards heading out are all in military uniforms. Meanwhile, those responsible for registration wore unfamiliar shoulder insignias. Although their actions were orderly, they appeared not to be military personnel. Jiang To's thoughts remained fixed on Lin Wu as she responded, "Oh, sister, it seems the solo inspectors have nearly finished. It will soon be our turn." Our abilities, should we report them truthfully? Can we be a bit more vague about it? Sister Lin said we aren't allowed to eat meat for the next few days, Jian Yang blurted out suddenly. Jiang To jumped up in disbelief, exclaiming, why not? What are we supposed to eat if we can't have meat? How can I survive without meat? Jian Yang maintained a straight face. I was just joking. Jiang To, feeling frustrated, tapped his shoulder. You'd better not try that trick with Lin Wu. This child was utterly terrified of Lin Wu and would never dare to act this way in her presence. Jiang To sighed, glancing at her knife with a sense of self-pity. Why are you not afraid of me? After exchanging a few more words, Jian Yang's keen eye spotted Lin Wu in the distance. Sister Jiang, look over there. Isn't that Sister Lin? Jiang To focused her gaze. The short-haired figure in a black coat, petite and agile, was indeed Lin Wu. She had cleverly slipped into the crowd as it buzzed with chatter. Taking advantage of the open door upon locating Jiang To and Jian Yang, Lin Wu visibly relaxed, revealing a hint of fatigue. Why did you take so long? Jiang To caught a whiff of blood, her words faltering as her eyes widened. Are you hurt? Jian Yang asked with concern. Lin Wu replied with a hum, just a minor injury. Under the enhancement of the special fruit, her bone density was comparable to that of a third-tier zombie. She had merely endured some superficial wounds. Jiang To had never witnessed Lin Wu injured before and was astonished, exclaiming, who could possibly hurt you? It can't be a zombie, can it? In her mind, the clumsy creatures known as zombies could never inflict harm upon Lin Wu. A petty person, Lin Wu said coldly. Indeed, one must be wary of such individuals when out and about. If I see him again, I shall strip him of his skin, Jiang To grumbled as she rummaged through her backpack for the bandages and medicine she had prepared in advance. Her mouth firing off complaints while her hands worked delicately. Jen E-young handed her a bottle of mineral water, saying, "Sister, drink some water." His expression darkened considerably upon noticing the wound on Lin Wu's arm. Lin Wu chuckled softly, feeling a warmth in her heart. In her previous life, she had been a thorough lone wolf, but in this life, she was experiencing the camaraderie of companions. Not bad. I have returned a favor to him. Lin Wu typed on her phone, a smile gracing her lips. This smile sent a shiver down Jenny Yang's spine. Just 20 minutes prior, she had been at a standstill with Shang Xian. At the moment Lin Wu drew her knife and approached Shang Xian, he presumed she intended to fight him. Eagerly, he stood up, curious to see how long she could hold out. Little did he expect that as he extended his hand to use his ability, the woman before him maliciously smirked and tossed something his way. Shang Xian found it difficult to describe the object. It appeared transparent, its form spinning violently, vaguely resembling a sphere. After throwing it, Lin Wu promptly turned and left. Her ability to manipulate gas allowed her to escape at a speed unmatched except by those with speed-based powers. Please fill out this form, and once completed, proceed over there for a health check. The registrar handed the form to Jiang Tog, who promptly turned to Lin Wu and said, "You fill it out." Lin Wu took the pen and recorded the names of the three of them. In the column for abilities, both she and Jen E-young marked none. On their way to the health check, Jiang To mumbled, "Why do you all feel the need to conceal your abilities? It's a bit juvenile." Lin Wu responded with a hum. The more abilities there were, the more conspicuous one became, not to mention her unique ability. Even Jen E-young's wooden powers would compel him to perform various tasks. Until she was confident that this base was sustainable for the long term, Lin Wu preferred to keep her cards close to her chest. No worries, I still have my abilities. It seems the base allocates residences based on abilities, so a third-tier ability should secure a decent place. Jiang Ta rumbled on. She fell silent only when she noticed the female doctor from the checkup emerging, nudging Jen E-young forward. "You're acquainted?" Jen E-young replied, "What?" The female doctor glanced at him indifferently. "Young man, once you've been checked, step back. You three, come in." Jen E-young protested, "I'm almost 17. Jiang To chuckled, waving her hand. "Just wait a moment, young man." The young man, feeling vexed, chose to sit down and wait. After the female doctor meticulously examined the two of them, she paused upon seeing Lin Wu's arm. "How did you sustain this injury?" "It was a hit." Lin Wu's eyelashes fluttered, seemingly reluctant to recall the memory. "I was struck with a stone by a petty person." The girl bore an uncanny resemblance to her bullied niece at school, causing the doctor to unconsciously soften her voice. "May I take a look at your wound?" Lin Wu nodded timidly, allowing the doctor to unwrap the bandage. Upon seeing the wound, which indeed looked like it had been caused by a blow, the doctor sighed in relief, observing the severity of the injury with concern. "Why is it so serious?" "Fortunately, it hasn't damaged any tendons or bones. I'll apply some better medicine to ensure a swift recovery." Lin Wu was more than willing. Earlier they had only performed a simple disinfection and bandaging to avoid drawing attention, without utilizing any superior medications. The better medicine was certainly preferable. "Thank you," she whispered. The doctor perceived her reserved nature and shy demeanor, causing her affection to swell even further. After several admonitions, she finally allowed the two to exit. Jiang To, having grown accustomed to the scene, remarked, "You're becoming increasingly skilled. If I hadn't known you for only a day, I might have been deceived as well." Lin Wu smiled faintly. "You flatter me." The person responsible for allocating residences took their registration forms and hesitated for a moment. This group, Chapter 53, still alive. Upon receiving 3 keys and a room number, Jiang To was taken aback. A 3-bedroom apartment, a mere ability user like me can obtain such a residence, while third-tier ability users were scarce. Housing in the base was tight, making it hard to believe they could secure a 3-bedroom apartment. Lin Wu found it equally puzzling. She had anticipated a 2-bedroom unit would suffice, allowing her to share with Jiang To. The allocator smiled broadly, waving his hands in a mysterious manner. "It's an arrangement from above, you just need to enjoy your stay." His demeanor was noticeably more favorable compared to how he treated others. The three felt it strange but did not refuse. If it was offered, they would not decline. Once they had walked a fair distance away, the girl who had assisted in the housing allocation curiously asked, "Big brother, why did you give them such preferential treatment? A 3-bedroom apartment costs several thousand points. If exchanged, you wouldn't understand," the man replied with a sidelong glance, speaking in a low voice. "Those individuals have received specific instructions from above. Do not offend them." The girl acknowledged with a soft "oh," committing their names to memory. Meanwhile, the three who had entered the base were gazing around in awe. The former prison had been transformed into accommodations capable of housing thousands. While ability users and those of certain status resided in the family quarters surrounding the prison, with even several villas available, the space for activities was vast, dotted with various small buildings across the open land. "Shall we explore around a bit more, or should we head to our residence to unpack?" Jeong-to asked, leaning back with her arms behind her head. Lin-woo looked at her and thought of a term, narcissist. She suppressed a laugh. "To our residence." After asking for directions a few times, Jin E-young began to grasp where their residence was located. Upon hearing they lived in the family quarters, the locals became notably more enthusiastic, dragging Jin E-young into lengthy discussions. Although Jin E-young appeared youthful, he was tight-lipped, offering vague responses to all inquiries. When they could glean no further information, the locals awkwardly departed quite a distance. Jeong-to sighed, casually recounting what she had learned that day. "That guy, Jeong Wei-sheng, knows quite a bit." Lin-woo's interest piqued, such as. Jeong-to adjusted her mask. "In this base, ordinary people trade resources using crystal nuclei. While ability users utilize points for transactions, there was a clear stratification emerging between ordinary individuals and ability users." Lin-woo nodded in understanding. After all, the post-apocalyptic system needed to ensure crystal nuclei were adequately utilized by those with abilities. "Points? How does one acquire points?" Jin E-young inquired, perplexed. "From what I gathered," Jeong-to explained, "ability users form teams, receive tasks from official channels, and earn points upon completion, which are distributed freely among the team members." She shrugged. "As for what the tasks entail and how to complete them, I don't know. That is all I had. However, she did mention some gossip." Lowering her voice, Jeong-to signaled Jin E-young to lean in closer. "The current base leader isn't affiliated with the military," Jin E-young exclaimed. "That explains the odd atmosphere. Those people outside don't resemble government officials at all. They seem more like a private force." Lin-woo was not surprised. She had heard of merchants from her previous life. The hidden families from before the apocalypse were generally beyond the reach of ordinary people, yet possessed wealth and military power that exceeded common understanding. The merchants of CTC were among them. She only knew that the merchants of CTC were quite powerful, though she had not delved into specifics. "That's impressive. What ordinary person would dare encroach upon military matters?" Jeong-to remarked. "Moreover, I overheard Jeong Wei-sheng say that the merchant brothers are at odds with one another, constantly vying for dominance. That younger brother is likely returning to the base soon. So it seems the atmosphere here will be quite tense." Jeong-to's eyebrows arched. "I relish such drama. It's more exciting when conflicts arise." Jin E-young listened, half comprehending, while Lin-woo found herself intrigued by the Jeong Wei-sheng mentioned by Jeong-to. To gather so much information merely by mingling with the survivor group was no small feat. This person should not be underestimated. She was reminded of a notable figure from her past life. Jiang Shaosheng was infamous not for his strength, but for his exceptional ability to gather intelligence. It was said he had once uncovered scandals involving the leaders of over a dozen bases, using this knowledge to extort a substantial amount of crystal nuclei from them before vanishing without a trace. No one knew what his abilities were, nor if Jiang Shaosheng was even his true name. All that was known was that he had become an S-class criminal through such means, becoming a topic of lively discussion among survivors. If this Jiang Wei-sheng were indeed Jiang Shaosheng, perhaps she could obtain information about that research facility from him. Just as Lin Wu was pondering this, a car suddenly passed by her side. The window rolled down as it approached, revealing a man inside who smiled at her. His smile made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Lin Wu coldly returned his gaze and mouthed, "Still alive?" Shang Xian understood her words. His smile grew broader. "Madman." Lin Wu cast inwardly. Does this 2301 mean building 2? Third floor, Jian Young verified, holding the number plate. Jiang To replied it should. Building 2 is over there. It must be said that the environment of the residential building is infinitely superior to that of the nearby prison. Aside from the lack of electricity, it resembles an ordinary community just before the apocalypse. Shang Xian's vehicle vanished further ahead, and Lin Wu withdrew her gaze, entering the residential building alongside the two. The number of residents here is sparse. At least during their walk, they did not encounter any signs of activity on the various floors. I'll take this room, and Xiaoyong can have that one. Jiang To designated the master bedroom for Lin Wu. Jian Yong had no objections and was quite pleased. Jiang To rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Now that we are here, shouldn't we have a meal? Lin Wu nodded in agreement, retrieving a bathtub to place in the bathroom. Time for a shower. After such a long journey, it's essential to clean up. Jiang To, who seemed hesitant, lowered her head and replied, as you wish. Her stomach could hold out a little longer given that Jian Yong was the youngest, and had gone the longest without a shower. The two tacitly agreed to let her take the first shower. Jian Yong looked bewildered. Although she felt as if she had been granted a concession, there lingered a sense of being looked down upon. The sound of water splashing in the bathroom filled the air. And Jiang To sidled up to Lin Wu, nudging her mischievously. Could you spare me a chicken leg to tide me over? I've been starving after standing out there all day. You've gained weight. Lin Wu pointedly remarked, gesturing at the flesh on Jiang To's body. Jiang To's face flashed crimson. That's just your imagination. Your imagination? After the apocalypse, many people had become emaciated from hunger, yet Jiang To had actually gained a few pounds after spending a few months with Lin Wu. This led Lin Wu to reflect on whether her expectations of Jiang To were too low or if Jiang To simply had an insatiable appetite. Chapter 54, Selling crystals on the first night after entering the base. Both Jiang To and Jian Yong slept soundly. Compared to the makeshift seats they had been resting on during their journey, the beds were astonishingly comfortable. Lin Wu had replaced their bedding with items from her space, allowing them to sleep without any psychological burden. Of course, Lin Wu believed that even if they weren't on a proper bed, the two could still fall asleep quite quickly. The third-tier crystal core in her hand shimmered brightly before her. If she absorbed this crystal core, she was certain she could elevate her dual abilities to the second tier. The moon climbed in the sky outside the window, casting shifting shadows on the ground. Yet the occupants of the room remained in deep slumber. After an indeterminate period, a faint sound of shattering broke the silence, prompting the girl to slowly open her eyes. Second tier, Lin Wu sighed, patting her hands in resignation. This dual ability, aside from the control-type crystal cores, was utterly impenetrable. She had no idea when she could advance to the third tier. Did all dual abilities face such obstacles? Or was there something amiss with her own powers? As Lin Wu regained her focus, fatigue surged from the depths of her mind. She yawned softly, the sounds of snoring from the two nearby, uninsulated, echoed in her ears. Before long, she lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Doctor, aren't we administering anesthesia to subject 0 today? This time administering anesthesia would affect the results. It is unnecessary, but what if subject 0 can't handle it and passes out? That could also skew the results. Then prepare the electric shocks to be administered just before she loses consciousness, and ensure someone is watching closely. Understood. And the dappled light individuals donned in protective gear moved about, each clutching a notebook for recording. They were using her flesh and blood to contain a 6th-tier crystal core, attempting to enable her to harness this power directly. 3 streams of energy collided within her body, generating heat that melted her bones and consumed her meridians. The inhuman agony made her feel as though she might lose consciousness, yet each time she teetered on the brink, the electric shocks would revive her. She could not recall how long this experiment had been ongoing, only that Jiang Cheng's regretful voice echoed above her. The experiment has failed. We will continue next time. Lin Wu. The eyes of the other party sparkled with boundless enthusiasm for the unknown. Lin Wu. Jiang To's voice rose a pitch, finally seeing the girl open her eyes. However, in the next moment, Lin Wu leaned over the edge of the bed and vomited into the trash can. You can't be serious, did you just throw up at the sight of her? Are you alright? Jeong-to asked with concern. This was the first time she had seen Lin Woo awake at this hour. Lin Woo's mind was still occupied with the passionately nauseating gaze she had encountered, and shaking her head at the sound, she replied, I'm fine. Jeong-to glanced at her pale complexion, pursed her lips, and gently patted her back. You don't look fine at all. After a while, as Lin Woo's color improved, Jeong-to got up to fetch a cup of water, warming it with her powers before handing it to Lin Woo. Drink some water. Lin Woo silently accepted the cup and drank it down in one go. This was her second dream about that research facility. Perhaps being at the base had heightened her desire to uncover information about the facility, causing even her dreams to be filled with memories of her past life. The pain had long since faded, yet her body seemed to have never forgotten. Sister, I just took a stroll around the base. We can now register a team at the official window and then take on missions for points. Jen Young chimed in eagerly. Shall we go? Lin Woo replied, no need. Currently, they lacked neither shelter nor supplies, rendering the registration unnecessary for the time being. It was better to focus their energy on observing the base. Oh, I see. Jen Young scratched his head. There's a trading market over by the prison. I was thinking of checking it out this afternoon. Lin Woo finished her water. Go ahead. She had no intention of restricting their freedom of movement. Crystal cores. Lin Woo handed him a backpack filled with them. Spend freely. When it came to this, she never shortchanged her companions. Jen Young accepted the backpack with a beaming smile. Thank you, sister. Lin Woo glanced at Jeong-to, who was still lingering nearby, puzzled by her decision to remain. Jeong-to, understanding Lin Woo's gaze, blinked her eyes pitifully. I want to eat meat. In the afternoon, Lin Woo donned a long black coat, pulled up her hood and mask, and headed to the trading market for a casual stroll. The area was filled with small stalls where individuals sold the materials they had risked their lives to procure, hoping someone would take an interest and offer crystal cores in exchange, or barter with other items. Bartering was the predominant method of trade. Most of the displayed items consisted of daily necessities and food. Aside from crystal cores, what they desired most were medicines, with few lone wolves around. In this apocalyptic world with poor medical conditions, once a companion was injured, the availability of medicine became the most significant challenge. Many had fought fiercely over medicine. Lin Woo's primary aim this time was to see if anyone was selling control-type crystal cores, with environmental reconnaissance being secondary. Fresh crystal cores, all kinds of crystal cores, don't miss out. Lin Woo thought to herself, what do they mean by fresh crystal cores? Doesn't that sound odd? Most of the vendors had never engaged in such hawking before the apocalypse and lacked the confidence to shout. Yet this shout successfully drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Lin Woo mingled among the onlookers, her eyes fixed on one vendor's stall. There were indeed a few control-type crystal cores, mostly of the first tier, with one second-tier core present. If you have crystal cores, just buy your supplies directly. Selling them here is unnecessary, someone kindly pointed out. Indeed, ordinary people could purchase supplies directly with crystal cores from the official side. Whatever was on the vendor's stall could be bought with the cores. The vendor chuckled. I have no particular hobbies, I just enjoy selling things. Since I don't have much to offer, I only have crystal cores left. Strange, that was Lin Woo's first impression. As the crowd grew, the vendor appeared unfazed and pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds to snack on. This carefree demeanor reminded Lin Woo of Jeong-to. Nonetheless, despite the chatter, customers began to approach to purchase crystal cores. Most buyers were ability users selecting cores that matched their own abilities. It had already been discovered that crystal cores of the same type could provide ability users with a multiple increase in energy. Just as Lin Woo hesitated over whether to acquire those control-type crystal cores, someone struck up a conversation with the vendor. Hey there, what is your name? Let us get acquainted. The vendor handed him a handful of sunflower seeds. My surname is Jeong. I'm called Jeong Weisheng. The conversant, clearly lacking Jeong-to's patience, chuckled and replied, don't you have any other brothers named Jeong Lilai? I think you're the one lacking manners, Jeong Weisheng retorted. Lin Woo's gaze wandered across the crystal cores displayed on the stall. Jiang Weisheng, Jiang Shaosheng. A smirk tugged at her lips. Indeed, it was the same person. Chapter 55. Grilled meat. Lin Wu had come to understand why Jiang Weisheng was selling crystal cores. His intentions were not genuinely to trade for some supplies. Rather, he was probing for information on special abilities within the base. Individuals like Lin Wu, who possessed dual abilities such as control, would go to great lengths to seek out corresponding crystal cores to enhance their powers. Any individual who purchased a specific type of core would undoubtedly possess the corresponding ability, or at the very least, someone in their vicinity would need it. At this moment, Jiang Weisheng was memorizing faces. And later, he could easily investigate names to uncover the special ability users within the base. Truly, he was deserving of his reputation as an S-class criminal who had leveraged scandals to threaten various base leaders. Lin Wu's gaze was so piercing that it caught the attention of Jiang Weisheng, who paused in his nut, cracking, their eyes locking. His hand trembled slightly, and he unconsciously swallowed. For some reason, he felt as if he had been laid bare before her. Lin Wu chose not to engage but rather to scan her surroundings. She recalled that Jian Yiyong had also come to this area today. Sure enough, Lin Wu found Jian Yiyong next to a comic stall. Well, I'll take those from Jiang Weisheng's stall, Lin Wu pointed out, signaling to buy them. Jian Yiyong leaned closer to see what Jiang Weisheng was selling, looking a bit dazed. Isn't that guy? Buying crystal cores, go ahead and purchase. Lin Wu repeated it once more. Jian Yiyong shivered all over and hurriedly asked, how many do you want to buy? All of them. He rushed to several stalls, exchanging his crystal cores for a heap of daily necessities, then squeezed into Jiang Weisheng's stall, saying, I bought all your crystal cores. Jiang Weisheng was taken aback, and just as he was about to refuse, he caught sight of Jian Yiyang's face and smiled. Oh, it's you. Has your sister come as well? The person he referred to was Jiang To. Jian Yiyong placed the items down and shook his head. She didn't come. I wanted to buy these crystal cores from you. Lin Wu knew that Jiang Weisheng would be willing to sell. Control-type ability users were exceedingly rare, and the control-type crystal cores at his stall had not yet been sold out, while the remaining ones had been sold off. As expected, Jiang Weisheng cheerfully nodded. Sure. Jian Yiyong stuffed the crystal cores into an empty bag, waiting to hand them over to Lin Wu later. With the crystal cores sold out, the surrounding crowd lost interest and began to disperse. Jiang Weisheng quickly tidied up his belongings and hoisted them onto his shoulder. Where do you and your sister live? Let's have a meal together sometime. Jian Yiyong instinctively glanced at Lin Wu. Should he say it? Lin Wu rubbed her forehead. Indeed, this child was still too young. If it had been Jiang To, that seasoned one, she would have cheekily answered back and asked where he lived. Jiang Weisheng, perceptive to the nuances, followed Jian Yiyang's gaze and noticed Lin Wu. He understood. Perhaps it was Lin Wu who had instructed Jian Yiyong to purchase these crystal cores. Could it be that Lin Wu had seen through his intention of selling the crystal cores? Hello. Lin Wu did not let Jian Yiyong feel awkward and greeted him calmly. Jiang Weisheng responded enthusiastically. Hello. My name is Jiang Weisheng. It's a pleasure to meet you. A very textbook introduction. Lin Wu, she stated her name and glanced at Jian Yiyong. Jian Yiyong then realized and shyly added, this is also my sister. Her name is Lin Wu. Two sisters, one with the surname Lin and the other with the surname Jiang. Jiang Weisheng understood the implication, adjusted his bow tie, and smiled. I live on the 6th floor of Building 1 in the family quarters. If you need anything, you can find me. See you. Lin Wu nodded, watching Jiang Weisheng leave. Jian Yiyong curiously asked Lin Wu, sister, why is he selling crystal cores? He could directly exchange materials with the authorities. Isn't that redundant? Lin Wu shook her head. I don't know. She knew but could not reveal it. Since the two of them had crossed paths, they decided to stroll together through the trading market. Jian Yiyong was still quite envious of the comics at a nearby stall. He hesitated and said, that comic, it's a limited edition I've wanted for a long time. The printing is excellent and the translation is superb. It's quite rare. Lin Wu casually glanced at it and nodded lightly. I have it. In fact, I have the complete set. Lin Wu had collected those comics and games Thinking that since she still had enough money, she went on a spree collecting those limited editions. Now, it could indeed be considered quite a collection. Jin Young rubbed his hands together. Sister, can you show me later? Sure, Lin Wu thought for a moment, realizing that the Switch and cartridges she bought would likely pique his interest as well. However, she had to ensure they did not become overly indulgent. As the two chatted, they passed by a stall and caught a whiff of a strange barbecue smell. Mister, what kind of meat is this? Jin Young curiously asked the man by the grill. To be honest, it smelled quite good, and there were quite a few buyers. The man chuckled foolishly. It's meat from a mutated beast. Would you like some? Mutated beast? Lin Wu gave him a few crystal cores and casually took a piece. Tearing it along the meat's grain, there was no energy fluctuation from a mutated beast. The meat of a mutated beast contains a certain energy and is quite delicious. It should smell far better than this. Jin Young was about to pop it into his mouth when Lin Wu stopped him. What's wrong? Jin Young was confused. Lin Wu silently pressed down on his hand, signaling him to leave. Jin Young generally listened to Lin Wu, so seeing her do this, he obediently stored the meat in his bag. Meanwhile, in a corner of the market, someone leaned over and asked his subordinate, "Is it them?" The man trembled as he replied, "Yes, the other one isn't here. They might not have left together." Tang Lon quietly said, "Shao Shao, follow them and see where they live." "Yes." On the other side of the base. Second brother, Shang Shi and Shao rushed over, joyfully giving Shang Qian a big hug. "Did you miss me?" "No." Shang Qian patted the girl's head and took out a beautiful third-tier crystal core from his pocket. "A gift for you." Shang Shi beamed. "I knew second brother would bring me a gift. By the way, second brother, you don't know this, but a lot has happened at the base while you were away." She chattered excitedly, recounting the various events at the base over the past few months. Shang Qian appeared to be fiddling with his cup, but he was actually listening intently. "Oh right, I snuck out of the base once. That time my brother almost drove me crazy. He slaughtered the rabbit I was raising, and I was so angry," Shang Shi said, puffing out her cheeks. "Then I encountered two incredibly disgusting men. It was almost the end for me." Shang Qian paused, a smile still lingering on his lips, but his eyes turned noticeably colder, and then, Shang Shi rested her chin on her hand. "Thank goodness for Lin Wu and Jiang Ta. If they hadn't saved me, I might have been in serious trouble. They should be coming to the base. I'll thank them properly when they arrive," Shang Shi said hopefully. Her brother mentioned that they would inform her as soon as they arrived. She wasn't sure if they had come yet, considering the time. It should be soon. Shang Qian thoughtfully noted down those names. They had saved his sister, and he indeed owed them a proper gratitude. Chapter 56, Children. Once back at their residence, Jin Young finally voiced his confusion. "Sister, why didn't you let me eat that piece of meat? It looked quite tasty." Lin Wu calmly tossed the meat into the trash can and replied, "It's human flesh." Human flesh?" Jin Young repeated, then abruptly jumped up. "What, human flesh?" He incredulously rummaged through the trash can. "Is this human flesh?" Upon closer inspection, it did seem different from the mutated beast meat they had eaten before. Nor did it resemble meat from any livestock like chicken or duck. The vendor claimed it was meat from a mutated beast. Jin Young felt a surge of nausea rising in his throat and rushed to the bathroom to vomit uncontrollably. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Ta, who was absorbing crystal cores in the room, knocked on the bathroom door, puzzled. "Are you all right? Why are you throwing up like this?" The person in the bathroom continued to retch. And Jiang Ta, not receiving an answer, looked at the relaxed Lin Wu on the sofa, full of questions. Lin Wu shrugged and pointed to the trash can. "What is that?" Jiang Ta leaned closer to take a look. "Meat? What kind of meat is this? I've never seen it before." She didn't mind the dirt and picked it up to sniff. "Oh, it actually smells quite good." Lin Wu hesitated whether to reveal the truth. Clearly Jin Young didn't hesitate, driven by a sense of shared horror. "That is human flesh. Ugh. I almost put it in my mouth." Jiang Ta's sniffing motion froze as if the air had come to a halt. But this was no still moment. The next instant, the piece of meat was violently hurled back into the trash can. Ugh. Another person joined the one in the bathroom. A few minutes later, Jiang Ta weakly said, "Why didn't you stop me?" You just watched me sniff that piece of meat, damn, just thinking about it makes my stomach churn. Lin Wu innocently shrugged. Sorry. Once emotions calmed down, Jiang To finally asked, are you saying that someone is selling human flesh at the trading market? Yes, and it's barbecued. Jian Yang's face turned pale. He realized that most people had never encountered a mutated beast and could not recognize its meat. It was one thing to have eaten it before, but he was not familiar enough with its characteristics to outright deny it as Lin Wu did. Ordinary people wouldn't even associate it with human flesh, now that he thought of it. Jian Yang felt waves of nausea wash over him. They had killed before. Zombies were once humans, but that was merely for survival. Cannibalism was always a heinous act. Jiang To rolled up her sleeves. I'll go take a look and expose his stall. That's just disgusting. Wait, Lin Wu stopped Jiang To. This matter was indeed unsettling, but intervening recklessly might invite unnecessary trouble. Lin Wu was never one to willingly seek out trouble. Jiang To scratched her head. What do you mean? Lin Wu carefully typed out her thoughts for both of them. Then I'll go find him. You two prepare dinner. Jiang To's expression was one of constipation. Today, if dinner didn't involve meat, so be it. She had developed a slight psychological shadow. Lin Wu, she had originally wanted to eat braised meat. That evening, Jiang Weisheng's door was knocked on. He looked dazed at the person outside, his hair slightly disheveled. It's you. What's the matter? This person instinctively reached into his pocket, remembered the sunflower seeds were on the table, but as the ones in his pocket were finished, he had to retract his hand obediently. Jiang To handed him a bag of food. Try this. Jiang Weisheng's eyes brightened at the sight of the beef jerky, a good thing indeed, being well versed in the ways of the world. He cautiously asked, you don't need something from me, do you? Just so you know, I'm just a nobody. I don't kill or steal. Jiang To's lips twitched. You have a pretty clear self-awareness. Jiang Weisheng straightened up. Of course, one must be aware of their own worth in this world. It is of no significant consequence. You arrived alongside the military. Do you know some individuals from their ranks? Jiang To inquired earnestly. Jiang Weisheng sniffed the beef jerky. I know a few. What of it? Jiang To meticulously recounted the matter she wished to entrust to him. As she strolled back to her residence, her hands tucked into her pockets, her mind lingered on the words Lin Wu had typed on her phone. In the future, whether you wish to act heroically or intervene in injustice, you must carefully consider the ramifications and the troubles it may entail. The most prudent approach is to leverage the efforts of others. She couldn't help but ponder, if she were to impulsively create a ruckus at the stall this time, what repercussions would ensue? The trading market would descend into chaos, panic would ensue, and the cannibalistic factions would be alarmed, likely becoming even more cautious henceforth. They would attract greater scrutiny, becoming tainted with suspicion. Indeed, Lin Wu proved reliable. Heeding Lin Wu's counsel was undoubtedly wise. Jiang To felt a weight upon her heart. Damn it, how long would it take to forget that piece of human flesh? She could not abstain from meat. Tonight she would have to resort to vegetarian fare. The carnivorous Jiang To sighed sorrowfully. Sister, would you like a piece of candy? Jiang To turned to see a little girl no taller than her leg, holding out a piece of candy with a sweet, innocent voice. Pretty sister, would you like some candy? Thank you. Where are your guardians? Jiang To gently ruffled the child's hair as she kindly accepted the sweet. The little girl also produced a piece of candy, unwrapped it, and took a bite, her eyes shining like crescent moons. My mother just had a stomach ache and asked me to wait here for her. She'll be here soon. Is that so? Jiang To knelt down to advise her. You shouldn't eat too much candy. It can lead to cavities, and bugs will gnaw at your teeth, causing great pain. The little girl nodded. I know, my mother says the same. Her smile remained radiant. But the candy my mother gives is super delicious. It's my favorite. You should try it too. Sister. Is that so? Jiang To chuckled. Indeed, she was just a child. However, in her own youth, her obsession was not with candy but with meat. Each morsel of meat brought her joy for half a day. During her time in the orphanage, no one could outcompete her for the chicken legs on the table. Now, seeing the child relish her candy, Jiang To felt a twinge of desire, her fingers instinctively unwrapping the candy. Oh, it was her favorite strawberry flavor. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since she had eaten strawberries, she would ask Linwoo later, as Linwoo likely had some, with that thought. Jeongta popped the soft candy into her mouth. Wow, it's truly sweet, my poor teeth. Each time she indulged in such sugary delights, her teeth would ache, yet gazing into the little girl's expectant eyes, Jeongta restrained herself from spitting it out. Sister, doesn't it taste wonderful? Jeongta grimaced, her teeth aching as she awkwardly swallowed, mumbling, yes, it's delicious. It feels like the candy has consumed my teeth. The little girl beamed even brighter. As long as it's delicious, this candy was specially prepared for you, sister. What? Jeongta finally sensed something amiss. At this late hour, who would be so unconcerned as to let their child linger outside? Even for a trip to the restroom, parents typically accompany their children. Just as she stood to voice her concerns, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and the world faded to black as she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 57, Disappearance. Dinner was entirely vegetarian, prepared by Linwoo. Jenny sighed. It's rare to have such a vegetarian meal. It's a bit unfamiliar for me. Linwoo, having finished the crystal core, took another piece without uttering a word. Where is Sister Jeong? Jenny inquired, puzzled. The distance from Building 1 to Building 2 isn't great. Logically, she should have returned by now. Moreover, Jeongta hadn't eaten dinner. Given her nature, she would be eager to return, definitely not lingering outside. Linwoo's eyelids twitched as she glanced at the clock she had hung on the wall that morning. This was abnormal. No matter how slowly Jeongta moved, she should have returned by now. Could it be that dinner was not enticing enough for her? Sister, where are you going? Seeing Linwoo silent and preparing to leave, Jenny hastily shoved a mouthful of food into his mouth. I'll come with you. Linwoo maintained a serious expression, scanning the surroundings as they descended the stairs. Without electronic devices, most survivors retired early, and only a few individuals were out for a walk. The night was nearly devoid of human presence. That Jeong Wei-sheng was on the 6th floor. Yes, this very level. Jenny hurried to knock on the door. Didn't Jeongta come by here? Jeong Wei-sheng queried, surprised. Surely she wouldn't have come twice. He had a stash of sunflower seeds in his pocket and immediately pulled out a handful. Want some? Neither of them accepted. Jenny replied, No, I just want to ask, when Sister Jeong left your place? Jeong Wei-sheng pondered for a moment. About half an hour ago, I suppose. Noticing the two's rather grim expressions, he asked, What's wrong? Has she gone missing? Sister, what should we do? Jenny, still young, felt a surge of panic at this predicament. Jeong Wei-sheng stowed the sunflower seeds away, suppressing the urge to snack. He felt that indulging in sunflower seeds now might lead to trouble. She might just be wandering elsewhere. Don't worry too much, that's not possible. Linwoo immediately dismissed this notion. Not to mention Jeongta had not dined yet. Her outward demeanor belied a reclusive nature. She had no inclination to venture out without a compelling reason. Even if she did go out, Jeongta would meticulously inform them of her whereabouts, anxious that they might not know where she had gone. Jeongta was in trouble. Hey sister, wait for me. Jenny waved goodbye to Jeong Wei-sheng as he hurried off with Linwoo. They were gone. Jeong Wei-sheng resumed snacking on sunflower seeds. Suddenly, he found them rather tasteless. He wondered if anyone would panic to search for him should he suddenly vanish. Jenny followed Linwoo, scouring between Building 1 and Building 2 for clues. Given Jeongta's abilities, it was nearly impossible for her to be taken silently. The thought seemed sound, yet Jenny and Linwoo had indeed found no signs of a struggle. What the heck, there is still candy around. Jenny squatted to pick up a piece of candy wrapper, littering about. How uncouth. Linwoo's gaze fell upon that candy wrapper. The base enforced strict hygiene regulations. Littering could result in penalties or deductions from crystal cores or points. Suddenly, another possibility dawned on her. Linwoo's lips twitched. Given Jeongta's gluttonous nature, it was indeed plausible. Bang! A bird was struck down by a stone, landing before the two. Jenny stared in disbelief. Sister, you can catch birds with your bare hands. In his childhood, armed with a slingshot, he often spent an entire day without hitting a single bird. This bird appeared similar to those from the pre-apocalypse era, seemingly unmutated. Jenny wondered aloud, why have the chickens mutated yet the birds remain normal? That's because the mutation rate for birds is slower. Lin Wu had no desire to explain how terrifying mutated birds could become in a few years. She picked up the still alive bird, plucked its feathers using the simplest method to awaken it. Then she stuffed the candy wrapper into its beak. Jenny was perplexed by her actions, muttering, "Such a small bird, it hardly has any meat," but in the next moment he fell silent. The bird suddenly fainted. Remaining utterly still regardless of Lin Wu's feather plucking, did she drag it? Jenny was startled, glancing at the candy wrapper. Had there been something laced in the candy? Oh my, even if his mind was sluggish. He connected the dots. Jiang's sister couldn't have been knocked out and then Jenny swallowed hard, captured by those cannibals. He genuinely believed that Jiang Tao was the type to eat that candy. Lin Wu placed the bird in the grass, stood up, then texted Jenny, "Go back and eat. I'll accompany you." Jenny replied. Lin Wu shook her head. "No need. It's best if I go alone." Jenny wanted to say more but saw Lin Wu swiftly heading toward the trading market. "Wait for me." Lin Wu's voice was devoid of any emotion. "Go back." Jenny halted in his tracks. Unwilling to defy Lin Wu's command, the trading market, there were few people remaining, only a handful tidying up their stalls, preparing to head home for the night. Lin Wu quickly located the stall selling human flesh and intercepted the man closing up. "Miss, what is it?" A dark gun barrel pointed at his head. Lin Wu's voice carried no warmth. "Move quietly, make a sound, and I'll put you down. No one is unafraid of a gun." The man swallowed hard, shouldering his belongings and obediently moving ahead. He dared not make a sudden move, fearing a bullet from behind. "Where are we going?" The man trembled. Lin Wu tapped the meat sack on his back, the gun jabbing into his waist once more, saying, "Source of the meat. It's over." The man turned ashen, realizing his deeds had been exposed. "I didn't kill anyone, it was someone else. I was just helping them sell." Lin Wu impatiently interjected. "Quiet." The man fell silent. To an uninformed observer, this man, burdened with goods, was simply followed by a little girl, resembling a daughter. A few acquaintances greeted him. "Old Jin." "Who is this? Your child?" Old Jin smiled awkwardly, fearful of any missteps. "Oh, no, she is a relative's child, just found her. Is that so? You should head back, it's dark now." Sure. They did not head toward the ordinary residents' quarters but instead to a concealed earthen hut. Seemingly constructed by Earth-type ability users, the base had only just been established for a few months, likely lacking restrictions on the activities of Earth-type ability users within the base. Such small structures went unnoticed. Lin Wu pondered over this when she noticed a man pushing open the door of the earthen dwelling. Inside there was merely a bed devoid of any other furnishings. She affixed a silencer to her gun and fired a shot into the ground. "Are you toying with me?" Don't shoot, I'll take you down," the man pleaded. Lao Jin, an ordinary individual, was thoroughly terrified in the face of the gun, scrambling to push the bed aside, revealing an entrance to a staircase below. Chapter 58, The Slaughterhouse. Have you ever beheld a slaughterhouse? Livestock are herded together, vying for a mere morsel of food, their strength sapped from prolonged hunger, languishing lifelessly on the ground. They only rouse when the caretaker enters. Today, Lin Wu witnessed such a scene. However, the beings held within were not animals, but emaciated humans. She had perused numerous novels where, to depict absurdity, characters would often swap roles with livestock, creating a chilling spectacle. Yet now, such a scenario unfolded before her eyes. The roles had not reversed, rather, some humans had been relegated to the status of livestock. "I am merely a butcher, these individuals are not my captives." The man attempting to extricate himself from the situation said, lowering his gaze. Lao Jin glanced around, his disappointment palpable. "Damn it, that group of people drinks here every day, and today they're nowhere to be found." Lin Wu found the situation perplexing. Most of these individuals were ordinary people without support, so their absence went unnoticed. The owner of this slaughterhouse deceitfully marketed the meat of mutated beasts at exorbitant prices. yielding substantial profits, especially in these times of food scarcity. Was there truly no one to oversee the confinement of these people, or did they have more pressing matters to attend to today? Jiangta was not present. After surveying all the individuals in the area, Lin Wu failed to spot him. Meanwhile, Jiang Weisheng was munching on sunflower seeds, seeking out someone. He approached Nie Yiming, one of the prominent younger figures within the military and political families of the base, and a key figure responsible for security screenings. Is there someone trafficking human flesh in the market? Nie Yiming's gaze fixed intently on Jiang Weisheng's face. Please elaborate further. Jiang Weisheng tossed the shells of the seeds into a trash bin and replied, There's a man approximately 1.74 meters tall, with dark skin, likely due to hard labor. He pushes a wooden barbecue cart that has remained in the same spot, selling human flesh for some time now. He adjusted his posture, his fair and clean-cut face contrasting with the yellowed and darkened shirt he wore, adding with a grin, "That's about as detailed as I can get, sir." Nie Yiming promptly instructed his aide to investigate the matter. After donning his coat, he paused beside Jiang Weisheng and asked, "How did you know I lived here?" He suspected the source of Jiang Weisheng's information. Jiang Weisheng casually retrieved another sunflower seed. It's simple. I returned to the base with you. This is the only building assigned to officers, and there's a game room downstairs. I figured the elderly ladies at a few tables there must be the families of you officers. He believed Nie Yiming understood, but to his surprise, Nie Yiming remained motionless. Jiang Weisheng looked up in astonishment. What's wrong? Nie Yiming furrowed his brow tightly. I don't understand. Jiang Weisheng sighed, putting down the sunflower seeds, and explained helplessly, "Those elderly ladies love to gossip about which of their children are still single. You are one of the topics of conversation. I could stand there for a while and easily learn where you live." It's quite simple, particularly since he could engage the ladies in conversation about how to play cards. They were more than happy to reward him with seeds. Oh, I see, Nie Yiming said, realization dawning on him. Jiang Weisheng waved his hand. You carry on with your business, I'll take my leave. He understood that while this officer was indeed talented, he still possessed a certain naivety regarding social nuances. Others would have comprehended his implication by now. Nie Yiming considered Jiang Weisheng's seemingly carefree demeanor but recognized he must have some connections. Believing the report to be mostly truthful, without further deliberation, he donned his hat and hurried toward the trading market. Just as Jiang Weisheng exited the building, he felt a bit bloated and decided to take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. After walking for a while, he was drawn to a patch of greenery beside a tree. Had there always been such a large cluster of vibrant red plants here? He fell into contemplation. Cautiously, Jiang Weisheng picked up a small stone from the ground and, lacking decorum, hurled it at the cluster of red objects. If it turned out to be something unusual, he figured he could run away in time. "Who's that?" a human voice called out. Jiang Weisheng's impulse to flee gradually subsided as he recognized the voice. He approached, apologizing. "I didn't mean to hit you." "Oh, it's you," Jiang Weisheng exclaimed in surprise. His interest piqued. "Your ability is quite intriguing." The individual struck by the stone was Zhen Yang, who, upon seeing Jiang Weisheng, lost any desire to hold a grudge and sulkily retracted his blood veins. "Did you find the person?" Jiang Weisheng asked, hands in his pockets, feigning concern. Zhen Yang, dejected, replied, "I don't know. I can't be of any help." "Oh, so you've just been sidelined," Jiang Weisheng mused, after pondering for a moment. He pulled a piece of candy from his pocket and offered it to him, saying, "Here, have some candy to cheer up." "I'm not a child." Zhen Yang swatted Jiang Weisheng's hand away, asserting seriously, "I am almost 17. I'll be an adult soon. Why does everyone treat me like a child?" Jiang Weisheng rubbed his nose and half squatted down. "Only children sulk in corners, isn't that right?" A glimmer of understanding crossed Jiang Weisheng's worldly eyes as he regarded Zhen Yang, recalling his own youthful days. Moreover, being underage still meant he was somewhat of a child. In today's world, no one cared whether you were a child or an adult. Zhen Yang contemplated this as green vines emerged from the earth, entwining around his fingertips. These vines seemed akin to his kin. Aside from physical pain, they could sense what he felt as well. Jiang Weisheng was considering whether to offer this young man some sunflower seeds, as he had been idly squatting there for quite a while. When he looked up, he saw Jian Yang with his palm pressed against the moist soil of the flower bed, eyes gleaming with fascination. Is he losing his mind? Jiang Weisheng thought, quietly stepping back a few paces. He couldn't bear the thought of an ability user going mad. Jian Yang was attempting to make the vines grow wildly beneath the ground, sprouting in various corners of the base. If Jiang Tao were to see this, he would surely realize that it was Jian Yang's ability reaching out to contact him. This way, they could locate Jiang Tao's whereabouts. As he contemplated, Jian Yang soon exhausted his energy, his face turning pale, barely able to stand upright. Fortunately, they had developed the habit of carrying backpacks, and his contained nothing but inconspicuous daily necessities and crystal cores. "Wow, you are trying to use your ability all over the base," Jiang Weisheng remarked, raising an eyebrow. "That's quite ambitious. If she has been taken to the surface, that might actually work." Jiang Weisheng was skeptical about this approach, stating, "If she is hidden in a building, it's game over, it would be of no use." He expressed his thoughts clearly, nearly certain that Jian Yang was wasting his efforts, yet Jian Yang remained undeterred. Focused on his task, Jiang Weisheng chuckled softly, adjusting his tie. "Well, the kid is quite stubborn." Chapter 59, The Girl. "Someone has been here." Nie Yiming observed the lifeless Lao Jin sprawled on the ground and the visibly damaged fence. Arriving at this conclusion, Lao Jin's hands had been severed and crushed, evidently subjected to intense interrogation. While Lao Jin's demise was of little consequence, the brutality of the assailants was alarming. However, their conscience remained intact, providing a route of escape for those captured here. Yet the individuals treated as livestock had become numb. The chains binding them had been severed, yet none dared to flee, fearing a more gruesome fate at the hands of the slaughterers. "Sir, what should we do with these individuals?" a subordinate hesitantly inquired. Nie Yiming adjusted his hat. "Take them back for questioning. We must uncover the mastermind behind this, the participants, and the person who released them." As his colleague lightly tapped the filthy man, perhaps feeling he moved too slowly, the man instantly crouched down, covering his head in trembling fear. The colleague stood awkwardly, at a loss. What had these people endured? Nie Yiming glanced at the uncomfortable scene unfolding beside his colleague, a surge of unutterable anger igniting within him. With zombies rampant and humanity in a precarious state in this post-apocalyptic world, it was astonishing that some still preyed upon their fellow beings. His subordinate sighed, harboring little hope of extracting valuable information. Most of these individuals appeared dazed, likely indifferent to the events transpiring outside. Nie Yiming, maintaining a stern demeanor, exited the earthen dwelling and gathered a few individuals to stake out the area, wagering that those responsible for the chaos would return. Meanwhile, some of his colleagues took advantage of the night to escort survivors for interrogation, while others canvassed the vicinity. "Sir, the individual is not tall, around 1.7 meters, with dark skin," Shao Du inquired with a man who frequently wandered here about Lao Jin's whereabouts. Upon hearing the description, the man clapped his hands. That must be Lao Jin. He goes to the market every day to sell barbecue." Shao Du's eyes lit up. "Did you see him this evening?" "Indeed, today, as they were closing up, I wandered over to the market to engage in some casual conversation, and fortuitously, I spotted him along with a little girl, who he claimed was a relative. She was wearing a hat and a mask. Then one could tell at a glance that the little girl had a penchant for cleanliness. This individual was quite the chatterbox, incessantly roaming about simply to find someone to converse with. Once he opened his mouth, he would prattle on without pause." Shao Du nodded along, listening intently until he posed a pivotal question. "Have you seen that girl before?" "Not at all. I find it quite curious, with him being so dark-skinned. Where could such a fair relative possibly come from? Wouldn't you agree?" The man erupted into hearty laughter, clearly amused by his own jest. "How tall is she? Is she slender?" The man pondered deeply. "Not tall at all, certainly not over 165 centimeters, and perhaps not even 160. She is quite petite, hardly a few pounds of flesh to her name." Ah yes, she was clad in a black coat and black pants, all in black. Upon finishing his gossip he quipped, "Comrade, why the sudden inquiry? Has old Jean gotten himself into some trouble?" Xiao Du thoughtfully noted the girl's characteristics, approximately 160 centimeters tall. Slender, fair-skinned, wearing a mask and a hat and dressed entirely in black. He smiled at the man, assuring him, "Just a casual inquiry, nothing you need to worry about." The man instantly grasped the implication, grinning widely, "We understand. Some questions are best left unasked. After all, I've grown up with a sense of awareness." After exchanging a few more words, Xiao Du took his leave, preparing to report back when his peripheral vision caught sight of a diminutive figure. He assessed her height, complexion, and slenderness, all matching perfectly. The only discrepancy was her coat, which was a shade of linen rather than black, yet, in the depths of night, her presence here raised significant suspicions. Xiao Du hesitated briefly before approaching her. "Miss, why are you still out here at this late hour?" The girl appeared startled, casting a timid glance his way before quickly lowering her head. "I'm lost." She looked quite young, nervously fiddling with her hands. Seemingly frightened of Xiao Du, who was, after all, an unexpected adult male. The ongoing power issues meant the base was still without streetlights, and those lacking a sense of direction could easily lose their way after dark. Xiao Du's rough exterior softened at the sight, and he lowered his voice. "Lost, are you? Where do you live? I can take you there." "Not necessary." The girl shook her head in fright, retreating several steps, her expression indicating she was about to scream. Xiao Du mentally berated himself for his choice of words, feeling as though he had come across as a trafficker. No, I'm a soldier, truly. See my insignia. Please don't shout." He forced a bitter smile. Not daring to approach closer, fearful that her cries might alert those nearby, potentially jeopardizing the ambush set by Commander Nie, the girl scrutinized his insignia with skepticism, giving a slight nod as she clutched her coat tighter. Still visibly anxious, "Where do you live? I'll point you in the right direction, but I won't follow you." Xiao Du, resigned, said. It was evident that this girl was not someone involved in the troubles plaguing old Jean. She seemed far too timid, likely having never harmed a living creature. Judging by her clean attire, she was probably a relative of some ability user. "Building 2, the girl whispered, stuttering slightly. Xiao Du confirmed his suspicions about her being a family member of an ability user and gestured towards a path. "Walk straight that way, take a turn when you see a gnarled tree, and continue straight until you turn left. That's the way." "Thank you," she murmured, biting her lip, and immediately dashed away, clearly still frightened of him. Xiao Du, feeling a pang of melancholy, absently stroked his beard, contemplating whether he should shave to avoid scaring young girls in the future. The last time he played with a child from his sister's family, the little one had burst into tears upon seeing him, yet, in the moment the timid girl turned her back on him, her demeanor transformed entirely. Lin Wu, having run a good distance away, slowed her pace to glance back at the spot where the soldier had just stood. The military was moving with remarkable speed. Since those individuals had extended their reach toward the ability user's building, it indicated they were not after Jiang Ta's life. However, where their hands reached was inconsequential. If they extended them toward her, there would surely be a reckoning. Lin Wu recalled the information she had pried from old Jin. I say, I have yet to meet our leader, but the group he associates with dons black robes and possesses abilities. I know not who they are, but they always seem to locate the finest goods, those that go unchecked." Before pressing further, Lin Wu first questioned a girl whose senses were still relatively intact. From her, she learned that old Jin, appearing honest, had actually been complicit with these individuals, driven by greed from the daily meat sales, having dismembered quite a number of corpses, with many lives lost under his hands, all without anyone coercing him. That girl had been captured just 2 days prior by old Jin. Lin Wu had destroyed the chains and barriers, allowing only the girl to escape. After expressing her gratitude, black robes, Lin Wu couldn't help but recall the eccentric preacher she had encountered on the way to the base. Chapter 60, Where to Touch. Your Eminence, the effects of the drug should still be in effect. The individual remains inside. Voices echoed nearby, and in her hazy state, Jiang Ta realized someone had pushed the door open. A flurry of soft sounds followed, and suddenly something cold brushed against her cheek. The sensation slithered across her face like a serpent. "Quite lovely," a sultry voice whispered in her ear, sending chills down Jeong-ta's spine. She struggled to open her eyes, her eyelids feeling as if they were lined with cement, refusing to budge. Her limbs felt as though they were weighed down by lead. Utterly immobile, the icy touch slid down her face to her neck. And it seemed to be descending further. Jeong-ta's heart raced. "What on earth are you doing?" she thought, alarmed that she still couldn't move. Just as the hand neared her neck, a surge of intense heat ignited within her, creating a barrier before that hand. Jeong-ta exhaled in relief. Thankfully, her ability remained intact. A soft chuckle echoed nearby as the woman pinched Jeong-ta's ear. "Good girl." Jeong-ta felt as though her ear had been sullied. Your Eminence, our stronghold has been raided by Nye Yiming, and several individuals have been captured." A frantic figure burst through the door, shouting in urgency, oblivious to Tang Lon's frosty demeanor. Tang Lon, with a notebook open in her hands, slowly tore off a small piece of paper from it, thoughtfully pinching it between her fingers. "Nye Yiming, no need to rush. He won't find us here. Your Eminence, the ones captured know quite a bit. If they spill anything about you, there is no if." Tang Lon raised her hand, her gaze fixed on the newcomer. "I will handle them. As for you." The piece of paper shot forth from her fingertips, slicing through the air and severing the intruder's throat. A closer inspection would reveal that the edges of the paper had become sharp and hardened. Tang Lon sighed. "I detest those who enter without knocking." She gently patted Jeong-ta's face. "I want to be able to see you for a while. Wait for me." As Jeong-ta listened to her laughter, she felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes. What a world filled with perversion, she thought. Before departing, Tang Lon pressed her hand against the closed door. The door, along with the walls of the room, began transforming into a peculiar metallic substance at a visibly rapid pace. None of those she captured would escape. Time became indistinct, but eventually, Jeong-ta regained the ability to move, struggling to sit up from the bed. She opened her mouth, finally managing to utter, "Damn it." She felt sullied. After mentally cursing the woman's lineage for several minutes, Jeong-ta propped her weary body to the front of the door, attempting to pull it open. It wouldn't budge. Could it be locked? Jeong-ta twisted the handle repeatedly, but it would not turn. No, that can't be right. If it were locked, the handle should at least turn a few degrees. A realization struck her as she felt around the edges of the door where there should have been a gap. What the hell? It's seamless with the wall. This texture is metallic. It must be an ability. Jeong-ta, in a fit of frustration, kicked the wall, but her still recovering body protested, causing her to stumble and sit on the floor in impotent rage. She felt like killing someone, like venting her anger. Jeong-ta, the dormant volcano, glared at a green vine protruding from the ground. Deep in thought, the woman's ability likely only accounted for the 5 sides of the walls, neglecting the floor. If she could tunnel her way out, Jeong-ta seized the vine with determination. To hell with it. I'd have better luck digging a toilet than a tunnel. A vine burdened by the expectations of an unknown boy. The family building. The night had grown deep, and Jen E-young sat there, deeply focused on feeling the vines that spread throughout the base. The crystal core was depleting rapidly, and when he reached for his backpack, he discovered it was empty. He paused, realizing that this consumption surpassed his entire day's worth. If only Linjie were here. I wonder if she has found Jeong-ta by now. With that thought, Jen E-young twisted his neck, stiff from maintaining the same position for too long, and lifted his gaze to the moon. The moonlight was bright, indicating pleasant weather. As Jen E-young observed the surroundings, his gaze inadvertently met a pair of deep, mysterious eyes. Linjie. Jen E-young jumped, sitting down abruptly, his heart racing as he looked at the girl, who appeared almost ghostly. He patted his chest in relief. When did you arrive? The girl squatted behind him to his left, having caught him completely off guard. Lin Wu had been quietly observing him for the past 30 minutes, her phone screen casting a faint glow. She had circled the base without any clues regarding Jeong-ta's whereabouts. Upon her return, she had spotted Jen E-young using his abilities in a peculiar manner, driven by curiosity and lacking other options. Lin Wu had decided to watch him for a while. One can only blame Jen E-young for being so engrossed in his thoughts that he completely failed to notice Lin Wu's arrival. Jen Young scratched his head and inquired, "Sister, do you have any results on your end?" Lin Wu sat there hugging her knees, appearing rather obedient, albeit in a small, curled-up form, if one were to disregard her expression, which resembled that of a person suffering from facial paralysis. She shook her head. Jen Young, feeling disappointed, remarked, "I hope my vine catches Sister Jong's attention, that way I could follow it to find her location." His voice trailed off as he frowned, "But one of my vines has snapped." Moreover, the sensation felt as though it had been forcibly torn apart. Who would go out of their way to sever a vine at this hour? "Jiang Ta," Lin Wu queried, her brows knitted in confusion. Jen Young hesitated, but if it was Sister Jiang, she should have been able to connect the dots through the vine. Lin Wu inwardly scoffed. Likely due to a lapse in her cognitive function, she asserted, "It must be Jiang Ta. That woman was drugged. After waking up, her already muddled mind is probably even less coherent. She could very well be out here pulling weeds at this hour." Jen Young asked hopefully, "So what are we supposed to do now?" "Sleep," Lin Wu replied, stretching her arms. Since that woman had the opportunity to sever the vine, she was likely confined somewhere. Once Jiang Ta regained her faculties, it would be difficult for anyone to force more drugs upon her. At most, they might keep her locked up and starve her a bit. Other forms of harm would be impossible at this moment. With this realization, Jen Young felt drowsiness wash over him. He yawned. Thankfully, there are no guards patrolling the family quarters, otherwise it would be quite difficult to explain in the middle of the night. Since Lin Wu had declared it was time to sleep, it was certain that Jiang Ta was safe. Jen Young took note of the location of the broken vine, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and followed Lin Wu as they strode toward their residence. Lin Wu continued to ponder the peculiarities of the group in black robes. In Hua country, such cults were forbidden at any time. From what old Jin described, their numbers were surely considerable. How were they managing to operate right under the nose of the base? They were able to pinpoint the lone wolves within the base and silently whisk them away without anyone noticing. Lin Wu's eyes flickered with intrigue. Tonight was meant for proper rest, as she had plans to attend to the following day. Chapter 61, The Administrative District. The weather was as Jen Young had anticipated the night before. Good enough to provoke skepticism. Since the onset of the apocalypse, there had been no more than 10 days of clear skies. Today's gentle sun truly made one feel a bit dazed, as if the heat had lessened. Jen Young shielded his eyes and gazed skyward. Regardless of how high the temperature climbed, ever since he had joined Lin Wu, they had consistently donned long sleeves and jackets, bundled up snugly. Both Jiang Ta and Lin Wu were not particularly sensitive to heat, often leaving Jen Young drenched in sweat. The current temperature was indeed much more comfortable for him. Lin Wu lowered her gaze, lost in contemplation. Yes, with the high-temperature phase of the apocalypse nearing its end, a period of the most pleasant climate was soon to arrive. Shortly thereafter, temperatures would plummet to levels that could cause frostbite or even death. Jen Young withdrew his gaze, meticulously attuning himself to the direction indicated by his abilities. It seemed to be there. His eyes widened as he beheld the broad, smooth road. It was in the direction of the administrative district, the base's office area for handling affairs. This confirmed Lin Wu's speculation from the previous night, and she nodded slightly. "Let's go take a look." Security patrols in the administrative district were notably stringent. As they approached the outer side of the entrance, someone took notice of them. The guard, expressionless and armed, declared, "Please present your identification." Identification? Jen Young was momentarily taken aback, his first instinct being to think of his ID card, but he quickly realized that in this post-apocalyptic world, where could one procure an ID? It was likely a special document for the staff here. The guard, observing Jen Young's bewilderment, frowned and was about to reprimand him when a voice akin to that of a mosquito timidly murmured, "We are lost." The girl, hiding behind the boy, pressed her lips tightly together, seemingly terrified. Feeling embarrassed by her response, the guard's demeanor softened, and his tone lightened. "This is the administrative district. Follow this road, take a few turns, and you will reach the family quarters. You may leave now." The girl's eyes were filled with confusion, and she stuttered, "We are looking for someone." Suddenly, the hand that had been gripping Jen Young's shirt pinched him sharply. Startled, Jen Young immediately grasped Lin Wu's intention. He picked up the thread of conversation. "Oh, right, we aren't looking for a place to stay, we are here to find someone, but we haven't managed to locate them." The guard regarded Jen Young with suspicion. "Looking for someone in the administrative district? Who are you searching for?" He then turned to Lin Wu with a sudden shift in expression. "If this kid is trying to abduct you, just blink and I will take him in for questioning." In his view, the girl seemed timid enough to have fallen prey to a malevolent trickster. Jen Young quickly interjected, "No," while Lin Wu gently shook her head. Jen Young, feeling somewhat helpless, added, "The person we are looking for is named Shang Shihi. Do you know her?" Upon hearing Lin Wu mention searching for someone, he had immediately realized that within this base, the few people they knew were limited. The only one who could access the administrative district was Shang Shihi. The guard paused, looking for Miss Shang, noticing that the two did not appear to be lying. He hesitated for a moment. "That Miss Shang is quite capricious and difficult to handle. If these two are lying, I would surely be reprimanded for relaying the message, but if it is true, Miss Shang might even blame me. My surname is Jen, hers is Lin. Just tell Shang Shihi our surnames," Jen Young urged. "We genuinely know her, just a word from you will suffice." As the guard wavered, a sudden exclamation from a girl broke the tension. "Lin Jie, Jen Young." The three turned to see Chen Huan bouncing over, and to their surprise, it was indeed Shang Shihi, the very person they were discussing. The guard immediately bowed respectfully. Mississippi Shang Shihi cast a glance at him, ignoring his presence, and cheerfully grasped Lin Wu's arm. "Lin Jie, when did you all arrive at the base?" she pouted. "Brother, really, you didn't tell me." "Not long ago," Lin Wu replied, ruffling the girl's hair, shedding her earlier guise of deception. The guard, realizing the situation, dared not speak further and discreetly withdrew. He was not one to seek the limelight. Avoiding trouble was the best course. Jen Young's mind raced as he felt an unprecedented sharpness. "We were hoping to ask for your assistance." Shang Shihi immediately beamed. "Just say the word, there's nothing I can't do in the base." She scratched her head. "Of course, if I can't, my brother can." Jen Young felt a sudden urge to write an essay titled "My Base Elder Brother." He cleared his throat. "Well, a few days ago, we found a radio. It seems to have belonged to a tall man. We didn't manage to stop him in time and only know he works here." As his story flowed smoothly, he continued, "We were hesitant to hand it over to the guards, so we thought we might find the owner ourselves." Shang Shihi and Chen Huan exchanged knowing looks. After all, radios were rare treasures in this day and age. And who could guarantee that the person wouldn't just keep it for themselves? "I see, no worries, I'll take you in," Shang Shihi said cheerfully. Chen Huan nodded but added, "Can we take a look at the radio first?" Being the older one, she was naturally a bit more cautious. Jen Young chuckled. "Sure, it's in Lin Jie's bag." "Quite clever," Lin Wu remarked, raising an eyebrow slightly as she retrieved an older model radio from her bag. "Here. It was indeed a common radio." Chen Huan handed it back to them, nodding. "Follow me in." Consider it a tour of the administrative district. Although visits to the administrative district were technically prohibited, this was Shang Shihi's domain, and no one dared object. Shang Shihi eagerly pulled Lin Wu along as they dashed through the entrance of the administrative district. Her pace was naturally quick, being an ability user, almost catching Lin Wu off guard. "Oh, by the way, where is Sister Jiang?" Shang Shihi asked curiously. Seeing that Lin Wu had not responded, Jen Young knew he was free to improvise. He quickly replied, "Sister Jiang has some matters to attend to. She probably went to explore the trading market." "I see," Shang Shihi mused. "In a few days, I'll have my brother prepare a feast for us to enjoy." She rubbed her hands together. "My brother surely has plenty of good things. I rarely get to taste them." Jenny Young's eyes lit up. "Sounds great. Once we rescue Jiang To, she will undoubtedly be thrilled." Despite the excitement, Jenny Young did not forget their primary objective. As they moved through various departments, he continued to search for the location of the severed vine. He scrutinized the signs closely, noting the Human Resources Department. This was the nearest location, yet it appeared to be situated in a more distant building behind. Glancing at Lin Wu, Jen Young subtly nodded, then asked, "Do all your staff reside in the family quarters?" Shang-Shi he poked Chen Huan. "Sister Huan, is that right?" Chen Huan sighed, pushing Shang-Shi's mischievous hand away, and explained earnestly, "Most do, but the regional managers for each department live in the warehouse behind for easy access to documents or other materials." I see, Jen Young confirmed. Chapter 62, The Rescue. After circling around the group naturally did not find the owner, Jen Young lamented, "Perhaps Sister Huan should keep this radio for us. Carrying it around like this isn't very practical." As Chen Huan was about to speak, she overheard Shang-Shi and Fu He exclaiming, Indeed, it's just that Sister Huan is conveniently here. If anyone has lost their radio, we can simply return it to them." Upon hearing this, Chen Huan felt compelled to accept the situation. Jen Young sensed that her composure was gradually thickening as she moved closer to Lin Wu. "Then we shall take our leave for now. Until next time, goodbye," Lin Wu replied with a smile. Bidding farewell to the two, Chen Huan and Shang-Shi had other matters to attend to, and though Shang-Shi wished to join in their reverie, she could only wave goodbye with reluctance. After walking a short distance, Jen Young glanced back to confirm that they had vanished from sight. "Sister, Jiang To should be in the warehouse behind us. What should we do now?" Jen Young inquired. The fact that they managed to capture a person in the administrative district's warehouse indicates a deep connection with the authorities. The precision with which they identified the solitary wanderers, aside from Jiang To, indeed suggests the involvement of someone from the Personnel Resources Department. Lin Wu lowered her gaze and typed a response to Jen Young. "I see." Jen Young pondered for a moment, believing it feasible. Compared to a large-scale deployment of abilities across the entire base, this method was far less taxing. Lin Wu patted Jen Young on the shoulder. "They have traversed the light path. Now it is time for the dark path." Following her earlier instructions, Lin Wu took a narrow route alone and scaled a section of the surrounding wall. From previous observations, the guards on the administrative district side were notably weak, almost akin to a blind spot. Being mindful of the patrolling guards, Lin Wu seized the opportunity to use her abilities to ascend the administrative building, swiftly crossing over. The warehouses here were sparsely populated, which worked to her advantage. The haphazard arrangement of the small warehouses created a visually disorienting effect. Lin Wu did not waste time on the ordinary warehouses. The one that had managed to confine Jiang To for so long must have some hidden tricks. Meanwhile, an utterly bored Jiang To sat on the edge of her bed, suffering from immense hunger. She was practically starving. How could they have captured her without providing a meal? Cursing under her breath, Jiang To felt as if the light before her had shifted in hue. The candle's light was dim, leading her to think she was hallucinating due to her hunger, but soon, she realized her mistake and hurriedly lifted the candlestick to shine on the floor. Numerous vines emerged from the ground, densely packed together, forming what appeared to be several characters. Upon closer inspection, Jen Young, Jiang To exclaimed with joy, deciphering the message and knocking on the wall. Puzzled, she asked, "What are you knocking for?" After a while, she heard a familiar voice from outside. "Jiang To." It was Lin Wu. "Finally, you've come," Jiang To exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. "I'm about to starve to death." "Your priorities are rather peculiar," Lin Wu remarked. After a brief moment of excitement, Jiang To quickly regained her composure. "It's useless. I can't get out. That woman's abilities have sealed this place." Lin Wu noticed it too. The wall was distinctly different from other warehouses, exuding an unusual metallic sheen. A forceful assault would undoubtedly attract a great deal of attention from the guards, posing a significant risk. Jiang To lamented, "Am I to be trapped here for eternity? Damn that woman. I'd rather die than be here with her." Lin Wu, she called out several times but received no response. Jiang To's heart sank. Lin Wu had left. She called out again, Lin Wu. Silence enveloped her. Lin Wu would never abandon a companion deemed worthless, as she loathed taking unnecessary risks. Very well. Frustrated, Jiang To returned to her bed, leaning against the wall. As time passed, she unconsciously drew her knees closer to herself. So had she truly been discarded once more? Jiang To stared vacantly at the candle before her. This was the second time. Time was indeterminate, stretching on until Jeong-to finally heard footsteps outside, though they were not those she recognized. "Are you getting anxious?" In the sunlight, Tang Lon's red lips appeared exceptionally vibrant. She waved her hand, dispelling her abilities, and upon opening the door, she found Jeong-to squatting on the bed, leaning against the doorframe. Tang Lon languidly stated, "I have a penchant for gunfire," followed by bodies hitting the ground. Jeong-to looked in shock towards the doorway. A familiar petite figure entered, expressionless, beckoning her with a finger. "Let us go." It turned out Lin Woo had not abandoned her but had been hiding with a sniper rifle. Though her arm bore an injury, any sudden movement would aggravate the wound. She had maintained her sniping stance all afternoon. And the next moment, Jeong-to's thoughts snapped back to normal, glancing at the woman on the floor. Sighing, she reflected, at least she was a capable antagonist. Was this truly the conclusion? Shouldn't there be some more intricate plot twists? Unbeknownst to Lin Woo, Jeong-to's mind was racing with scenarios. Navigating over the warehouse walls proved somewhat challenging, requiring considerable effort before she successfully carried Jeong-to across. It appeared that reaching the fourth tier only allowed her to move in the air. Carrying someone proved to be quite difficult. "Let us go." Even with a silencer, the sound of gunfire was still considerable, and the guards from the administrative building quickly approached, likely to conduct a search around the perimeter. Only after they had distanced themselves from the administrative district did Lin Woo finally breathe a sigh of relief. She stole a glance at Jeong-to. Why did this woman look so unwell, hungry? After contemplating, Lin Woo retrieved a roasted chicken from her storage. Here, Jeong-to didn't even glance at the chicken. Coming back to herself, she suddenly embraced Lin Woo, cursing, "Damn it, I thought you had abandoned me." Lin Woo, caught off guard by the unexpected embrace, stiffened, unsure how to respond. It had been years since she had engaged in such intimate contact with anyone. Even counting her previous life, Lin Woo allowed Jeong-to to hold her for a moment before coldly pushing her away. "Aren't you going to eat?" she inquired, weighing the roasted chicken in her hand. Jeong-to snatched it away. "Who wouldn't eat? I'm starving." That evening, Jeong-to spent a considerable time venting her frustrations about Tang Lon's eccentricities, grabbing a chicken leg to gnaw on when she grew tired. Nevertheless, that girl truly possessed a deceptive charm. Jin Eong clicked her tongue, feeling she was even more formidable than Sister Lin. "That's quite impolite," Lin Woo remarked. Jeong-to wholeheartedly agreed. Who would have thought that a child who barely reaches my knee could harbor such thoughts? "It's utterly unpredictable." Lin Woo recalled someone in particular, the youthful visage of the old spectre, Ji Xiaoxiao. She was a figure much discussed among the various bases in the years following the apocalypse. It was said that she appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, yet she was actually over 20, maintaining her youthful appearance due to a rare pathological condition, possessing exceedingly rare psychic abilities. She had become a source of concern for all bases. Once, she had roamed the lower echelons of various bases, eliminating many with sinister intentions toward children, employing extremely brutal methods. It was rumored that the more unique the ability, the more challenging it was to advance. Early-stage ability users often failed to recognize their own powers, thus it was likely that Ji Xiaoxiao herself had yet to realize her abilities and was relying on such a clandestine organization for survival. The three of them enjoyed a hearty meal together. Just as they were tidying up the table, a knock sounded at the door. Chapter 63. The brother. The visitor was Zhong Weisheng. "Found someone?" "Have you?" Zhong Weisheng observed Jeong-to, who appeared to be in decent spirits. Jeong-to, yearning for a good night's sleep, spoke curtly. "What is the matter?" Zhong Weisheng replied, "The official notice has been posted. The female minister of the personnel department has been brutally gunned down, and they are currently pursuing the assailant." He scrutinized the trio's expressions, noting their lack of reaction, then chuckled. "Do take care." Jeong-to crossed her arms. "Fine, if there's nothing else, you should head back quickly. It's late and safety is a concern." Subtly ushering him out, Zhong Weisheng chuckled, raising his hands in mock surrender. Indeed, there is nothing more to discuss. He had merely come to gauge whether this incident was linked to them, though it seemed unrelated. Zhong Weisheng's instincts suggested otherwise. Years spent in the realm of gossip had honed his sensitivity to information. In the administrative district, the bullet entered through the occipital region, causing immediate death. The assailant's aim was remarkably precise, the coroner remarked as he removed his gloves. He turned to the officer. What are your thoughts? Nye Iming replied, this morning Minister Tang was assisting me in interrogating a suspect, and by the afternoon, she was murdered. There is reason to suspect an association with the organization behind the human trafficking. There is something intriguing, the coroner chuckled, the sunlight reflecting off his glasses. This Minister Tang was wearing a human skin mask. In truth, she bore a conspicuous red birthmark on her face. He gestured it from her brow to her chin. It covered almost half of her face. Nye Iming Post administrative district staff are not permitted to conceal their faces. The coroner shrugged. Her face beneath the mask was rather appealing. It simply didn't resemble the Minister Tang we know. Not just different, they were completely unrecognizable as the same person. Are you implying she wasn't the real Minister Tang? Nye Iming exclaimed in shock. Then who is she? The coroner replied, had this been before? You could have swiftly accessed her identity through the police system, but now, it's difficult. Nye Iming's expression darkened. A woman impersonating another has managed to attain the ministerial position. This is a slap in the face to the entire base. Recalling their recent capture of that cult group, Minister Tang had rushed over to assist in the interrogation. Nye Iming felt as though he had swallowed a fly. The coroner, an old classmate, noted his reaction and shared his thoughts. I've heard that the victims of the human trafficking ring lacked companions. Their targets were evidently individuals like this. The meticulous planning required to identify them must surely be linked to the personnel department. Nye Iming's expression grew increasingly grim. That night, the sounds of interrogation persisted within the room. The following day, Shang-Shi lay soundly asleep on the desk in Shang-Shi Ting, drooling profusely. Shang Ziting, who had risen early for work, tapped her forehead in annoyance and said, why are you sleeping here, Shang-Shi? And her drowsy eyes fluttered open. Up, brother, she yawned and added, I've been waiting for you for ages. I went to bed early last night, so I woke up early too. I thought I might find you and decided to wait directly at your desk. Unintentionally, she had dozed off again. Shang Ziting handed her a tissue with a stern expression. Wipe it clean. Oh, Shang-Shi acknowledged her fault, sticking out her tongue as she obediently wiped the drool off the desk. Once Shang Ziting noticed she had nearly finished, he inquired, what is it, by the way? Why didn't you inform me that those people who are to rescue me had arrived? Shang-Shi replied with dissatisfaction, if I hadn't run into them yesterday, I would still be in the dark. Shang Ziting, seated in his chair, continued reading. I haven't received any news from HR. Have they really arrived? Yes, brother, would you like to meet them? Those two sisters are quite beautiful. Shang-Shi's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Whichever one you manage to pursue would be your blessing. What is this child always thinking about? Shang Ziting scolded her. Go attend to serious matters and stop daydreaming. Oh, Shang-Shi pouted. Then remember to prepare a meal for them. At the very least, that must happen. I will arrange it, Shang Ziting replied impatiently, waving his hand. Don't disturb my work, go play elsewhere. Got it. Shang-Shi's face brightened at his agreement regarding the meal. And she happily dashed out. Once her footsteps faded away, Shang Ziting finally set his book down. Chen Huan, the person outside, then entered. Young master, Shang Ziting asked her, where are those individuals now? Chen Huan lowered her head to respond. The person assigned to their accommodation has received your instructions. They are currently housed in Building 2 of the family quarters. Only one of the three has registered their ability, but to my knowledge, all three are actually capable. Shang Ziting nodded. I have time this afternoon, I can go meet them. After speaking, he resumed his reading, appearing entirely engrossed in the text. He did not dismiss Chen Huan, who remained standing, awaiting further inquiries. What are their dispositions like? Shang Ziting asked casually. Chen Huan answered, they are fairly upright, their strength is not to be underestimated, and their character is good. They could indeed be useful. Go find Xiao He. Don't stray too far from her, keep an eye on her, Shang Ziting instructed. Understood. Chen Huan hurriedly left. The weather today was quite pleasant, and after dealing with various affairs, Shang Ziting felt a bit of strain in his eyes and decided to take a stroll. He had a private office courtyard equipped with fitness equipment. Just as his hand brushed against the pull-up bar, he had a light laugh from nearby. Does my elder brother know that I have arrived at the base and yet does not come to greet me? The person spoke with a tone of disappointment. Must I visit him first? Shang Ziting cast a cold glance at the man perched on the courtyard wall. Climbing over the wall hardly counts as a visit. What sort of person does my elder brother wish to see? Bring me along to meet them. Shang Xian jumped down and casually dusted off his pants. Shang Ziting's expression darkened like ink. Get out of here, TSK, so fierce. Shang Xian waved his hand. I'll leave, but it would be joyous to exit through the front gate. Eavesdropping, are we? Your actions remain as despicable as ever. The disdain in Shang Ziting's eyes was unmistakable. Shang Xian paused, raising his hand slightly. A land from my elder brother. You taught me well. I hope my elder brother sleeps soundly tonight, or else. He tilted his head, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Who knows, he might not sleep peacefully in the future. After all, I have returned. No sooner had he spoken than he sensed a gust of wind slicing past his ear. Shang Xian touched his ear, seeing blood on his fingers, his smile deepening. Is my elder brother anxious? Get lost. Sensing the murderous intent behind him, Shang Xian left with satisfaction. Chapter 64, A Class Mission. Upon awakening, Lin Wu was pulled up by Jiang Ta to inspect her wound. It's a bit torn. Should we go get some insurance supplies? Jiang Ta's gaze lingered on her injury. Feeling quite distressed, Lin Wu chuckled, shaking her head. It's nothing. Insurance supplies are scarce and usually sold mixed with other medicinal items. In this post-apocalyptic world, many overlook the importance of insurance supplies when scrambling for resources. Only a few professional healers or those with knowledge about them tend to seek this out. Crystal cores cannot be bought. Besides, I think it's just a minor injury. Having suffered far worse pain in her past life, Lin Wu felt that this little hurt was no different from a mosquito bite. Jiang Ta did not share her opinion. Letting out a sigh, then let's apply some powder and pay close attention. We mustn't let it scar, she mumbled. After all, you're a girl, scars on your arms can be quite unsightly. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine and rubbed her arms. Damn it, when did I become so delicate? Lin Wu pushed the still fussy girl out and knocked on Jian Yang's door to rouse the sleepy boy. What's wrong, sister? Jian Yang asked lazily, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Lin Wu pointed toward the bathroom. Wash up. Jian Yang obediently went to wash up before feeding Jiang Ta and concluding Jian Yang's wash. Lin Wu had prepared every word she intended to say on her tablet. She had to admit that this software was quite useful, allowing her to input commonly used phrases in advance, which greatly saved her typing time. Reflecting on this, Lin Wu sighed sadly. In the future, she would need to find a companion with healing abilities to see if they could restore her speech function. To be honest, every time she watched Jiang Ta confront someone, she felt a strong urge to try it herself. Once they had eaten and cleaned up, Lin Wu finally revealed her tablet. Soon, people from the upper echelons of the base will contact us. Be prepared. Jiang Ta was astonished. Our commotion isn't that significant. Is it? Not necessarily. Lin Wu selected that statement. I exposed my physique to old Jin. Although that soldier did not suspect me at the time, there's no guarantee they won't come back to inquire later. After all, I merely changed outfits. I had previously worn that black attire. The people from above looking for us could have two possible intentions. One is Shang-Chi's brother, Shang Ziting. Lin Wu scrolled the screen. Their primary aim is likely to test us, so we should be a bit cautious. Jian Yang took a bite of toast. Yes, indeed, our excuse for going to the administrative district was that we found a radio. And it's likely that will be uncovered soon. Logically, if someone had truly lost a radio, it would have been widely known by now. Lin Wu nodded. The second possibility is the military, currently investigating a human trafficking case and a shooting incident. If Jiang Weisheng is loose-lipped and reveals the clues we provided, coupled with the fact that I exposed my physique during the incident, it would be extremely easy to draw trouble upon ourselves. Does this mean Jiang Weisheng knows too much? Jiang Ta pondered. Should I deal with him? Jian Yang, Lin Wu. In the midst of his dreams, Jiang Weisheng's calf suddenly twitched. He awoke in a daze. As if he had experienced a nightmare but soon fell back into a deep sleep, Lin Wu held her forehead and messaged Jiang To, "There's no need for that." Lin Wu wrote, "The military won't make things too difficult for us. Their focus is on whether we will pose a threat to the base's safety. Given the current situation, they won't take action against us. The military are protectors, not rulers." As for Jiang Weisheng, he can be of use. Jiang Ta and Jian Yang exchanged glances. "What do you mean by can be of use?" Lin Wu smiled but did not answer immediately. In the afternoon, the trio registered a small team at the official window, with a girl handling the registration asking as she wrote, "What is the name of your team?" "Chong Shao." Jiang To glanced at Lin Wu, quickly asking, "Chong as in rebuild, Shao as in dawn?" Lin Wu nodded. "Reborn in this life." Emerging from the darkness of the past into the dawn, the registering girl handed over a piece of card stock. "The newly registered team must complete a task of D class or higher within a week, or it will be automatically cancelled." She pointed to the adjacent window. "You can collect tasks over there. Feel free to have a look." After the girl finished speaking, she sat down to continue her work, not holding high hopes for this team. After all, there was only one ability user, the other two were ordinary people, and a D-class mission would be exceptionally challenging for them. Lin Wu and her companions perused the task list. Currently, there were no S-class missions. 2 A-class missions remained unclaimed. Several B-class missions were available. The C-class had the most, and there were only a few D-class tasks. "Sister, which one should we choose?" Jiang To rubbed her stomach. "I'm a bit hungry. Let Lin Wu decide while you and I check if there's anything to eat nearby." "Okay." Jian Yang thought for a moment, recalling that there indeed seemed to be something for sale when they arrived. The two swiftly slipped away, leaving Lin Wu alone to examine the task board. After reviewing all the tasks, Lin Wu's gaze lingered on the 2 A-class options before shifting to the B-class. Completing an A-class task or higher would lead to commendation, so it was better to keep a low profile. She reached for a B-class task. A long, powerful hand covered the round task card. "I want this mission." That familiar voice. Lin Wu coldly met the man's mocking gaze and reached for another B-class task. Sure enough, Shang Xian once again covered this task. He rapped on the task board, "These tasks are not suited for you." Shang Qian leaned against the wall, extending his hand to cover the B-level tasks on the board beside him, raising his hand slightly. "Find something more appropriate for you." Lin Wu felt an overwhelming urge to sever his head with a single stroke. She placed her hand on the A-level task. Shang Qian's eyes flickered, yet unexpectedly a sharp pain struck her abdomen, as if a force had violently collided with her. Lin Wu, with an expression devoid of emotion, retrieved an A-level task and turned to face the astonished man. "Leave." She had never been one to shy away from confrontation. Shang Qian slowly rubbed his abdomen, chuckling softly, "Quite a considerable force. Your control over your abilities is commendable." He was undeniably quite easy on the eyes, yet the young girl at the registration desk trembled, her head bowed, too fearful to glance in their direction. As if Shang Qian was some sort of monster, Lin Wu furrowed her brow and handed the task card to the girl. "Register it." The task card and team card needed to be stamped together to confirm the affiliation of the task. The girl's hand trembled as she stamped, sneaking a glance at Shang Qian, who seemed lost in thought. In a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "You might want to consider changing tasks. Failing to complete a task incurs a penalty fee." "Thank you." Lin Wu softened her tone slightly. "However, that won't be necessary. Please register this task for me." Once Lin Wu had finished stamping, Shang Qian peeled off another A-level task card, smiling as he handed it to the girl while looking into Lin Wu's eyes. The girl was utterly terrified of him, hastily stamping and returning it to him. "Here you go." Shang Qian waved the task card. "I look forward to working together." These 2 A-level tasks consisted of retrieving a confidential document from a building in the city center and blowing up that very building. Chapter 65, Shang Ziting A-level task. Jiang To stared at the task card in astonishment. Retrieving a confidential document from a red safe on the 3rd underground floor felt rather spy-like. Jian Yong, munching on a box of biscuits he had bought, remarked, "Not too difficult, right? It's just a matter of grabbing a document." Lin Wu paused her fingers on the tablet as she edited text. Jeong To rolled her eyes. Not difficult, think about it. That area is the city center, and that building is practically at the heart of it. Tell me, how many people live in that district? Our geography teacher mentioned it before. Jen Young pondered carefully. It's 6 million. Moreover, the closer to the center, the denser it gets. Jeong To tapped the table. Exactly. Now calculate, if 70% of the population becomes zombies, how many zombies is that? Jen Young's face went pale. Furthermore, from what I know, most of the people there are overworked, and when that meteor shower occurred, the crowd was incredibly dense, making the zombie density unimaginable. Jeong To shrugged. Lin Wu finished her text and remained non-committal to Jeong To's assertions. 70% is too conservative, but 80% leaves room for doubt, while 90% approaches disbelief. In her past life, such data was never disclosed to avoid instilling despair among the masses. Lin Wu had only gleaned fragments of information through various channels. One significant reason for her undertaking this task was the prospect of acquiring a substantial number of crystal cores and advancing her abilities to the 5th tier. Jeong To and Jen Young, noticing she had finished typing, quickly leaned over to take a look. The first line read, "Beware of a man named Shang Qian and his companions." That evening, a cheerful knocking echoed at the door. Jeong To opened it to find a young girl burrowing into her embrace. "Sister Jeong, good evening." "Good evening," Jeong To asked, puzzled why they had come so late. Chen Huan adjusted her glasses. "Our base leader wishes to meet you, specifically Shao He's brother." Yes, my brother wants to invite you all to dinner." Hurry up. Shang-Shi and Chen Huan shook Jeong To's arm. Peering into the room, "Sister Lin, you should come too," Jen Young interjected. "His name isn't Jen Young." Lin Wu waved her hand gently, signaling that she would join shortly. On the way, Jeong To curiously inquired of Shang-Shi, "Shao He, how much older is your brother than you?" Shang-Shi tilted her head, grinning. 9 years, I believe." Previously, Shang-Shi had mentioned she was 15 this year, implying her brother Shang Ziting was merely 24. Jeong To exclaimed in surprise. "Only 24? Wow, that is quite young." She had assumed that someone in the position of base leader would generally be a portly middle-aged man. Shang-Shi giggled as she introduced her brother, but after a moment, she shyly added, "Actually, I have 2 brothers. My second brother is also quite handsome." Chen Huan coughed lightly. Shang-Shi fell silent, a thought flickering in Lin Wu's mind as she tentatively asked, "Shang Qian?" Shang-Shi, disregarding Chen Huan's warning gaze, exclaimed in delight, "How did you know? My second brother is indeed named Shang Qian. So it is that man." Lin Wu maintained her composure. "I know him." Jeong To and Jen Young exchanged glances. Isn't he the one Lin Wu warned them to be cautious of? Chen Huan's expression deepened, her tone subtly distancing. "Are you quite close with the second young master?" "Close," Lin Wu tugged at her sleeve. "We've clashed before. The injury was his doing." Chen Huan's eyes brightened. "So it's a grudge, then?" How could that be?" Shang-Shi said, looking rather unwell. "My second brother has a pretty good temper, so there must be some misunderstanding." She still held great affection for her brother. Lin Wu chose to sidestep the topic. Chen Huan patted Shang-Shi's head, thinking to herself, "Poor child, after all that, how could there be any misunderstanding?" She smiled slightly. Since she was at odds with the second young master, that made her a friend of the young master. Chen Huan's mood brightened considerably. Jeong To grasped Lin Wu's sleeve in astonishment, her anger barely contained. "So your injury was caused by him? Next time I see him, point him out to me." Cough. Jen Young pressed a hand against Jeong To. "The girl is still here. Isn't it inappropriate for you to say such things?" Jeong To fell silent. Shang-Shi frowned, looking upset. "I'll ask my second brother." She believed her brother wasn't someone who would cause trouble without reason, and she also believed these individuals were good people. There must be some misunderstanding. Chen Huan sighed silently, exasperated at the girl's naivety. She couldn't comprehend what enchantment the second young master had cast on Miss. Everyone knew how fearsome he was, yet Miss was the only one foolishly convinced he was harmless. After traversing several well-paved roads and crossing the most upscale villa area, they finally halted before an independent courtyard. Chen Huan produced a key to unlock the door. Inside, a banquet had already been laid out, surrounded by numerous candles for illumination, creating a rather atmospheric setting. Shang-Chi rushed to Shang Ziting's side. "Brother, quiet down." Shang Ziting gently patted the girl's head, casting a resigned glance at the three of them. "My sister has caused you trouble." The trio scrutinized the young base leader. At a glance, no one could overlook his thick, well-groomed eyebrows and piercing eyes, his hair and attire meticulously arranged, indicating a man of exacting standards. Lin Wu shook her head. "Not at all, they merely intervened to help." Jiang Ta's eyes sparkled at the sight of the sumptuous feast before her. Had she not been restrained by Jian Yiyong, she would have already sat down to eat. "Please take your seats." "There's no need to be formal." Jiang To eagerly awaited those words. They had no topics of conversation. Shang Ziting was not a particularly loquacious person, and the group quietly enjoyed their meal. The most typical sight was Jiang To and Shang-Chi sitting together and chattering about which dishes were the most delicious. When everyone had nearly finished eating, Shang Ziting set down his chopsticks and inquired, "Miss Lin, have you registered your ability team?" He could tell Lin Wu was the cornerstone among the three. Lin Wu responded with a slight hum. "After registering, the team must select a task to complete." "Which one did you choose?" Shang Ziting asked with a smile. "A1. Shang Ziting grasped his cup. "A1, oh, that is quite a challenging task. Oh, I remember now, my second brother accepted the A2 task." Shang-Chi, feeling slightly tipsy from the fruit wine, exclaimed happily, saying she saw it when she visited her second brother today. Chen Huan quickly pulled her back. "Don't speak." Shang-Chi suddenly recalled her brother was present and stiffly turned her head to smile awkwardly. Oh no, her brother would surely be displeased again. Lin Wu carefully scrutinized Shang Ziting's expression. It was composed but concealed a certain menace. This sibling pair was quite intriguing. Shang Ziting spoke slowly. "Do not underestimate the A2 task. Miss Lin, you should exercise caution." He locked eyes with Lin Wu. "You will want you." This was a test. Lin Wu sipped her drink, her short hair and smiled gently, swaying. "We will." Chapter 66. First, the sequence of tasks A1 and A2 is of paramount importance. Should Shang Qian take action first, Lin Wu's task would nearly be rendered futile. Any reasonable person would understand that A1 should precede A2, which must await the completion of A1. However, Lin Wu had no belief that he would think that way. Thus, after enjoying a meal at Shang Ziting's table, they set out early the next morning. The trio departed. The young Chen cleared his throat and began to call out in the trading market, "Ms. Lu Miao Miao, Ms. Lu Miao Miao, we are looking for Ms.Lu Miao Miao. Lu Miao Miao, who had been dragged out for a morning walk by her best friend, had just taken a large sip of mineral water. Pfft. She disregarded her image, astonishedly asking her friend Ailey, "Did I hear that correctly? Are they calling for me?" Ailey, equally stunned, could only stammer, "Is it a coincidence?" Lu Miao Miao frowned, waving her hand to signal the powerful protectors following them to keep up. "Let's go take a look." A group of people marched forward with fervor. Ms.Lu Miao Miao, Ms. Lu Miao Miao, we are looking for Ms.Lu Miao Miao. Feng Gu stretched lazily, beaming with a smile, and turned to another subordinate to say, "You know, Chenzi's calling sounds quite pleasing." "Of course, boss, it wouldn't sound good if you didn't arrange it," the subordinate continued to flatter. Feng Ji's expression darkened. "How many times must I say it? Our boss is Ms.Lu Miao Miao, and I am merely her loyal subordinate. You can just call me brother." "All right, Feng Gu, you can rest assured the boss will definitely hear it. She should be here soon." Lu Miao Miao had been observing a stall for quite some time and could not recall having seen these people before. She pouted. "Lily, isn't your brother in the Human Resources Department now? Go check how many people share my name." Ailey hesitated. "My brother, stop making excuses. Are you still my best friend? Help me find out." Lu Miao Miao glared at her. Ailey thought to herself, "Isn't it my parents wanting to be friends with you?" But fearing a fallout with Lu Miao Miao, she had no choice but to pull over someone she had brought along and instructed them to inquire. "Ms.Lu Miao Miao, Ms. Lu Miao Miao, we are looking for Ms.Lu Miao Miao." Lu Miao Miao grabbed someone. "You, go ask them what they want with Lu Miao Miao. Hurry up and find out. Be sharp about it before long." The person returned, "Miss They said they are looking for their old Ms.Lu Meow Meow, claiming to have seen her a few times in the Beming district. Others felt it was truly bizarre to speak of such things in front of Lu Meow Meow. But he mustered the courage to say, with an extraordinary presence, a blend of literary talent and martial prowess, a rare aura seen once in a century, damn it, how terrifying it is to lack culture. His words are making me cringe. AI timely supported him. Meow Meow, didn't you go to Beming district not long ago? Could it be? Lu Meow Meow's mind stirred even though she wasn't sure if they were talking about her. Being praised like that made her feel elated. AI continued to flatter Lu Meow Meow while rolling her eyes internally. Which of those words even relates to you? Don't you have any self-awareness? Soon, the person who had gone to the Human Resources Department returned, glanced at AI and hurriedly told Lu Meow Meow, Miss Lu, you are the only one named Lu Meow Meow in the base. Lu Meow Meow coughed awkwardly, sitting up straighter. AI glanced up at the sky. After all, there was no one from the Lu family in the Human Resources Department. She wasn't about to add troubles for her brother. Meow Meow, look, since the base only has you with that name, they must be looking for you. AI continued to coax her. Lu Meow Meow adjusted her hair, scrutinizing Fongu and his group. They don't seem weak. They barely qualify to protect me. AI took a deep breath, reminding herself not to roll her eyes in front of Lu Meow Meow. Young Chen had been shouting for hours, his voice hoarse, and pitifully complained to Fongu, brother. That hoarse crow-like voice made Fong Ji's body tense. Young Chen sighed, I can't keep this up any longer. Indeed, your voice sounds rather terrifying, Fongu agreed earnestly. A subordinate beside Fongu timidly raised a hand. Actually, speak plainly, spit it out. Fongu could not tolerate any dilly-dallying. The subordinate whispered, the loudspeaker has a recording and replay function. Young Chen, Fongu awkwardly punched the subordinate. Why didn't you say so earlier? The subordinate looked aggrieved. I wanted to say it, but Chen Gu was too engrossed in shouting. I thought you wouldn't hear me. My voice. Young Chen thought of banging his head against the wall. Yet the announcement still needed to be recorded, so he had to find someone with a clear voice to record it.ms.lu Meow Meow. Ms. Lu Meow Meow, we are looking for ms.lu Meow Meow. Not bad, though it can't compare to mine. Young Chen disdainfully remarked with his hoarse crow-like voice. Fongu ignored him. He felt somewhat gloomy. After an entire morning, the boss still hadn't shown up. Was the boss not planning to come to the trading market today? Lu Meow Meow adjusted her collar, feeling that her chiffon dress looked quite decent, and with her head held high, she approached Fongu. Miss, should we accompany Ms. Lu? The man who had just run errands in the Human Resources Department inquired. Lowering his head, AI waved her hand dismissively. Do you want to be embarrassed by being with her? No way. She pondered for a moment and told the man, just say I have a stomachache, and went to the restroom. I'll be back shortly. The man, I thought you would take me with you. He could only watch as Lu Meow Meow drew closer to Fongu. Fongu was seated on a bench, feeling incredibly hungry, contemplating whether to grab something to eat, when he looked up and saw a woman walking back and forth in front of him. Fong Ji's face gradually wrinkled into a question mark. Lu Meow Meow turned around for a while, thinking, why haven't they recognized me yet? Points deducted from their scores and wages cut, they still want to follow her. Fongu stared at her for a while before slowly standing up. Lu Meow Meow raised her chin even higher. Finally recognized me. How? Your eyesight must be quite poor. Fongu stood in front of her, organizing his words. Well, I know, Lu Meow Meow interrupted Fongu, saying, you don't need to say anything. Fongu was bewildered. He merely wanted to tell her to stop turning around. Her white attire was dazzling his eyes. Lu Meow Meow adjusted her hair. From now on, you will be responsible for protecting me. I will inform my father to incorporate you into the security team. What? Fongu was taken aback, hastily waving his hands. No, who are you? Lu Meow Meow was stunned. Aren't you looking for me? We are looking for another Lu Meow Meow. I am Lu Meow Meow. Fong Ji's mouth dropped, almost reaching his chin. We are looking for another Lu Meow Meow. There is only one Lu Meow Meow in the base. Lu Miaomiao's face flashed crimson, and noticing the increasing number of onlookers, she stiffened her neck, unable to utter another word. Fenggu waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense. Lu Miaomiao, trembling with anger, retorted, You are the one talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, go check. Fenggu looked at her curiously. What, you've checked already, and so what if you have? Lu Miaomiao glared at him. Feng Ji's face twisted into a frown, his mouth forming a downward arc, resembling a popular meme before the apocalypse. Girl, you must be truly idle. Chapter 67. Beitu Mission Yugu. I'm laughing so hard, let me tell you. Xie Yue struggled to straighten her back, leaning against the door while catching her breath, taking a long while to recover. Yu Huai waited quietly for her laughter to subside before asking what happened. Liang Jing, who had caught up, also found it amusing. Shrugging his shoulders, earlier someone asked Lin Wu for their names, and we reported Lu Miaomiao. Then that group went bonkers, shouting through a loudspeaker, looking for Lu Miaomiao. Xie Yue mimicked Yang Qian's manner, standing on a higher stool. She cleared her throat. Ms.Lu Miaomiao, Ms. Lu Miaomiao, we are looking for Ms.Lu Miaomiao. Ha 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 ha. Xie Yue almost choked on her own saliva, tears nearly spilling from her laughter. She vigorously patted Yu Huai's shoulder. You have no idea. That silly Lu Miaomiao really thought they were looking for her. Humans often excel in imitation during such times. Xie Yue exaggeratedly adjusted her hair, mimicking Lu Miaomiao's demeanor. From now on, you will be responsible for protecting me. A chorus of laughter erupted from the group. All right. Yu Huai suppressed his laughter. Our current mission is B-class, not too difficult, but speed is essential. The higher-ups at the base urgently need a batch of special medicines. Liang Jing asked, when do we depart? Yu Huai stood up. We need to leave this afternoon. Time is tight. After all, the situation over there waits for no one. All right, I'll go gather my things with Zijiang. Xie Yue dashed out in a flurry. Liang Jing remarked, Xia Wei has matured a lot now. She used to throw tantrums like a little princess, but now she is always eager to help. Yu Huai squatted there, sorting crystal nuclei, and replied, after all, people need to grow up. Since she chose to endure hardship with us instead of accepting her family's protection, she must have prepared herself mentally. Just as the group finished packing their things into the vehicle, Xie Yue suddenly remembered something, cheerfully exclaiming, wait a moment. She then jogged over to the nearby trading market. Yu Huai, seeing this, sighed, I'll go keep an eye on her. Wait a bit, the other three chuckled warmly. Xie Yue crouched in front of a stall selling hard candy, handing over several crystal nuclei. Uncle, please pack me a big bag. So much today. The uncle glanced behind her. Your brother is here, he won't scold you, will he? This uncle had run a candy store before the apocalypse and lived nearby. After the apocalypse, he had only this candy to rely on, setting up a stall every day. Quite a few female ability users often came to buy. Xie Yue looked back and spotted Yu Huai. Yugu, I'm just buying some candy, hehe. The uncle had seen them come several times. Previously, Yu Huai would always furrow his brows and advise her to indulge less in such sweets. He had thought that today Yu Huai would dissuade Xie Yue from purchasing so many. Yet Yu Huai remained silent. Go ahead, after all, the task at hand was not an easy one, and a lighter mood might prove beneficial. Thank you, uncle. Xie Yue stuck out her tongue. Let us eat on the way. The candy vendor watched the two depart, chuckling softly. His own children, before they became zombies, had been just like them. At that moment, Jian Yong was driving, listening to Jiang To teasing Lin Wu beside him. You actually got into this car today, weren't you cherishing it before? How could you let it go? Lin Wu retrieved a crystal core. To guard against others. To guard against petty people. Jiang To, seated in the passenger seat, glanced back at Lin Wu. What about Shang Xian? Are you aware of his abilities? Lin Wu shook her head. Most likely he doesn't possess a common ability, otherwise there would have been some news in my past life. Last night, upon returning, she had even seen Zhong Weisheng loitering downstairs. Though she was unsure of his intentions, Jiang Ta's curiosity was piqued as she felt a twinge of envy. Lin Wu exchanged another crystal core. saying we'll discuss it later. Right now, our focus should be on this mission. Jeong-to nodded in understanding. Got it, sister. We still have about an hour until we reach Yuan district. Should we prepare? Jin E-young glanced at the rearview mirror. Lin Wu reached over to weigh the bag of crystal cores next to Jeong-to and tossed it at her. Jeong-to caught it awkwardly, feeling guilty for having forgotten to absorb the cores. No need, Lin Wu replied to Jin E-young. Jin E-young scratched his head. Then if we encounter zombies, just crush them, Jeong-to asserted, clutching the crystal core. You haven't seen the power of this car. Just charge at the zombies without a second thought, Lin Wu nodded. At least that was the case before encountering zombies of 5th rank or higher. Jin E-young understood. He was still too young to have obtained his driver's license. And with the pressure of schooling, he only had a rudimentary understanding of the vehicle's mechanics, having learned to drive mostly by accident. Lin Wu shot a glance at the nonchalant Jeong-to and asked Jin E-young, "What rank is your ability?" Jin E-young contemplated for a moment. "Still at the 3rd rank, but I feel like the 4th isn't too far off." Jeong-to stiffened slightly, feeling deflated. "Well, at this rate, you're catching up to Lin W. It was practically a slap to her face. Lin Wu pointedly remarked, "You are just lazy." Jin E-young humbly replied, "Not really. It's mainly because I discovered that the vines absorb the blood of living beings, which greatly aids my abilities, almost akin to the effect of crystal cores. It's like I'm harnessing double the energy." How bizarre, Jeong-to mused before asking curiously, "What does it feel like when the vines draw blood?" Lin Wu, equally intrigued, turned her gaze to Jin E-young. "It feels like drinking a beverage." Jin E-young struggled to find the right words. "The kind that doesn't make you feel full." "Incredible," Jeong-to commented, feeling a surge of urgency. Lin Wu wouldn't favor companions who required her protection. She couldn't afford to be a liability for the team. Jeong-to silently adjusted her mindset. An hour later. "Is this the building?" Jin E-young leaned down, peering at the promotional sign of the edifice from the driver's seat. They didn't drive directly to it but parked in a small alley opposite the building. "This is the one." Jeong-to stretched her limbs and retrieved her tongue knife. "Let us park here." The tires were already soaked in the blood of zombies. The city center had no moments of tranquility. Perpetually filled with the howls of the undead. Having had a simple meal, they awaited Lin Wu's signal. Lin Wu surveyed their surroundings. Zombies were congregating and wandering. Their target was that building. "Get out," with her command. Within mere seconds, several zombies fell silent. Thousands of them, drawn by the sound, surged towards them, appearing from above like a swarm of ants. Lin Wu's compressed explosives were thrown onto the ground, exploding and clearing a path. Jin E-young and Jeong-to seized the opportunity to dash towards the entrance of the building. A dismembered zombie limb flew towards Lin Wu, and just as she intended to discard it, she caught sight of a smiling face at the open window on the 2nd floor. What bad luck! Using her ability, she hurled the grotesque object away. Shang Xian merely raised a hand. A beam of light shooting from his fingertips, instantly reducing the thrown limb to ashes. Lin Wu's pupils widened in astonishment. It was her first time witnessing Shang Xian use his ability. There wasn't enough time for her to linger and engage with him. She hurried to catch up with Jeong-to and Jin E-young. Sprinting into the building inside, the number of zombies had significantly decreased. Manageable for the 3 of them. Jeong-to, still chewing on some crystal cores, mumbled indistinctly, "What happened just now?" Lin Wu was still recalling what she had just seen when she replied, "Petty person." Jeong-to gasped in shock. "They came so quickly." One of the crystal cores fell from her mouth. "No, they arrived here before us," Jin E-young quickly exclaimed. "Sister Lin, you saw them inside the building, right?" "We didn't see anyone else outside just now." Lin Wu nodded. "Be cautious. On the 2nd floor, she spotted Shang Xian's other companions, though they were not as brazenly standing around as he was. Setting aside his abilities, his companions were incessantly pacing on the 2nd floor. Lin Wu's expression darkened, hastening her pace towards the staircase, disregarding the crystal cores that lay scattered about. Sister, Jin E-young and Jeong-to were taken aback, hurriedly following Lin Wu. "Aren't we collecting the crystal cores?" Lin Wu moved swiftly, vaulting over the staircase railing, landing with a sound akin to a stone dropping into a pond. A2. Jen Young gasped, muttering as he descended, "The task for A2 is to blow up the crooked sun." Jiang To slapped her forehead, realizing their mission was to demolish the building. Arriving this early likely meant the explosives were already set. It seemed they were about to be caught in the blast themselves. Chapter 68. The game boss. The explosives on the second floor have been set, the detonation points on the other floors are still being prepared. Yanji knew that his calculated detonation points rarely went awry. Yet he still double-checked. No problems. Shang Xian lazily nodded. How many minutes until completion? Yanji provided a conservative estimate, 10 minutes. Hesitating, he added, "Boss, if you intend to make things difficult for them, why not just take the safe from the third underground level directly? That way, Lin Wu and her team would surely fail their mission." Shang Xian took the detonator in hand. That wouldn't be any fun. When he fished, he preferred to bait the fish a little. If pressured too much, the fish would vanish. Yanji refrained from further questioning. 10 minutes passed swiftly. He gently stated, "Boss, everything is set." Shang Xian clutched the detonator. He didn't even lift his head. Yanji was taken aback. "Aren't you coming with us?" Not far off, Subo, who was observing through binoculars, was equally startled and immediately said, "Boss, I'll stick with you." Shang Xian smiled, a genuine smile that sparkled like the stars in the night sky, sure to become a sensation on screens worldwide before the apocalypse. His orders were never to be defied. "Everyone evacuate and wait for me at a distance." The game participants were he and Lin Wu. The stakes were their lives, and no one else's. Boss. Subo wanted to say something but swallowed his words. In Shang Xian's team, obedience to orders was the foremost principle. Shang Xian watched his convoy leave the blast zone before stretching his limbs, feeling as if every cell in his body was vibrating with excitement. Aside from his brother, it had been a long time since anyone had allowed him to indulge in such a game. In the third underground level, aside from the safe, there was a gift he had left for Lin Wu. Damn, are all the zombies congregating in the third underground level? Jiang To crushed a mass of unknown flesh underfoot. Her hands smeared with an indescribable liquid, completely devoid of any desire to pop a crystal core into her mouth. As they entered the third underground level, pushing open the iron door, a mountain of zombies surged forth in an instant. Astonishingly, most of these zombies were deformed, having lost all semblance of humanity, like the three-headed monstrosity before Lin Wu. Lin Wu severed all of its heads, blood splattering onto her face, her gaze fixated on searching for the shadow of the red safe. Strangely, this place evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her, but there is no red safe here. After awkwardly circling around, Jiang To exclaimed in frustration, "Is this an experimental lab?" She peeled off the coagulated blood on the walls, revealing the insignia beneath, causing Lin Wu's hand to abruptly freeze. "Lin Wu, behind you!" An eight-legged zombie lunged at Lin Wu, who remained transfixed, staring at the wall. "Sister!" The red vines surged forth, stretching several meters in an instant, piercing through the eight-legged creature's body. Purple blood drenched Lin Wu, sliding down her cheek, the wet sensation jolting her back to reality. "Lin Wu! Lin Wu!" Jiang To rushed over, anxiously shaking Lin Wu. "What are you dawdling for? You almost died." "Die? She couldn't die." A smile slowly crept across Lin Wu's lips. Jiang To felt a chill run down her spine at that smile, swallowing hard. "What is wrong with you? That is creepy." Happy? Lin Wu suppressed her emotions, her eyes shining with an unprecedented intensity. This familiar laboratory insignia filled her with overwhelming joy. Jiang To felt a wave of relief wash over her as she noticed that her emotions had stabilized. "I have yet to locate the red safety deposit box. I have thoroughly searched all the cabinets here, but there are several black ones," she remarked. Her powers were nearly depleted, and at that moment, Jenny was holding on, allowing Jiang To a brief opportunity to absorb the crystal cores and replenish her energy. Jenny appeared to be enjoying himself, as the blood continued to invigorate his own abilities. The game had commenced. "What is that sound?" Jiang To exclaimed, startled by the sudden noise that pierced the air, nearly causing her to drop the crystal core. It emanated from the speakers above. Lin Wu's gaze was fixed on them. It was the voice of Shang Qian. There are 10 minutes until the explosion. Find me within that time or the game will conclude. If you fail to find me, it will also end, he added with a malevolent tone. A friendly reminder, locating your safety deposit box may take considerable time. Abandoning the search for the box might be the simpler option, at least allowing you to escape the building. Well, there are 9 minutes remaining. Frustrated, Jungta kicked over a thermal box, cursing, "What is this nonsense?" Jenny quickly assessed the situation, stating, "It will take at least 3 minutes to reach the vehicle from here, and another 2 minutes to drive it out of the safe zone. Leaving us with insufficient time, less than 4 minutes, to find the safety deposit box." Beyond Jenny's observations, Lin Wu was contemplating further. This laboratory bore a striking resemblance to the one she had been in previously, albeit a simplified version, with the space reduced significantly, thus, she had not recognized it immediately. However, the markings on the walls were identical, indicating that this was indeed the precursor to that laboratory before the apocalypse. Jiang Cheng had conducted experiments here. She recalled that the building was owned by the Sheng Group, suggesting that the resources for Jiang Cheng's experiments post-apocalypse were far greater than before. This implied that there had been substantial results to attract investment. A researcher had once let slip that Jiang Cheng preferred to display the safety deposit boxes prominently on the cabinets, never worrying about the loss of documents, for the personnel were clearly designated, and he would eliminate anyone responsible should a problem arise. Items guarded with such severity required little additional protection. The safety deposit boxes here should also be atop the cabinets, making them easy to locate. All were black. Where could the red one be? Jungta was frantically searching everywhere. It seemed impossible such a unique safety deposit box would satisfy Jiang Cheng's twisted psyche, compelling him to place it in the most conspicuous location. Lin Wu glanced at the black safety deposit box that Jungta had kicked over, crouched down, and struck it with her knife. "Sister, not this one." She then approached another black box and struck it as well. A hint of red was revealed where the blade had cut. Lin Wu stood up, holding the safety deposit box triumphantly. "This one." She had struck it forcefully, and the red was particularly striking. Jungta couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, "Is he insane? Why would he paint the safety deposit box? What is wrong with him? Indeed, he is unhinged." Lin Wu replied expressionlessly, shoving the safety deposit box toward Jungta. The box was not particularly large and could barely fit into Jungta's large backpack. If it were placed in special storage, it would likely draw attention to the fact that they possessed no safety deposit box at all. The backpack seemed more practical. Only 6 minutes remained. The voice from the speakers was cheerful. Lin Wu urged the two of them upward, her expression cold as they reached the second floor. "Hurry," she commanded. "Sister, are you not coming?" Jenny asked, taken aback. Jungta met Lin Wu's gaze and instantly understood, pulling Jenny along as they dashed outside. "Don't question it, just follow her." This was a game orchestrated by Lin Wu and Shang Qian. Chapter 69, Descent. Once she confirmed that Jungta and Jenny had left, Lin Wu sprinted toward the window. A man like Shang Qian, arrogant and deranged, would never deign to hide in the shadows. Lin Wu knew that to find him, she need only search the most visible places. For instance, the rooftop. Climbing from the first floor to the roof would take at least 10 minutes, considering this was an 88-story building. Logically, Shang Qian would not have the time to ascend from the second floor to the rooftop. However, if he employed other means, such as ropes, combined with his abilities, he could do so much more swiftly. He was confident that Lin Wu possessed the capability to reach the 88th floor within minutes. Lin Wu retrieved water from her special storage to cleanse her hands, mimicking Jungta as she held a crystal core in her mouth. In the next moment, she was leaping from various points in the air, her footing precise, her abilities ample, making the midair space feel as stable as solid ground. Shang Qian stood at the edge of the rooftop, counting down the seconds, his attention suddenly piqued by the sound of her footsteps. 2 minutes remaining. "Congratulations, you found me," he declared, clapping mockingly. Lin Wu fixed her gaze on him, as if attempting to pierce through his facade. The energy within her was waning, yet the crystal cores she had consumed were of the second tier, just enough to replenish her strength. She was still able to confront this madman. Shang Qian glanced at his watch before stepping closer to Lin Wu. 1 minute and 30 seconds until the explosion. Are you feeling tense? He held the detonator in one hand. Lin Wu's heart simmered with contempt. Her opponent was a lunatic, but she was not, were it not for her special abilities and the safety net of her powers. She would not have chosen to play this game with Song Qian. The thrill of discovering a lead on Zhongcheng was nearly driving her to madness. She merely wished to unleash her emotions through a confrontation with Song Qian. That murderous intent. Song Qian's eyes narrowed. He still held the detonator in his right hand while leisurely rolling up his right sleeve, revealing a smooth, pale arm. It was hard to imagine that a man could possess such fair skin. The watch glinted in the sunlight, and Lin Wu's attention momentarily froze. An opal-faced watch, this familiar timepiece dissipated all her murderous intent. With no time to ponder further, beams of light shot toward her, prompting Lin Wu to swiftly turn and evade. She gritted her teeth.